The alarm on her phone rang on time, waking Ji-hee from her sleep. She turned over, stared at the ceiling for a moment, then got out of bed, changed her clothes, and grabbed a piece of bread to eat. She had arrived in this body just yesterday. At that time, the body had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. She forced herself to take a fever reducer and fell back into a drowsy sleep. Her sleep was not comfortable. She woke up several times and had nightmares throughout the night, filled with strange and chaotic images. When she opened her eyes, she felt as if she had traveled to another world. The original owner of this body was an 18-year-old high school student. Her parents died in a car accident while rushing home to celebrate her birthday. Unable to cope with the loss, she developed depression and dropped out of school. Yesterday marked the 5th day of her high fever, and she couldn't endure it any longer, which led to her passing away. Thus, Ji-hee crossed over. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had always been somewhat solitary, a typical self-centered person. Upon discovering her new space, her first thought was about how to make the most of it. After learning the requirements to upgrade her space, she hurried to the beach to collect seawater, choosing to take a taxi to get there quickly. However, the driver seemed to be distracted by love, sending voice messages to his girlfriend while driving. By the time he noticed something was wrong with the car ahead, it was too late for the driver to react. He instinctively swerved, sending her passenger's seat out to save himself. With a sigh, Ji-hee thought, who dies just a day after gaining a new space? It felt unfair. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she quickly finished her bread, stored her prepared luggage in her space, and headed out to catch the subway to the train station. For now, she didn't dare to take a taxi. Surely the subway would be safe? After her fever had slightly subsided yesterday, she confirmed her basic situation. The good news was that her space had come with her. Although it was still in its initial state, it was divided into 2 sections. The left side was a patch of black soil, and the right side was an empty room. The planting area was about 20 square meters, while the storage area was over 50 square meters. She had previously tested the black soil, which could grow plants, while the empty room could store items and had a time-stopping effect. The planting space had a sign indicating the daily stay time and the materials needed for upgrades. Currently, she could only enter for 1 hour each day, but the time could accumulate. She was reluctant to use it, planning to save it for when she started farming, and now she had accumulated 2 hours. The requirements to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 were simple: seawater and sand, though the amounts were not specified. Upgrading the space had become her current obsession. Yesterday, she didn't care if she would have a fever today. Despite feeling unwell, she determined to catch the train to the nearest coastal city at 7:40 this morning. Once on the train, with the air conditioning blowing, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Even though it was just past 7 in the morning, it felt extremely hot outside. She struggled to breathe from the heat during the journey. Having just recovered from a fever, her energy was low. After a tiring morning, she felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead and decided to close her eyes and rest against the back of her seat. At that moment, the chatter of a few young girls next to her reached her ears. "It's so hot. It's only early March, but it feels like August. I read a report that experts say the temperature might be higher this year, and sea levels are expected to rise. Experts say that every year, but they never suggest any solutions. Isn't the heat nice? It's perfect for wearing dresses early. Do you like my new dress? It's pretty. Where did you buy it?" The girls continued to chat about other topics, but ever since she heard about the rising temperatures, her right eyelid had been twitching nonstop, making it impossible for her to sleep. She couldn't help but recall the strange dream she had last night, a continent collapsing and faces breaking apart. But that continent was clearly not from this world. After thinking for a while, she couldn't make sense of it, so she set it aside and took out her phone to check the latest weather forecast. Sure enough, the temperatures were indeed higher than in previous years. For most people, this wouldn't matter much. After all, life would go on despite the heat. But for her, it was different. Having just come back from the brink of death, she valued her life even more. The constant twitching of her eyelid intensified her unease. With a snap, she put her phone down on her lap, patted her chest, and made up her mind. No matter what happened, she would prepare and stock up on supplies. If necessary, she could just take her time using them since they wouldn't spoil in her storage space. Having made that decision, she began to calculate her available funds and the supplies she needed to buy. Her family was of average means, and she didn't have much money on hand. Besides the small house with a yard on the edge of the city where she lived, she had savings of over 300,000. Everything is unknown. She doesn't know if a disaster will happen, when it will happen, or what kind of disaster it will be. So, she has a lot to prepare. From what she knows, there are many types of disasters: extreme heat, extreme cold, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, acid rain, nuclear radiation, and more. There are also virus-related threats like zombies, infectious diseases, and parasites. And then there are invasion threats such as alien civilizations and the revival of spiritual energy. After thinking about all this, Ji-hee felt even more distressed. If she had to go through all these scenarios, would she even survive? Maybe she'd have to be reborn as a turtle hiding in the Earth's core to live. Despite her despair, Ji-hee quickly made a shopping list on her phone. It mainly included food, water, medicine, and survival technology. She didn't plan to buy too much food at once, not because she was poor, but because growing her own food was more cost-effective. For water, she planned to buy only what she needed for drinking. For other household water, she could dig a hole in her space and borrow some from a reservoir, saving money that way. As for medicine, there was no way to save money on that. If a disaster struck and she had no medicine, even having plenty of food wouldn't help her survive. She couldn't cut costs on survival technology either. There was a big price difference between high-end and low-end options. The high-end ones were great, but she wasn't aiming for those. She just hoped to buy some mid-range items because when it comes to life, she couldn't afford to buy the cheapest. As Ji-hee wrote everything down and calculated the costs, she realized she didn't have enough money. She had to cut back, moving non-essential items to the end of the list and focusing on the essentials first. As she kept calculating, time flew by, and soon the train announcement was heard. Ji-hee had to set her thoughts aside, grab her luggage, and squeeze through the crowd to get off the train. On the train, she had thought about whether to buy supplies first or upgrade her space. After much thought, Ji-hee decided to upgrade her space first. There was no choice. Her space was still too small. If she didn't upgrade, she wouldn't have anywhere to store her supplies. Once she got off the train, she took the subway straight to the nearest beach. At the beach, there weren't many people around, so Ji-hee chose a spot with the fewest visitors. She took a plastic bag from her pocket, removed her shoes, wrapped them up, and placed them in her bag before rolling up her pants and walking into the water. She walked until the water reached her knees before she began collecting. She wasn't just standing still. She moved back and forth while pretending to play in the water, making sure not to attract attention. After walking in the sea for over 2 hours, the space notified her that she had completed her upgrade. Ji-hee immediately focused her mind on the space, noticing that the black soil in the planting area had expanded, now about 1.5 times larger than before. Next to it, there was a mini ocean, roughly the size of a basketball court, with a ring of golden sand along the shore. Could she now farm seafood in her space? Excited, Ji-hee spent some time checking the space. Seeing no other changes, she looked at the display board. The information had been updated, showing that her current level allowed her to stay in the space for 2 hours each day. The materials needed for the next upgrade were fresh water and soil. Ji-hee thought for a moment. Would the next level introduce a lake or a stream? Personally, she preferred a continuously flowing stream, so she wouldn't have to worry about water, but that seemed unlikely. After reviewing the planting area, she turned to the storage space, which had also expanded significantly, now about twice its previous size, roughly 100 square meters. This area was enough for her. Even if she had more space, she couldn't fill it without money. Checking her phone, she saw she had a few hours before her train back in the evening. Not wanting to waste time, she searched for the nearest reservoir, planning to do something sneaky. There were several reservoirs in the city, and soon he found one that was close and completely free. She quickly walked to the shore, dried her feet, put on her shoes, and headed toward the subway station. Not knowing how long this upgrade would take, she didn't want to delay, so she bought 10 buns from a street vendor to eat on her way to the subway station. The leftover buns could be stored in her storage space. The subway arrived quickly, and there weren't too many people on the train. Ji soon found a seat, took out her phone, logged onto an online shopping platform, added her desired items to the cart, and began to compare prices. The subway arrived quickly at the station, and Ji got off, first looking around to check the direction. The subway station was not directly at the reservoir. She still had to walk a bit further. Once she found the right direction, she started running toward the reservoir. At first, it seemed like a good idea, as it would save time and provide some exercise, a win-win situation. However, her physical condition couldn't keep up. On that hot afternoon, Ji had only run for a short while before she was sweating heavily. Her t-shirt became soaked, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, making her breath come heavily like an old bellows. She had to stop and walk slowly instead. Her stamina was really poor, even worse than her previous self. She hardly felt like a teenager. Ji walked along the main road, occasionally checking her phone for directions. Gradually, more people appeared around her, and small vendors began setting up stalls along the roadside. Ji bought a grilled egg and ate it as she walked. The grilled egg was delicious, unlike the bland boiled eggs. She finished it quickly and soon spotted the reservoir. It was the afternoon, and the weather was extremely hot, but as she got closer to the reservoir, she felt a cool breeze that eased her discomfort, making her feel much better. This reservoir was a free attraction, and there were quite a few people there. Ji wanted to find a shady spot but couldn't, so she settled in a less crowded area, sat cross-legged, dipped her left hand in the water, and took out her phone to log into an online shopping platform. She had already added many items to her cart before but hadn't compared them closely. Now that she had time, she checked the reviews and found a few items at moderate prices to order. Unsure if she had enough money, she decided to leave fast food and snacks off her shopping list for now, planning to buy rice and clothes at the wholesale market instead. So, she started by purchasing daily necessities online. These items shipped quickly and were well-stocked, making online shopping much more economical than going to the supermarket. She bought items like shampoo, body wash, sunscreen, floral water, soap, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, toilet paper, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, dish soap, and thermoses, spending a total of $15,000. She chose affordable bulk items, not caring about brands, just the quantity. After messaging the sellers to expedite shipping, Ji finally closed her phone and looked out at the water ahead. She wasn't sure if using all her savings to buy supplies was the right choice, but she couldn't take the risk. With her small frame, if the apocalypse really came, she wouldn't be able to compete for anything. After more than 3 hours, the space finally notified her that she had enough fresh water. Ji pulled her hands out of the water, rubbed her numb legs, and stood up. It was already past 6 p.m., and she still needed to find some soil in an empty area nearby. Collecting soil was much quicker. The area around the reservoir was mostly barren land, and at this time, there were hardly any people around. She gathered all the soil needed for the space in less than an hour. At this point, the space had upgraded to level 3. Besides the existing ocean and planting area expanding further, a small lake and a hill had appeared. The hill was just a low mound with nothing on it. But this didn't dampen Ji's spirits. Although there was no stream, the lake was great. She could raise fish there. Even if a disaster didn't come, she could still develop aquaculture to make money. She had also thought of a use for the small hill. She could plant fruit trees there. After all, her time in the space was limited each day, and she couldn't spend all her time farming. She needed to leave some time just in case. After looking at the changes in the planting space, she turned her attention to the notice board to check the requirements for upgrading from level 3 to level 4. What she saw made her good mood drop significantly. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, she needed 10,000 different plant and animal specimens, either partially or fully. Ji-hee stared at the requirement for 10,000 different specimens, feeling a pang in her heart. Space. You really don't understand your owner's financial situation. This was just adding to the burden of her already struggling family. It was pushing her toward a dead end. Given her current situation, where could she possibly find 10,000 specimens? She decided to skip over that and ignore it, continuing to read further. The daily stay time in the level 3 space had increased to 3 hours, which improved her mood a lot. The storage space had also expanded significantly, several times larger than before. The leftover buns from lunch looked particularly pitiful inside. Feeling happy, Ji-hee walked with a spring in her step. On her way, she ate the leftover buns from lunch, which were still warm, and she enjoyed them immensely. In her previous life, she rarely ate buns. Life as an orphan was tough. She had to save money for tuition and living expenses, so most of the time, she only ate steamed buns with the free soup from the cafeteria. Her classmates were generally nice and didn't look down on her. They often invited her to join their gatherings. Although they always split the bill, she couldn't afford it after a few times, so she started to decline. Eventually, they stopped inviting her. Ji-hee took the subway straight to the train station and caught the night train back to H-City, where the original owner lived. She arrived in H-City just after 3 a.m., and it was pitch dark outside. It wasn't safe to be out in the dark, so Ji-hee decided not to take any risks. Since dawn was only a few hours away, she chose to sleep at the train station for a bit and planned to go to the wholesale market as soon as it got light. She had a restless sleep, waking up every time someone passed by her. Finally, she managed to stay asleep until 6 a.m. After washing her face, she tried to store some water in her storage space and discovered that the water automatically formed into a ball and didn't spill out. This saved her money on buying a water storage container. After leaving the train station, Ji-hee headed straight to a car rental shop. She needed to buy a lot of things in the coming days, and not having a vehicle would be inconvenient. After some haggling and pretending to be in a tough situation, she managed to rent an old 3-wheeled vehicle with a cargo box for a deposit of $2,000 and a rental fee of $80 per day. Although it was a bit worn, it still worked fine. She didn't want to rent a car because the original owner had just turned 18 and hadn't gotten a driver's license yet. She was afraid of getting caught by the traffic police shortly after hitting the road. Ji-hee rode the 3-wheeler directly to the largest agricultural wholesale market nearby. Even though she could grow vegetables in her storage space, she still needed to eat before they were ready. Once at the market, she headed straight for the vegetable section. Even though it was morning, the wholesale market was crowded, and everyone was buying large quantities. What she bought seemed small in comparison. She didn't buy too much, but focused on daily essentials like various leafy greens, lettuce, spinach, rapeseed, water spinach, winter melon, pumpkin, lotus root, potatoes, sweet potatoes, green onions, garlic, and different types of radishes, getting about 30 pounds of each to last until her own vegetables were ready. She bought one of each type available in the market, spending a total of $1,500. There were many vegetables she had never seen before, and while shopping, she acted curious and asked the vendors for a sample of each, and they kindly obliged. She hadn't counted the vegetables she bought. Just from what the boss wanted, she had gathered over 10 types. After finishing her shopping at the farmer's market, Ji-hee found a quiet spot to store the vegetables and then rode back. Passing through the fruit section, she spent 1,000 yuan on some fruit. Compared to vegetables, fruit is not cheap. Even at a wholesale market, 1,000 yuan could only buy a little over 10 boxes, and she chose the regular ones. After buying the fruit, Ji-hee headed straight to the grain section. The grain area was crowded, so she didn't rush into decisions. Instead, she followed others to see how they bought, eventually finding a fairly honest vendor. She picked 10 bags of 50 kilograms rice, 10 bags of 50 kilograms flour, and 100 kilograms each of various noodles, rice noodles, and vermicelli. She also got 50 kilograms each of red beans, green beans, peanuts, black beans, black rice, glutinous rice, and yellow soybeans. She bought 70 barrels each of peanut oil, corn oil, and soybean oil. Since she could grow rice and various beans in her space, she didn't buy too much of those. It was too much trouble to make soybean oil herself, so she bought a little extra. In total, she spent around 25,000 yuan, mainly because the oil was expensive. After some bargaining with the shop owner, although she didn't get a discount, she received 2 large bags of millet and 1 bag of yellow millet as a gift. While the owner was preparing stock, he went to the nearby spice section, which was also busy. As soon as she entered, she could smell many spices and saw large jars displayed on the ground. Not knowing much about spices, she chose a larger store to enter. "Hello, how much are the soy sauce and vinegar?" she asked. The shop owner, busy and not looking up, replied, "The prices are all marked. You can check for yourself. We sell from 2,000 yuan and don't negotiate." After saying this, she called out to someone inside, "Hurry up with the deliveries. Bale's supermarket has been asking for them several times." Seeing that the staff were busy, he began to look around. The prices here were indeed cheap, generally about a third of supermarket prices, but they didn't sell in small quantities. They had aged vinegar, rice vinegar, salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, white sugar, rock sugar, cumin, peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, and more. There were also many spices she had never seen before. Each type had high, medium, and low grades, with the cheapest aged vinegar selling for just over 2 yuan for 500 milliliters. He decided to buy some ingredients, not the cheapest ones, but slightly better options. After browsing around, she told the busy shop owner, "I need 500 pounds each of soy sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and white liquor, 300 pounds each of brown sugar, rock sugar, white sugar, and yellow sugar, and 10 pounds each of chicken essence, oyster sauce, 5 spice powder, Sichuan pepper powder, black pepper powder, chili powder, star anise, cinnamon, whole pepper, bay leaves, cumin, baking soda, and sesame oil. I also need 1,600 pounds of salt." He calculated that with this amount, even if a disaster struck, she could finish it all before she passed away, so she wasn't worried about waste. The shop owner quickly calculated everything on paper and kept promoting, "Do you want some chili sauce, stinky tofu, or fermented bean curd? They sell really well." "Yes, please give me 20 bottles of each, and add some debanjiang, spicy bean paste." After the shop owner finished calculating, she handed the list to Ji-hee. Ji-hee double-checked everything and nodded, transferring the payment. The total for these seasonings was around 18,000 yuan. Noticing Ji-hee was a new customer, the shop owner thought to attract her business, "I'll give you a box of curry cubes and a box of dipping sauce. Enjoy and come back next time." "Great, thank you. Since I'm buying so many seasonings, could you send some trial packs of the ones I didn't buy?" "Take whatever you need," the shop owner said. "The owner is generous. May your business prosper." Ji-hee cheerfully picked one of each spice, being careful not to take too much, just enough to upgrade her space. The shop owner reminded her staff to hurry with the packing. Although everything was sold by weight, the spices were packaged in individual containers, not loose. Once she had her spices, Ji-hee saw that it would take a while to gather the rest, so she informed the shop owner she would return later and headed back to the grain section. The goods were ready, and she had someone help load them onto a tricycle. After several trips, everything was delivered. After transporting the grains and seasonings, she noticed the dried goods section and decided to buy some black fungus, mushrooms, seaweed, nori, red dates, and dried mustard greens, getting 50 pounds of each. In the end, she spent 7,000 yuan before leaving. After that, she visited a seed wholesale store on the side of the market, which amazed her. There were many varieties of each type of grain, most of which she had never heard of. Even corn was divided into sweet corn, glutinous corn, black corn, regular corn, and high-oil corn, with many different models under each type. Ji-hee asked the shopkeeper for recommendations and finally selected the best-tasting seeds that could be planted. She bought a variety of vegetables, grains, fruits, cotton, and medicinal herb seeds. Bending down, she also noticed a pile of yam, sweet potatoes, and sugarcane on the ground and decided to buy some of those too. The shopkeeper was a bit surprised by her large purchase, but, following the principle of making money when possible, he also introduced her to various mushroom kits, saying they could be watered and harvested 3 times. He chose the common varieties like enoki mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms, buying 40 packs in total. At the checkout, she spent 1,000 yuan. Although the seeds were not too expensive, costing 1 or 2 yuan each, her large order added up. The shopkeeper, noticing her big purchase, generously gave her several other seeds, encouraging her to come back once she had planted them. After leaving the seed shop, he went to the nearby seedling area, where she picked out 2 of each: apple, banana, orange, dragon fruit, jujube, pear, bayberry, mulberry, apricot, peach, nectarines, plum, mango, cherry, mangosteen, lychee, durian, lemon, pomegranate, kiwi, and jackfruit. The shopkeeper kindly informed her that tropical fruits like durian and mango wouldn't thrive in this area. He replied that she wanted to experiment, and it didn't matter if they didn't survive. She was curious to see if she could grow durian in her space. If it worked, she could switch to growing durian trees instead of selling other vegetables, which would be much more profitable. In addition to these, she bought several farming tools like hoes and shovels. In total, she spent over 50,000 yuan on this trip. Although it was a bit painful to spend that much, he felt satisfied seeing her space filled with supplies, giving her a sense of fulfillment and security. After storing the seedlings in a secluded spot in her space, he went to the breeding base, which was quite large but had an unpleasant smell. She chose 10 hens, 2 roosters, 5 female ducks, 2 male ducks, 3 female rabbits, 2 male rabbits, 3 female geese, and 1 male goose, along with 6 quails. She paid for the young animals, which were inexpensive, costing only a few yuan each. After these purchases, she also selected 1 male and 1 female each of pigs, cows, and sheep. These animals were more expensive, and even the young ones were not cheap, totaling 9,500 yuan. I haven't raised cows or sheep before, but I've bought young chickens and ducks at the market, where they cost between 2, 5, and 6 yuan each. He haggled for a long time, but the boss didn't lower the price. He only agreed to give her some feed boxes, and troughs as extras. Having some gifts was better than none, so he nodded in agreement. After buying the livestock, he was extremely hungry. She hadn't eaten breakfast and had been busy all morning, so her stomach was starting to hurt. She rode her tricycle and soon found a construction site selling lunch boxes. She joined the construction workers in line and spent 12 yuan on a lunch box to eat on the way. As soon as she opened the lunch box, she smelled the delicious aroma. After taking a bite, she nodded in satisfaction. The taste was quite good. Today's meal included pieces of meat, spicy green peppers with tofu, dry pot cauliflower, and braised eggplant, 1 meat, and 3 vegetables. He enjoyed her meal thoroughly, finishing every grain of rice, and even drank the egg drop soup the boss gave her, feeling rejuvenated afterward. After collecting the livestock from her tricycle, she rode off to the aquaculture base. He had never raised fish before, and there were too many types of fish fry at the base, many of which she had never seen. In the end, she decided to selectively buy a few kinds and approached a larger vendor to discuss her needs. "Boss, I want to raise fish at home, and I'm looking for some tasty varieties." The boss was a middle-aged man who seemed quite friendly and didn't take advantage of Ji-hee because of her young appearance. "Do you want freshwater or saltwater fish?" "Both, but I prefer the types that are tasty and sell well." After hearing Ji-hee's request, the boss offered her a package deal and carefully explained the different fish species for half an hour, mentioning which could be raised together, like crayfish, and which could not. Ji-hee nodded along, and with the boss's help, she bought crayfish, Chinese mitten, eel, loach, and about 20 other types, taking only a small amount of each to keep as breeding stock. Gradually, the boss's expression became hesitant, as he likely thought he would get in trouble for buying so much. He offered a few words of advice, but seeing he was determined, he didn't say much more. After all, even saying that much showed he had a good heart. After he finished buying the fish, the boss shared some fish-raising tips and also promoted various fish food, water plants, seaweed, kelp, and tools. He found everything useful and bought it all, even getting extra fishing nets to create some sections in her space. After all, she had spent money, and she didn't want the carnivorous fish to eat everything before she had a chance to enjoy it. In the end, she calculated that she spent nearly 6,000 yuan. After buying the fish fry, Ji-hee discussed with the owner about getting one of each type of fish fry that she didn't purchase. The owner agreed without hesitation. Since those fish fry were small, getting just one wasn't a big deal, so he let her catch them herself while he prepared more stock. By the end of the day, Ji-hee didn't spend any money. She managed to gather over 100 types of plants and animals just by asking around. When she returned, she organized what she had in her space, estimating she could add even more. The owner happily helped Ji-hee load her purchases onto the tricycle and reminded her to feed the small crayfish and some high-protein animal bait, including various animal parts. After saying goodbye to the owner, Ji-hee rode her tricycle to a secluded spot to store the fish in her space. Worried about the fish dying, she quickly entered the water, heading straight for the beach. She swiftly took off her clothes and jumped into the water, using a fishing net to divide the ocean into sections, then placing shrimp traps and scallop traps. After that, she released the sea fish fry into the water. Once she finished with the sea fish fry, she repeated the process for the freshwater fish fry in the lake. After completing everything, even though Ji-hee could swim, she was exhausted. She lay on the ground to rest for 5 minutes before getting up and heading to the clothing wholesale market. The largest clothing wholesale market in the city was bustling with people, many carrying carts to buy clothes. Ji-hee first went to the winter clothing section. Since the temperature was high, winter clothes were out of season, and the sellers were offering discounts. She picked the thickest down jackets, military coats, thermal pants, cold storage suits, thermal underwear, cashmere pants, thick sweaters, and coral fleece pajamas, buying 3 sets of each. She also didn't forget shoes, getting 5 pairs each of sports shoes, hiking boots, and snow boots. After finishing with winter clothes, she bought some spring and autumn clothing, such as sun protection jackets, windbreakers, black sportswear, underwear, and socks. She bought extra underwear, while for everything else, 5 sets were enough since the original owner had some clothes she planned to keep wearing for a while. Finding a place to store the clothes, she also bought air conditioning blankets, down blankets, and thick cotton blankets, each weighing 10 pounds, 3 of each. She got 3 sets of bed sheets, duvet covers, pillowcases, and other bedding items. After finishing these purchases, she headed straight to the outdoor supply store, picking up an inflatable boat, sleeping bags, a first aid kit, a tent, climbing ropes, binoculars, waterproof flashlights, portable outdoor stoves, and solar chargers, buying a whole bunch of items. Everything was on sale, and Ji-hee compared prices at several stores. In the end, she haggled for a while and got the shopkeeper to throw in some extra items. On her way out, she saw alcohol stoves, fuel blocks, portable gas stoves, insect repellent, disinfectant, water purification tablets, and hand warmers, so she bought quite a few of those as well. When she left the clothing wholesale market, she had spent a total of 40,000. By this time, it was already dark outside. Ji-hee rode her tricycle to a small food stall that was doing fairly well and ordered a plate of fried rice noodles, enjoying her meal. Food always tastes better when you're hungry. After finishing her meal, Ji-hee started calling various pharmaceutical sales companies. Medicines have high profits, and buying them at a pharmacy is too expensive. If she could find a medical representative, she could get them for much cheaper. Although they might still make a profit from her, it would still be a good deal. After several calls, she finally ordered 30,000 worth of basic medicines, most of which were everyday items like fever reducers, diarrhea medicine, cold medicine, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, injury ointments, masks, deworming medicine, and pain relief tablets. She wasn't a medical professional and didn't understand other medicines, so she felt these were enough. They agreed that she would pick up the goods and borrow money tomorrow. Ji-hee rode her bike home, realizing that in just 2 days, she had spent over 150,000. Money was flowing out quickly, and half of her cash was gone. When she got home, Ji-hee lay on her bed and checked the daily necessities she had ordered online. They had all been shipped and should arrive in a few days. She wasn't in a hurry to enter her space. Instead, she opened her computer and searched online for how to farm. Not only was the original owner a girl who went to school every day, but even Ji-hee herself had only helped plant a few trees while working, and she had never farmed before. As she searched, she downloaded useful tools, materials, videos, and maps to her computer. After a while, she frowned at what she found. Farming rice was very time-consuming. Not to mention the seedling process, she also needed to create a field. Her time in the space was limited, and even without any surprises, spending all her time there might not be enough for farming and raising livestock. It seemed she had bought too little rice and would need to purchase more. The other crops, like sweet potatoes, were less complicated, but rice was a different story unless she had enough time to spare in the space. Of course, she wasn't too worried. She had already bought so much that it would be enough for her for a while. Ji-hee glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. She let her computer continue downloading while she quickly entered the space to plant the saplings on the hillside. She was busy for over an hour. After planting all the saplings, she carefully picked a wilted leaf from one of them to give to the space, wanting to test its limits. To her surprise, the space was very accommodating and accepted it, adding dozens of new plant and animal species to its collection. This sparked Ji-hee's interest. Perhaps she had found a faster way to upgrade the space. After finishing with the saplings, she began to prepare for the livestock. However, she was taken aback when she realized she had forgotten to buy a fence. Without it, the animals would run around everywhere. She had no choice but to keep them in their cages for the night, promising to buy a fence the next day. Although she couldn't arrange their living space, she made sure they had enough food since they had been hungry all day. They were looking a bit droopy, so Ji-hee fed them some of the donated feed and cleaned up their waste, setting it aside to make compost. After feeding the livestock, Ji-hee hurried to feed the fish. The environment in the space was very comfortable, and the animals and fish were adapting well, which eased her mind a bit. This was her second time entering the space. Last time, she didn't have time, but this time she took out a ruler to measure the black soil in the space, calculating that it was about 60 square meters. That was a decent size. If she planted vegetables and grains, it would be enough for her. After finishing her tasks, Ji-hee quickly exited the space. There was still a lot to do. The land needed planting and the storage space needed organizing. However, it was already past 11 p.m., and she had been busy for several days. She was too tired and worried that if she didn't rest, she wouldn't have the energy to work tomorrow. After washing up and turning off the lights, Ji-hee lay in bed, preparing to sleep. However, with so much on her mind, she tossed and turned for a while and couldn't fall asleep. She took out her notebook and started writing and drawing, planning to prepare everything she needed for tomorrow. The room was quiet, and the clock quietly struck midnight. Ji-hee was unaware when suddenly she heard a buzzing sound, followed by a not-too-loud electronic voice. "Hello, residents of M-Star. We're pleased to inform you that you have been selected for the support game. This game is very democratic and operates on a voluntary basis. There will be no penalties for refusal. Would you like to participate in the game? Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He was first shocked and then hesitant. She had read many novels before, and usually, entering such games did not end well. It was a fight for survival. But opportunities often come with risks. Did the game's appearance mean that the real world would change significantly? If she refused, she would fall behind, and falling behind meant facing consequences. She didn't want to face those consequences. Ji-hee steeled herself and, before the countdown ended, clicked yes. Suddenly, everything went dark, and she was transported into the game. When Ji-hee opened her eyes again, she found herself in a huge farm, standing in front of a chicken coop, with the sounds of the game in her ears. Congratulations on arriving at One Star Farm. The farm is very busy. Hard work is honorable. As the largest farm on Tatarack Star, Kekada Farm has countless tasks every day. To provide the freshest and tastiest food quickly, Kekada Farm must hire a group of temporary workers. You are now part of the latest group of temporary workers. Please kill and process over 100 chickens within 8 hours and submit the fresh chicken meat. Note: those who do not complete the task will be dismissed. Note: the final payment will be based on the amount completed. The more you work, the more you earn. Please give your all. Temporary workers. Ji-hee looked around. There were endless chicken coops, and in front of each coop stood a person. Their faces were covered with veils, making it hard to see their features, but it was clear that many had come directly from bed, just like her, barefoot and in pajamas. Everyone was looking around curiously, but no one entered the chicken coop. Soon, the first brave person stepped in, a strong man who seemed a bit impatient. He pushed open the coop door and went inside. Before long, others followed him into the coop, and Ji-hee also stepped in. However, she had doubts about processing 100 chickens in 8 hours. It wasn't that she was overthinking. On M-Star, skilled chicken handlers could quickly process over 10 chickens in a minute. And she was one of those experts. She had once processed over 100 chickens in an hour to secure a job. Processing 100 chickens, just removing feathers and organs, surely wouldn't take 8 hours. When Ji-hee entered the chicken coop, she was taken aback. The coop housed hundreds of chickens with pure black feathers and green crowns, leisurely strolling around on the ground. Upon seeing Ji-hee, all the chickens stopped and turned their hostile gazes toward her. She even noticed a few chickens spreading their wings threateningly, as if to say that if she dared to come any closer, they would attack. Not only was their color unusual, but their size was too. Every chicken she saw was as tall as her thigh. Their sharp beaks glinted like metal, looking quite fierce, and she imagined that a peck from one would leave a nasty wound. The 2 chickens on the ground had sharp claws that scratched deep marks into the floor. A scratch from them would likely draw blood. What were these creatures? They were like super chickens. Ji-hee hesitated, but when she glanced at the clock above her head, she saw that 5 minutes had already passed since the task began. She had to act quickly. At this point, she no longer hoped to handle hundreds of chickens in an hour, but she had never backed down in her working life. Ji-hee looked around and spotted a jumpsuit, an apron, and a large knife hanging on the wall, all stained with spots of blood. It was likely left behind by someone before. Who the blood belonged to was anyone's guess. She put on the outfit, which was a bit loose, and tightened it to ensure it wouldn't hinder her movements. Then she took the knife and searched for her first target. The chicken flock became restless as she donned the outfit, as if they sensed what was about to happen. Ignoring them, Ji-hee scanned the area and found the most unruly-looking rooster. Perfect, she would start with you. She decided to deal with the tough one first, making it easier to handle the others afterward. Ji-hee raised the large knife and swung it at the rooster. The moment she displayed the commanding presence of someone holding the fate of many chickens, the previously aggressive flock scattered in all directions. Many chickens let out terrified squawks. But there were always a few brave ones. A couple of chickens charged toward Ji-hee instead of fleeing, flapping their wings as if they were ready to fight her. Ji-hee sighed inwardly. They were quite bold. She quickly tucked the knife into her belt at the back. Instead of retreating, she advanced, dodging the sharp beaks and grabbing hold of 2 chicken legs. During this process, she accidentally got a small piece of her arm pecked off by a chicken, leaving a bloody hole that kept bleeding, but Ji-hee didn't even look at it. She moved smoothly without any pause, grabbed a chicken's foot, and performed a 360-degree spin, sending several chickens that were trying to attack her flying. At this point, she struggled to hold on, so she threw the chicken away, hitting 3 chickens in the crowd watching. 3 kills, impressive. If she had time, Ji-hee would have liked to whistle to express her joy. Her skills were still as agile as ever. Quickly pulling out a large knife, Ji-hee rushed towards the few chickens still on the ground, swiftly and accurately slitting the throats of 3 chickens. Chicken blood splattered everywhere, covering Ji-hee's face, making her look particularly terrifying to the remaining chickens. The last chicken, just getting up, saw Ji-hee and was so scared it started squawking and ran towards the flock. However, wherever it went, the other chickens scattered, creating a clear space with no escape. In the end, Ji-hee finished it off with one swift move. After taking care of these troublesome chickens, the remaining ones were much easier to handle. Although some struggled fiercely in their final moments, causing Ji-hee a few scratches, as long as she protected the vital areas, they weren't fatal. After an hour of intense action, Ji-hee finally ran out of energy. She found a spot to sit down, breathing heavily while keeping an eye on her surroundings. Soon, she noticed a large water tank in another corner of the chicken coop. Next to it, there was a small knife and a big basin along with a conveyor belt. Ji-hee stood up and walked over to examine it closely. She quickly understood that this was the processing area for the chickens, where feathers were plucked, cleaned, and then sent away on the conveyor belt. Seeing that there was plenty of water in the tank, she curiously touched it. It was cold and nothing special. Next to the water tank, there was a trash can that had been blocked from view earlier, where chicken feathers and other waste would be placed. After figuring this out, Ji-hee turned back to collect the chickens she had just killed, one by one. At this moment, the other chickens in the flock saw that she had no intention of harming them, so they lazily began to wander around. This alien chicken was just like the ones from M Planet, forgetting past experiences. Ji-hee ignored them and decided to finish her tasks first. On M Planet, after killing a chicken, they would usually scald it with hot water before plucking the feathers. Since there was no hot water here, Ji-hee planned to use brute force to pluck the feathers directly. Suddenly, something changed. Just as Ji-hee took the chicken to the water basin, the water valve at the bottom activated, and the water mixed with feathers quickly disappeared. The faucet above also started pouring water into the basin after the valve closed, filling it up in no time. Amazing! Ji-hee widened her eyes, surprised by how impressive it was. She reached into the basin, instinctively wanting to try to collect the water, but before she knew it, the entire basin of water vanished right before her eyes. Ji-hee thought. If she said it was unintentional, would anyone believe her? She was just curious and wanted to try, so why did it disappear? What should she do now? Fortunately, the faucet soon started pouring water again, easing Ji-hee's worries. This time, she didn't dare to collect water anymore and sat down to get to work. Although these chickens were large, the basic steps remained the same. She was skilled and quickly got into the rhythm. Not to brag, but very few could match her skills. She had worked at the chicken farm for 2 whole holiday seasons. If it weren't for the chicken plague that caused the farm to close, she wouldn't have wanted to leave. Ji-hee swiftly plucked the feathers, removed the innards, rinsed everything clean, and placed the chicken meat on the conveyor belt. However, the conveyor belt remained still, and a mechanical voice sounded, stating, "Not qualified. Please clean the chicken properly." Ji-hee was confused. How is this not clean? There's nothing left but meat and bones. With no other choice, Ji-hee had to take the chicken down and start over. She removed the chicken bones and placed it back on the conveyor belt, but it still showed as unqualified. She then chopped off the chicken head, neck, and tail, but it still didn't work. Finally, she made a tough decision and chopped off the wings, placing it back on the belt. If that didn't work, she would have to chop off the chicken legs next. As a result, it finally passed the inspection, and soon the chicken meat was sent away. Ji-hee wasn't sure if she felt more happy or regretful at that moment. She just knew that her chicken legs were gone. With a sigh, she waved her hand and stored the chicken heads, necks, wings, and entrails into her storage space. She even collected the feathers, thinking they could be cleaned and used to make feather dusters. While others might find them useless, she welcomed every bit. She was hesitant to buy meat because it was expensive, so if she could gather some from the farm, that would be perfect. Her level 3 storage space was quite large, about 1,000 cubic meters, and the items she bought only took up a small part of it. Although it was messy inside, with items scattered everywhere, there were no containers, so the meat had to be piled on the floor for now, but thankfully, the blood wouldn't spill. Ji-hee noted to buy containers later and focused on her work. She stepped on the chickens to keep them still and used both hands to pluck feathers, doubling her speed. Her movements were so quick that they almost left a blur in the air. Gritting her teeth, she plucked the feathers with all her strength, feeling energized and forgetting the pain in her body. Her mindset had shifted. She was no longer just working for the farm as a diligent employee. Now, she was working for herself, giving it her all. The chicken scraps and wings were hers, and she wouldn't waste anything. Even the chicken bottoms could be fed to the little crayfish and in the water. Her motto was, if she couldn't be worn out, she would work as hard as she could. This time, she cleaned a chicken in half the time it took before, without hesitation. She swiftly chopped off the head, neck, wings, entrails, and bottom, rinsed everything, and placed it on the conveyor belt. Sure enough, it passed inspection, and the chicken was sent away. Satisfied, Jiha began to prepare the third chicken. Over the next few hours, she repeated the process of killing and processing chickens. Once the chickens were gone, she picked up her knife and became a relentless chicken butcher, working through the flock. When her arms grew tired, she paused, took a chicken to the corner, and began plucking feathers and deboning it. Gradually, she gained experience. After all, it was about the meat, right? She noticed the differences in size among the chickens, as each one contributed varying amounts of meat. Since the machine didn't specify how much meat to leave on the bones, she decided to leave a bit more, not cleaning it too thoroughly, just to test it out. The result was satisfactory. Jiho was pleased. Indeed, the bottom line could only be discovered through constant experimentation. As she was cutting the meat, she didn't clean it as thoroughly anymore. She quickly sliced off a large layer of meat along the bones, which not only sped up her work but also contributed a bit to her meager savings. Everyone was happy. Once he finished with the last chicken, she picked up the big knife and looked up, ready to continue, but the chicken coop was empty. There wasn't a single chicken in sight. Was it that easy to kill them? It felt like she hadn't had enough yet. Although he felt a bit unsatisfied, there were no chickens left, so she slowly walked to the door, took off her work clothes, and hung them up. She hadn't noticed it before while busy, but now that she stopped, every step made her body ache. Looking down, she saw several bloody cuts on her arms and thighs. Through the holes in her sweatpants, she could clearly see the nasty wounds. Although they weren't bleeding heavily anymore, some blood still seeped out when she moved. It looked quite terrible. There were no medical supplies in the space, and he couldn't do anything about it. She had to endure, but the more she held on, the more the pain seemed to intensify. At that moment, she really wished this game would grant her a special ability. She just wanted a healing power so she could ease her injuries and not have to endure so much. Trying to lighten her mood, Jihi shook off her thoughts and redirected her gaze to the clock above her. Though it looked like a clock, it was more of a countdown timer, showing that there were still 15 minutes left until it ended. Jihi pushed on the door of the chicken coop, but it wouldn't budge. She probably had to wait until the time was up to open it. She wondered if they would be teleported out or if something else would happen. Since there was still time and nothing to do, Jihi decided to wander around the chicken coop to distract herself. The chicken coop was actually a large yard without any buildings, where all the chickens were free-range. Now that the chickens were gone, it looked very empty. She walked slowly around the yard, not missing any corners, and had a faint hope that with such a big space, there might be a few clever chickens left behind. Soon, her eyes lit up. What did she discover? Eggs. Extra-large eggs hidden in the weeds at the base of the wall. If she had missed them, it would have been such a shame. He quickly walked over and picked up the egg, instantly storing it away, her spirit renewed. Is there anything more delightful than finding an egg for free? She thought not. He crouched down and began to search through the grass, leaving no spot unchecked. Her swift and skilled movements were almost painful to watch, and soon she found a second egg. This motivated her, and she diligently searched other patches of grass, but unfortunately, her luck from earlier didn't continue. In total, she found 3 more eggs. Even so, he was satisfied. She had found 5 large eggs today, and one was enough to fill her up. With 5 minutes left, she didn't waste any time and brought over a stool to sit by the water basin, starting to collect water. Even if she didn't drink it, she could use it to wash vegetables and clothes. After quietly collecting water for 5 minutes, the countdown finally reached 0. A familiar electronic voice sounded in her ear. "Dear temporary player, hello. Congratulations on surviving and clearing the 1-star level. The farm is busy. The level settlement will be completed in 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes of free time. You can choose to exit the level directly or explore freely within it. You will be teleported out after 15 minutes." After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. Ji-hee stood up and quickly walked toward the door. Instead of exiting right away, she wanted to explore the level a bit. Since the level provided 15 minutes of safety time, it must be useful, and she didn't want to waste it. Moreover, she found the system's words intriguing. Temporary player, surviving to clear? Did that mean there were official players? What were they like? What did surviving to clear mean? Did it imply that players could die in this game? However, the first level was indeed simple. If she hadn't wanted to clear it, according to the system, she could have avoided killing the chickens and just waited to be teleported out. She just didn't know what happened if someone was dismissed. Would they return safely to M-Star? Or perish? Ji-hee's thoughts raced, but her movements didn't falter as she quickly reached the door and gently pushed it open. Just moments ago, this door had been tightly shut, and she had to exert a lot of effort to budge it. Stepping out of the chicken coop, she noticed some people outside. Their faces were blurred, making it hard to see their features, but she could tell if they were male or female. Many had bloodstains on them, looking somewhat grim. Everyone maintained a safe distance from each other, not approaching. These people must be the ones who cleared the dungeon. There seemed to be quite a few of them. Ji-hee quietly observed, noticing that most of the people were strong men, with a few women who were fit and strong, but not overly muscular. Ji-hee, being so slender, felt quite unique among them. While she was watching others, they were also looking at her, surprised by her physique. But that was all. The pixelation on their heads kept everyone at a safe distance. Once outside the chicken coop area, everyone instinctively spread out to explore their chosen places. Ji-hee had a plan in mind. She explored, specifically seeking out corners and secluded areas. However, the farm was vast, stretching beyond her sight, filled with machines, and there was not a single person to talk to. Ji-hee tried to communicate with a robot, but it ignored her and continued working. With no other option, she had to search the farm on her own. As time passed, Ji-hee worried about running out of time and began to jog. She lost track of how many places she had searched without finding what she was looking for. Just as she started to doubt whether she would return empty-handed, she spotted a somewhat messy mechanical workshop ahead. At first glance, she felt this might be the place she had been searching for. Excited, Ji-hee quickened her pace and rushed to the door, pushing it with all her strength, but it wouldn't budge. She tried harder, but the door remained shut, causing her to panic. Could it be that she couldn't get in? As time ticked away, Ji-hee forced herself to stay calm, convinced there had to be a way in. She stepped away from the door to check around the back. While walking along the side, she noticed there were no windows, making it impossible to enter that way. When she reached the back, her eyes lit up. The back door was wide open, leaving a gap of over 2 meters. At that moment, a dirty robot was using its shovel to clear trash from the room and load it onto a nearby garbage truck. The trash in its shovel was a pile of animal entrails, which were much larger than those from M-Planet animals, so Ji-hee didn't recognize them at first. After a closer look, she realized it was sheep offal. This farm had sheep? But that wasn't her main concern right now. Her priority was to collect scraps. She needed to act quickly. The more she gathered, the better. To avoid being attacked by the robot, Ji-hee didn't rush into the garbage room but instead approached the garbage truck. The robot ignored her as she turned her head to look inside. It was filled with discarded animal organs, bones, and fur. It seemed that for this farm, anything that wasn't meat was just trash. Ji-hee tentatively reached out to collect a piece of beef tripe, and the robot showed no reaction. Gaining confidence, she continued to gather more, and the robot remained silent, continuing to shovel trash into the garbage truck. Ji-hee became bolder, collecting faster than the robot could work. Soon, she had emptied the entire garbage truck. She didn't know how much food was there, but she would check when she got back. After finishing with the animal organs in the garbage truck, she started thinking about the trash room. She cautiously stepped inside, and this time the robot reacted. It stopped, remained still, turned its head toward her, and began scanning her body with a beam of light. Ji-hee's heart raced, and she felt sweat forming on her forehead. She froze in place, glancing nervously at the large metal shovel in front of the robot. If it swung that at her, she might not survive. In that moment, she regretted her decision. Should she have taken the risk? Maybe just collecting from the garbage truck would have been safer, even if it took longer and yielded less. But soon she dismissed that thought. Even if given another choice, she would still want to enter this room. Waiting in place was not her nature. To survive, one must fight hard. If she had been complacent in her past life, she would have starved and never made it to this moment. Ji-hee felt time dragging on, though it was only a few seconds. The beam from the robot's eyes retracted, and then an electronic voice announced, "Temporary worker, strong work ability, loves collecting trash, no danger." The robot turned away as if nothing had happened and continued to move trash outside. Ji-hee sighed in relief and took a deep breath, but the strong, foul smell nearly overwhelmed her. She instinctively gagged, but thankfully her stomach was empty, so nothing came up. She quickly covered her mouth and held her breath, suppressing the feeling. Not knowing how many minutes were left until she could leave, Ji-hee didn't want to waste time. She pushed through the discomfort and walked quickly inside, collecting anything she saw. Wherever her fingers touched, piles of trash, animal organs, and bones disappeared. Outside, it was hard to tell, but once inside, Ji-hee noticed that the entire garbage room was packed to the ceiling with no empty spaces. This made it easy for her. She didn't even need to bend down, just raised her hands to keep touching the piles. As Ji-hee waved her arms and eagerly took in the garbage, a system notification sounded. 15 minutes are up, now teleporting out of the instance. Ji-hee quickly gathered the last bit of garbage in front of her before being teleported away. She felt very reluctant. In such a short time, she had collected less than 1/10 of what was in the room. Watching all that food being treated as trash broke her heart. Waste is shameful. This instance was really great. She loved it. After being teleported out, Ji-hee immediately checked the time. 1 o'clock. She didn't know what time she entered the instance, but it definitely wasn't 1 o'clock. She had gone to bed at 11, and the time spent drawing and writing wasn't enough to reach 1. She had been in the instance for 8 hours and 15 minutes. If the time in the instance matched reality, it should be a little past 8 in the morning, but that wasn't the case. This proved that time in the instance and reality were not synchronized, with the instance moving faster than real time. Before he could think more, she heard the familiar electronic voice of the system. "Congratulations, temporary player Ji-hee, for perfectly clearing a 1-star instance. You have earned the opportunity to enter the support game next time. The rewards for this instance are as follows. Processed 138 live chickens, earned 13 copper coins, which can be used to buy supplies in the shop. Due to your extreme thriftiness and passion for garbage, the talent Scavenger has been activated. Scavenger. When wearing the badge, the game's natives will automatically consider you a garbage worker. When you pick up trash, they will instinctively ignore you, and there is a chance to turn waste into treasure. Staying true to your deepest desires, the talent Healer has been activated. Healer. You have healing abilities and can treat wounds. The next support game time is uncertain, so please be prepared at all times." After saying the last sentence, the system vanished. At the same time, a badge appeared in her palm, and she felt a surge of power. Ji-hee. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. She was at a loss for words, really. Can she say she has no love for picking up garbage? She just wanted to take advantage of the situation. She didn't actually like trash, okay? Ji-hee called out to the system several times, but no one responded, leaving her with no chance to reconsider. She stood still, taking deep breaths to calm herself. It is said that a man's destiny is to be a security guard, while a woman's is to be a cleaner. Scavenging can be seen as part of cleaning, so she felt like she had avoided 40 years of detours and reached the peak directly. Thinking this way made her feel much better. Ji-hee raised her hand and carefully examined the badge in her palm. It was the scavenger badge, simply illustrated with a broom and a trash can, which was quite fitting. The badge had no pin, and when she tried to place it on her chest, it automatically adhered. Even with great effort, she couldn't pull it off. Changing her mind, she tried again, and with a little force, she easily removed the badge. It was quite user-friendly. After testing the badge, Ji-hee stored it carefully in her space, and then focused on her wounds. Even after leaving the instance, her injuries hadn't healed automatically. Instead, they continued to throb with pain. She looked down at her tattered pajamas, sighed, and noticed the holes and blood on her pants, realizing they were unwearable. She took off her clothes and began to use her healing ability on her wounds. A soft white light emanated from her palm, shining on the most severe injury. Soon, the wound began to close and scab over. She didn't continue with that one but moved on to treat her other injuries. She was unsure how strong her healing ability was or how many wounds it could treat at once, but she had quite a few injuries, and relying solely on her natural healing wouldn't be enough. She needed to maximize her abilities. Once the wounds scabbed, the pain lessened, allowing her to focus on the more serious injuries. After completing the treatment, Ji-hee felt grateful for her healing ability. It turned out to be quite effective. Before treatment, she had a total of 8 severe wounds and 6 minor ones. After healing, only 6 severe wounds remained, all in the scabbing stage, which didn't hinder her daily activities, while the other 2 severe wounds and all 6 minor ones had completely vanished without a trace. Ji-hee looked in the mirror, pleased with her smooth face. This skill was quite useful for survival, and combined with her scavenger identity, she felt confident she could manage in the game. No matter how strong her abilities were, staying alive was what truly mattered. After finishing her tasks, Ji-hee was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. She hadn't rested for 24 hours, and her head felt heavy. Still, she forced herself to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and without even drying her hair, collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. She would deal with everything else in the morning. The next morning, the alarm clock rang at 6:30, waking Ji-hee from her dreams. She rubbed her eyes, turned off the alarm, and lay in bed for 5 more minutes before sitting up. She looked around her simple room, which had a table, a wardrobe, and a double bed. This was the place where she had lived for 18 years, reminding her that everything that had happened was not a dream. Ji-hee glanced into her storage space, where the items reminded her that last night's events were real. She had been summoned into a support game and had even spent 8 hours working. No matter what had happened, life had to go on, and this sudden game confirmed her suspicions, making her feel a bit anxious. First, she entered the storage space to feed the livestock and fish. Seeing that they were all doing well, Ji-hee then left the space and grabbed a piece of bread to eat. The house she lived in was a self-built home located in the suburbs, with 2 floors and a small yard. Ji-hee's parents often drove long-haul trucks, so they didn't have much time to garden, leaving the yard empty. Ji-hee walked around the house. Her room was upstairs, while her parents' room was downstairs. Besides the 2 bedrooms, the downstairs also had a storage room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. The upstairs had 2 more rooms besides Ji-hee's. The house was quite spacious for the 3 of them. Ji-hee peeked into the storage room, which was filled with supplies. Some items were brought back by her parents from their truck trips, including bread, cakes, cookies, sausages, and instant noodles, so Ji-hee would have something to eat when they were away. There were also some old items the family had decided not to throw away. After taking a look, Ji-hee grabbed 2 packs of cookies and 6 small breads to put in her storage space, planning to eat them during the day when she didn't have time for a proper meal. After eating a piece of bread and drinking a bag of milk, Ji-hee hopped on her tricycle and set off again. She headed straight to the wholesale market, as she had bought 2 little rice and flour yesterday and decided to buy more today. She ordered 30 bags of rice and 30 bags of flour, each weighing 100 pounds, for a total wholesale price of 12,000. Ji-hee completed the payment and made several trips to collect the grain. After buying the grain, she returned to the spice shop from yesterday and purchased 10,000 yuan worth of spices. This time, she chose more cooking wine, baking soda, and various marinating spices. The shop owner was very welcoming when she returned. Although the prices hadn't dropped, she received several boxes of marinating spices as a gift, encouraging her to enjoy them and come back. Ji-hee understood that since many items were considered waste, she would likely only get scraps in the future, and proper meat might not be available to her. Not to mention, there were still many organs piled up in her storage. If she didn't prepare enough spices, she wouldn't be able to eat well. Passing by, she saw aloe vera and cactus seedlings and impulsively bought a pot for just 6 yuan. After transporting the grain, she headed straight to the agreed location where she exchanged money for the medicines she had ordered. The next day, she rode her tricycle around the city. First, she bought essential items. She went to the electronics market and purchased a diesel generator, a solar generator, a large battery, solar panels, an incubator, an ice maker, an electric blanket, a rice cooker, and an induction stove. She didn't buy an air conditioner or a fan since she already had old ones at home that were still usable. The electronics varied in price, and not wanting to buy the cheapest, Ji-hee spent a total of 21,000 yuan. The generator was diesel, and Ji-hee mentioned that diesel was hard to find due to purchase limits. The shop owner handed her a business card, saying she could call that number to buy it without issues as long as the quantity was small. Ji-hee nodded in understanding, said goodbye to the owner, and continued shopping. Next, she bought diving suits, oxygen tanks, and life rings, purchasing 10 oxygen tanks, some for diving and others for everyday use. The rest were in pairs. After that, she bought 5 military shovels, 3 axes, a chainsaw, a handsaw, a drill, a stone mill, 30 stainless steel bowls, 10 large stainless steel barrels, 30 large plastic barrels, and 10 large pickling jars. This cost her about 7,000 yuan in total. After these purchases, Ji-hee headed straight to the wholesale meat market, which catered mainly to large buyers. It wasn't worth coming here for small purchases. Ji-hee carefully observed the prices. Pork was not too expensive, with different cuts priced differently. The cheapest was 8 yuan per jean, and she bought 700 jean of pre-cut meat, including ribs, pork belly, and tenderloin. She didn't take the pig's head as she found it too hairy and requiring extra processing. She ordered 600 jean each of beef and lamb, 200 jean of rabbit meat, and 50 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. The quantity she bought at the wholesale place was not too much, so the owner didn't even ask her any questions. After calculating the bill, he even gave her a discount and included some extra items. In total, she spent 35,000. Seeing that she still had time, she went to the gardening section, where they sold fences and various bamboo products. Many city dwellers now have yards and enjoy creating small gardens, surrounding them with bamboo fences and planting vegetables, which is quite trendy. In her area, she bought 50 meters of bamboo for a total of 1,000 yuan, and the owner also gave her a few bamboo chicken coops and baskets. So far, she had spent a total of 86,000 yuan today. After deducting what she spent yesterday, she had about 65,000 yuan left. She planned to use this money to buy gasoline, diesel, and coal, but since she needed plants and animals for her space upgrade, she had to keep some money aside for emergencies. She would have to slow down her shopping for now. After putting all her purchases into her space, Ji-hee rode her tricycle back to return it, but suddenly remembered that she still needed bees. Without bees, who would pollinate the flowers? Did she have to do it manually? Ji-hee quickly turned her tricycle around and went back to buy a box of bees with a queen, spending 600 yuan. The weather was very hot, and the bees seemed a bit sluggish, but the owner assured her that they would be fine after some care. If many died, she could come back for another box. After putting the bees into her space, she glanced at them and moved on. It was already 4 p.m., and she needed to return the tricycle before the rental shop closed. Otherwise, she would be charged for 3 days. Hurrying along, Ji-hee finally returned the tricycle before the shop closed. She even cleaned it a bit to avoid being charged a cleaning fee. With her deposit refunded, she ran to a barbecue shop and ordered a meal for 100 yuan, enjoying every bite. While eating, Jihi thought that she would rather stock up on supplies than face the apocalypse, as she wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious barbecue again. After finishing her meal, she took the bus home, admiring the bustling scenery along the way. It was already 5 p.m., and the heat outside felt intense, even hotter than the previous days. While riding her bike, her clothes never dried, and she had drunk several bottles of mineral water. Remembering about water, Ji-hee suddenly realized she hadn't stocked up on drinking water yet. She could store water in her space, so she planned to buy 2 collapsible water tanks online for emergencies, enough to hold 1 ton. She was quite anxious about drinking water, so she quickly changed cars to go to a nearby spring water barrel factory. Luckily, there were staff on duty at the factory, and she ordered 1,000 barrels of 7.5 liters for 10 yuan each. This way, even if she was thrown into the desert, she wouldn't be afraid of dying of thirst. The factory had stock available, and they agreed to deliver the next morning. Ji-hee turned around and went home. When she arrived home, it was still not completely dark. Ji-hee opened the door and looked around the room again. If she could, she would want to replace the doors and windows. However, she was short on money, with only a little over 50,000 left, which she needed to save for gasoline and diesel, both of which were quite expensive. Even 50,000 wouldn't buy much. Fortunately, the original owner's parents were not often home, so they had replaced the doors and windows with sturdier ones for safety, which, although not bulletproof, were much stronger than ordinary ones. Ji-hee did not turn on the air conditioning but chose to open the windows. The evening temperature was not as unbearable as during the day, and a gentle breeze felt quite pleasant. Ji-hee went to the bathroom to move the bathtub out and started filling it with water before stepping into the space. Now, she could stay in the space for up to 8 hours, and Ji-hee didn't want to waste time, so she planned to work quickly. She first installed the fence. The area of black soil was limited, so she didn't intend to enclose a large space, settling on a total of 10 square meters for now. It would be enough for the time being, and she could expand later if needed. After setting up the fence, she found the grass seeds that the seller had given her. The seller had mentioned that they were an imported variety, tasty, loved by livestock, high-yielding, and nutritious, encouraging her to try them out. Ji-hee carefully scattered the seeds over all the black soil, then installed the food troughs she had bought before letting the livestock out. They weren't very big yet, still babies, and they were quite obedient. Ji-hee herded them, and they didn't resist. However, they seemed a bit hungry, constantly calling out to her. Ji-hee put them into the enclosure and quickly went to find feed, giving each of them some. Seeing them eat happily, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Raising livestock, aside from other considerations, definitely consumes a lot of feed. Although she received some from various sellers, it wouldn't last long. Ji-hee calculated that it would be better to plant the crops as soon as possible to avoid having to buy animal feed. She decided to plant potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, which had high yields and were easy to grow. She would hold off on planting vegetables since there was a market nearby where fresh vegetables were only a few dimes each, making it not worth her while to grow them in the space. When winter comes and the weather gets cold, vegetables will become expensive, so she is planting them. Ji-hee saw them eating happily and cleaned up the mess, then put the cage away in storage. Next, she went to the pond. The water plants she planted yesterday had already grown quite a bit. With these plants, the fish in the water can hide and have something to eat when they're hungry. Ji-hee took out an inflatable boat, preparing to use it for now. There was no wooden boat available in her storage, and she didn't want to get wet every time she fed the fish. She planned to get a wooden boat when she had more resources. After scattering the fish food, Ji-hee went up a small hill to check on the tree seedlings she planted yesterday. The seedlings were growing well. Although there were many different types, and they came from various climates, they all looked lively and healthy. Ji-hee hesitated for a moment about whether to water them, but decided to water them lightly so they wouldn't be too thirsty. She used water from her storage to water them and then left the space. First, she took the nearly full water from the bathing tub and let it continue filling without closing the door, so she could hear if it overflowed. She then found an old bowl from the storage room and took out the potatoes and sweet potatoes she bought yesterday. She played a tutorial video she downloaded and carefully examined the potatoes in her hands. Unfortunately, they were all fresh and had no sprouts. After putting the potatoes down, she went to the yard with the bowl to dig up a small amount of soil, then sprayed it with water to make it damp before placing the potatoes inside. She covered the potatoes with soil and put them in the planting space, leaving them alone for now. Next were the sweet potatoes, which required a bit more work as they needed to be sprouted. Looking at the unsprouted sweet potatoes in her hand, Jihi thought for a moment, then cut one in half with a knife. She went to the kitchen to find some wood ash and evenly applied it to each piece before setting them aside. Then she took a large bowl to the yard, filled it with soil, sprayed it with water to make it damp, and placed the sweet potatoes inside. After finishing this, Jihi put the large bowl into the planting space, planning to wait a few days to see if they sprouted before deciding what to do next. She learned all this from watching videos, so she wasn't sure if it would be successful. She found another bowl and put some corn seeds she bought inside, soaking them in warm water to prepare for planting the next day. After finishing these tasks, Jihi washed her hands, opened her computer, and found that the materials she downloaded before going out were all complete. She selected some more technical documents to download, such as those related to planting and farming. These are essential for life, and downloading them in advance is not a hassle. Once she finished, Jihi lay on her bed and focused her mind on her storage space. As soon as she entered, she saw the small mountain of organs she collected yesterday. It really looked like a small mountain. Even though she only gathered for a short time, she collected quite a bit, estimating at least several thousand pounds. She didn't have time to deal with them right now, so Jihi glanced past them and began to organize her space mentally. Previously, in her haste, things were placed haphazardly and looked disorganized. Jihi categorized the items: food in one pile, spices in another, clothes in another, daily necessities in another, and survival supplies in another. After about half an hour of organizing, Jihi felt a splitting headache, and her vision started to blur. This forced her to withdraw her focus and lie on the bed, breathing heavily. It seemed that relying solely on her mind to organize the space wasn't working. She needed to balance work and rest. After resting for about 10 minutes, her headache eased a bit. She looked at the ceiling and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, she remembered that after completing the task yesterday, she received 13 copper coins to spend in the shop. Where was the shop? Just as she thought this, a screen appeared in front of her with the word shop displayed. It simply listed several categories: clothing, food, shelter, transportation, weapons, and others. Curious, Jihi clicked on the food section. At a glance, she saw the first item: bottled water for 10 copper coins each. So, after working for 8 hours, she could barely afford 2 bottles of water? This was truly cheap labor. Jihi shook her head in resignation, realizing how exploitative it was to receive so little after such hard work. Little did she know, her pay was relatively high. Many temporary workers who didn't finish their tasks were directly dismissed. Even those who completed their work often received only a few copper coins, not enough to buy a bottle of water. After all, processing a large chicken takes time, and who would want to pluck feathers? Many people ended up leaving some feathers on the chicken, which resulted in them being sent back to redo the task. Everyone was in a rush, and it often took them an hour to process just one chicken. Jihi didn't buy bottled water. Instead, she went out. After working hard for 8 hours to earn a few coins, she refused to spend it on a bottle of water. Then she looked around the shop. There were many items available that could meet basic needs, but the prices were very high, several times more than in real life. Jihi didn't understand the purpose of such a shop. Would anyone really work illegally just to buy things here? She also searched for weapons and found many options: knives, stun guns, bulletproof vests, etc. However, the prices were not measured in copper coins but in gold coins. The system also informed her that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. So, 1 gold coin equals 10,000 copper coins? After just a glance at the prices, She closed the interface. It was too much for her. She then selected the cheapest items from the search bar. She wanted to see if this shop was just for show. Soon, the search results appeared. Ji-hee opened it to take a look. Radish seeds, 1 copper coin/piece. Cabbage seeds, 1 copper coin/piece. Tomato seeds, 1 copper coin/piece. These were the 3 cheapest seeds. The others were a bit more expensive. After thinking it over, she decided to buy 5 radish seeds, 5 cabbage seeds, and 3 tomato seeds, spending all her money. After paying with copper coins, 3 small paper bags appeared in her hands, labeled radish, cabbage, and tomato. Curious, Ji-hee opened each one to check. They were just ordinary plant seeds. She compared them with the seeds she had bought before and couldn't see any difference. So, she carefully wrapped them up and went to the storage room to find an empty cookie jar to put them in. Although she couldn't organize her space right now, Ji-hee kept busy. She took out several large plastic buckets and began sorting the animal organs she had collected yesterday. With her experience, she could quickly identify which organs belonged to which animals. This set was from a cow, so she put all the cow parts in one pile. This set was from a chicken, so she placed all the chicken parts in another pile. In total, she found 5 types: cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose. The collection included not only organs but also several heads, necks, and bones, with more meat on the bones than what she had left after the last time she collected water. It was clear that she had been more lenient back then. This farm is such a waste. They don't eat the organs, but how can they not even eat the beef and lamb ribs? Those are the best parts. Ji-hee felt sad again, thinking about how much was being wasted. She wondered if they would go to the dungeon tonight. If they did, she would make sure to gather more. While thinking, Ji-hee worked quickly, even taking breaks to get water a few times. She sorted the organs into one pile and the ribs into another. After using up the 30 large barrels she bought yesterday, she finally organized all the organs she collected. In the end, there were no pig organs. Ji-hee wasn't sure if there were none in the trash or if the farm didn't raise pigs. She pushed those thoughts aside and checked the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. Wasn't it around this time she entered the game yesterday? She placed the barrels on the kitchen and dining room floor, then went back to her room to change into black sportswear and sneakers. After that, she took out a big loaf of bread and sat on her bed to eat. She needed to replenish her energy for the evening game. She waited and waited. By the time she felt too sleepy to keep her eyes open, it was past midnight, and she still hadn't received a notification from the system to enter the game. Ji-hee tried to contact the system, but no one responded. Looking at the clock, she realized it was already 12:30 a.m. She was sure she had entered the game by this time yesterday. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to play tonight. Ji-hee quickly accepted the reality. She changed into her pajamas, put away the 30 barrels of organs in her space, and then fell asleep. These past few days had worn her out, and the next morning, she surprisingly slept until 7 a.m. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep more. It was just too hot. She woke up sweating. She checked the weather on her phone and saw it was already 32 degrees at 7 a.m. Would it reach 40 during the day? Just then, she received a call from the supplier of the water barrels, asking her to have someone at home to receive the delivery. Ji-hee agreed, quickly washed up, and changed into a simple t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary student. She put on an apron over her clothes and then entered her space to feed the livestock and clean up. In the morning, she fed them with feed to keep it simple and quick. Today she wasn't too busy, so she could mix some vegetable leaves and cornmeal for their evening meal. After feeding the livestock and fish, she exited her space and opened the yard gate to make it easier for the delivery truck. There are many houses around this building, all built by their owners, some with 2 stories and others with 3. They all look nice, but her house is the simplest. Not far away, there is a high-end residential area developed by a builder a few years ago, featuring tall buildings in the front and villas in the back, promoting a close-to-nature, healthy lifestyle away from car exhaust. Ji-hee opened the yard gate and went inside. She found a lot of beef offal and put it in a basin, then carried it to the yard. Sitting on a small stool, she bent down to start cleaning it. First, she removed the excess fat and placed it in an empty bowl, then poured flour over the offal and let it soak for a while. Before cleaning, she also took out a small crayfish from her storage space, chopped some beef fat, and placed it in front of it to see if it would eat. The crayfish quickly started eating, which pleased her. After it finished, Ji-hee observed it for over 20 minutes. Seeing that it was still lively and not in distress, she felt reassured that the meat should be safe to eat. With so much offal in her space, she couldn't eat it all by herself, so she had an idea. She planned to chop the offal into small pieces, marinate it, and sell it. It didn't need to be finely chopped, just small enough that people wouldn't realize it was from an alien animal. Selling it would also bring in some income, and in case of any disasters, she wouldn't go bankrupt. The fat next to the offal, which was useless to her, could be fed to the carnivorous fish in her space, ensuring nothing went to waste. Ji-hee glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Thinking that the delivery truck should be arriving soon, she got up and moved the offal inside, then returned to sit in the shade of the yard to wait. In her mind, she kept organizing her storage space. This time, she had learned from experience to take breaks instead of working all at once. By doing a little at a time and resting, she avoided the headache she had yesterday. Just after 8:10, the delivery truck arrived. Ji-hee opened the gate and let the workers help carry in the goods. As they were leaving, she noticed them sweating and handed each of them a bottle of water. "Here, have a drink. It's really hot today." "Thank you so much. It's been really hot lately," said a man in his 40s, opening the bottle and taking a big gulp. As she walked them out, Ji-hee casually asked, "With this heat, your business must be doing well?" "Indeed, we've had a lot more people buying water bottles lately, and the factory is working overtime to keep up." The uncle talked about this with some happiness. Although the work was tiring, having work meant he would earn more commission at the end of the month, which was a good thing. Ji-hee politely exchanged a few more words, sent off the delivery truck, and locked the yard gate. Then she bent down to slowly move the water bottles into the house. At that moment, there were many people watching, and there were cameras everywhere, so she didn't dare to store the water bottles in her space outside. Even the curtains in her room were always drawn. Ji-hee spent quite a while moving all the water bottles inside. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, she changed into a dry shirt, grabbed her bag, took her keys, and left the house. Compared to working at home, she had something more important to do now: upgrade her space. The requirements for this upgrade were strict, and she had a feeling that if she didn't hurry to upgrade now, it would only get harder later. She took the bus straight to the city's largest zoo. This place claimed to have hundreds of animals, including land animals, flying creatures, and amphibians. Ji-hee had a clear goal and headed straight to the back entrance of the zoo, where they took out the garbage. She thought clearly. Since the space didn't specify needing whole animals, collecting fur, nails, or scales that fell off animals would work just as well. He was lucky. When she reached the back door of the zoo, she saw a lady dumping waste like manure outside. She adjusted her expression to look harmless and innocent, approached the lady, and looked at her with eager eyes, saying, "Auntie, can I help you clean up?" The lady had already noticed Ji-hee coming over. Seeing a young girl, she didn't pay much attention and just nudged her with her arm, not letting her get too close. "This is dirty, little girl. What are you doing here? Aren't you in school today? You're not skipping class, are you?" Ji-hee thought to herself, "Here we go." Tears quickly filled her eyes, and she held them back, speaking softly with a sad expression, "No, Auntie. My parents passed away in a car accident, and before they left, they had a wish. I'm here to fulfill their dream today." Seeing Ji-hee crying sadly, the lady immediately stopped her work, wanting to comfort her, but her hands were too dirty to touch her. She flustered and said, "Don't cry, dear. I didn't know your parents had passed away. I'm really sorry. Did your parents have any unfulfilled wishes? Tell me, and let's see if I can help." The aunt felt a bit sorry for the young girl in front of her, who looked much younger than her own daughter and might still be in high school. It was sad to think that such a young girl had lost her parents. Her future could be very tough. As Ji-hee sobbed, she replied. My parents loved animals and wanted to collect things like fur, nails, or scales that animals shed. Just a little bit of each would be enough for me to burn at their graves. The ant clapped her hands and said, That's no problem. I can help you. It's hot now, and animals are shedding fur. Every time we clean up, we find a lot of it. We used to collect it for fun, but now we don't need it anymore. You wait here. I'll find someone to help you. I know many caretakers, and they have plenty of these things. After hearing Ji-hee's words, the cleaning lady quickly finished her work and hurried back to the yard. Ji-hee wiped her tears and smiled. Indeed, it was nice to see people helping each other, especially those in the same line of work. She found a cool spot to sit down and pretended to take out 4 bags of fruit from her backpack: apples, pears, dragon fruit, and bayberries. Together, they weighed over 20 pounds. She couldn't fit in any more fruit in her backpack. She had prepared these fruits before leaving, hoping that if things went well, she could give them to someone as a thank you for their help. Ji-hee placed the fruit by her feet, put her backpack back on, and continued organizing her supplies in her mind. She timed herself with her watch, working for 10 minutes and resting for 5, keeping this rhythm without a headache. After 2 hours, Ji-hee finally organized her space and cleared a large area. At that moment, the cleaning lady came out with a happy expression, holding a black plastic bag. Ji-hee quickly adjusted her face to show a cheerful smile and walked over. Before she got close, the ant smiled widely and said, Little girl, you're in luck. Not only are land animals shedding fur, but even amphibians are losing scales. When I mentioned your situation, everyone was very eager to help and gathered a lot for you. This bag has not only land animals, but also some from the water. I heard that some died in the heat, so they cut off the fins and sent them to you. The ant then handed over the black bag. Ji-hee didn't go to greet her right away. Instead, she sincerely handed over the fruit she was carrying, saying, Auntie, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. This fruit is from my home, and you must accept it. Otherwise, I would feel too embarrassed to take anything from you. As she spoke, Ji-hee handed the bags of fruit to the ant. The ant quickly stepped back, but after a few exchanges, she saw that Ji-hee genuinely wanted to give it and accepted it. She felt even more sympathy for Ji-hee, realizing that a child without parents had to grow up quickly. Holding the fruit and feeling its weight, the ant asked Ji-hee, Do you still want insect specimens? Insects? Ji-hee replied, surprised. Is that possible? Insects are part of the species, right? Yes, I have an old friend who works as a cleaner at an insect research institute. They specialize in studying insects. If the insects are intact, they can be made into specimens. If they are damaged, they have to be thrown away. If you want, I can ask her for some. Ji-hee nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much, Auntie. Just a part of the insect is fine. It doesn't have to be whole.
Great.
Let's exchange contact information. I'll give you her address, and you can go to her place tonight to get them directly. That sounds wonderful. After exchanging contact information, the ant hurried back to work. Ji-hee happily walked back, carrying the black bag. When she reached a public restroom, she quickly went inside with the bag. Once she stored the items in her space, the number of animals increased by over 500. She sighed, thinking that the ant was truly sincere. In such a short time, she had gathered so many specimens, and she must have worked hard. She would have to thank her again later. After leaving the restroom, Ji-hee walked towards the bus station, planning to go to the botanical garden next. It was said to have tens of thousands of plant species, and if she could collect a leaf from each tree, upgrading her space would be easy. So, that afternoon, Ji-hee wore a hat and spent the day quietly gathering leaves in the botanical garden. She didn't pick flowers or large leaves. Instead, she focused on the less noticeable dry leaves at the bottom. She didn't mind the dry yellow leaves or the weeds on the ground. The botanical garden was large and not very crowded. Ji-hee was careful and mostly went unnoticed by passers-by. Even if someone did see her, they would likely just comment on her lack of public decorum without thinking too much about it. Ji-hee spent the entire afternoon hurriedly collecting leaves before the garden closed. She had to give up on those that were too high or surrounded by barriers. When she left the botanical garden, she felt completely exhausted. She had walked over 40,000 steps that day, constantly rushing and hoping that the ticket price would solve all her problems. However, by the time she exited the garden, she still needed over 900 more types of plants and animals to meet her goal. As she walked along the road, she noticed flowers in a nearby flower bed that weren't in the garden that afternoon. Without thinking, she crouched down to collect some leaves. When she looked back, she saw several passers-by staring at her with strange expressions. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she smiled at them and quickly got up to leave. Despite her shyness, she continued to crouch down to gather leaves whenever she spotted something new. While walking, she suddenly saw a traditional Chinese medicine shop. As she got closer, she caught a strong scent of herbs. Her eyes lit up. Herbs are also a type of plant, right? Although she had bought some herb seeds, she knew she didn't have them all. The shop must have many herbs she didn't have yet. He quickly went inside and, using her persuasive skills, spent 500 yuan to get a small piece of each herb from the elderly man behind the counter. For the cheaper herbs, he gave her whole pieces, while for the more expensive ones, he provided her with some leftover bits, which she didn't mind. Since she had never collected herbs like this before, she wasn't sure how much she had, but she felt she had troubled the old man. She thanked him several times before leaving. Holding a bag full of herbs, the hot weather couldn't dampen her joy. After exiting the shop, she took a bus to the address Aunt Lee had sent her. Although it wasn't in the city center and not near her home, there was a direct bus, so returning home later wouldn't be a problem. On the bus, she discreetly stored the herbs in her backpack. She watched the display board as the number of plant and animal types visibly increased by over 200, making her heart happy. She was getting closer. She only needed a little over 600 more to complete her collection. He secretly placed some fruit into her backpack, hugged her shoulder bag, leaned back in her seat, and looked out the window, silently wishing. Please, let there be no apocalypse. She would rather be poor in reality than struggle with supplies in a disaster. After getting off the bus, he carried the fruit and walked to the spot Aunt Lee had given her. This is the entrance of an old neighborhood, and it's rush hour. Many people are carrying groceries and fruits home, and the barrier at the entrance is still up, with cars coming in one after another. Occasionally, cars are leaving the neighborhood as well. There are several vendors nearby selling various items, including grilled squid and chicken skewers, which smell delicious. He hasn't eaten properly all day, and the aroma is making her stomach grumble. She quietly moves to a different spot, further away from the grilled squid stand, as she can't eat right now, and just smelling the food is too torturous. After waiting a bit longer, she feels someone approaching her. Turning around, she sees a slightly plump lady dressed decently. The lady looks Ji-hee up and down, her gaze lingering on the red marks on Ji-hee's hands from carrying the fruit, before she smiles and walks over. You must be Xiao-hee, right? Although it's a question, her tone is very certain. Yes, hello, Auntie. Thank you for your help today, Ji-hee replies with a polite smile, nodding at the lady. Not a problem at all, just a small favor, the lady says as she hands Ji-hee a bag and takes the fruit from her hands. You shouldn't have brought fruit, just coming here is enough. Ji-hee maintains her smile. It's just a little gesture, Auntie. Please enjoy the fruit when you get home. All right, it's getting late, and I need to hurry back to cook, so I won't keep you, the lady says, waving goodbye to Ji-hee as she turns to leave. Ji-hee doesn't say much more, taking the bag and blending into the crowd as she leaves, sending a quick message to Auntie Lee to let her know she's okay, so she won't worry. Unable to wait to get home, Ji-hee finds a discreet corner by the roadside, using her backpack for cover as she successfully stashes the black bag in her space. She keeps an eye on the display board, watching the numbers change until it finally stops at 9872. Ji-hee stares for a while, and when it doesn't move, she lifts her head, puts her backpack on her back, and walks toward the bus stop. Her mind is racing, thinking about how she still needs 128 more items and where to find them. Ji-hee is deep in thought but moves confidently, squeezing onto the crowded bus heading home. It's rush hour, and the bus is very packed, but thankfully there's air conditioning, or it would be too hot. Ji-hee, being petite, manages to find a spot by the door to stand still. As she looks out the window at the shops, her mind continues to race, thinking about what to do next and where else to go. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a good solution. She decided to stop worrying and took out her phone to search for places that sell electric tricycles. She had spent most of her money, but life had to go on, and she needed to earn a living. Since she planned to start a small business, buying a tricycle would be more convenient than renting one. Soon, she found a store that was quite close, just 3 stops from her home. After buying the electric tricycle, she could ride it back easily. She got off 3 stops early and followed her phone's navigation to the electric vehicle store. Luckily, it was still open. In the end, she chose a tricycle from a well-known brand, spending over $4,300. It was a bit expensive, but it had a good warranty, 1 year of repair service and a free replacement within a month. The shopkeeper, concerned that she might not know everything, reminded her not to forget to register the vehicle at the traffic police station the next day, as electric vehicles now require a license to be on the road. Otherwise, they could be confiscated. She eagerly agreed and rode her new tricycle home. Once home, she parked it in the yard, locked the gate, changed her shoes, and went to the kitchen to cook some noodles. After a long day, she was very hungry and didn't want to make anything complicated, so she quickly prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. While cooking, she remembered that she had forgotten to buy eggs, but luckily, there were 2 left at home. If she wanted more eggs, she would have to rely on the large ones in her storage. She also remembered to feed the livestock at noon, but she had only eaten a piece of bread herself. She felt like she was doing worse than the animals in her storage. As she ate, she focused her thoughts on her storage and saw that the livestock were doing well, which eased her mind. However, she soon stopped smiling. What were those cows and sheep doing? The grass seeds she planted yesterday had sprouted nicely, but the animals were ignoring them and happily munching on the new tender shoots instead. Before long, they had eaten everything in sight and moved on to another patch. Watching this made her frown. She knew without asking that this batch of grass seeds was wasted. It was her fault for being inexperienced and a bit too eager. She had let the livestock in before the grass had fully grown, which was a mistake. Now that it was done, she decided not to dwell on it and quickly finished her meal.
It's okay.
Although the grass seeds didn't grow well, she can think of other ways, like planting them on the small hillside where she planted the fruit tree seedlings. Grass seeds are easy to plant, so it won't take much time. After washing the bowl, Ji-hee first filled the water bottle with a hose, then checked the sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes she had put back in the space yesterday. They both did well with long sprouts. It seems the space is very suitable for growing plants. Ji-hee carefully took the sweet potato out of the soil and placed it in a basin of water before putting it back in the space. She planned to wait until the sweet potato vines grew larger before taking them out to plant. The potatoes were easier to handle. After a day, there were many sprout points on them. Ji-hee cut the potatoes into large pieces, leaving 2 to 3 sprout points on each piece, then covered them with wood ash and set them aside. Soon, she had a small bowl of potatoes ready. After setting the potatoes aside, she checked the corn seeds that had soaked for a day, and they looked good too. She put the potatoes and corn seeds back in the space, then entered herself, grabbed and began digging trenches to plant the potatoes, just like in the video. The amount of potatoes she cut wasn't too much, but she planted about 15 square meters. Next, she started planting corn, following a similar process. After finishing, she left less than 20 square meters for the sweet potatoes. The black soil was fully planted, so Ji-hee went up the hill and planted grass seeds in the gaps between the fruit trees. By the time she used up all the grass seeds, she had only planted less than a third of the small hillside, which was much larger than the black soil area. After planting, she checked on the bees. They seemed to have adapted well and showed no signs of aggression toward her. Not only them, but the other animals in the space were also friendly and very obedient. Ji-hee prepared some sugar water for them to ensure they wouldn't starve before flowering, then moved on to feed the livestock and aquatic animals. Even though she worked quickly, it took her over an hour to finish everything in the space. With the 3 hours given each day, after accounting for necessary tasks, she couldn't save much time. Trying to save all 3 hours seemed impossible. Fortunately, her life was peaceful now, so she could gradually save time in the space. After finishing her work, Ji-hee lay on her bed to rest, looking at the ceiling. She took out her phone, picked up the business card from the appliance store owner, and dialed the number. After thinking it over, she decided to save the 50,000 yuan she had to buy oil. After some final negotiations, the boss agreed to sell her 3,000 liters of diesel and 2,500 liters of gasoline for 50,000 yuan, and he also included 5 gas canisters as a bonus. They set a time for her to pick up the goods the next day, and after hanging up the phone, Ji-hee realized she had spent all her money, leaving her with just over 1,000 yuan. She lay in bed for more than 10 minutes to rest before getting up to work. She wasn't worried about the money. She just needed to work hard to earn more. Now that she had this treasure, she couldn't let herself go hungry. Ji-hee turned on the TV to watch a variety show, then took a small stool, put on gloves, and began to wash the sheep's offal repeatedly. Thanks to her years of work experience, she was skilled at this task. She planned to make a pot of sheep offal soup to test the market. If it sold well, she could make some money. If not, she would eat it herself. Besides the soup, she could also sell spicy tripe and cold dishes. After preparing the offal, she set it aside and walked to the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients in a large iron pot. The bones of this alien animal were different in size from the poultry here, so she decided to keep the bones for herself and chop up the less recognizable offal to sell. On the first day, she planned to make sheep soup and spicy tripe, and she would also marinate some duck and goose intestines to sell. She cut everything into small pieces so that no one would notice what they were eating. Ji-hee had an old-fashioned stove, an induction cooker, and a gas stove at home. She used the induction cooker to boil noodles at night, but now she planned to use the wood stove. She sat on the stool, filled the stove with firewood, and lit it with a match, watching the flames rise. She then blanched the cleaned sheep offal, skimming off the foam as it cooked. Her offal not only included sheep organs but also some sheep face meat. She aimed to use quality ingredients to attract repeat customers. Ji-hee lowered the heat to let the sheep soup simmer slowly, while she moved to the side to prepare the marinade. She also planned to add goose heads, duck heads, and chicken heads to the pot. Although she couldn't sell them, she needed to eat too, so she would marinate them for herself. In addition, she chopped some vegetables like lotus root and potatoes to add at the end. After finishing her kitchen tasks, she looked at the clock and saw it was already past 1 a.m. Had the game not started yet? This was quite unprofessional. How often did it happen? Ji-hee felt a bit tired. She yawned, checked that the kitchen fire was out, and turned off the faucet that was still running. Then she went to the bathroom, took a shower, and collapsed onto her bed, falling asleep. The next morning, Ji-hee woke up on time. She looked at the clock. It was 6 o'clock, and the temperature outside was 32 degrees. Since she was awake, she got up and filled the water she hadn't finished yesterday. She grabbed a marinated duck head and started to nibble on it. It was salty, fragrant, and spicy, so delicious. This duck had a flavor that local ducks didn't have, and the meat was very chewy. Ji-hee couldn't quite describe what made it so good, but it was definitely tasty. The duck head was large, with plenty of meat, and after eating 2, Ji-hee stopped. She felt like she hadn't eaten if she didn't have a main dish for breakfast, so she ended up eating a pack of instant noodles to feel full. She got up to prepare the ingredients she would need for the day. First, she took cilantro and green onions from her storage space, washed them, chopped them up, and put them in a small bowl. Then, she took out the marinated duck intestines, chicken intestines, and goose intestines, sorted them, and chopped the lamb offal into pieces, placing them in a large stainless steel bowl. After that, she poured the prepared lamb soup into a large stainless steel container and covered it. She then went to the storage room to grab a cardboard box and wrote on it with a black marker, "Lamb offal 10 yuan per bowl, small, 12 yuan per bowl, large, water-boiled tripe 15 yuan per bowl, small, duck intestines 70 yuan per gene, goose intestines 50 yuan per gene, chicken intestines 35 yuan per gene, Vegetables 8 yuan per box. Once everything was organized, Ji-hee went to the nearby morning market to check the prices. She also wanted to see if they sold disposable food containers. If they did, she planned to buy some tofu because tofu puffs were also delicious when marinated. Even though it was already past 7 o'clock, the morning market was still crowded, with many people carrying large bags of vegetables. There were also small shops selling daily necessities, socks, and underwear, with socks priced at 10 yuan for 10 pairs, very cheap. Ji-hee focused on finding disposable food containers and quickly found some. She touched them and found they were quite thick and of good quality. Depending on the size, the prices varied. Ji-hee bought 500 containers in small, medium, and large sizes. In total, she spent 400 yuan on 1,500 disposable containers. The shopkeeper also gave her a lot of disposable plastic bags and chopsticks, telling her to use them well and come back next time. So far, Ji-hee had 600 yuan left. She looked around while carrying her plastic bags and disposable containers. Many people were sitting and having breakfast, enjoying noodles, soy milk with fried dough sticks, buns, and tofu pudding. Although it was hot, the sunlight wasn't too harsh at that moment. Ji-hee glanced at the crowd, which showed no signs of thinning out, thought for a moment, and quickly walked back home. She took out lamb soup, duck intestines, and spicy tripe, arranged them neatly, and then rode her tricycle straight to the morning market. When she arrived, she didn't push her way in. Instead, she hung up her sign at the edge of the market, set up her stall, and started selling. She first turned on the gas to slowly bring the lamb soup back to a boil. Before long, the delicious aroma of the soup filled the air, attracting quite a few people's attention, but no one came to buy. Ji-hee wasn't anxious. She patiently waited at the side. After a while, instead of her first customer, a staff member approached. He was a serious-looking man in his 40s, wearing a large horn on his waist. He glanced at Ji-hee and said, "Young lady, how old are you? Are you an adult? Where are your parents?" Ji-hee replied obediently, "Uncle, I'm 18, just became an adult. My parents passed away in a car accident, and I need to earn a living for myself." If it were the original owner, she might have felt shy, as it's quite challenging for a newly adult child to say such things. But Ji-hee had already built up her confidence. She spoke with a look of sadness on her face, showing no embarrassment. She had learned to use her own vulnerabilities to gain sympathy from others, allowing her to live better. She wasn't stealing or robbing. She was living off her hard work, and there was no shame in that. Sure enough, the man's expression softened a bit, and he no longer seemed impatient. He looked at Ji-hee and said, "This is a legitimate morning market. To set up a stall here, you need to pay a fee of 20 yuan per day. Do you understand?" Ji-hee quickly nodded, reached into her pocket, pulled out 20 yuan, and handed it to him. "I understand, uncle. I'll pay now." The man didn't take it. He looked at the 20 yuan in her hand, then said, "There isn't much time left today. You can stay here. If you want to set up again tomorrow, come early, between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Without waiting for Ji-hee's response, he turned and walked away. Ji-hee tucked the money back into her pocket and put on a smile as she looked at the passing crowd. When she mentioned being an orphan, many people around her had heard and were now looking at her with sympathetic eyes. Ji-hee didn't mind. She smiled and called out lamb offal soup, tasty and affordable, made with real ingredients. Soon, the first customer arrived, a middle-aged man who ordered a large bowl of lamb soup. Ji-hee generously served him a big scoop of lamb offal, placed it in a net, and heated it in the soup. After it was ready, she poured it into a disposable container and filled it with lamb soup. "Do you want green onions, cilantro, or chili oil?" "All of them." "Okay, here you go." After the man handed over the money, he quickly turned and left without saying much. Before long, Ji-hee welcomed her second and third customers. As business picked up, she was busy selling nonstop. Some people asked her why she was selling lamb soup at such a young age, and she openly replied that she was an orphan trying to earn money for school. Her tone was calm and optimistic, and she wore a smile, which touched the older ladies and encouraged them to buy more snacks. By the time she closed up at 9 o'clock, Most of the lamb offal she had prepared was sold, leaving only a little in the stainless steel bowl. She cooked the remaining offal in a pot, filled a big bowl with lamb soup, and carefully sealed the lids on the disposable containers. Then she packed a lot of snacks into a larger container. When the serious-faced man returned with a loudspeaker to remind them to close up, she waved at him, saying, "Sir, sir." He put down the loudspeaker and approached with a stern expression. "It won't help to plead. We have rules. We must close at this time, understand? Don't worry, I know. I don't want to make it hard for you." He nodded obediently and handed him 2 disposable containers. "These are for you. I saved them so you can try my cooking." The man paused, looking a bit taken aback. Oh no, did she say something wrong? Would he be upset? He stood still for a moment, then glanced down. The soup had plenty of lamb offal, and the snacks were packed full. It looked quite tasty. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Both He and the man heard it. He thought, oh no, I want to leave. Pretending nothing happened, he cleared his throat. All right, I'll take these. Come by tomorrow around 5:30, and I'll save you a good spot. With that, he grabbed the soup and hurried away, a bit flustered. He sent off the soup and didn't linger. She quickly packed everything up and rode her tricycle out of the market. She still needed to go to the traffic police station to get her license. At 10:30 a.m., He walked out of the traffic police station, and her tricycle now had a legal license. The sun was blazing, and she couldn't rest yet. She applied some makeup to look older. She rode to the agreed location and picked up 50,000 yuan worth of gasoline and diesel in batches. The gas canisters took up space, and the gasoline and diesel were not as much as she had expected. After everything was sorted out, He rode her newly bought tricycle to the back entrance of the zoo. The afternoon sun made her feel dizzy, and she was sweating a lot. She parked her tricycle in the shade of a big tree. The sound of cicadas was quite bothersome, so she took out her phone to message Aunt Lee. She had troubled her a lot yesterday, and this morning she had some leftover duck intestines and goose intestines that she thought to bring over. After sending the message, she packed the intestines in disposable containers just as Aunt Lee walked out from the zoo's back entrance. Carrying a black bag, Aunt Lee approached with a big smile. Xiaohe, why are you here again? We were just talking about you. I brought you some food, He said as she got off the tricycle and handed over the disposable container filled with duck and goose intestines. Auntie, try my cooking. You helped me so much yesterday, and I didn't know how to thank you, so I made some duck intestines to bring you. I hope you like it. You silly girl. You're not doing well yourself, yet you're so generous? Duck intestines are expensive now. Take them back for yourself. Why give them to me? Aunt Lee said, playfully hitting He on the shoulder. Quick, take them back, or I'll be upset. Yesterday I gave you some animal fur, but that's just trash. Even if I didn't give it to you, it would have gone in the trash can. He insisted. Auntie, please accept them. Even if they are trash, you helped me collect so many kinds, and that took effort. I truly appreciate it. After some back and forth, Aunt Lee couldn't refuse He and finally accepted the gift. You silly girl. Aunt Lee smiled, happy to help someone who is grateful. Since you want these, I've collected quite a few for you. Take them back, and if I find more in the future, I'll keep an eye out for you. After saying this, Aunt Lee handed over the black bag she had been holding, and He gratefully accepted it with a smile. Aunt Lee complained again. I don't know what's going on lately. The temperature is strange, and many fish in the aquarium have died. The aquarium is worried and spent a lot of money to urgently bring in more fish from other places. I even got you some fish fins that my friend helped me cut from there. Hearing this, He felt a stir in her heart. It's hot, and many fish are dying? After chatting for a while, Aunt Lee hurried back, worried that others would notice she had been out too long. He didn't rush to leave on her tricycle. Instead, she reached into the black bag. Looking at the numbers on the display board, she calculated in her mind that Aunt Lee had given her 15 different animals, so she still needed 113 more. After thinking for a moment, He finally came up with a plan to continue collecting. She found a corner to store the tricycle in her space and prepared to take the bus to the large dog market in the suburbs of H City. H City is a big city, so the dog market couldn't be in the city center. Ji-hee took a bus for an hour and a half to reach the market. The bus was comfortable, with air conditioning and not many people. Ji-hee sat at the back alone. She didn't waste time and secretly counted her money while hiding behind her backpack. Yes, she was counting the earnings from her morning sales. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but never found the time. Now she couldn't hold back any longer. She checked the transferred money, which totaled 1920. The rest was cash. She took out the bills one by one from her space, starting with the 100s, 4 of them, and then counted the 50s. By the end, her eyes widened in surprise. She made a lot. Including the transferred money, she sold a total of 3,958 that morning. Ji-hee carefully put the money back into her space, feeling extremely excited. If she could make 4,000 in a day, that would be 40,000 in 10 days and 120,000 in a month. She really picked the right game. It was truly a supportive game for her. Such a great game. She should invest in it. What a treasure this is. Ji-hee felt delighted and planned to finish her work quickly, return home to continue cooking, and go early tomorrow to try to earn more. As for the money, she had plans for it. She didn't intend to just keep it. She still had many supplies to buy, like eggs, coal, snacks, and more. Ji-hee took out her phone, logged into the online shopping platform, and excitedly placed orders for the things she hadn't bought yet. She bought over 5,000 yuan worth of snacks like cookies, instant noodles, ham sausages, chips, self-heating rice, chocolate, fruit candies, pickled vegetables, and more. If she didn't have enough money, she could borrow from Mbay, which allows her to spend this month and pay back next month. Her credit limit is 6,800 yuan. After buying these fast foods, she went to get some items she previously thought she needed, like insect spray, rat poison, plastic buckets, stainless steel bowls, paper towels, wet wipes, sanitary pads, and other miscellaneous things, spending over 1,000 yuan in total. She only stopped when she had used up her credit limit. Before, she was very careful with her spending, but now, this shopping spree felt liberating, and she wanted to buy everything she saw. At that moment, the bus arrived at the dog market in the outskirts. As soon as she got off, she felt dizzy from the heat. She had checked the weather forecast that morning, which said the highest temperature would be 39 degrees, but it felt much hotter. After standing in the sun for a short while, she started to sweat. Not wanting to linger, she quickly entered the dog market. The smell there was unpleasant, with the odor of various animal droppings mixed with the heat, making it hard to breathe even outdoors. She put on a mask, which helped a bit. There were shops around, and many animals were displayed on stands, looking a bit wilted in the heat. The market was quite busy, with young couples on dates and parents bringing their children to look around. Most people were just browsing, with only a few actually buying. Ji-hee had a clear goal. She came to collect fur. In this hot weather, cats and dogs shed even more. She approached the display stands, and the vendors looked her up and down but continued to fan themselves without bothering to engage with her. At a glance, it was clear she wasn't a serious customer, just another visitor. Ji-hee was happy to be ignored. She picked up some fur from the platform and moved on to the next stall. Throughout the afternoon, many vendors noticed this strange girl in a mask. She stood in front of the stands, rarely touching anything, but would help pick up any loose fur that fell. The vendors, seeing she didn't ask any questions, were relieved and didn't bother to talk to her. If she hadn't come on this trip, he would never have thought that there were so many breeds of pet cats and dogs. In just 1 hour, she collected fur from 48 different types of cats, dogs, and rabbits. Feeling excited, she turned her attention to some less common pets like mini pigs, sugar gliders, lizards, foxes, hedgehogs, and chinchillas, and she didn't hesitate to explore them all. She touched those she could and bought a feather from those she couldn't. This way, she gathered more than 10 different types. Next, she went to a pet shop, intending to buy some ornamental fish. However, when she looked down, she saw the owner tossing aside a large pile of fish that had just died. She boldly approached and asked if she could take some. Seeing her genuine interest, the owner waved her off, allowing her to take them. After all, they were no good for anything else but trash, so the girl could take what she wanted. Thus, she collected over 30 different types of ornamental fish from the shop. There were both large and small fish. The owner was reluctant to give her the big ones, so she shyly asked for a small piece of fish scale instead. After leaving the pet market, she still needed 12 different types of plants and animals to complete her collection. It had been a fruitful day. Ji-hee happily boarded the bus to go home. As soon as she got off, she looked up at the big willow tree by the street, walked over, and plucked a leaf to add to her collection. That left her with 11 types. As she walked home, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't added the alien cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose feathers to her collection yet, so she added one of each. Sure enough, her collection recognized them, showing that she still needed 6 more types. Victory was close. She encouraged herself. While walking, she also plucked some weeds, but unfortunately, those were ones she had already collected, so the count on her display didn't decrease. She didn't feel discouraged. She was only 6 types away and would complete her collection soon. As soon as she entered her home, she turned on the air conditioning. After running around all day, she was quite hot. Enjoying the cool air, he felt hungry. Since it was warm, she wanted something refreshing, so she took out some pre-chilled cucumbers from the fridge, sliced them, and prepared to make a cold noodle dish. The recipe was simple. She cooked the noodles, rinsed them in cold water, and that was it. Then she arranged the cucumbers and cilantro, and added the pre-prepared seasonings. A bowl of delicious cold noodles was ready. Ji-hee enjoyed her meal and praised herself for having all the right seasonings. Indeed, seasonings are the soul of food. After a long day, she didn't care about dieting and just wanted to enjoy something flavorful and colorful. While eating noodles, she also took out duck heads, chicken heads, and goose heads to nibble on. By the end of the day, she felt most satisfied with her dinner, while lunch was just a quick meal. After eating, Ji-hee filled up the water jug, planning to connect 3 faucets at once to save time. Today, Aunt Lee mentioned that a large number of fish had died, which made Ji-hee uneasy. She felt it was not a good sign. She compared her storage space to the size of a spice box, estimating it to be around 1,000 square meters. It was definitely enough for her things, with plenty of extra space. She wanted to fill the water jug at home, but there were always many tasks to do that kept her busy. Ji-hee sat down, opened her computer, and started downloading information while checking on the sweet potato seedlings from yesterday. They were growing well and were now ready for transplanting. It seemed that plants in her space grew faster than in reality, which was a good thing. Otherwise, with just over 60 square meters of black soil, she worried there wouldn't be enough for the livestock. Ji-hee found cornmeal and the cabbage she had bought earlier, chopped them up, and mixed them together before taking it into her space. She first mixed the grains with the feed for the livestock. The cows and sheep still ate the feed, but once the grass seeds on the mountain grew, they could graze there. After feeding the animals, Ji-hee rolled up her pants and planted all the sweet potato seedlings. With that, she had utilized all the available space in her planting area, and she felt very satisfied, enjoying the sense of accomplishment it brought her. However, there was some bad news. While feeding the livestock, she noticed that the animal feed was running low, and she would need to buy more the next day. Ji-hee exited her space and opened her computer to check the fish feed recipe. Buying it long-term wasn't realistic, so she wanted to try making it herself. As she looked into it, she frowned. It was possible to make, but it required soybean meal, wheat bran, and peanut cake, among other agricultural byproducts. These surplus products could be reused for fish feed, which wasn't wasteful since everything could be utilized. However, she faced many challenges. First, she didn't have the machines to peel and press oil from these products. Second, the area of black soil was insufficient. Her small plot was already fully planted, leaving no room for more crops. Ji-hee carefully wrote down the items she needed in her notebook, planning to buy them once she earned some money. After closing the interface, she continued selecting more materials for her computer to download slowly. She decided to buy some feed the next day. She couldn't let the fish starve, right? Ji-hee walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and continued watching a variety show while she focused on her work. This morning, the lamb offal and marinated snacks sold well, so she planned to make more to avoid running out tomorrow morning. He worked efficiently and finished all her preparations by around 11 p.m. She set an alarm for 5 a.m. the next morning and decided to go to bed early to avoid oversleeping. Although she thought the game might not start today, she still put on her sneakers while going to sleep. Clothes were easy to manage, but running barefoot on the farm would be a problem for her feet. Then, in a half-dreaming state, she heard a familiar electronic voice in her ear. Dear temporary player M, hello. The support game invites you to participate in the second round. Will you join? Yes/no countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. He jolted awake, quickly confirming her participation before the countdown ended. It was a joke. There was no better opportunity than this game, and not joining would be foolish. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in front of a goose house. Looking around, she was surprised to see that people's faces were no longer blurred. Many were looking around, and she could clearly see their expressions. To her left was a woman in her 30s, and to her right was a young man in his 20s. He quickly looked down and pretended to pull a mask from her bag to wear. She didn't want to show her real face in the game, who knew what negative consequences might happen when she returned to reality. At that moment, the woman next to her called out, "Hey girl, your mask looks nice. If you have an extra, could you give me one?" He shook her head, about to refuse, but before she could speak, the system's prompt sounded. "Hello, temporary players. Congratulations on arriving at One Star Farm, where it's very busy. Work is glorious. As the largest farm in the Tatarac Star, Kekata Farm has countless tasks every day. To provide the freshest and most delicious food quickly, Kekata Farm must hire a group of temporary workers. And because you performed well in your last job, you have been retained. Whether you can officially become a full-time employee depends on your performance. Please kill at least 200 geese and clean them within 14 hours, then submit the fresh goose meat. Note: those who do not complete the task will be dismissed and never hired again. Note: the final reward will depend on the amount completed. The more you work, the more you earn. Please give your all, temporary workers." After hearing the announcement, he did not look around but pushed the door and walked straight into the goose house. During this time, she had been cleaning animal organs and had seen many goose heads, which, to be honest, were much larger than chicken heads. Their bones were also much tougher. The required number of geese had doubled, but the time was only increased by 6 hours, making the task quite challenging. He frowned deeper when she saw the geese in the house, which were taller than her waist. In her hometown, geese were known for being fierce and could guard the home. Although they didn't have sharp teeth like dogs, their beaks were very strong and could bite hard, leaving a big bruise or even drawing blood, which was quite troublesome. The geese in front of her had light pink feathers with red feathers at their tails, making them look quite cute. However, with their wings spread, long necks, and sharp beaks, they looked anything but cute. He expressionlessly began to change her clothes. Last time, she managed to kill chickens without talent, so this time, with her talent, she wasn't afraid. Moreover, she had thoughtfully prepared gifts for the adorable animals on the farm. He took out her homemade spiked club from her space. It was just a thick stick with many nails at the front. Last time, she lacked experience, but this time she was well prepared, aiming to take down the geese with minimal effort. Holding the spiked club in both hands, she looked at the geese glaring at her with their wings spread, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "You are still too young and unaware of the harshness of society. Today, I will teach you a lesson." With a wave of her hand, she sent several large stones flying towards the flock of geese. She had collected these stones during the day while passing through the countryside, specifically to use them to outnumber the geese. Only a fool would confront them head-on. She had plenty of stones in her space to give them. He didn't just throw stones randomly. She aimed carefully, targeting their heads. She didn't aim to kill them all at once, just to stun them. Jiha took advantage of the chaos among the geese and quickly rushed in, using her club to hit the geese on the head from a distance. She was strong, and with a few powerful strikes, the geese started to struggle to lift their heads. Jiha didn't get greedy. After hitting a few geese, she quickly backed away to avoid being surrounded. While swinging her club to keep the geese at bay, she ran around the edge of the yard, looking for the right moment to throw stones at the geese's heads. This made the geese honk loudly in frustration. Jiha desperately waved her club to maintain a safe distance from the geese, while also trying to hit them when she could, making it a hectic situation. At that moment, she realized her tool wasn't quite effective enough. The geese had long necks that nearly matched the length of her club. If she wasn't careful, they could reach her and bite. She had already pulled out a large knife from her waist. If the geese got too close, the knife would be more useful than the club. With the knife, she could easily cut the geese's necks at the right angle. After running for over 40 minutes, Jiha began to tire. Her breathing was heavy, and her legs felt like they were made of lead. Looking back at the angry geese chasing her, she knew she couldn't keep this up. She needed a place to rest. She couldn't afford to wear herself out against these geese. Geese were much harder to deal with than chickens. While she could occasionally sit down to rest when dealing with chickens, these geese were relentless. They chased her for an hour without tiring, growing angrier and more determined. None of them showed any signs of backing down. They were all full of energy, staring at her with fierce eyes, ready to confront her. As Jiha continued to run around the yard, she kept an eye out for a good spot. Soon, she found a corner of the yard that was a perfect right angle, with walls on both sides and no weeds. She just needed to block off the front. Determined, Jiha ran while discreetly throwing stones to build a wall in the corner. After what felt like countless laps, she finally finished stacking the stones just as she was about to collapse. Feeling a surge of joy, she turned to the flock of geese, wildly swinging her club to scare them back. Then, she quickly took a few steps, jumped, and slipped behind the stone wall she had built, quickly piling up the remaining stones to prevent the geese from easily attacking her. After doing all this, Jihi leaned against the wall behind her and started to breathe heavily. She was exhausted, really exhausted. It felt like her lungs were about to burst. Just when Jihi thought she could sit down and rest for a moment before continuing, she heard the sound of stones colliding in front of her. It reminded her that the geese were coming. The stones piled on the outer layer began to slide down continuously. Jihi's expression turned serious as she stood up straight again, gripping her club tightly. The stone wall was hastily built. It was just a pile of stones and not very sturdy, with small gaps in between. Since the geese were quite clever, she feared they might use their strength to break through the stones. That meant she would have to keep running. If she got overwhelmed by the geese, her fate would be much worse than the last time with the chickens. These geese had sharp beaks, and one bite could do serious harm. With so many geese, if each took a bite, she wouldn't stand a chance. While the stone wall could still hold for a while, Jihi leaned against the surrounding wall and quickly took out a piece of chocolate, devouring it in just a few bites. Several hours had passed since she last ate, and if she didn't replenish her energy, she wouldn't be able to keep going. After finishing the chocolate, she took a few sips of water and felt much better. At that moment, stones continued to fall from the wall in front of her. The geese were relentless. Jihi knew that the weakest part of the wall was probably just the last layer. If the geese pecked at it a few more times, she would be exposed. She stayed alert, holding her club in her right hand while her left hand reached to her bleeding lower back to treat herself. She didn't need to heal completely, just stop the bleeding so it wouldn't affect her movement. Earlier, while being chased by the geese, she had been bitten and was now bleeding. As she quickly tried to stop the bleeding, she kept her eyes on the stone wall, watching it grow thinner. Through the gaps, she could clearly see the large heads of the geese. Unexpectedly, she locked eyes with one of them, seeing its glaring anger and disdain. This didn't look like a goose. It resembled a little tank. Jihi was ready to charge out at any moment. At that moment, a hole opened in the stone wall in front of her. The first goose, unable to wait for the wall to fully collapse, stretched its long neck through the opening. Seeing this, Jihi's eyes lit up. Why hesitate? Every second of delay was disrespectful to the duck neck she had been dealing with for over 20 years. She firmly gripped the goose's neck with her left hand to prevent it from struggling, while her right hand swiftly and accurately cut its throat, splattering blood on her face. Without time to wipe her face, she pushed the still twitching goose head out of the hole with her left hand. Soon, the second, third, and fourth goose heads followed, one after another. He worked quickly, killing each goose as it came. Despite her speed, the stone wall could not withstand the impact of the geese, and soon there were two, even three holes forming. With only two hands, there was little she could do in her panic. She had to dodge the attacking goose beaks in the tight space, while desperately grabbing the wildly moving heads and feeling for their necks as fast as she could. He lost track of time, working for hours until her hand gripping the goose neck began to tremble from exhaustion. Finally, the stone wall completely collapsed. However, there were still geese left to deal with. Reacting quickly, she jumped out to the side, but still couldn't avoid an attack from the outside goose, which bit a large chunk of flesh from her backside. She gasped in pain but ran even faster, knowing that stopping could mean losing more than just that piece of meat. After a few steps, she glanced back. Thankfully, after hours of fighting, there were far fewer geese behind her than at the start. If she could just hold on a little longer, victory would be hers. A determined look crossed Jihee's face as she quickly stuffed a piece of chocolate into her mouth for energy, picked up her weapon, and continued to battle the flock. Time passed, and when the last goose fell, the adrenaline she had been holding onto finally faded. Her legs felt weak, and she stumbled, sitting down on the ground. The pain made her nearly cry out. Her backside had several painful bites from the geese, which had unfairly targeted her rear. Jihee trembled as she reached out her hand, first treating the most painful area. Once it stopped bleeding, she quickly moved to the next spot. After treating all her wounds and ensuring they no longer bled, she finally stood up and walked to the door to check the time, realizing there were just over 7 hours left on the countdown. With 200 geese to handle, she needed to process at least 30 in an hour, which meant about 2 minutes per goose. Jihee looked down at the large geese scattered around, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned and ran. There was no time to hesitate. If she didn't finish, she would be fired. Being fired was not an option. If she lost her job in the support game, she would fall into extreme poverty. Driven by the fear of being dismissed, Jihee knelt on the ground and began to pluck the feathers furiously. She didn't care about her sore arms and worked with both hands, plucking as quickly as she could. With a fierce look in her eyes, she became a feather-plucking machine, devoid of emotion. Knowing that the farm didn't need the heads, necks, or wings of the geese, she skipped those parts and cut them off completely, storing everything in her space to deal with later at home. In her frantic work, she managed to finish processing all the geese just in time. After handing in the last goose, she collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Every movement of her arms sent sharp pains through her, and she could barely lift them. Jihee realized why the support game wasn't played every day. If it were, everyone would likely be fired. What kind of strength could handle such a workload? After resting for a moment, she struggled to get back up. It wasn't time to rest yet. She still had a more important goal to achieve. She walked to the door and checked the time again. Only 2 minutes remained on the countdown. She quickly took off her clothes and hung them up, then sat by the water basin to refill her energy. Estimating that there were about 20 seconds left, she stood up and slowly walked to the door, preparing to rush out as soon as she opened it. Looking up at the countdown, Jihee silently counted along while making her final preparations. She checked that her mask was secure and put on her scavenger badge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
As soon as the time was up and the system alert sounded in Jihee's ear, she quickly pushed the door open and rushed outside like an arrow. She was the first to burst out of the goose house, running fast with a clear goal. While other tired temporary workers stumbled out with their injuries, Jihee was already far ahead. They looked up at her quickly disappearing figure in silence. Is she really that strong? After plucking 200 goose feathers, isn't she tired at all? Even though Ji-hee ran quickly, she wasn't the only one who chose to stay behind. Many temporary workers who completed their tasks also decided to remain. No one was foolish. Since the game allowed 15 minutes of free time, it must be useful. They just hadn't figured out how to use it yet. The crowd slowly divided into groups. Some like-minded individuals exchanged glances and gradually came together to explore the farm as a team. Others, wary of both people and the game, chose to explore the farm alone. Regardless, everyone gradually dispersed, each going their own way. With her previous experience of finding the junkyard, Ji-hee wore a scavenger badge on her chest and quickly ran toward the dirtiest, smelliest corner of the farm, ignoring all the shiny distractions along the way. Sure enough, after a short search, Ji-hee's eyes lit up. Wasn't this what she was looking for? This old, dark shell was nothing but a familiar factory building. She quickened her pace, heading straight for the small door she had opened last time at the back of the factory. Before she could get close, Ji-hee noticed something was off. This junk room didn't seem to be the same as the last one. The previous junk room only had a wall behind it, but this time there was a shiny metal door not far behind the factory. It looked completely out of place with the junk room. Ji-hee felt a bit worried. What if the door wasn't open? As she turned the corner, her heart sank when she saw that the door behind the junk room was open. Inside, a machine was processing garbage, using its large shovel to scoop intestines into a truck outside. The machine didn't react at all when it saw Ji-hee. Remembering her previous experience, this time she didn't even pause at the door. She dashed into the junk room and quickly started collecting. The light inside the junk room was very dim, so Ji-hee couldn't see clearly, but it didn't matter. Whatever she found, she would take, without hesitation. The robot was quite intelligent. Seeing her picking up garbage, it carefully moved its shovel out of her way. She continued to work. If Ji-hee could spare a hand, she would really want to give a thumbs up to the robot in front of her. So considerate. Although this time she had much more time compared to last time, Ji-hee still couldn't clear out all the items in the warehouse. There were just too many. She felt that this warehouse was much larger than her storage space. Even if she could store things there, she couldn't take everything with her. 15 minutes are up, now teleporting out of the instance. Soon, a familiar electronic voice sounded in her ears. Ji-hee felt a blackout, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in reality, standing in front of her small bed. She immediately looked at the clock. It was a little past 1:50. Then she heard the system notification. Dear M-Star player, we are pleased to inform you that you have been promoted to a regular player. You have one chance to change your name. Please use it wisely. Congratulations to regular player Ji-hee for perfectly completing the 1-star instance. The farm is very busy. Next time, the game will not ask and will default to entering. The instant settlement rewards are as follows. You handled a total of 205 geese, earning 29 copper coins, which can be used to purchase supplies after settlement. Next, the game will provide a chat discussion area for all regular players to explore on their own. Wishing everyone an enjoyable game. This game notification was even more concise than the last one, and there was no mention of talent upgrades. Ji-hee glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock. She was extremely tired and just wanted to sleep. She set everything aside, turned around, and took a shower. No matter what, she needed to go to bed. She had to get up at 5 a.m. the next morning to set up her stall. If she didn't sleep now, she was afraid she might collapse. While she slept peacefully, countless people were awake all night. Some were anxious about not becoming regular players, while others were excitedly laughing at home. Many were already forming groups in the chat channel. Strangely, when they tried to post about the game on real-world networks, it all appeared as gibberish. However, in the game's chat channel, there was no such issue. Everyone spoke freely, saying whatever they wanted without restrictions. Desires were amplified, and people were divided into 2 groups by the game. Around the world, countless individuals were restless because of this game. Ji-hee was unaware of any of this. She slept soundly. When her alarm rang at 5 a.m., she was still a bit dazed. Looking at the ceiling, She scratched her head and got up to take a shower to wake herself up. After more than 10 minutes, she was ready and sat in the kitchen to eat her breakfast, a bowl of warm porridge that she had prepared in advance, along with a marinated goose neck. The wound on the outside of her clothes had been treated and was no longer visible. She didn't rush to treat the one hidden under her clothes. Instead, she chose to treat her arm first. She had used a lot of strength yesterday, and if she didn't take care of it, she wouldn't even be able to lift it, which would really affect her work today. No matter how the game was, life had to go on. After all, the small amount of coins earned from the game couldn't support her. If it weren't for the free rewards, she didn't really understand the purpose of participating in the game. Was it to gain superpowers? But would anyone really dare to use them in real life? Weren't they afraid of being caught and experimented on? He had many thoughts in her mind, but her actions were quick. She finished her breakfast, washed the bowl, hopped on her tricycle, and set off for the morning market. Since she left early, there weren't many people at the market yet. When Ji arrived, she happened to run into the serious-looking uncle from yesterday who was wandering around the market. He saw Ji and waved her over, pointing to a spot. The person who usually takes this spot hasn't come for a while, so you can set up here. Ji looked at the spot and nodded. It was a good location, quite close to the front of the market, where everyone passing by could see her. Business should be good. As she quickly set up her tricycle, she smiled and greeted the serious uncle. "Uncle, have you had breakfast yet? I can make you a bowl of lamb soup." "No need," the uncle replied, took Ji's 20 yuan stall fee, waved his hand, and walked away. Ji saw he wasn't just being polite, so she didn't insist further. She first lit the stove to boil the lamb soup, then arranged the marinated dishes she had prepared yesterday. Since her sales were good yesterday, she had prepared more than double the amount today. Soon, the aroma of the lamb soup wafted through the air. While waiting for more customers to arrive, Ji observed her surroundings. To her left was an uncle selling vegetables who was unloading fresh greens from his cart. Ji noticed that the usually fresh green leaves looked a bit wilted today. She crouched down to help the uncle and casually asked, "Uncle, how long have you been selling here?" "About a year." "You look new here. Did you just start today?" The uncle seemed happy to have help and chatted with Ji while moving the vegetables. "Yesterday, I came for a while and saw that business was good, so I returned today." "Uncle, why do your greens look a bit wilted? They didn't look like this yesterday." Ji squatted in front of the stall, helping the uncle arrange the leafy greens neatly, noticing that most of the leaves were drooping. This seemed unusual. This was a morning market, not a vegetable stall, so there shouldn't be any leftover vegetables from the night before. "Don't mention it. It's so hot. When I picked them from the field this morning, they were fine, but by the time I got here, the leaves started to curl." The uncle looked at the wilted vegetables with concern. The morning market was filled with elderly customers who were very picky, and he worried that he wouldn't sell his vegetables today. As he spoke, he took out a spray bottle and began to mist the leaves. The vegetables looked much better after being sprayed with water. Ji wanted to say something more, but when she looked up, she saw someone coming to buy lamb soup, so she held back her words, smiled, and focused on her work. The lamb soup she made was hearty and flavorful, with plenty of lamb trimmings and meat. Those who enjoyed it yesterday came back to buy more today. As more customers arrived, Ji was busy and didn't have a moment to spare. Just as she was fully engaged, she heard a surprised voice call out, "Ji?" Hearing her name, Ji instinctively looked up. Standing in front of her was a middle-aged woman in sportswear, examining Ji with curiosity, her eyes scanning the stall. Seeing the duck intestines and goose intestines, a hint of delight appeared in her eyes. These were quite expensive, and since this girl was selling them, could she get a good amount today? Before Ji could speak, the woman grabbed a disposable container from the side and began to scoop, loudly saying, "You really should let your family try your cooking. You have no idea how to be considerate of the elders." She was quick, choosing the most expensive duck intestines and ignoring the chicken intestines, filling the container in no time. Ji raised her eyebrows in surprise. She grabbed the woman's arm and took the container from her hands, smiling. "Auntie, The duck intestines are spicy and not suitable for elders. How about I get you a bowl of lamb soup instead? The woman was not pleased to have her container taken away, pouting but then smiling. All right, then give me 5 bowls of lamb soup with extra lamb trimmings and pack those duck intestines for me. I'll try them, and if I like them, I'll come back. Ji-hee maintained her smile and set aside the duck intestines, handing over a takeout box filled with lamb soup. Aunt, we are family, so I won't be polite. My parents passed away leaving a debt of 3 million, and now there are debt collectors coming to my door every day. They say if I can't pay, they will go to my grandparents for help. I begged them for a long time before they let me set up a stall at the morning market to pay off the debt. I have to hand over the profits every day, and if I don't meet their expectations, they threaten to come after you. Ji-hee looked at her aunt's troubled expression, sighed, and continued. Aunt, I haven't come to see you lately because I was afraid of bringing trouble to your home. Since we are here today, could I borrow some money? Just 100,000 to pay off part of the debt. The woman in front of Ji-hee looked extremely uncomfortable. She glanced around, feeling like everyone was staring at her as if she were a debt collector. She cursed silently, thinking about the mess left behind. Turning back, she snatched the lamb soup from Ji-hee's hands, ignoring the duck intestines, and without saying a word, she pushed through the crowd and walked away without looking back. Ji-hee called out after her aunt, "Slow down and watch for cars." Hearing this, the woman hurried away as if chased by a dog, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Ji-hee lowered her head, her smile unchanged, and continued selling lamb soup. Do you want green onions and cilantro? Yes. Okay. You came yesterday, so I'll give you a little extra lamb off the top. When busy, time always flies by quickly. Even in the morning, it wasn't cold, and Ji-hee stood in front of the boiling lamb soup, her clothes already soaked through. After selling all the lamb soup, Ji-hee looked at her watch and saw it was already 8:30, time to pack up. The lamb tripe and soup were all sold out, leaving only some duck and goose intestines, which were expensive and didn't sell as well. Ji-hee began to tidy up, placing the stainless steel bucket back on her tricycle before walking over to the stall on her right. A woman in her 30s was selling tofu. Seeing Ji-hee approach, she immediately smiled. Sister, would you like some tofu? Ji-hee nodded. Sister, how much tofu do you have left? Can I buy it all? I want to take it home to fry tofu puffs. Yes, I have 3.5 trays left. The woman's face lit up and she spoke quickly. If you buy it all, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell you a tray for 55. Sister, this tofu normally sells for 60 a block. Okay, I'll take this back and come find you on my bike? Sure. My sister's shop is right behind here. Do you see that tofu shop? They sell tofu all day, not just big blocks, but also dried tofu and tofu skin. You should try my sister's tofu. It's made with pure brine. Look at the soup. It's so clear. As the woman spoke, she pointed behind her, and Ji-hee saw the sign for the tofu shop. After finalizing the deal, Ji-hee turned to leave and ran into a serious-looking uncle using a loudspeaker to tell everyone to pack up. Ji-hee greeted him, hopped on her tricycle, and slowly rode out with the crowd. Riding through the crowd carefully, Ji-hee didn't go fast. She looked at the nearby vegetable stalls as she rode. This morning, the vegetables looked much wilted compared to usual. Many people still had unsold vegetables on their stalls. Ji-hee thought for a moment and decided to ride over. Auntie, I'll take all your vegetables. How much? The auntie looked up in surprise. Young lady, since we're closing, I'll sell you a bag for 1.5. You can take all 10 bags for 14 yuan. Ji-hee took out her money. Could you help me load them onto my bike? Sure. At the nearly closing morning market, the prices were incredibly low. They didn't sell by weight. Everything was sold in bags, with some bags costing just 2 yuan for 3. Ji-hee pushed her tricycle, picking up decent quality vegetables as she went. Since they were cheap and she needed to eat anyway, she decided to buy them all. By the time Ji-hee pushed her cart out of the morning market, it was already filled with vegetables. She squeezed through the crowd, hopped on her bike, and quickly disappeared. Finding a discreet corner, she unloaded everything from her cart and then headed back to get the tofu. The shop owner had already packed the tofu into small plastic bags, and Ji-hee just needed to load them onto her bike. After spending 165 yuan on 3 blocks of tofu, Ji-hee spent another 35 yuan to reach a total of 200, buying a good amount of dried tofu. On her way back, she noticed many vendors still had unsold vegetables and weren't packing up quickly. She saw the serious-looking uncle shouting through his loudspeaker, "Hurry up, it's time. Don't make me rush you." Ji-hee stopped her bike and picked out a few more bags of vegetables. Though she called it picking out, she really just spent a little over 10 to 20 yuan to take everything from one stall. In the end, Ji-hee gathered a lot of vegetables and spent just over 500 yuan. Just as she was about to leave, she saw an elderly lady angrily coming back with something in her hand. She grabbed a vendor's arm and shouted, "You can't leave. You have no conscience. The soy milk you sold me has gone bad." The vendor looked innocent and replied, "I made that soy milk fresh this morning. How could it be spoiled? Did I trick you out of $2? My child drank it and is now in the hospital with acute gastroenteritis." The elderly lady's eyes were red with anger as she held onto the vendor, refusing to let him go and insisting on going to the police station. The vendor, equally bewildered, shouted that the soy milk was fresh and hadn't been left overnight. Their voices were loud, drawing a crowd of onlookers. It was already past 9 in the morning, and the sun was making people dizzy. Ji-hee watched for a while and then decided to leave. She took out her phone and saw that the temperature outside had reached 39 degrees. She seriously doubted the weather forecast was accurate. With a sigh, Ji-hee rode her bike straight to the wholesale market. She really couldn't afford to stop. She needed 6 different plants and animals to upgrade her space, and she felt a strange urgency to gather them today. Upon arriving at the largest market, Ji-hee wiped the sweat from her forehead, locked her tricycle, and didn't rush inside but started counting her money. That's right, counting money. She had spent most of the cash she had, and what she had now was from selling 3,958 yesterday and what she earned this morning. Not knowing how much she had in hand could be awkward if she didn't have enough to pay. Sitting on the back of her tricycle, she reached into her backpack and began counting quickly. Before long, she had it all figured out. She had earned a total of 8,538 that morning. Feeling great, she thought if she could keep this business going for a month, she could lift herself out of poverty. Ji-hee tucked the money away and headed straight for the market, not rushing to buy eggs but heading directly to the fruit section. Previously, she hadn't bought many types of fruit, so there should be some rare ones she missed. This time, she was ready to take a chance. As soon as she entered the fruit area, a wave of heat hit her. It was less ventilated and even a bit warmer than outside. There were quite a few people, but the fruits in the boxes didn't look fresh, as if they had been there for several days. Even though the vendor kept watering them, it didn't help much. Ji-hee was focused, specifically looking for fruits she hadn't bought. To her surprise, she found quite a few she hadn't purchased. Soon, she gathered 6 types: egg fruit, kawano, ginseng fruit, rambutan, dragon fruit, and jujube, buying one of each from the vendor. The boss was initially unwilling to sell, but business has been really bad lately, so selling is better than letting it go to waste. Ji-hee grabbed the fruits and turned to leave, eager to see the changes from the space upgrade. She rushed into the public restroom, covering her nose due to the strong smell. Holding back her discomfort, she closed the restroom door and sent all the fruits into the space. Soon, the space notified her that it was upgrading. After a short wait, the space confirmed that the upgrade was complete, and Ji-hee immediately focused on the planting space. First, the black soil in the planting space had expanded significantly, now covering at least 100 square meters, with a large area nearby available for cultivation. Not far from the black soil, there was also a new pasture about the same size, indicating a place for raising livestock. It seemed the animals that had been living on the black soil could move there. Aside from these 2 major changes, the other 3 areas had also slightly expanded, and Ji-hee was pleased after a quick look around. This was the beginning of becoming a livestock tycoon. Finally, she focused on the notice board to see what was needed to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. To her surprise, Ji-hee couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Upgrading from level 4 to level 5 required gasoline, diesel, and natural gas, but the quantities were not specified. He felt it was still necessary to continue selling the lamb soup. Not just for the money, but because she enjoyed the feeling of earning steadily. Although the upgrade requirements were strict, there was still good news. The time allowed in the level 4 space increased to 4 hours, which was fantastic. He was satisfied, as this would allow her to save more time. After checking the planting space, she glanced at the storage space, which had also grown larger, more than double its previous size. The supplies she had stored only took up a tiny amount of space, which was pitifully small. It seemed she could stockpile more supplies now. Unfortunately, she didn't have much money. In total, she only had a little over 10,000, so no matter how big the space was, it wouldn't help much. He left the restroom and turned to buy eggs. The wholesale price for eggs was 3.8 per pound, and she ordered 500 pounds. She believed this batch of eggs would definitely come from her own chickens. After buying the eggs, she spent 500 on grains and cornmeal. She chose some grains she hadn't bought last time, like glutinous rice flour, yellow millet, black sesame, and white sesame, and used the remaining money to buy the cheapest cornmeal to feed her livestock. After purchasing these items, Ji-hee thought for a moment and decided to buy 5 tons of coal, spending a total of 7,250. It was summer, and the price of coal was cheaper than in winter, at 14.50 per ton. Ji-hee didn't want to buy more, but she needed to save money to buy some fish feed. She planned to let the cows, sheep, and rabbits take care of themselves in the grass. For the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, she could chop up some vegetables and mix them with cornmeal to feed them. She was unsure about the fish in the pond, so she decided to buy some feed for now and study them gradually. After Ji-hee finished shopping and bought everything, she only had 200 yuan left. Under the hot midday sun, she rode her tricycle home. Just before reaching her house, she received a call from the delivery station, informing her that her package had arrived and she needed to pick it up. Ji-hee agreed and took a turn to speed toward the delivery station. Packages had been arriving over the past few days, but she hadn't found the time to pick them up, so today was a good opportunity. Ji-hee made several trips back and forth to collect all her packages from the delivery station. Besides the snacks she ordered yesterday, there were no other packages. Once inside, Ji-hee closed the door and immediately turned on the air conditioning. It was too hot. The temperature outside must have been over 40 degrees. It felt like they were underreporting it. Ji-hee drank half a bottle of water before feeling somewhat revived. She sat on a stool, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner. After resting for a bit, she got up to turn on the tap and fill the mineral water bottle. She planned to stay home and work for the afternoon. First, she decided to eat. Ji-hee had made a large pot of porridge last time, and there was still some left. This made mealtime easier. She served herself a bowl of porridge and paired it with a plate of pickles. The heat made her lose her appetite, and she couldn't eat much. After finishing her meal, she quickly went into her storage space to move the livestock. She first divided the lawn into 8 different sized sections with a fence. The poultry in the space were still small and not many, so even with the lawn divided, they had more room to move than they would in the dirt. Once Ji-hee set up the fence, she herded the livestock inside. They were very obedient. When she directed them, they followed without resistance, and soon the move was complete. After relocating them, Ji-hee began to feed them. Once she finished feeding all the animals, she quickly exited the space. Time was limited in the storage area, and she didn't want to waste a single minute. Who knows if this minute will have a decisive impact at a critical moment. Perhaps due to her experiences growing up, she always tends to think of the worst-case scenario when doing things. Once the livestock left, a large area of the black soil became empty, and leaving it vacant is definitely not an option. Ji-hee looked at the empty land above and thought about what to plant. She didn't plan to sell the crops grown in the black soil, as the investment and return were not proportional. After thinking for a long time, she decided to plant corn this time. Corn is easy to grow and has a high yield. Soaking the seeds overnight is enough. When the time comes, she just needs to dig a hole and plant them. The black soil is resilient. During this time, it hasn't been watered or tended to much. The small seedlings not only didn't wither, but also grew quite tall. With her decision made, Ji-hee found the corn seeds, soaked them in warm water, and prepared to plant them the next day. After finishing her tasks in the space, Ji-hee took out her computer to continue downloading information. She then turned on the TV, moved a stool over, sat in the living room, and started working. She needed to wash out the mountain of entrails in the space while watching TV. Without realizing it, evening news time arrived. Feeling a bit tired, she stood up, stretched, walked around the living room, and took out a goose head to nibble on. She couldn't help it. Today, the goose head tasted the best. It was hard to describe, but there was a thrill in tearing into it. As Ji-hee ate the goose head, she clearly heard the latest news being reported. First, they mentioned that due to the recent heat, many places were experiencing prolonged droughts, leading to reduced grain production, leaving many farmers at a loss. Ji-hee frowned, sat down, and watched closely. Unfortunately, the news lasted less than a minute, inserted a video, and then moved on to other topics. The theme was one of peaceful times. Ji-hee waited a bit longer, but didn't see any related news. She took out her phone and started searching. What she found was alarming. Not only was the temperature high in their city, but many other cities were also experiencing extreme heat. Many people were posting vacation photos by the sea online. Ji-hee felt increasingly uneasy. It seemed like something was really off. Could the end of the world be coming? An extreme heat apocalypse? Just then, she suddenly remembered that a game had launched yesterday, and the system had prompted her to open the chat interface and even change her name. She blamed herself for getting so busy that she had pushed this aside. Ji-hee quickly called for the chat interface in her mind, and soon a glowing screen popped up in front of her. There is only one regional channel displayed, without showing the specific number of participants. The system prompts, "Dear official player, you have one chance to change your name. Would you like to use it?" Ji-hee clicked yes, without hesitation. She changed her name to Borrowing 50 billion from the sky again. That's right, her dream is that simple. The system quickly confirmed the change, and Ji-hee's username was updated to Borrowing 50 billion from the sky again. She briefly checked the regional channel. The system indicated that each player can speak 5 times a day, and Ji-hee still had 5 chances left. Instead of rushing to speak, she decided to observe for a while. Nyen Nyen Buwang. Everyone, what did you buy with the game coins after finishing the game? Xianfeng Xiao Jindo. I'm saving up, haven't bought anything. What can you buy with so little money? Wang Yuzhe, I tried it out. If you spend coins, you can magically get what you bought. But the prices are too high. These coins have no purchasing power. Hua Kai Fugui. Hey, are you in the game? Nyen Nyen Buwang. Auntie, you're so impressive. At your age, you can still finish the game? So amazing. I'm so envious. Can you teach me? Hua Kai Fugui. Which eye of yours saw that I'm old? I'm younger than you. Why are you acting so innocent? Nyen Nyen Buwang. Auntie, please don't be angry. If I said something wrong, I apologize. Several fans quickly chimed in to flatter. Ji-hee sighed. It's already this late, and with only 5 chances to speak a day, why are people still chatting nonsense? Wang Yuzhe, from the information I've gathered, there should be at least 5 different games. Farm, fishing, school, forest, and prairie. If anyone has information about other game instances, please message me. I will compile the information and share it for everyone to clear the instances together. Feng Zhong Shui. Honestly, I don't understand the point of participating in this game. It's really hard, and they only give a few coins each time, which can't buy anything. If they ask me to participate again, I will definitely refuse. I won't play anymore. Yu Jiao. Everyone, what do you do if you get hurt in the game? I have several wounds and can barely stand, let alone go to work. I can only take leave at home. This is the 2nd time I've taken leave this month. My boss said if I take more leave, I'll be fired. What should I do? Spring breeze with you. Message me privately, come to my company, and I'll pay you 10,000 a month. Moon Jiao. Okay. Hello, boss. Suddenly, many people appeared wanting to work at Spring Breeze with Yu's company. He was very generous. Spring Breeze with you. Since we are all in this game together, we are friends. Friends should help each other. If anyone faces difficulties in life, feel free to contact me, and I will do my best to help. Jen. The boss is generous. We need leaders like you in this game. Spring Breeze with you. I can't take credit as a leader. I'm just doing what I can. Let's eat hot pot. This is a game world. Don't bring your real-life issues here. Only a fool would fall for that. Jen. Look at your jealous attitude. You're just envious of the boss's abilities. You don't have to help others, but please don't stop others from being kind. Let's eat hot pot. What a joke. Do you really think Spring Breeze is kind-hearted? In this game, you can be killed directly. If you let him know your real identity, are you afraid of not dying fast enough? And don't blame me for being harsh. This is a world of talent, and we will gradually part ways with ordinary people. If you're not prepared, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Xiao. Talent? What talent? Can someone explain? He continued to read, but no one talked about talent. They ignored it and joked about other things, showing that everyone was keeping their skills hidden. He had mixed feelings about what Let's Eat Hot Pot said. He might not be entirely right, but she agreed with part of it. It's best to separate the game from real life. After all, orphans like her are rare. What if conflicts in the game affected real life? He looked for a while longer, but didn't find any useful information, so she closed the chat window. She leaned back on the sofa and thought seriously. She always wanted to know what determined talent awakening. Is it true that anyone who plays the game for the first time will awaken their talent? She wondered if there was a limit to this talent awakening. Can it happen continuously, or is there a set number? Last time, after she played the Big Goose, she felt she had put in a lot of effort, but she didn't awaken her talent again. He thought for a while longer but couldn't figure it out, so she decided to put that thought aside for now. She opened the store, and the prices were still beautiful, but he couldn't afford anything. In the end, she only bought a few seeds and spent all her copper coins. For the next 4 days, he didn't wander around but stayed home to cook and fetch water. Every morning, she went to the morning market to sell sheep offal, and after selling, she went straight home to fill water in her mineral water buckets. While filling the water, she also cooked. After a few busy days, she filled all her mineral water buckets. If she drank 1 liter a day, the water she had would last her 3 years. Besides the water in the buckets, she also collected a lot of water for daily use in her space. If necessary, she could boil that water to drink. He cleaned all the internal organs and bones she had stored and cooked them, keeping them in a stainless steel bucket. Some that didn't fit, she simply put in her space, waiting to buy a bigger bucket later. In her second batch, she collected not only chicken, duck, goose, cow, and sheep organs but also quite a bit of pig organs. After cooking, she sorted them and labeled them to avoid mixing them up. During this time, she also ordered many shelves based on the size of her space, spending 210 yuan each for 30 of them. These shelves could hold daily supplies and food, and any extra could be stacked in the corner of her space. Taking advantage of the time, he cooked constantly during the day, using a clay stove to prepare braised dishes and sheep offal. She used a rice cooker to steam rice, making 2 large pots in an hour. Bones that clearly weren't local varieties were stored at the back of the shelves for her to eat later. She sold all the sheep offal and duck intestines within these few days. Although she initially picked a lot, there were still many other livestock parts, and after sorting through them, there wasn't as much left as she expected. Even though she was just selling at the morning market, the buying power of the crowd was strong. She had nearly finished all the sheep offal in her space. He planned to start selling braised dishes the next morning. In her second batch, she had collected a lot of pig offal, which she intended to turn into braised dishes for sale, adding some fried tofu and radishes. After cooking, she tried a bowl herself, and the taste was indeed good. She cleaned everything very well, and there was no strange smell, just the aroma of the fat and the unique chewiness of the organs. Feeling like something was missing, she added some cilantro and green onions. After taking another sip, she nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this was the flavor she wanted. The cilantro and green onions at home are almost used up. He has already asked the vegetable vendor nearby to help prepare them. She needs 800 pounds of each for tomorrow morning. After getting everything ready for her stall the next day, He took a shower, put on her workout clothes, and lay in bed scrolling through the chat channel. During this time, the chat channel has been somewhat useful. The forgetful one, who is similar to a scholar or expert, has shared a lot of game experiences selflessly. For example, the game usually notifies players at midnight. Each time, players disappear from reality for over an hour, and so on. He was sure her first guess was correct, close to her estimate, so she decided to wait every night until 12:30 a.m. to confirm she wouldn't enter the game. After that, she would change and go to bed. He yawned several times and waited until 12:30 a.m. without seeing a system notification. Knowing she wouldn't enter the game today, she got up, changed her clothes, and went to sleep. The next morning, He planned to get up at 5, have a quick bite to eat, and ride her tricycle to the morning market to set up her stall. The temperature has been unusually high lately, with several heat warnings issued. Many private companies have ordered employees to work from home, and people are advised not to go out unless necessary. However, it was still manageable in the morning, not as frighteningly hot as during the day. At around 5 in the morning, the temperature was about 30 degrees. As He rode into the morning market, she frowned. Usually, at this time, many vegetable vendors would have set up their stalls, but today there were very few. It looked sparse, and even the sides of the street weren't crowded. He rode to her usual spot, and after the serious-faced vendor collected the stall fee, he suddenly said, "Girl, hurry up and sell your stuff and go home." After saying this, he turned away without looking at He and continued collecting stall fees. He felt uneasy. Something was off. Instead of rushing to set up her stall, she squatted down near the vegetable vendor, who had very few vegetables today. He looked worried. He was close to this vendor and they got along well. "Uncle, why did you only bring this little bit of vegetables today? It's not easy with just this." The vendor sighed. "This morning when I woke up, guess what? Almost all the vegetables in the field died. Whether big or small, they are completely inedible and can only be fed to livestock. Is there really no hope left?" He looked down at the few sad bunches of vegetables on the stall. Usually there would be more leftovers than this. "No hope at all." The uncle sighed and shook his head. "The temperature is so high this year, and it hasn't rained. The little river back home is almost dried up. I feel like things are going to get chaotic. Once I sell these vegetables, I'm heading home. Young lady, it's tough for you alone. Remember to stock up on food. It won't go bad." "Then, uncle, don't set up your stall here anymore. Just sell me these vegetables. I usually go out to sell, and there's nothing at home." "All right, I'll give you the green onions and cilantro you wanted, but there isn't much. I brought over what looked decent. Just take what you need." He chatted with the uncle for a while longer, then stood up, feeling heavy-hearted. The seedlings in the field had all died, and that didn't feel good at all. She thought for a moment and asked the uncle to watch her stall while she ran to the nearby tofu shop to order 10 blocks of tofu. She had a bad feeling. If she didn't order now, she might not get any tofu later. After ordering the tofu, people started arriving at her stall. She adjusted her mindset, put on a smile, set up her goods, and continued her business. One day at a time, regardless of whether she would return tomorrow. Today, she needed to keep going. There are always clever people in this world. Seeing so few vegetables at the market today, some older folks began to ask around. The vegetable sellers didn't mind, as today there was a shortage and prices were high. If they didn't explain, people wouldn't buy. Before long, almost everyone knew that all the vegetables had died last night. This sparked a buying frenzy. Even the wilted vegetables, usually sold at several times the price, were snatched up. He's small stall was also affected by this buying wave. Before 8 o'clock, most of her cooked dishes were sold out. She carefully scooped out the remaining pieces of cooked food, tofu, and radishes, preparing to take them to the serious-faced uncle. He had often looked out for her, and since she wasn't planning to come back tomorrow, She thought of it as a farewell. After packing everything up, he delivered the cooked food and mentioned she wouldn't be back the next day. The serious-faced uncle paused for a moment after accepting the food, then added he on WeChat, saying he would let her know if there was any news in the future. He was happy to accept. It was only then that she realized the uncle's last name was Yen. She had been calling him right all along. After saying goodbye to the uncle and picking up the tofu, he headed towards the large wholesale market with the over 40,000 yuan she had earned in the past few days. Passing by a stall selling stainless steel bowls at the morning market, she stopped to buy over 40 large bowls. These bowls are great for storing food, and her space was already full, so she decided to buy more this time. Recently, he had been selling goods and using a lot of seasonings, so she planned to restock on seasonings and grains. If all goes well, she guessed that the temperature might rise soon, which would cause grain prices to soar. She could buy in advance and definitely wouldn't lose out. The large wholesale market was still busy. Although vegetable prices had increased several times, grain and seasoning prices remained stable. After spending 10,000 yuan each on grains and seasonings, he turned to head to the electronics market. Now that she had some money, she planned to buy an oil press and a peeling machine. She spent a total of 3,800 yuan for both machines. Then, she went to the clothing wholesale market, picking out 20 sets each of pajamas and sportswear, spending a total of 1,000 yuan. He kept 300 yuan for herself and used the remaining 20,000 yuan to contact oil sellers to buy gasoline and natural gas. She still needed to upgrade her space. Although the process might be a bit complicated, she couldn't give up, right? By the time she finished everything, it was almost noon. At this time, it was the hottest part of the day. After riding in the sun for a while, he felt a bit dizzy. She looked around and noticed there were very few people on the road. After thinking for a moment, she decided to enter the nearby shopping mall. Since she still had time, she could browse the mall. After all, she had never been to one in this world. As soon as she entered the mall, he sighed in comfort. The mall was very upscale, with a pleasant environment and strong air conditioning, indicating that the owner was quite successful. The mall was crowded with people, many of whom were there to enjoy the air conditioning. With the day off from work, many chose to go out for a stroll, enjoying the cool air. Wearing clothes that cost less than 100 yuan, he felt completely at ease walking through the mall. She curiously looked at the clothes in the display windows, then glanced at the 5-digit price tags, astonished. So expensive. Would wearing them really cool her down? With that money, how much rice could she buy? Shaking her head, she continued walking, knowing she couldn't afford them. She decided not to bother anyone and just enjoyed walking in the aisle. As she walked, she spotted an ice cream stand and thought about buying one. But when she got closer, she realized, what kind of ice cream was it? Is it really selling a small box for 188? For 188, I could buy 60 sticks at the supermarket near her house. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I heard someone call out, Ji-hee? When Ji-hee turned around, she saw it was her cousin Ji-een and some classmates. Ji-een looked Ji-hee up and down, then rolled her eyes and laughed. Ji-hee, why aren't you in school? Dropping out is not right. Your grandparents would be so sad if they knew. Ji-hee, did your parents pass away? Is that why you can't afford school? Said Su Qian, who was holding Ji-yin's hand, with a mean smile. Qian, how can you say that? You should apologize to Ji-hee right away. Ji-een pretended to push Su Qian, then turned to Ji-hee with a fake tone. Ji-hee, don't take it to heart. Su Qian didn't mean it. She just speaks a bit too bluntly sometimes. Do you want ice cream but can't buy it? Should I treat you? I heard your family owes a lot of money, and now you're selling things at the morning market to make money. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qian started to giggle. Ji-een pretended to cover her mouth, as if just realizing, I'm sorry, Ji-hee. Should I not have mentioned you selling things at the market? I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry, you'll forgive me, right? Ji-een didn't like Ji-hee. They were the same age and had been compared by their parents since childhood. Her dad drove a luxury car worth millions, while Ji-hee's dad could only afford a car worth a few thousand. Her family was much better off than Ji-hee's. Why did their grandparents always prefer Ji-hee? Ji-hee looked innocent but was actually quite cunning. Every time her mom came back from a parent-teacher meeting, she would scold her for wasting the good conditions they provided, saying Ji-hee was doing so much better in school. Ji-hee's family was so poor, living in a small house. Why did the teachers also like Ji-hee and use her as a good example at every meeting? What was so great about being first in class? After graduation, wouldn't they just end up working for her? Now, her parents were gone, and she deserved it. Ji-in looked at Ji-hee with a strong sense of malice. Su-chien pinched her nose and pretended to fan herself, saying, "No wonder there's been a strange smell since earlier. I was wondering where it came from. In such a fancy mall, how did a whiff of poverty sneak in?" Ji-in pinched her nose and laughed in a strange way. The two of them were speaking loudly, attracting a crowd around them who whispered and occasionally pointed. Ji-hee showed no change in her expression as she turned to the server behind the counter and said, "Did you hear what they said? The one on the left with high cheekbones is my cousin. She's treating me to ice cream, so please give me one of each flavor from the counter."
Thank you.
Thinking for a moment, she added, "The dress she's wearing costs over 10,000. Her family has plenty of money, so don't worry about her being able to pay." She knew the dress's price because Ji-in had texted her about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized it even if it were right in front of her. The server, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt annoyed with Ji-in. Just because she was working here didn't mean she could afford the ice cream either. Without hesitation, the server quickly grabbed a bag and filled it with one of each ice cream, handing over 2 large bags to Ji-hee. Ji-hee took the ice cream and nodded at the stunned Ji-in, saying, "Thank you for the ice cream. Next time, remember to call me if you want to treat me to a meal." With that, she walked through the crowd and left. Ji-in was so angry that she stomped her feet and shouted at Ji-hee's back, "Come back. Who said they would treat you to ice cream?" "Excuse me, miss, that will be 5,264. How would you like to pay?" Just as Ji-hee was about to leave, the server called out to her.
You.
Ji-hee didn't care what Ji-in thought and felt great holding the ice cream. What Ji-in said might hurt some teenagers, but it didn't bother her at all. In fact, she hoped more people like Ji-in would show up. If it was just ice cream, that was fine, but if it were a meal at a restaurant, she would make sure Ji-in went bankrupt. Afraid it would melt, Ji-hee stored most of the ice cream in her space and took out a box of vanilla to sit down and enjoy. As soon as she took the first bite, her eyes lit up. It was definitely better than the 2.5 yuan ones from the supermarket. The creamy flavor was rich and smooth, absolutely delicious. On a hot summer day, enjoying a box of ice cream was simply the best. Ji-hee had just finished her ice cream when a person in front of her handed her a flyer. "Hello, miss. Our Sleep Experience Center is opening today. If you have time, you can join our event." Ji-hee instinctively wanted to decline. She planned to leave soon to ride her bike home, so she didn't have time for an opening event. However, the person continued, "Today is our opening day, and we have invited a chef from a 5-star hotel to offer a luxurious buffet. Every guest can enjoy it for free." Ji-hee changed her mind and asked, "Where is it?" Not that she was eager to eat, but she didn't want to turn down the person's kind offer. "It's on the 16th floor, the person replied. Ji-hee took the elevator and quickly arrived at the 16th floor. This high-rise was built alongside the shopping mall and was designed like an office building, with each unit rented out. The 16th floor was quite large, housing 2 businesses, a pharmaceutical company on the left and the Sleep Experience Center on the right. Ji-hee glanced at the pharmaceutical company before turning to enter the Sleep Experience Center. It was clear that the owner had put a lot of thought into this place. The interior was designed with small suites, each decorated in different styles, and even the beds and bedding were impressive. Ji-hee casually looked around and noticed that none of the beds were priced below 5 figures, with some even reaching 7 figures. There were quite a few people inside, all dressed well, leisurely wandering around and occasionally touching or sitting on the beds. Ji-hee explored the different styled bedrooms, which was quite an eye-opener for her. As she continued to walk around, she found herself in the buffet area. At that moment, There weren't many people in the restaurant, just 2 or 3 scattered around. She couldn't tell if they weren't hungry or just pretending to be. They only took a little food on their plates, and Ji-hee noticed they had just 2 pieces of broccoli each. She walked around the buffet table, which had at least 40 different dishes, both Chinese and Western. Many of the dishes still had their lids on, and when Ji-hee lifted one, she saw it was full and hadn't been touched at all. She thought, how sad it must be for the chef to see all that effort go to waste. Feeling compelled to help, she quickly bent down, grabbed a plate, and filled it to the brim with steak, crab, fried chicken, pasta, and 2 slices of pizza. She was different from those people. She didn't diet and loved to enjoy delicious food. Carrying her plate, Ji-hee sat down at an empty table. She picked up a small piece of steak with her chopsticks and took a bite. After swallowing, she nodded, pleased with the tender and delicious meat. She wasn't sure if it was the work of a 5-star chef, but she could tell it was good. Focusing on her meal, Ji-hee quickly finished her plate. Just as she was about to get up for more food, the lights went out. The room was suddenly dark. She heard a woman sobbing and a man comforting her. Ji-hee took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. A few others did the same, standing up to check what was happening. However, Ji-hee chose to stay calm and walked over to the buffet table, carefully covering all the food containers. She hadn't finished eating yet, and she didn't want any bugs getting in while it was dark. Next, she went to the drink station, grabbed 2 bottles, and leisurely returned to her seat to drink. It was just a power outage, nothing unusual. She opened her phone to see what was going on. Soon, Ji-hee learned that the power was out in her area due to high temperatures in H City, and the government was working on repairs, but they hadn't given a timeline. She closed her phone after finishing her drink and checked the game chat for a bit. In the chat, many were discussing doomsday theories, and some suggested taking advantage of the blackout. Such situations often arise when abilities and mindset don't match. After watching for a while, Ji-hee closed the chat, sat back to rest, and waited for her eyes to adjust to the darkness before slowly getting up to leave. In that short time, everyone else had left. With the power out and the darkness surrounding them, there was no reason to stay. The room had no windows due to renovations, making it feel even more eerie, and with the air conditioning off, the temperature had risen at least 5 degrees and continued to climb. Ji-hee wiped the sweat from her forehead and carefully made her way to the exit. She took out her phone again, brightening the flashlight as she moved cautiously, avoiding furniture. Just before she reached the corner, she suddenly heard the sound of breaking glass and instinctively turned off the flashlight. She crouched down and peeked out slowly. In front of her, a muscular man with tattoos on his neck was wildly smashing the glass at the entrance of a pharmaceutical company with a large hammer. Inside the company, several people were shining flashlights at him, threatening him to leave immediately. The man ignored them and continued to pound on the glass. The glass looked strong, but it quickly cracked under the hammer's blows, creating a large hole. The man walked straight inside, and soon sounds of fighting and screaming echoed from within. "What are you doing? This is a crime. Do you know that? You need to leave now, or I will call the police." "Call the police? In this apocalypse, go ahead and try. People like you know nothing."
Bang! 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 Ah! Ah!
Ji-hee crouched behind a sign, frozen in place, her heart racing at the sounds of screams from inside. What was happening? The power had just gone out. How could someone dare to rob? Should she leave? But with the power out, there was no elevator. Would she run into trouble on the stairs? Before Ji-hee could make up her mind, another man sneaked in through the stairwell. He was quiet, holding a flashlight. Ji-hee quickly crouched down, trying not to be seen. The flashlight shone briefly outside before moving away, allowing Ji-hee to peek out again. She saw the man turn off his flashlight, crouch low, and enter the pharmaceutical company, moving cautiously inside. Ji-hee was torn inside, should she stay or go? Just then, several people rushed out through the broken glass, looking disheveled and injured. Like startled birds, they ran down the stairs without hesitation. These must be the staff from inside. Watching them flee, Ji-hee's eyes flickered with determination. Finally, she steeled herself, stood up, put on a mask, and followed them inside. The pharmaceutical company was in chaos. Many tables and chairs were smashed and tossed aside, and several staff members lay on the floor. Their discarded phones were still on the ground, with flashlights shining weakly, providing a glimmer of light in the dark. Ji-hee used the light to see that the second man who entered was sneaking forward, while the first man was frantically stuffing something into his bag, completely unaware that someone was approaching from behind. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the man's hand and struck the man in front of him.
Ah!
The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, dropping the medicine he was holding and quickly pulling out a hammer to swing backward.
Ah!
The man behind him cried out in pain. He was shocked. What kind of grudge was this? With such a large hammer aimed at his head, it was clearly meant to cause serious harm. The man struck by lightning was tough. He wasn't even dazed after being hit. Impressive. Ji-hee crouched behind a pillar, her eyes wide open, watching intently. Both of these men were likely gamers, right? They looked strong and had good fighting skills. What about her? What was going on with her? She was a player too. Why should she be treated differently? She wanted an impressive weapon as well. Just then, a huge black shovel appeared in her hands, its head much larger than any she had seen before, at least twice the usual size. The edge was sharp. It looked like a great tool for work. Ji-hee. Well, it was quite practical. While Ji-hee was looking for a weapon, the two men in front had already settled their fight. One man was tougher and had defeated the other, now bending down to gather the medicine. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the man searching for medicine, and the smell of grilled meat. Due to a power outage, the environment was becoming stuffy, and Ji-hee was sweating on her forehead. She peeked out, carefully observing the man in front. The man was oblivious, focused on using his flashlight to find medicine. Ji-hee's heart raced, her hands gripping the shovel tightly, even sweating. This man looked like a tough character, and she wasn't sure if she could defeat him. Gritting her teeth, Ji-hee held her breath, calmed herself, and quietly raised the shovel, hiding it behind the wall, ready to strike as soon as the man came closer. The office was not very complicated in design, and if the man wanted to leave, this path was the quickest. The man moved quickly, soon packing the medicine on his back and starting to head outside. Ji-hee heard his footsteps and heavy breathing. She instinctively held her breath, gripping the shovel tightly, counting in her mind. Now's the time.
Bang!
With a loud crash, Ji-hee swung the shovel hard at the back of the man's head, the sound echoing loudly in the silent office. Ji-hee knew the man was dangerous, and she didn't dare to stop.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
She hit him several more times. When the man finally lay still on the ground, she gasped for breath and carefully used a shovel to nudge his head. She didn't dare to get too close. What if he fought back? The man was motionless, and it seemed he had truly passed out. She checked for his breath. He was still alive. As long as he was alive, that was good enough. Ji-hee let out a sigh, feeling a bit relieved. No need for fancy talk. No matter how skilled someone is, they can still be stopped by a shovel. She quickly wiped the sweat from her pants, put on gloves, and used a staff member's phone to call the police. The line was busy, and she had to try several times before she got through. If they were bold enough to rob, they should be caught and taught a lesson. After reporting the incident, Ji-hee turned to go inside. The power was already out. Those people had broken the refrigerator, leaving the vaccines inside to face rising temperatures. If they spoiled, it would be such a waste. She took the vaccines that were about to go bad, but left the others untouched. She would wait for the police. As Ji-hee left the pharmaceutical company, she felt a bit heavy-hearted. The hallway was dark, and she couldn't see clearly, so she carefully made her way down the stairs. The stairwell was eerily quiet, and she wondered where everyone had gone. At first, she turned on her flashlight, but soon she switched it off, using the light from her phone screen to guide her down. It was uncomfortably hot, and before long, her clothes were soaked with sweat. She wiped her forehead with her arm and continued to carefully move down in the dark, soon reaching the first floor. Ji-hee heard a commotion outside, with voices talking. She carefully leaned in to listen, trying not to make a sound, as the large iron door in the hallway felt warm. End of the world.
Quick grab. Food. Food.
Children. Superpowered individuals. The noise outside was chaotic, and she could hear the panic clearly even through the door. Unease settled in her heart. It felt like something unexpected was happening. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and she didn't have time to wipe it away as she pressed her ear against the door to listen closely. Soon, she heard people saying that all the food was gone and that they couldn't eat anymore. There were also superpowered individuals causing chaos outside, stealing things, and even attacking the police station. Hearing this, Ji-hee suddenly pulled her head away from the door, her heart pounding loudly. Superpowers? No way? She hoped the news was false, but deep down, she felt it might be true. Ji-hee quickly ran up a flight of stairs and hid in a corner, crouching down. With no one around, Ji-hee immediately logged into the game chat channel to see if there were any updates. Old Sword. This disaster is a sign from M-Star. It tells us that the world needs to be reshuffled, and we will be the new rulers. Brothers and sisters, it's not too late. If you want to join us, now is the time. If we seize this opportunity, we can reshape the world. We will stand at the top, ruling everything. Jach and Star, ruling everything. Let's transform the world into one we are satisfied with. 10-meter big knife. Let's take down everything unfair in the world. Let those who usually look down on us be silenced. Soul of Flame, I advise you not to refuse our kindness. Join us while we still want to give you a chance. Otherwise, when we have the time, it will be your turn to suffer. Happy little genius, are you all crazy? Just because of a sudden rise in temperature, you've lost your humanity? Do you even realize how much loss this has caused? How many innocent people have lost their names because of you? How many families have been shattered because of you? Nien Nien Buwang. Everyone, stop arguing. Since we are all part of this game, we are like a big family and should understand and accept each other. Is there anything we can't talk about? Flame and the others must have their reasons. They are not the people you think they are. Happy little genius. Picture happy little genius. They are a group of heartless beasts. The game is blind to awaken your talents. This is a drought situation. We believe in the country, and we will get through it soon, but look at what they have done. Robbing banks? Attacking police stations? Stealing from jewelry stores? Causing terror in multiple cities? Now the citizens are in chaos. Do you know how serious this is for our country? Brotherly. Exactly. The game gave you talents, not to let you run wild outside. Don't think just because you've awakened your attack abilities that you're invincible. I don't believe your powers can withstand missiles. With your reckless actions, you'll end up in trouble sooner or later. Foodie, do you still have time to chat? Hurry up and gather supplies. The items in the game are so expensive. Can anyone really live off gaming? If I don't gather enough, my family might starve. Am I living in outer space? Why are there so many gamers causing trouble outside? There are people at the supermarket next door going crazy. I managed to grab quite a bit too. Everyone, please stop arguing. The Flames group is also in a desperate situation. I heard the food outside is all infested with bugs. They can't starve, can they? Only the weak have useless sympathy. Ordinary people have no social value. What's wrong with eating a little less? We, the new generation, are the hope for evolution. Why should I go hungry when I have the ability? In the future, the strongest will call the shots. The chat channel was buzzing with excitement as he quickly scrolled through, occasionally clicking on shared photos. There were many photos, some showing supplies, others depicting robbery scenes. Most gamers were just at the stage of grabbing items, but some seemed to have formed small groups to vandalize and steal. They took over the supermarket and recruited other players to join them. The scenes in the photos were quite grim, with broken walls and large pools of blood on the ground, many people lying unconscious, resembling a crime scene. These individuals were cautious, not revealing their identities, mostly sharing photos of supplies. He felt increasingly uneasy as she bit her lip. This is bad. After a while, he closed the chat channel and took out her phone to search for news. Local news had many real-time updates, mostly about several terrorist attacks happening outside. He scrolled down, unable to find the end. But at least they have a purpose. They haven't attacked residential buildings yet. The public is mostly panicking, but there hasn't been any chaos. These attackers are targeting places with abundant resources, like police stations and supermarkets. The government issued a timely announcement, not explaining much, just advising citizens to stay home and wait for further updates when the situation stabilizes. While scrolling through the news, he remained tense, occasionally stopping to listen for any sounds, fearing someone might come after her. Suddenly, her phone alerted her that the battery was low. He frowned and carefully put her phone away. The weather was hot, and the phone was draining quickly. After just a short time of use, the battery she had fully charged that morning was nearly gone. Of course, he would never admit that the battery had failed after 4 years. She insisted it was due to the weather. She stood up and carefully walked to the front door on the first floor, trying to grasp the doorknob to open it. It wouldn't budge? Try harder? Still nothing. After several attempts, he had to give up. She didn't know who had locked the door, but she couldn't get out. With no other choice, she continued down. After going down another level, she tried pushing the door inward. It opened. Great, this door isn't locked. As soon as he stepped inside, she was shocked by the crowded scene. This was the basement level, a supermarket. In the darkness, people were using flashlights and pushing shopping carts, frantically grabbing items in the crowded, dimly lit store. The sounds of shouting, crying children, women screaming, and items crashing to the ground created a chaotic atmosphere. He felt a chill despite the hot summer. Reality was so different from the images she had seen. There were still staff at the supermarket counter. One was standing on the checkout counter with a flashlight, shouting frantically, "Don't grab. Don't grab. Line up. Pay." As soon as she finished shouting, she was knocked down by the frenzied crowd, swallowed up by the mass of people, and fell silent. But the chaotic crowd showed no signs of stopping. He stood in the dark, hearing someone shout wildly, "It's the end of the world. All the vegetables are rotten. The food is infested. Hurry and grab something, or you'll starve. Everyone will starve." Hearing this made he feel a rush of adrenaline, as if she would starve if she didn't grab something right away. For a moment, she felt disoriented. Something was off. This wasn't right. She bit her tongue hard, tasting blood, which helped clear her mind. She looked up in the direction of the voice. In the darkness, a figure stood atop a tall shelf, arms outstretched, waving a flashlight and continuously shouting persuasive words, urging people to become even more frantic. Was this another player? He fought against the temptation and observed her surroundings. Beneath this man, 2 others were helping support the shelf, clearly part of his group. She knew she couldn't take them on. He understood her own strength well. She could handle 1 or 2 ordinary people, but 3 skilled individuals? That was a different story. She lowered her head, turned, and blended into the crowd, distancing herself from them. "Please take it with confidence. We have already destroyed all the surveillance. Trust us to solve all your worries. This is our sincerity. Please join our big family. Welcome, all brothers and sisters." The supermarket was completely dark, except for the light from flashlights, making the rest of the place feel frighteningly dark. Away from the man's tempting voice, the people around seemed much calmer. Most of the shoppers were gathered in the rice and oil section, and he didn't want to compete with them. Instead, she moved against the crowd to the deli and frozen food sections. The supermarket had many items, but with no staff to restock, the shelves were nearly empty after the rush. In the deli section, people were still frantically loading their carts. The person who came with her was pulling her urgently. "Are you crazy? It's so hot, and it's been out for half the morning. Even if you take it home, you might not be able to eat it." Just grab a little, and let's go get some rice. Okay, let's go now. The two quickly ran away. Ji-hee thought, is it really that serious? It's only been a little while since the power went out. Why can't it be eaten? What the person said was true. In this heat, food kept in boxes would spoil in less than 2 hours. Ji-hee looked around to see no one was watching, then sneaked behind the counter and secretly took away roasted chickens, fried chickens, twisted dough sticks, fried meatballs, grilled fish slices, sausages, cold dishes, cold noodles, pig trotters, spare ribs, and pickles. This was a high-end supermarket, and the deli had a wide variety of food, including not just meats but also many types of noodles, buns, and pancakes. In addition to pre-prepared items, there were also freshly made ones. After packing these, she discovered spicy beef slices and spicy crayfish, which she hadn't prepared but were perfect to take home and try. He was frantically sweeping through the deli section. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped, bent down, and crawled into the counter. Sure enough, it was filled with gas canisters. She smiled, thinking how great this was. She hoped to upgrade her storage space. With a wave of her hand, she took all the gas canisters. While clearing things out, she saw many semi-finished products, including twisted dough sticks, meatballs, and meat strips that were prepared but not yet fried, along with half-open seasonings and leftover oil. He didn't mind and packed them all into her storage. It was a waste to leave them here without air conditioning. They would spoil quickly. After finishing in the deli section, Ji-hee made her way to the frozen food section in the dark. It was also an area that didn't attract much attention. Even if she took this item, if it wasn't put in the fridge right away, it would melt. By the time it spoiled, it would be a waste to throw it away, and carrying it around was heavy. At that moment, there was no one around, but the glass door of the fridge was wide open, and many items had already been taken, leaving a mess inside. Since the freezer had lost power, many items were starting to melt. He casually squeezed an ice cream, and it was already a bit soft. It was melting quickly. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and began to gather items. There was only a small amount left, mostly dumplings, buns, steamed buns, wontons, pastries, and ice cream. Even if each freezer had only half of its items left, after searching the frozen section, she was sweating profusely. Without air conditioning, even the basement wasn't very cool. It was stuffy. Leaning against the wall to catch a breath, she took a quick sip of water in the darkness. She knew the outside temperature was over 50 degrees Celsius, and without proper training, she couldn't walk in the sun for long. If there was no immediate danger, it would be best for her to stay in the mall until the sun wasn't so intense before going out. She had plenty of time and could grab more items from the supermarket. She could hear the sounds of people grabbing things and screaming from inside the store. After resting for a moment, he continued to move forward in the dark and soon reached the spice section, which wasn't too crowded. These spices were valuable, with many different brands that he hadn't bought before. She had only purchased the essentials for daily cooking, like large plate chicken seasoning and water-boiled fish seasoning. Now that she had the chance, she couldn't miss it. Perhaps feeling a bit shy, no one was using flashlights. Everyone was grabbing things in the dark. He took advantage of the chaos to collect many spices, not knowing exactly what she had until she got back home. After finishing with the spices, she moved forward and spotted jams and canned fruits, which she also didn't have space for. There were only a few bottles left on the counter, and he took them all. Jam was great for providing vitamins and sugar. If the world really did come to an end, she could use it to trade for other items. Feeling good, he moved to the instant food section and casually touched the shelves. Empty.
Huh.
She checked again, and it was still empty. He turned on her flashlight and saw that the shelves were completely bare. Not believing it, she searched again and found a few hidden treasures on the top and bottom shelves. There were mostly spicy items like snail noodles and some Xinjiang fried noodles, which needed further processing according to the instructions. She twitched her lips. These people really knew what items could be stored. Sighing, he collected all of these. Others disliked the spiciness, but she didn't mind and took them to enjoy slowly. Continuing forward, she quickly reached the beverage section, which was also crowded. with many people frantically grabbing items. All the bottled water was gone, but there were still some drinks left. In the dark, he collected a lot. Drinks were so expensive, she hadn't dared to buy them before, and there were only a few bottles in her space. With this new supply, while she might not achieve complete drink freedom, it would at least improve her life when she craved something refreshing. Moving on, she arrived at the daily necessities section, which was mostly empty as everyone was focused on food, so there was no rush for daily items. After all, the main issue right now was food. People weren't particularly in need of these things. He stepped forward without hesitation, picking up laundry detergent, expensive shampoo, and sanitary pads, putting them all in her cart. If she had known about this opportunity, she wouldn't have wasted money before. She thought about it, but didn't slow down. She didn't have any grand goals. She just wanted to gather enough daily necessities for a lifetime. That way, if she ever couldn't survive in the city, she could find a secluded place in the mountains to live alone. After finishing with the daily necessities, he hurriedly made her way back out, not stopping to rest. This supermarket would be one of the most crowded places, and it wasn't particularly safe. Having gathered everything, there was no need to linger. She needed to find a safe spot. He carefully avoided people as much as possible, but there was only one exit, and the closer she got, the more crowded it became. The conflicts increased too. Many who didn't get food directly snatched items from others' carts. In no time, he witnessed 3 incidents where people nearly ended up in serious fights. If someone mentioned such things this morning, no one would have believed it. Some nearby noticed but seeing she only had a large stainless steel basin, they lost interest. She had plenty of those at home, so there was no need to fight for it. He balanced the basin on her head like a helmet and quickly squeezed her way out. At that moment, the person who had been stirring up chaos at the entrance was gone, and people seemed much calmer, though still wary of each other. There was a patch of red blood at the entrance, and many people avoided it, pushing their carts upstairs. The elevator has stopped, and people can only use their strength to carry things up. He glanced at the escalator entrance and turned to leave. She didn't plan to go to the first floor now. It would be too crowded, and it wasn't safe for her alone. He continued to walk up the stairs. She wanted to return to the sleep experience center, where there was no one. Carefully, she climbed the stairs. The hallway was eerily quiet. She wondered where everyone had gone. When she reached the floor of the sleep experience center, he didn't go in right away. She remembered that 2 official players were still lying inside the medical company. She crouched at the door and listened for a moment, but there was no sound at all. Only then did she carefully sneak inside. The room wasn't very dark. A bit of light shone from the corner window, and he slowly crawled forward. When she reached the spot where the person had fallen earlier, he frowned. The person who had been lying there was gone. She wondered when he had left and where he might be hiding. Was he still in the room? He suddenly felt thirsty. She crouched behind a table, staying still while listening carefully to her surroundings. Still no sound. After waiting a bit longer, she slowly crawled forward. Soon, she reached the room where the medicines were stored. The man lying inside was also gone. These players must have strong physical abilities. He didn't linger and quickly ran back to the sleep experience center next door. This time, she was just as cautious, standing at the door to listen before going in. Fortunately, it was as quiet as when she left, and no one had rushed in. That made sense. After all, the place was filled with beds and furniture, which were the least valuable items at this stage. He walked straight to the back. She reached out to collect all the prepared meals, relieved she had returned quickly. Otherwise, they would have spoiled. After packing the food, he also picked a few comfortable mattresses and beds, along with several sheets and duvet covers from the wardrobe. The items here were all valuable. They felt smooth to the touch, the kind she usually couldn't afford. Once everything was packed, he glanced at her phone. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. She walked to the door, just about to go out when she suddenly heard voices not far outside. "Changge, this is the medical company. I just got my medicine from here and there's still a lot inside." "Okay, I'll go take a look." If there really is, you'll get your share of the benefits. Thank you, Brother Chong. I heard there's someone who can transform materials. Sure. He held her breath. Brother Chong? Material transformation? What is this? From the voice, it sounded like the tattooed man was speaking. She must not be discovered, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He wanted to hide in her space but didn't want to miss what they were saying. After thinking for a moment, she decided to wait a little longer. If there was danger, she could hide then. He crouched in the dark room, not daring to move, and listened carefully. Unfortunately, there was no useful information. The two men carried several bags of medicine, saying they would report back to their boss and return with someone to take all the medicine. Then they left the floor together. Listening to their footsteps fade away, he let out a sigh. Those two looked strong and definitely weren't good people. They were looking for their boss. These people have really brought everything into reality. She took out her phone and checked the weather forecast, which showed the outside temperature was 51 degrees. He quickly turned off her phone and put it away. Yesterday, the highest temperature was only 40 degrees. Today it jumped to 51. That's outrageous. No wonder even breathing felt like fire. He took a deep breath. She got up and went to the neighboring pharmacy. Those medicines were better off with her than in the hands of those bad guys. At least she wouldn't go around hurting anyone. After grabbing the medicine, he quickly turned and left that floor. She couldn't stay there any longer. Those two might come back with others. Going down the stairs, he wanted to find a safe place to hide, preferably somewhere without people. But after checking several floors, she found that there were people hiding everywhere. She felt like a startled bird. Stopping on the stairs, she heard people talking loudly. She decided not to go in. In her 2 lifetimes, although she had been a bit selfish, she had always been a good citizen and didn't want to be caught by the police and end up in trouble. So, she avoided any places where people were hiding. Soon, she found a high-end kitchenware company with the door wide open and no one inside, not sure where everyone had gone. He seized this opportunity and went in, taking several pots and bowls displayed on the counter. As she walked further in, she saw many pots in the storage room. With a wave of her hand, she gathered them all. With these pots, she could use them to store food, as the stainless steel basin in her space was already full. Besides the pots, the company also had many kitchen knives and boning knives. He was extremely happy when she saw this. Not only did she have defenses, but now she also had weapons. In the country, guns are banned and strictly controlled, making it very difficult to obtain illegal weapons. While she couldn't find any special weapons, having a few kitchen knives was still good. After collecting all the knives, he didn't leave right away. She found a spot under a table, crawled in, and entered her space. Continuing to search didn't seem worthwhile. It was better to finish her tasks in the space. As soon as he entered the space, she let out a comfortable sigh. It felt like paradise. Compared to the hot weather outside, the space was incredibly pleasant. If only there were no time limits and it had water and electricity. He wished she could stay in the space forever. She knew that wasn't possible, though. First, she placed the gasoline she bought in the morning into the space upgrade section. As expected, the 20,000 yuan worth of gasoline disappeared and the upgrade requirements remained unchanged. Well, that means one gold-eating beast. She decided to take her time. He stopped her wandering thoughts and focused on working in the space. After some time, the animals in the space had grown quite a bit and were all in good condition. They gathered around He, eager for food. Seeing the livestock's healthy bodies, He nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, they would likely be ready in 6 months. Although the first batch of livestock needed to be kept for breeding, she was not in a hurry since she still had enough food for now. After taking care of the livestock, he collected the manure and set it aside to make fertilizer. All the crops she planted were easy to manage, and they had grown quite a bit. He bent down to pick some sweet potato sprouts, taking extra to save for later meals. Not only were the livestock thriving, but the seafood in both saltwater and freshwater was also doing very well. Now, She had to feed them several times a day, or they wouldn't be full. Watching them swim playfully in the water put Ji-hee in a great mood. This space was truly a treasure. After all this time, none had died. Everyone was alive. Once she finished her farming tasks, Ji-hee checked the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. Not wanting to waste time in the space, she quickly exited. As soon as she came out, she felt like she had jumped into a steamer. It was even hotter than when she first entered, making it hard to breathe, as if something was pressing on her chest. Sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Ji-hee slowly crawled out from under the bed, careful not to make a sound, and quietly made her way down the stairs. The hottest part of the sun is almost over. Can I go home now? As Ji-hee reached the 3rd floor, she heard the sound of police sirens growing louder. Are the police here? Ji-hee was thrilled and quickly ran to the stairway on the 2nd floor, pulling the stairway door with all her might. Luckily, it was not locked. She went down the stairs and ran to the mall. There were many people sitting on the floor of the 2nd floor, also hearing the police sirens and heading down the escalator. Many were carrying bags, clearly having just shopped at the supermarket. Ji-hee didn't take anything and blended into the crowd, not drawing any attention. When she reached the escalator, she finally saw what the 1st floor looked like. It was much more crowded than the 2nd floor. Most people were gathered on the 1st floor, and even the shops were filled with people, all guarding their supplies and watching each other closely. Hearing the police sirens, many who were carrying supplies instinctively stood up, looking around nervously. Some people, feeling bold, rushed out while the police had not completely surrounded the mall, running home with their supplies. Seeing the first person run, many others followed suit, all carrying supplies. At that moment, the police quickly parked their cars at the entrance. Several officers jumped out and shouted, "Stop! Submit to a search! Don't run around to avoid accidents." The crowd ignored them, especially those who had taken things. Seeing armed police made them run even faster. They were worried that if caught, they would lose everything they had taken. It wasn't that they didn't have money. They were just afraid they wouldn't be able to buy anything even if they did. Ji-hee was pushed along by the crowd toward the exit. The police were shouting through a loudspeaker, but there were too many people rushing out, and the few officers had little effect. As soon as Ji-hee got outside, she felt like she was in an oven. It was different from the sauna-like heat inside. Although the sun wasn't as hot as at noon, the outdoor temperature was still very high. It felt like being in a baking oven. She hopped on her tricycle and hurried home. Fortunately, there weren't too many cars on the road, and her journey went smoothly. On her way home, Ji-hee saw many cars parked at the supermarket entrance, with people frantically loading items into them. It was as if they were free. After riding for a while, Ji-hee felt out of breath and tight in her chest. She knew it was because of the heat. Hiding under the shade of a tree, Ji-hee drank half a bottle of water in one go and felt a bit better before continuing her ride home. She was grateful that her tricycle was electric, otherwise, it would have been much harder for her. On the way back, she stopped by the delivery station. There weren't any large supermarkets nearby, and the gamers didn't care much for the small shops around, so it was relatively peaceful. The delivery station was open, and many people were inside picking up their packages. Some even asked the delivery owner to help take their packages back. The owner kindly agreed, but mentioned it would be later in the evening. Ji-hee couldn't wait that long. She carried her packages to the tricycle and took them in several trips. Some people saw she had a vehicle and asked if she could help deliver their packages too. Ji-hee thought for a moment, it's really hot today, and it's tough work. If you're willing to give me 5 packs of snacks or instant noodles, I can help you out. Since it was only the first hot day, many hadn't adjusted to the heat yet. They quickly agreed to the fare of 5 packs of snacks. Ji-hee first delivered her own packages home, then returned to the delivery station to start working. At that moment, there were many people around. It was so hot that no one wanted to walk even a little. Seeing Ji-hee working, several people asked if she could take them home as well, offering the same 5 packs of snacks. Ji-hee didn't refuse and agreed to all of them. One lady even asked about Ji-hee's situation while riding. Ji-hee was open and said, "Well, the rice has bugs in it, and I won't have dinner tonight." I was supposed to go to the supermarket, but I don't have any money. I thought I'd ride around and earn some instant noodles to at least have something to eat for the next few days. Oh, dear. Poor thing. A child from a poor family has to grow up fast. Another lady exclaimed. This poor girl should let my son see this. Maybe he'll stop wasting food. He only started the conversation, and the other ladies quickly joined in. She enjoyed the break and focused on delivering people. As she rode, people noticed the young girl sweating from the heat and generously offered her extra food. By the end of the night, she brought home 30 packs of instant noodles, 15 packs of chips, 5 packs of hot dogs, 1 pack of 350g sunflower seeds, 2 boxes of drinks, 10 packs of pickles, and 5 pieces of frozen meat. After finishing her work, he returned home, closed all the doors and windows, and let out a sigh of relief. It had been quite a journey. With her experience from the evening, she figured the neighbors would know she was struggling, and that made her feel a bit more at ease. Ignoring the need for rest, he rushed to the kitchen and bathroom to turn on all 3 faucets, placing buckets to collect water. Fortunately, the water supply was still on. In a disaster, food and water are definitely the most important. Even if she had plenty of bottled water, who would complain about having too much? Who knows how long she could survive? If she had a space but still died of thirst, that would be quite embarrassing. After filling the buckets, he picked up the remote to turn on the air conditioning, but it showed no response. She tried other appliances, but none worked. The power was out. She quickly ran to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Luckily, the frozen items were only thawed and hadn't spoiled. She swiftly stored everything from the fridge into her space and finally sat down to rest. As soon as she sat down, he felt a sharp pain in her arm. Carefully, she took off her shirt and looked down to see that her skin was sunburned and red, feeling hot to the touch. She even noticed blisters on the back of her hand. The back of her neck also felt like it was burning. He realized she was sunburned. She extended her hand, and a white light glowed from her palm, quickly making the blisters disappear. Satisfied with her healing ability, she began treating the other sunburned areas, and soon her entire body was healed. Today, her injuries weren't too severe, and even after healing, she didn't feel very tired. After finishing the treatment, he sat down to charge her phone with a power bank and went online to check the news. The internet was chaotic with all sorts of information. Many young people were claiming the apocalypse was coming, urging everyone to stock up as much as possible. Some, not afraid of the heat, drove out to gather supplies but ended up with car trouble, stranded in the middle of the road, unable to find help and asking for assistance online. Even offering extra money didn't attract anyone's attention. It was incredibly hot. No ordinary car could withstand the heat. Others posted messages asking for help, saying that elderly family members were suffering from heat exhaustion and couldn't get an ambulance in time, requesting someone to take them to the hospital. Some were offering carpooling with air conditioning for 200 yuan per seat, with 2 spots still available. The address was included, and as soon as it was posted, many rushed to respond. There were also videos of neighbors setting up tents in the underground parking lot to escape the heat. Although it was still warm there, it was much cooler than outside. Some people were spending money online to buy herbal medicine at high prices, claiming that all the pharmacies had run out of stock. The supermarket owner is online, complaining that people are robbing his store. He wants to send those robbers a warning. Many people are frantically ordering items online, but no delivery riders are accepting orders. It's said that even offers of 200 yuan aren't attracting anyone. He raised an eyebrow. Compared to the 200 yuan delivery fee, her offer of just a few bags of snacks delivered to her building is quite cheap. After reading the online news, he opened the game store to see if there were any changes. The prices were still high. A bottle of water costs 10 copper coins, and instant noodles are 20 copper coins per bag. The selection was complete, even including meat and vegetables, but the prices were quite shocking. Spinach was sold at 50 copper coins for 3 stalks. It was Jihee's first time seeing vegetables sold by the stalk. She opened the search interface and sorted by price, from low to high. When the results appeared, she fell silent. Previously, seeds for radishes, cabbages, and tomatoes were not too expensive, just 1 copper coin each. Now, the price had increased tenfold to 10 copper coins each. This meant that the prices in the store were not always stable. Why had they suddenly risen? Did they know about the food shortages in reality? Ji-hee thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she closed the store. She didn't have a single copper coin, so the price increase didn't matter to her. She opened the game chat channel. Old sword. Picture. Old sword. Look at the supermarket we took over, filled with supplies. Everyone is welcome to join us. Just come and be part of the Brotherhood. With these supplies, we can live comfortably for years. Respect. I advise you to surrender before it's too late. What you're doing is a crime, and you will pay for your actions. Soul of Flames, shut up. That was too harsh, and the system blocked it. After watching for a while, Ji-hee understood that the chat channel was mostly occupied by two groups. One group seemed to be the organization robbing the supermarkets, taking the game into reality and gathering people to seize control. The other group was likely officials speaking very firmly. Ji-hee summarized the information and realized that this disaster affected not just their city, but the entire country. The gamers had somehow formed a gang in reality, choosing this day of rising tension to act together, taking over several large storage supermarkets and holding many hostages, causing some real trouble for the government. Seeing this, Ji-hee understood why the mall was in such chaos and why the police hadn't arrived immediately. After all, there were more serious situations waiting for them, and most people at the mall were just ordinary citizens, posing far less of a threat than gamers. At most, they might steal some food, which was nothing compared to those who claimed territory. Ji-hee sighed. She had been busy cooking and selling food lately to make money, and she only had a little time before bed to check the chat channel, so she couldn't figure things out. She didn't even know when these people had started to come into the real world. She couldn't understand why these people were so clueless. If an ordinary person could become a gamer, why couldn't the special police or armed police do the same? Those two game tasks, while a bit challenging, were still manageable for regular people. Asking trained soldiers to handle simple tasks like killing chickens or geese would be as easy as chopping vegetables. How could they not succeed? Just because you have talent doesn't mean others can't have it too. Wasn't that a bit foolish? Ji-hee thought about it for a while but couldn't understand their mindset, so she decided to let it go for now. In any case, she wasn't planning to expose herself. She didn't have combat skills, and revealing her abilities would only make her a target, so it was better to stay low-key. Ji-hee stood up, stretched, and prepared to start working. She left the water running in the faucet to collect as much as possible before it stopped. Besides gathering water, she also planned to cook some food to avoid inconvenience later. Most of what she had in her space were pre-made dishes, and if she ate them for too long, even she would get tired of them. To improve her quality of life as much as possible, Ji-hee decided to make a few different dishes. She went to the kitchen, found a large basin, and began washing the vegetables she took from her space. Unlike professional chefs who could make many fancy dishes, she only knew how to cook home-style meals. She made braised ribs with green beans, stir-fried potatoes with tree peppers, braised eggplant, crispy pork, tomato-stewed beef, cumin lamb, garlic lettuce, spinach soup, pork and winter melon soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, braised pork with quail eggs, braised tofu, cold mixed enoki mushrooms, garlic broccoli, stir-fried zucchini, stir-fried bok choy, oyster sauce lettuce, dry pot cauliflower, and smashed cucumbers. She mainly focused on preparing the leafy greens first. For vegetables like radishes, cowpeas, and cucumbers that could be pickled, she planned to gather enough to make a jar of pickles later. When Ji-hee took out lotus root, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't planted any lotus root in her space like yet. She glanced at the plump white lotus root in her hand, quietly put it back, and decided not to eat it for now, wanting to see if these pieces could be used as seeds. Ji-hee was busy in the kitchen, moving quickly as she cooked, and also started steaming buns in a large pot nearby. While food was still somewhat available and people weren't too sensitive about taste, she wanted to prepare extra. Staple foods were important too, so she planned to make more, just in case they got hungry, A bun with some pickled vegetables could make a meal. Ji-hee worked until the moon was high in the sky before she finally sat down to eat. At that moment, both large pots were still in use. She sat on a kitchen stool, holding a bun and eating it with a plate of cold mixed enoki mushrooms, while also checking the news on her phone. The government had done a great job. After an afternoon of repairs, many homes had electricity again. However, her area was still considered suburban and hadn't been fixed yet. With electricity and water, people could use air conditioning and cook, making life feel somewhat normal again, and the panic from earlier in the day had eased. The bloody videos seen in the afternoon had disappeared, likely dealt with by the authorities. As the temperature dropped, many police and military personnel were deployed, and the situation had calmed down compared to the chaos of the day. Someone posted a video online of shopping at a supermarket, showing several people in green uniforms maintaining order with guns, making it safer to shop. There was no need to worry about the chaos that had occurred earlier. However, a loudspeaker nearby kept announcing, "Each person is limited to 1,000 items. Please consume rationally and avoid excessive stockpiling to prevent waste." The habit of stockpiling was deeply ingrained in the people. Even with the loudspeaker broadcasting continuously, most people still bought the maximum amount, and many returned to line up again after sending things home. Families were out in full force, frantically shopping. In addition to supermarket shopping videos, many new hospital videos surfaced. The earlier chaos had left many injured. The hospitals were now overcrowded with people suffering from heat stroke and injuries, filling the wards to capacity. With no room left, some had to be placed on the floor in the already narrow hallways, where only one person could pass sideways. The government hadn't addressed how to handle the looting at the supermarkets that afternoon. They likely had other priorities. Ji-hee looked at her phone for a while longer before closing it. These issues didn't concern her much. She preferred to focus on her own life and not add to the country's burdens. Ji-hee finished her meal and got up to continue working. The temperature had dropped quite a bit from the daytime heat, now around 40 degrees. Although it was still hot, it wasn't as intense without the sun. She opened the window while working, allowing some wind to come in at night. Even though it was warm air, it was better than nothing. Ji-hee planned to change her routine a bit over the next few days, sleep during the day and cook at night, which would be more comfortable. She focused on chopping vegetables, washing and cutting the leafy greens first. Although there seemed to be a lot of vegetables, they would shrink down when cooked. As long as the gas and water were still available, Ji-hee intended to cook as much as she could. Around midnight, Ji-hee checked the time and realized she wouldn't be able to play games today. She got up and went to the backyard to take out the solar charger, following the instructions to start working. In the yard, she could still smell the food being cooked by the neighbors and hear an elderly lady complaining. The heat was unbearable, and the power was still out. In the afternoon, she had heard several women complaining about the food in their refrigerators, worried it would spoil if the power didn't return. They couldn't bear to throw it away, so they had to find a way to deal with it. Ji-hee's cooking smells were not noticeable under the cover of these other odors. She carefully used a flashlight while working in the backyard, as she didn't dare install anything in the front yard where it would be too obvious. The backyard was a bit better, as there were fewer people around. Not very skilled at this task, Ji-hee took over 2 hours to install it, yawning and checking the time, realizing it was already past 3 a.m. The neighbors were also asleep, and the area was quiet. She rubbed her eyes and went back into the kitchen to continue working. This was the best time to cook without drawing attention, so she couldn't waste it. Even while installing the solar generator outside, she kept the kitchen busy by boiling water. The water she had stored was raw, so she needed to boil it before drinking. Ji-hee decided to boil 20 buckets of water to have it ready for later. While waiting for the water to boil, she entered her storage space to organize the supplies she had collected today. Most of the food she stored today didn't include fresh vegetables or meat. Aside from some ready-to-eat cooked food, the rest were snacks and packaged goods. These were valuable items, as they would be convenient for future exchanges. Ji-hee categorized them and made a list in her notebook, so she would know what she had when needed. After finishing with the food, Ji-hee began to organize daily necessities. This was straightforward. She just needed to find a box, pack everything neatly, and register it. She thought that although there were many items, she might not need them all by the time she turned 60. If possible, she wanted to collect more for a sense of security. Once she finished with the daily necessities, he started sorting the medicines. Today, she stored quite a few medicines, including many vaccines, but after a quick glance, she decided not to register them. There were just too many types. She carefully placed the medicines in a corner of the space, marked them, and planned to find them later when needed. With everything organized, the space felt more open. It was already 4 a.m. He took out vegetables and cornmeal from the space and began cooking pig feed outside. The pig feed needed to be cooked, but the chickens and ducks could eat it raw, just chopped and mixed. After preparing the food, he stepped back into the space. The temperature there was just right, and the animals grew faster than outside. Approaching the pig pen, she noticed that the 2 piglets she bought had grown quite a bit and were eagerly waiting for their meal. He opened the fence and stepped inside, reaching out to pet the piglets. They were friendly and nudged her with their noses. After giving them a good pat on their backs, she poured the feed into their trough. The piglets immediately rushed to eat, enjoying both the feed and cornmeal. Seeing them happy, he turned to clean up the pig waste. As the pigs grew, they ate more and produced more waste, but luckily they were well-behaved and used the same spot, making it easier to clean. After tidying up, he decided to try using her skill again. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Initially, her talent showed a chance to turn waste into treasure, but after several attempts on trash, she had always been unsuccessful. This time was no different. Not feeling discouraged, she gathered the pig waste into a designated area outside and then headed to the chicken coop. The chickens, ducks, geese, and quails were growing quickly and starting to molt, looking quite awkward. With patches of feathers missing, they looked rather funny. The environment in the space was good, and they adapted well. None had died. They spent their days wandering on the grass after meals, occasionally nibbling on some leaves, living a much more comfortable life than Ji-hee. Watching them, Ji-hee thought about catching some bugs for them to eat. Chickens needed bugs for nutrition to grow quickly. After feeding the animals, Ji-hee went to check on the bees, which were still lively and not dead from hunger. Recently, she had planted half sunflowers and various flowers around the edge of the black soil. When she bought the seeds, the shopkeeper gave her several flower seedlings as a gift, each of different types, just one of each, for her to try growing. She didn't refuse, following the principle of not turning down free things, and now they were coming in handy. The flower seedlings were not enough to fill all the gaps in the black soil, so he planted sunflowers in the remaining spaces. Although they hadn't bloomed yet, they had grown quite tall and were close to flowering. He poured some sugar water for the bees before turning to work in the field. The black soil was easy to manage. It didn't need watering, weeding, or pest control. She just needed to check on it daily. The biggest task was to thin out the overly dense sweet potato seedlings to ensure they grew potatoes instead of just more plants. But this was a good thing. While waiting for other vegetables to grow, these sweet potato plants eased Ji-hee's anxious heart. After finishing all her work and looking at the peaceful space, Ji-hee sighed a little sadly. If there were no time limits, she would want to stay there forever. Not wanting to waste time in the space, Ji-hee quickly left. As soon as she stepped outside, she rolled her eyes at the heat. It felt like stepping into a steamer. She initially wanted to sleep, but decided to go to the kitchen to continue cooking instead. She wanted to cherish the limited time she had now and prepare in advance, so she wouldn't panic later. After finishing her tasks, Ji-hee looked at the clock and saw it was already 7 a.m. She checked the door again, set an alarm for an hour later to collect water, and lay down on the bed without changing her clothes, falling into a deep sleep. Ji-hee's sleep was not very peaceful. Outside her door, she could hear sirens and ambulance sounds. At first, she woke up startled, but later she dozed off again, still hearing the noises. Of course, she got up several times in a daze to collect water from the faucet, then lay back down to sleep. When the alarm rang again, Ji-hee woke up feeling as if she hadn't slept at all. Shaking her head, she got up, collected the nearly full water into the space, and splashed her face with cold water. Just as she was about to eat, a loudspeaker outside announced, "Residents, please stay at home. The community committee will send people to your door for a population check. Residents, please keep someone at home. The neighborhood committee will send people for a population check." Ji-hee put the food back in storage, put on sun protection clothing, and took an umbrella before going outside. She wanted to ask when they would call. As soon as she stepped out, her arms felt like they were burning. Startled, she quickly went back inside. Forget it, safety is more important. She decided not to ask. While eating, she checked her phone. Uncle Yen, girl, joined the trading group. There are many vendors from the morning market, and some people have supplies at home. If you need anything, you can buy it there. Ji-hee didn't hesitate, sent a smiling emoji, and quickly joined the group. The group was very lively, with everyone chatting. Oldly selling grain. Rice 60 per pound, flour 70 per pound. Contact me if you need anything, self-pickup. Spring blossoms, with vegetables, you're outrageous. Just 2 days ago, you sold it for 5 per pound, and now you've raised it tenfold. Be careful, I might report you. Oldly selling grain. Go ahead. I'm offering a fair price. You haven't seen how many people are selling for 100 per pound outside. If it weren't for us all being at the morning market, I wouldn't sell it all. Chicken King. Buying infested grain for 3 per pound, large quantities.
Contact me.
Spring blossoms with vegetables Old Wong. What do you want that grain for? The bugs outnumber the grain. You can't even eat it. Chicken King. It's for feeding chickens, not for me. Oldly selling grain. How much for chicken? Chicken King. Live ones 50 per pound. Dead ones 20 per pound. How many do you want? Oldly selling grain. How can you sell dead chickens? Aren't you afraid of inspections? Chicken King. Picture Chicken King. Yesterday the temperature rose and a lot of my chickens died. I lost everything, and now I can't recover my losses? What's wrong with dead chickens? I eat them myself. Chicken King. Picture G. He opened the picture and saw the first image of many fallen chickens, at least dozens. It seemed the heat had caused significant losses at the farm. The second photo showed them salting the dead chickens to dry, likely to prevent spoilage. Oldly selling grain. Picture oldly selling grain. Thousands of pounds. Old Wang, come and pick it up yourself if you want it. He opened the first picture from Old Lee and felt a chill run down her spine. The open grain was infested with tiny black bugs. The black bugs outnumbered the white rice grains. The food is definitely not edible anymore. The other photos sent by Old Lee also show open food, including rice, flour, millet, and other grains, all infested with bugs. There are many of them scattered around. High-end fruit store. Old Wang, do you want some fruit? Chicken King. How bad is it? High-end fruit store. Picture high-end fruit store. The price is negotiable. Just help me take them away. They have so many bugs. High-end fruit store. Yesterday, the temperature was so high and there was a power outage. All my fruit spoiled, and I suffered a huge loss. He opened the fruit pictures, which were even worse than the grains. They were covered with fat white maggots, and many flies were buzzing around, in frightening numbers, at least dozens of boxes. Spring blossoms. With vegetables, stop comparing your losses with mine. Are yours worse than mine and Old Wang's? Let me show you my vegetable garden. It's all ruined. All the vegetables are gone. Spring blossoms with vegetables. Picture spring blossoms. With vegetables, rapeseed 300 per pound, lettuce 300 per pound. Contact me if you need some. Limited supply. First come, first served. He looked closer, frowning even more. The picture showed the vegetable garden, but unfortunately, all the greens were dead, many dried up on the ground. Not even livestock would eat them. Old Lee selling grain. Old son, you're charging $2 for a small vegetable? How can you mark it up so much? Be careful, I might report you. Spring blossoms, with vegetables you can report me, but the price stays the same. These vegetables were grown using diesel for air conditioning, The cost is very high, so don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't buy today, the price will go up tomorrow. Old Lee selling grain. I might as well eat meat. Old Wang, bring me a live chicken. Chicken King, I don't want your money. You can trade grain for my chicken. Old Lee selling grain. My grain is worth much more than your chicken. If you don't sell those chickens quickly, they might die and you'll lose everything. Chicken King, don't get too confident. Didn't the government talk to you this morning? As soon as this was said, no one spoke in the group during the day. Ji-hee frowned. The government? Did they notice something wrong and are preparing to take action? Appliance specialist. I have air conditioners, fans, and generators for sale. Contact me if you need any. Chicken King, bring me a generator too. Appliance specialist. Private message. Vegetable Prince. I want one too. It's too hot. The seeds aren't even sprouting. Kiwi socks. The supermarket is going crazy. A bottle of mineral water is selling for 20 yuan. Is no one going to do something about this? They don't even have food for sale, and even instant noodles are sold out. Who has rice? I'll trade socks for it. Fuqiang steamed buns. This is ridiculous. Even the pharmacy has purchase limits. I wanted to buy some medicine for heat stroke, but after going to several places, I couldn't find any. My elderly relative can't hold out much longer at home. If I can't get medicine, I'll have to take her to the hospital. Pineapple with honey. Stop complaining. The big supermarket at the entrance has been taken over by the government. They are currently transporting supplies out. After saying this, they shared several photos. Ji-hee looked at them. Sure enough, in front of a medium-sized supermarket, a large truck was parked, and there were armed police officers at the entrance. It seemed the government was acting quickly to collect all supplies. Just then, a news alert popped up on his phone. A flour mill exploded. Ji-hee clicked to see more. The image wasn't very clear, but he could still make out the flour mill sign. Just when things couldn't get worse, this explosion would likely cause a lot of food loss, not to mention potential injuries. Vegetable Prince. Wow. My water and gas just stopped suddenly. Does anyone know what's going on? Spring blossoms with vegetables. I was scared and rushed to check. Luckily, my utilities are still on. Jasmine. With this heat, it's probably a pipeline issue. Let's wait for the government to send someone to fix it. Vegetable Prince. How long will that take? I just planted these vegetables, and without water, they'll die. Little he sheep. Did you all see the news about the flour mill explosion? Stock up on water and food quickly. Vegetable Prince. Wow. Fuqiang steamed buns. Wow. Chicken King. Wow. High-end fruit shop. Wow. At Old Lee who sells grain. I need your help. Please sell me some food quickly. Suddenly, many people who had been quiet in the group started tagging Old Lee. Old Lee. Hey, we're all in the same group, and we've known each other for years. Don't say I'm not loyal. I'm still selling at the same price. If you want to buy grain, come to my place before dark. Don't say I didn't warn you. All my grain will be turned in tomorrow, and there won't be any left after that. After saying this, Old Lee disappeared. No matter how much the group tried to reach him, he didn't respond again. He knew this meant the government was taking action. Never underestimate the power of a nation. In the face of such a giant, an individual's strength is small. At times like this, one can only obey, with no other choice. He put down her phone, quickly finished her meal, and got up to cook. Today, besides finishing the stir-fried dishes, she wanted to make noodles. Dumplings, buns, and wontons. Noodles have a mild flavor, with meat and vegetables, and they are easy to eat. He first poured a large bowl of flour, added yeast, kneaded it well, and set it aside to rise. After thinking for a moment, she decided to store the dough in her planting space. What if something went wrong and it spoiled? The pests can be troublesome, so it's better to be cautious until the government announces the cause. Once the dough was ready, Ji-hee took out red beans and soaked a large bowl of them in water. She should have soaked them earlier, but she forgot yesterday. However, it was okay. If they didn't soak well today, she could still make red bean buns tomorrow. After putting the red beans in the space, Ji-hee started soaking wood ear mushrooms. She planned to make 3 types of buns: cabbage and pork, mushroom and meat, and zucchini with mixed vegetables. Ji-hee felt a bit regretful. When she stocked up on supplies, she had only bought 30 pounds of each vegetable. Even though she bought some more later, it still wasn't much when she started cooking. After consuming a lot in the past few days, she was running low. With the fields planted with grains, she couldn't grow vegetables in the short term. If she ran out of vegetables, she would face a risk of shortages. As she chopped meat and vegetables, Ji-hee frantically thought of solutions. After a long time, she decided to pull out the grass under the fruit trees. With the grains planted and growing well, she was reluctant to pull them out, so she would have to remove the grass instead. The grass in the pasture was thriving, enough for the calves and lambs to eat. She didn't need to remove all the grass on the mountain. She could plant vegetables while pulling it out. First, she would plant some fast-growing greens to ensure she had something to eat later. As for the rest, she would take it step by step. Ji-hee made up her mind and worked even faster. She finished stir-frying all the remaining vegetables until she had nearly used up all the greens in her space. Next, she chopped filling for the buns. By 8 p.m., she had made over 800 buns, filling several large bowls, all stored in her space. Now she was making dumplings. Ji-hee was preparing dumplings with chives and eggs and celery with pork. As usual, she packed the cooked dumplings and stored them safely in her space. Since they were in storage, she wasn't worried about them going bad. Ji-hee planned to prepare 2,000 dumplings. If she ate 20 at a time, that would last her for 100 meals. After dark, there was a lot of noise outside the door, but Ji-hee was too busy with her work to check. She worked until 11 p.m. and had just finished cooking the last pot of dumplings when she heard a knock at the door. She quickly turned off the gas and hurriedly took the last pot of dumplings out, storing even the leftover soup in a large container before heading to the yard to open the door. She remembered to change out of her dirty clothes before stepping outside. The person outside called out with a loudspeaker, "Community committee here for population survey." It was a woman's voice. He didn't open the door right away. Instead, she grabbed a wooden stick from the yard and slowly opened the door. She saw a middle-aged woman outside, which eased her worries a bit. Behind the woman, several neighbors were gathered, asking another person questions. The woman was dressed in sportswear, sweating profusely, with a water bottle hanging around her neck, constantly wiping her forehead. When she saw Ji-hee, she tucked the flashlight under her arm and began to ask questions. "What's your name? How old are you? And how many people are in your household?" Ji-hee, 18, just me. "My parents passed away," Ji-hee replied. The woman looked up in surprise, her expression softening a little. Then she continued asking, "Do you have any other relatives?" Ji-hee paused for a moment before answering, "I have an uncle and his family." The woman quickly wrote down her responses. "Where were you yesterday?" Ji-hee's mind raced as she considered whether to tell the truth. She had encountered Ji-in yesterday, and if she didn't tell the truth, it could be discovered later. "I was at Yunhai Mall." The woman looked up, meeting her gaze. "There was unrest at Yunhai Square yesterday. How did you get back?" "I rode a tricycle," Ji-hee replied. "Have you noticed anything strange happening recently?" the woman asked. "Food has been infested with bugs, and the temperature has risen," Ji-hee answered. The woman continued with a few more questions and finally advised Ji-hee to stay safe at home. She warned her not to open the door to strangers, to avoid going out unless necessary, and to contact the government if she faced any difficulties. She also shared a QR code for Ji-hee to join a neighborhood group before moving on to the next house. Ji-hee looked at the crowd in the distance, thought for a moment, and then locked the door before walking away. "Before getting close, I heard many people shouting, 'My home has no electricity, and the food in my fridge is going bad. What should I do? When will the power be back? I can't even charge my phone. How can we stay at home without electricity? My elderly relative can't handle the heat and is feeling unwell. What should we do? My food is infested with bugs. What can I do if I can't buy more? Can you provide a way to buy some vegetables? The elderly at home can't digest too much meat.'" The crowd was noisy, and everyone had many concerns. The middle-aged woman who had just gathered information walked back, picked up a loudspeaker, and began to speak. "Everyone, Please stay calm. Listen to me. I am the community committee director. My last name is Sue. You can call me Director Sue or Old Sue. Regarding the power outage, the temperature is too high and the workers cannot work during the day. They can only do so at night, which is less efficient. I hope everyone understands. We have arranged for some power banks. You can come here to rent one and charge your phones at home. As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted in dissatisfaction. What's the use of just charging phones? It's too hot without air conditioning. The elderly can't stand it. The woman felt helpless. There was little she could do about the power outage, but she needed to reassure the crowd. Considering everyone's needs, the government has provided several shelters. You can go to the nearby underground parking lot or garage, where it's much cooler than outside. I will share the locations in our community group shortly. There are some not far from here. You can go in groups before dawn, and remember to bring water and food. You can also stay in your cars. A private car can fit 5 or 6 people if you squeeze in. We should help each other in times of crisis. Regarding the issue of food going bad in the fridge, you can privately exchange with each other. If someone needs food, you can trade what you can't finish to avoid waste. As for buying medicine, the government has just announced that each person can purchase up to 500 yuan worth of medicine with their ID. I can't help with that, so it's best to hurry and go buy medicine while it's still dark and cooler. The pharmacies are open 24 hours, and you can still get what you need if you go now. As for the lack of food at home, there is a Manhwa supermarket 7 kilometers away that is now managed by the government, ensuring safety. Everyone can go there and buy with their ID, with a limit of 500 yuan per person. Wasn't it 1,000 yesterday? Why is it only 500 today? Someone shouted from the crowd. Director Sue glanced at the speaker and continued to announce through the loudspeaker, considering the severity of the disaster, this will help minimize waste. All right, I need to continue the population survey. If anyone has questions, please ask Xiaolu. After finishing with a hoarse voice, Director Sue turned off the loudspeaker, handed it to a young man beside him, and turned to take his notebook to continue the survey. As others saw Director Sue leave, some gathered around Xiaolu to voice their concerns, while others prepared to drive to the supermarket for supplies. Having something to buy is better than having nothing. Their vegetables and fruits had spoiled, and even if they had some rice, they couldn't just eat it dry. Just as Ji He was about to head back inside, she was stopped by 3 elderly women. Young lady, we gave you instant noodles yesterday. You didn't finish them, did you? Ji He nodded. The elderly woman in front smiled widely. Girl, can we trade some meat for your instant noodles? Our freezer has too much food that's thawed, and we can't eat it all. Eating meat is much more nutritious than instant noodles. Ji He replied casually, that's fine, but how do you plan to trade? I'm worried it won't be suitable. Oh, there's nothing unsuitable about it. If we don't trade, it will spoil, and we'll have to throw it away. Here's the deal. Instead of weighing it, I'll give you a piece of meat for 1 bag of noodles. I also have a chicken that has thawed. I can give you 3 bags of noodles for it. How's that sound? Sure, you decide, but don't give me too much. I can't eat it all, and it would be wasted. All right, we won't shortchange you. You're so thin. Make sure to eat more meat at home. The 3 elderly women happily went home to get the meat, and Ji He returned to get the instant noodles. She only took out the 30 bags of noodles she had traded for yesterday. After waiting a short while, the 3 elderly women returned, each carrying a small bag. Seeing Ji He, they handed over the items. Girl, look, there's definitely more than enough. Take it home and enjoy. As soon as Ji He received it, she felt the weight. When she opened it, her mouth dropped in surprise. It's all meat, various types that have thawed in the fridge. They feel a bit warm to the touch, but they haven't spoiled. However, if she doesn't eat them soon, they will go bad. She didn't say much and handed over the instant noodles she was carrying. Grandma, this is all we have at home. Is this okay for you? Sure, why not? The elderly women were aware of what they had received yesterday. Once the deal was done, they took the noodles and quickly left without saying another word. They exchanged the meat they couldn't finish at home for food that could be stored, which they felt was a great deal. This girl is just alone at home. Otherwise, she wouldn't let them make such a trade. Once the items are in their hands, even if they change their minds, they can't return them. Ji-hee smiled and said nothing, turning back to the kitchen to continue cooking. She weighed the meat she received, a total of 12 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of beef, 3 pounds of lamb, 1 chicken, a bag of chicken hearts, and chicken feet. Ji-hee chuckled, wondering how much food these elderly women had stored at home. If it weren't for the rising temperatures causing power outages, she could probably survive for 2 months, just on their supplies. She took out all the chicken hearts and feet she had stored and soaked them in a plastic basin along with what she received today. She planned to cook them all together later. After washing her hands, she continued to wrap dumplings and steam buns. Her goal for today was to use up 150 pounds of flour. With the meat, she decided to be generous and use all the meat she had received today. She made wontons with garlic chives and steamed dumplings with beef and onions, as well as pork and green onions. This went on all night. After finishing the buns, Ji-hee started to stir-fry the chicken hearts and marinate the chicken feet. Once those were done and stored away, she began making porridge. Black rice porridge, red bean porridge, green bean porridge, millet and jujube porridge, 8 treasure porridge, century egg and lean meat porridge, and plain porridge. By 6 a.m. the next morning, it was already bright outside. Ji-hee stored the last pot of green bean porridge and looked at the remaining 5 large containers in satisfaction, sighing contentedly. She was motivated. Once she filled these last 5 containers with food, she would have enough supplies to last half a year. Ji-hee bent down to start cleaning up. Perhaps due to the heat, insects were particularly rampant. Just yesterday, a lot of flies and mosquitoes flew into the house, and she had spent a lot of effort dealing with them. She cleaned every corner and stored all the food in the kitchen. Ji-hee yawned, preparing to take a shower and go to bed. Taking a shower wasn't a problem now. She just wondered what it would be like in the future. She set the alarm and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 p.m., Ji-hee woke up on time. The first thing she did was store some water, then she logged into the game chat channel. The chat was as chaotic as ever. Messages kept scrolling up the screen, and after a few days of watching, Ji-hee understood a bit more. There were 2 main groups causing trouble: the Qingtian Gang and the Tulung Society. Their names sounded quite dramatic. Besides them, there was a self-proclaimed socialist group arguing with them. Their tone was less official and more like that of passionate young people. Of course, there might be more than these 3 groups, but these were the most active in the chat. The first 2 groups supported violence and often announced doomsday news. The last group opposed them, constantly criticizing the first 2. Ji-hee remained silent, believing there were many people like her. Everyone just wanted to live a peaceful life and didn't want to take sides. They weren't interested in violence. She closed the game chat and opened the homeowners group. As soon as she opened it, there was bad news. Yesterday, due to the heat, 3 elderly people had passed away. Their families were in the group blaming the government for inaction. They argued that if there had been air conditioning, the elderly wouldn't have died so soon. Ji-hee sighed and closed the homeowners group. She opened the morning market group. There were many messages, with people looking to buy bottled water and generators. Spring blossoms, with vegetables oil wheat vegetable 500/half a pound, a total of 20 pounds. Once sold out, it won't be available again. Oldly selling grain. You could have taken it by force, but you gave us some greens. Thank you. Spring blossoms with vegetables pictures. Spring blossoms with vegetables. Once this batch of vegetables is sold out, I don't know when the next batch will come. This crazy weather is terrible. I've been running the air conditioning 24/7 to grow vegetables, and I can't even keep up. The seeds I planted aren't sprouting, so once I sell this last batch of greens today, I won't plant anymore. The more I grow, the more I lose. Vegetable prints. Everyone can try growing some bean sprouts at home. That counts as a vegetable too. Spring blossoms, with vegetables grow bean sprouts? My water is cut off. I'm still drinking bottled water I bought from outside. Oldly selling grain. Can't afford vegetables anymore. Old Wong. Bring a chicken. Vegetable prints. I'll take a chicken too. My wife is pregnant and needs to eat something nutritious. We finished the frozen meat in the fridge, and if we don't buy more, Today we can only have rice with pickled vegetables. Chicken seller. Live ones are $1.50 per pound. Dead ones are 50 cents per pound. How many do you want? Vegetable seller. Why did you raise the prices so much? Chicken seller. Is it too much? If I didn't delay for a day, the risk would increase even more. I wish I could double the price. Do you know how much I've lost lately? I'm almost bankrupt. Grain seller. If you have a lot of money, it doesn't count. I'll take 2 live ones, and I'll come find you later. Vegetable prince. I'll also take 2. I want to cook them for my wife in the next few days. After watching for a while and getting some bad news, Ji-hee stood up to prepare dinner. The red beans were soaked, and today she planned to make red bean buns. Ji-hee first boiled the red beans and then kneaded the dough again. She placed the dough in a space to let it rise slowly. She took out the remaining radishes, green beans, peppers, cucumbers, and turnips from the space. There was always a jar for pickled vegetables in the kitchen, and since it was empty, she decided to use the time to pickle some vegetables. At this point, she had almost used up all the vegetables on hand. She thought for a moment and decided to keep 5 large white radishes in the space, washing the rest clean. Following the principle of saving water, she didn't waste the water used for washing the vegetables. She collected it in case she needed it later for flushing the toilet. Looking at the clean vegetables, Ji-hee thought that even if she put them all in the pickling jar, it would still be a good amount. While washing the vegetables, there were bugs flying around, which annoyed her greatly. As the temperature rose, humans struggled, but the bugs seemed to thrive, becoming more rampant. Ji-hee carried the washed vegetables into the space to dry, worried that flies might land and lay eggs on them. While waiting, Ji-hee didn't waste time. She quickly entered the space to start working, planning to plant lotus roots in the lake today. There weren't many lotus roots, so she followed the information she downloaded on her computer and planted them all in the shallow water. With the space available, she believed they would sprout without issue. After finishing her work, the water on the vegetables had dried enough, so Ji-hee took out coarse salt to pickle them. She had only stocked up on fine salt before. While the vegetables were pickling, Ji-hee started making red bean buns. She had 2 pots, one for steaming the buns and another for cooking porridge. Without realizing it, she had been busy until after 11 o'clock. Just as the last batch of buns and porridge was ready, Ji-hee prepared to boil water again when she suddenly discovered that the gas had stopped. It stopped very suddenly, without any warning. Ji-hee tried to light the stove, but it wouldn't ignite. She felt a sinking feeling in her heart and sat down to check her phone. People in the community group were already asking questions. Director Sue, the gas pipeline has broken, and we can't supply gas for now. We will notify everyone as soon as it's repaired. Coco's mom, there's no electricity and now no gas. How are we supposed to cook? Adults can go hungry, but can children grow without food? Family with 2 kids. Exactly. Without gas, we can't even drink water. We can't be expected to drink unfiltered water, right? American ginseng. Supermarket prices for vegetables and meat are outrageous. How are ordinary people supposed to live? Who can afford such high prices? I can't just eat rice with pickled vegetables. At Director Sue, please do something. Coco's mom. Not only are prices high, but there are also purchase limits. You can't even buy a pound of vegetables for 500 yuan. Are you all crazy? Director Sue, this situation is temporary. Everyone just needs to cope a little. You can eat instant noodles and hot dogs. Those are still affordable. Coco's mom, those are junk food with no nutrition. How can children eat that? Director Sue was trying to explain calmly in the group. Ji-hee didn't have any good solutions either. She would have to rush to the supermarket for vegetables. What these people said wouldn't help her solve anything. This area was on the edge of the city, with aging facilities. Just making it this far was a blessing. Recently, the weather had been hot, causing various problems, and many people were spreading rumors outside the supermarket. The government didn't have enough staff and could only repair the most populated areas first. After watching for a while and finding no solutions, Ji-hee had to put the water back in storage. Fortunately, she had been cooking quickly before, so even with the gas off, she wouldn't run out of food for now. Just as she felt relieved, She realized the water had also stopped. Ji-hee. Although she had enough drinking water for the moment, why did she feel so anxious? No water, no electricity, no gas, and no food. How could things not be chaotic? She didn't even need to check the group to know it was probably in an uproar. Everyone had changed their routines, staying up at night, and many people hadn't slept. Before he could think of a solution, she heard the familiar notification sound from the system. Borrowing 50 billion from the heavens, hello. The support game is about to begin. Please get ready. The sound came suddenly. He barely had time to put on her mask before everything went dark, and she was transported by the game. When he opened her eyes again, she found herself standing outside a small forest. The temperature around her was comfortable, not too hot or cold, much better than Planet M. She sighed in relief as soon as she arrived. This feeling was so pleasant that she didn't want to leave. Looking around, she noticed a dense black forest a few meters ahead, which seemed a bit dark even in daylight. Nearby, there were people wearing various short clothes, and some were even shirtless. Ugh, it stinks. What is that smell? Don't people know how to shower? Just as he was about to continue observing, a dramatic female voice interrupted her. She instinctively turned her head to see a round-faced girl in a white dress, frowning in disgust at Ji-hee. When she noticed Ji-hee looking at her, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. Ji-hee thought, seriously? That's a bit much. I just put on this outfit after waking up. What smell? The girl was about to say something else when a system notification sounded in Ji-hee's ear. Hello, players. Welcome to the Little Forest Pharmacy in the One-Star Realm. The Paklari continent is rich in resources and has a pleasant climate. It is home to the strong and powerful Biduran, pig people, who are particularly bothered by insect bites due to their physique. Using their great intelligence, they invented a precious insect repellent, and the Little Forest Pharmacy is the best pharmacy on the Paklari continent. Now, all players should gather precious insect-repelling herbs from the forest and deliver them to the Little Forest Pharmacy by tomorrow evening. Note: gather 3 types of herbs. None can be missing. As the system notification ended, everyone received a piece of paper. It showed 3 different types of herbs. He quickly noted the characteristics of the herbs in her hand and carefully put the paper away. After storing it, she couldn't help but glance at the herb chart in the hand of the girl in the white dress. They had only 1 herb in common. The rest were all different. He felt a bit relieved. It seemed the system wasn't too unfair. If everyone had to find the same 3 types, it would be chaos. At that moment, someone shouted, "System, what about food?"
What are we supposed to do about that?
At this moment, others also started to react. Yes, 2 days is a long time, unlike the previous few hours. People will definitely need food and water, but where can they find food in the forest? No matter how much the crowd shouted, the system remained silent, clearly indicating that they had to solve this on their own. While the crowd was still in chaos, many people had already noted down information about herbs and stepped into the forest. He was one of them. She ignored the protesting crowd and quietly entered the forest. At that moment, she was very grateful to have her own space and to have stocked up on plenty of food. This way, at least for the next 2 days in the forest, she wouldn't have to search for food like everyone else and could focus on finding herbs. Plus, if danger arose, she could hide in her space. He suddenly realized that the time for the tasks given by the system was increasing from the initial 8 hours to now 2 days. Would there be even longer tasks in the future? How would they manage food during those tasks? Would they have to rely on themselves? Or the shop? He called out to the shop in her mind, but there was no response. She was startled and then called out to the chat channel, but still no reply. It dawned on her that both had been blocked by the system. They were expected to find food on their own for these 2 days, or go hungry. This game really doesn't allow any loopholes. Despite her thoughts, he moved quickly. For her, being in the crowd was more dangerous. Who knew if there were any attackers among them? She would have to enter the forest sooner or later, so it was better to go now and get a better understanding of the situation inside. The forest resembled the primeval forests she had seen in documentaries. The trees were tall, the branches thick, and the undergrowth was dense, with no signs of human presence. Ji-hee frowned and put on a long-sleeved shirt and pants. She also wore a hat. Having watched many jungle adventure documentaries, she knew that dangers in the forest included not just animals but also insect bites. She didn't know which insect might be poisonous and deadly. Ji-hee pinned her scavenger badge to the side of her shirt, carried her large shovel, and cautiously walked into the forest. As she walked, she frequently glanced around, afraid of being approached from behind. Walking in the forest made Ji-hee feel uneasy. The silence was eerie, with no sounds of insects or birds, just the rustling of her clothes against the grass as she moved. After walking for a while, Ji-hee felt she couldn't continue like this, so she crouched down, hid behind a tree, and started to dig with a shovel. She needed to disguise herself. After more than half an hour, Ji-hee had woven a large dark green cloak. Time was tight, so she quickly finished the top part of the cloak, while the bottom was loose. Although it didn't look great, Ji-hee had tested it, and it worked well. She instinctively used her talent. To her surprise, her talent responded. Cloak of Weeds, a cloak made from weeds, originally a useless item easily blown away by the wind. But now it has a new purpose. Wearing the cloak gives a 50% chance of being ignored by insects, as if she were just weeds. Ji-hee's eyes lit up, and she skipped over the unnecessary details, smiling widely. What a great item! With this, she had a 50% chance of not being bitten by insects anymore. That cut the danger in half, which was fantastic. Ji-hee immediately put on the cloak. Although this talent seemed useless most of the time, it was truly valuable in critical moments. Wearing the cloak, Ji-hee looked at the large tree glowing with blue light and instinctively used her shovel to scrape off the glowing blue plants growing on it. Once she had the plants, a series of information suddenly flashed in her mind. Plalin, the most common plant on the Pakrali continent, unable to survive independently and must grow with other plants. It has strong vitality and a cooling effect. It's everywhere on the continent. It gets cleaned up in the morning and grows back by evening, making it impossible to clear completely. A cooling effect? What kind of cooling? Ji-hee picked up a large piece of the blue glowing plant and pressed it against her forearm. She instinctively shivered and quickly pulled it away. It was cold. In her hand, the sensation wasn't too strong, but once it was on her skin, it felt like a large chunk of ice was pressed against her. Ji-hee blinked and turned to look at the dense thicket of trees behind her. The blue glowing plants were growing freely on the large trees, thick layers covering almost every tree. Suddenly, the blue looked different to Ji-hee. Where was the eeriness? Where was the spookiness? This was a treasure. Ji-hee remained somewhat rational, knowing her main task was to find herbs. She didn't get lost in collecting plalin, but chose to gather while moving forward. These plants were easy to scrape off. Ji-hee used her shovel and gently scraped, and a large patch came off the tree. It was incredibly easy. Ji-hee was starting to get addicted to scraping. Uncertain about how many trees she had pulled, Ji-hee suddenly noticed something was off ahead. She quickly crouched down, secured her cloak, and moved forward slowly. Carefully parting the grass, she spotted a medicinal plant that was at least 2 meters tall. A medicinal plant? Ji-hee quickly took out the paper she had collected that morning and checked it carefully. It was indeed the same plant, looking exactly like the one in front of her. The leaves were long and covered with fine, sharp thorns. The only difference was the size. The drawing on the paper seemed to be a smaller version of this plant. The paper also detailed more specific requirements, stating there should be 60 white thorns on the leaves. Ji-hee looked up, her mouth twitching slightly. Wow, this was quite something. The plant was now waving its branches, densely covered with white thorns, looking particularly fierce. It was definitely not the kind of plant that just stood still and let you pull its thorns. Each thorn looked longer than her hand. Now, it wasn't a matter of finding the medicinal plant. It was about how to collect it. This plant was enormous and seemed very intimidating. If one of those thorns pierced her, it would surely leave a lot of wounds. If a thorn broke off, it would be like using a borrowed arrow. She could treat herself after a little bleeding. But what if the thorn didn't break? With all that waving, would she still have good skin? Crouching in the grass, Ji-hee's mind raced as she desperately tried to find a solution. Just then, the grass ahead suddenly rustled. Ji-hee looked closely and noticed two people hiding there. Then, a branch emerged from the grass, with a piece of cloth hanging from it, pointing desperately in one direction. Ji-hee's eyes lit up. It seemed to indicate to go that way. She glanced back at the dangerous-looking plant and thought for a moment before deciding to check it out. With so many thorns, even 10 people working together wouldn't worry about exhausting it. What lay before her wasn't about competing for resources, but how to cooperate to successfully obtain the white thorns. Ji-hee touched her face mask to ensure it was on properly, then tucked away her cloak and slowly approached the gathering spot. Before she could get close, she noticed that 5 people were already standing there, 2 women and 3 men divided into 4 groups. 1 man and 1 woman stood together, while the other 3 stood apart. As Ji-hee got closer, all 5 turned to look at her. When they saw a thin girl, they shifted their gaze away. No one spoke. Everyone stood alone, waiting. After a few more minutes, no one approached. Then one man from a pair introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Ima Ping Chuan, and this is Nian Nian Buwang. Since we've all gathered here, I assume we are all here to complete the task of collecting white needles, right?" Ima Ping Chuan waited for a moment, and seeing no one respond, continued, "Before you all arrived, I tried to test the plant. Its branches are very tough. I tried to cut one with a knife, but it didn't break, just left a white mark. To complete this task, we cannot rely on individual strength. We must work together." He looked around, still seeing no one speak, frowned, and said, "What do you all think? It's best to share your thoughts. We are not in competition. You can all see how many needles are on that plant. There must be thousands, enough for all of us. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely complete the task successfully." At that moment, another voice emerged from the crowd. "I also think we can work together. I counted, and the branches are waving about 20 needles. One person alone can't defend against that." The speaker was a young man who looked quite youthful, like a college student. "If we coordinate well, each person only needs to face about 3 needles, which greatly reduces our pressure. I need a total of 60 white needles. How about you?" "I need 62. I also need 60. Ima Ping Chuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since we are ready to cooperate, shouldn't we introduce our abilities? It will help us work together better." This suggestion was met with silence again. Even the young man who had spoken earlier fell quiet. Cooperation wasn't the main concern. Abilities were their trump cards. Everyone had seen how chaotic reality had become. No one could guarantee that these few people weren't dangerous. Who would dare reveal their full abilities? This game could affect reality. Everyone had loved ones. If conflicts in the game spilled into real life, it would turn a challenging situation into a nightmare. Not only would they have to face natural disasters, but they would also have to guard against human threats. In a quiet place where no one was talking, he frowned and looked around. Just as he was about to speak, a girl next to him pulled him gently and said, "Don't worry, everyone is quiet, but as long as we work together to get the white thorn, it will be fine." After comforting her brother, she turned to the group with a sweet smile. "My brother can be a bit impatient, but he means well. His talent is in combat, and he asked about everyone's abilities to minimize casualties. Since no one wants to share, we won't force anyone. Just keep in mind that during the task, it might be hard to look out for everyone." After saying this, she smiled warmly at everyone, appearing understanding. What a clever way to ease the tension. Ji-hee watched the girl in the pink sports outfit and instinctively felt like she wanted to distance herself. If it weren't for the difficult plant they had to deal with, she wouldn't want to work with this person. The woman felt even more dangerous than the man beside her. Soon someone spoke up. "My talent makes me faster. I can make my skin tough. My hands can turn into sharp claws." When it was Ji-hee's turn, she confidently said, "My ability is to create a shovel for cleaning up." Everyone turned to Ji-hee, their eyes filled with pity. It was the least impressive talent they had ever seen. Nian Nian looked at Ji-hee, tilting her head in curiosity, and asked, "Cleaning up? Can you explain?" The shovel sometimes creates waste, but not every time. I can throw the waste to attack others. Ji-hee spoke confidently. In life, your identity is what you make of it. Who knows each other? As long as she wasn't embarrassed, the awkwardness was on them. Ji-hee spoke so firmly that everyone believed her. Nyen Nyen's eyes showed a hint of disdain as she quickly looked away. Useless, not worth her energy, she might be the first to go. A few people gathered together, discussing strategies and sharing ideas. Ji-hee stood quietly half a meter behind them, listening to their conversation. After much discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. There was a lack of trust, and everyone wanted the others to go first. In the end, they decided to adapt as needed. Ji-hee thought, then why waste time discussing? They all wanted the man with the tough skin to rush in and help them take the damage while the others attacked from behind. Later, they would each give him a part of the white thorns they collected. But the middle-aged man wasn't foolish. He didn't know these people, so why would he risk himself for them? What if they took the white thorns and ran? Who would he ask for help? Naturally, he refused. The group couldn't reach an agreement, and the atmosphere became awkward. In the end, Nyen Nyen Buwang stepped forward again and smiled, saying, "Can we start moving now? Let's quickly collect the white thorns from this herb. There are other herbs to gather too." A few people exchanged glances. Although they were still somewhat dissatisfied, they nodded in agreement. Another young girl quietly approached Ji-hee, winked at her, and then, as she passed by, casually whispered, "Be careful of Nyen Nyen Buwang." After saying that, she fell silent and quickly walked ahead. Ji-hee lingered at the back of the crowd, watching the few people in front of her. Her gaze briefly landed on Nyen Nyen Buwang, but she couldn't see anything special about her. Still, she quietly moved to the farthest spot away from her. A few people stood in the grass, watching the white thorn herb that had stopped moving and was now still. They felt as if their feet were glued to the ground. Even their breathing slowed as they exchanged glances, silently urging each other to go first. No matter how well they had discussed it, seeing the dense thorns on the plant still filled them with fear. They stood there for about 5 minutes, frozen. Finally, Ima Ping Chuan couldn't hold back any longer. His arms transformed into a blade shape, and he shouted as he ran toward the white thorn herb. The leaves that had seemed dormant suddenly came to life as Ima Ping Chuan approached. All the branches began to move rapidly, making loud noises as they struck the surrounding branches. 5 of them shot directly toward Ima Ping Chuan. The overwhelming sight scared Ima Ping Chuan, and he immediately hit the brakes, turning and running back to the crowd without a moment's hesitation. The branches behind him reacted quickly, elongating without any pause. The few people observing turned pale and scattered like birds and beasts.
Whoa.
Don't lead it this way.
Ah.
It can grow longer? Ima Ping Chuan, are you human? Stay away from me. The tactics that were just agreed upon were instantly forgotten as everyone scattered in different directions, clearly looking out for themselves. He was already standing a bit away from the group. When she saw Ima Ping Chuan turn back, she didn't hesitate for a second and immediately crouched down, rolling into the bushes. After that, she lay still. She knew these people couldn't be relied upon. They were counting on others in critical moments. Ji-hee lay in the grass, raising her head to watch a few people being chased by the white thorns, clearly terrified. The white thorns swung quickly, and she could even hear the wind from their movement. It was obvious that being hit would cause serious injury. Fortunately, the attack speed of the white thorns wasn't that fast. If someone had good agility, avoiding them wouldn't be a big problem. Like that girl who increased her speed. Even though she didn't manage to grab the thorns, she was very nimble in dodging, so she seemed fine for now. At that moment, one of the branches was struck by Ima Ping Chuan. After a few white thorns were cut down, the branch seemed to get angry and suddenly thickened, swinging powerfully towards Ima Ping Chuan. That strike would definitely create a big wound. Startled, Ima Ping Chuan quickly pulled Nyen Nyen Buwang behind him to hide. He decided to let others act as a shield. Once in range of the attack, he couldn't just refuse to be hit. That branch wouldn't go around him. Shouts filled the area. Ji-hee found the shouts quite impressive. They probably had some hidden tricks up their sleeves, indicating they weren't out of options yet. She continued to observe from the bushes, noticing that the others were gradually finding their rhythm under the flailing branches, no longer as panicked as before. Although they had no real techniques and were just flailing wildly, their determination and strength made them look quite intimidating. Among them, Nian Nianbu Wang was the most comfortable, being closely protected by Ma Ping Chuan and not taking any damage. She occasionally directed others and played some tricks. After watching for a while, Ji-hee realized that not only was Ma Ping Chuan not telling the truth, but others were also hiding their true abilities. He claimed he could turn his hands into sharp claws but didn't mention that his arms and hands would also grow larger. At that moment, his arms had become strong and thick, at least twice their usual size, and sharp nails were growing from his fingertips as he furiously pulled at the thorns. Indeed, he wasn't really fighting, he was just focused on grabbing the thorns, dodging the attacks when he could, and not striking back. All his energy was spent on pulling the thorns. His efficiency was the highest among everyone. Although the flat terrain is impressive, there is still a hindrance that keeps lingering in his mind. He has to protect this thought while dealing with the thorns, which makes him a bit flustered. Ji-hee realized that she could not wait any longer. If these people gathered enough white thorns, they would surely leave without looking back, and she would have to face the troublesome plants alone. Determined, Ji-hee stopped hesitating, grabbed a shovel, and jumped out from the bushes, heading straight for a branch she had spotted earlier. This branch had scars and looked weaker than the others. Halfway there, the herb noticed her. Instantly, it sent out 3 branches rushing toward her. Ji-hee watched the branches flailing in the air, swallowed hard, and focused on their movement. Holding the shovel, she quickly crouched down just as the branches swung by. The branches missed her and hit the ground, making a loud thud. Ji-hee didn't dare to stay still. She rolled away quickly to avoid the next 2 branches. These 2 branches seemed weaker than the first one, making it easier for her to dodge. When she stood up again, ready with her shovel, she suddenly noticed that the 3 branches in front of her seemed to be moving slower. Moreover, they were only attacking her sides. The long branches swayed back and forth beside her. Ji-hee moved cautiously, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Wherever she moved, the branches followed, but they only waved in front of her without making contact. The branches that had been fierce just moments ago now seemed a bit weak. While Ji-hee observed, 2 more branches reached out, surrounding her with a total of 5 branches. With the thick branches encircling her, the others could only see her 2 legs. Compared to the safety of a stranger, she chose to complete her task. Ji-hee looked at the branches surrounding her, sweating profusely. While others had only 3 branches, why did she have 5? Were the branches discriminating against her? Holding the shovel, Ji-hee dodged between the swinging branches and quickly realized that the flailing leaves seemed to be intentionally extending thorns in her direction. The thorns reaching out in front of her were a bit messy, with some even piercing into the flesh. There were wounds from scratches, and some areas were still oozing a white sticky substance. Ji-hee tried to slow down her movements to avoid them and noticed that the branches in front of her also slowed down. Ji-hee thought, wait, could this herb be from the natives? Are they treating me like a foot care worker? She didn't dare to pull back her shovel. Instead, she took out a pair of pliers from her pocket and cautiously reached out to the branches waving in front of her. The branches seemed to understand her intention and stopped moving. Ji-hee quickly pulled out the few white thorns that had pierced into her flesh. The branches did not attack her. They swayed a bit while she was pulling, but soon stopped moving again. After she removed the messy white thorns from that spot, another set of thorns quickly reached out to her, this time even closer. Ji-hee felt a bit dazed but acted without hesitation, quickly fixing the irregular thorns. Soon she finished with that branch, and a second one came forward. While pretending to jump around to dodge attacks, she swiftly used the pliers to remove all the irregular white thorns from the branch in front of her. With the branches cooperating, Ji-hee quickly gathered all 60 white thorns she needed. Without any hesitation, she turned to leave with her shovel. Just then, She suddenly felt a strange pulling force on her body, as if something was trying to draw her in. She felt like a wooden statue, unable to move. Even her eyes were stuck. He was shocked. Oh no! Someone is trying to trap me. She screamed in her mind, desperately trying to lift her hands, but the seconds felt like hours. Just when she was starting to feel hopeless, she suddenly heard a shout behind her, followed by a man's painful roar.
Ah!
With the man's angry shout, he realized she could move again. She quickly turned to look behind her. The sudden immobilization felt like a figment of her imagination, but she knew it had really happened. Without time to think, she focused all her attention on the scene not far away. The young man with muscular arms was suddenly struck in the back by a branch and was being dragged along the ground. "Don't forget you," he shouted, desperately gripping the grass beneath him, his fingers digging into the dirt. But this only made his wounds worse, blood seeping from his back and soaking his clothes, creating a gruesome sight. "I didn't mean to, I'm sorry," the girl said, tears in her eyes, unable to look directly at the man suffering, turning her head away. "I was doing it for my brother. You can't blame me. Don't worry about him. He just wasn't good enough." This was his fate, another person said coldly, looking at the man on the ground as if he were trash. "You should be thankful you're still alive. Otherwise, that needle would have hit your artery." Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in anger, turning red. "I'll get you for this. If I survive today, I won't let this go," he yelled, summoning his strength to pull away from the branch and running into the forest with the thorns still on him. Not good. The cold-eyed person thought as he instinctively wanted to chase after him to prevent further trouble, but the branches in front of him blocked his path. If he went after the man, the girl would surely get hurt. This hesitation allowed the man to disappear from sight. "Forget it. He's too injured to survive," the girl said, biting her lip, a bit worried but quickly adjusting her mindset. The mission was more important. "Let's gather the thorns. We have only 2 days." "Okay." From a distance, another girl suddenly exchanged glances with the first girl. Is this her talent? A substitute? Or control? The first girl seemed to have controlled her first, then for some reason switched to the young man. The second girl frowned, looking at the first girl, who was safely protected behind the cold-eyed person, unharmed. Though she felt some regret, she knew this wasn't the right time for revenge. With the cold-eyed person around, she couldn't do anything to the first girl and might be outnumbered. Not wanting to linger, she quickly turned and slipped into the forest while everyone's attention was elsewhere. Not far from the herbs, she put her green cloak back on. She had a hunch. If she was right, today's forest competition would be her stage. Despite her excitement, Ji-hee did not forget her true abilities. She carefully moved through the woods with a shovel, bending down to look at other plants. However, her talent was inconsistent. When she held other plants, there was no reaction at all. She couldn't fully understand her gift and, after thinking for a while, decided to pull out the blue glowing plant she already recognized from the tree. At least she could use it as a cold pack when she returned, so the trip wouldn't be a waste. After walking a bit more, she suddenly caught a whiff of blood. Her heart raced as she crouched down and pushed aside the grass, spotting a man lying motionless on the ground. It was the male college student who had been attacked earlier. After hesitating for just a second, Ji-hee decided to help him. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and having him alive would be more beneficial to her than if he were dead. Ji-hee quickly approached him and checked for pulse. He was still alive. That was a relief. She took out her pliers and swiftly removed the white thorns from his back. As blood flowed again, she pressed her hand against the wound. A white light appeared in her palm, and the bleeding stopped visibly as the wound began to scab over. By the time all the wounds were no longer bleeding, Ji-hee was sweating, and her limbs felt weak. The energy she used depended on the size of the wounds. Smaller wounds required less energy, but this man's deep injuries took a significant toll on her. Not wanting to reveal her identity as a healer, Ji-hee quickly took the white thorns while he was still unconscious and left. She considered this her reward for saving him. Although the system indicated she only needed 60 thorns, She guessed that collecting more would be beneficial. This was just her assumption, and she would have to test it to find out. She hoped he wouldn't die. If he survived this ordeal, it would justify her efforts. As long as she could cause some trouble for the enemy, her act of saving him wouldn't be in vain. After saying goodbye to the man, Ji-hee continued her search for herbs in the forest. During her search, she encountered several groups of people battling large medicinal plants. It seemed everyone had realized that completing this task solely on their own was quite difficult, so they began to cooperate. However, their lack of trust made their teamwork feel disorganized, as they had to defend against both the attacks of the plants and the potential betrayal from their own kind. This morning, Ji-hee witnessed quite a few backstabbing incidents. It scared her, so she quickly kept her distance. By noon, she still hadn't found her second herb. Time was still on her side, so she wasn't too anxious. She found a thicket and quickly slipped inside. She entered her space. There was no choice. The livestock needed to be fed. Even if she fed them a little extra each time, it still took time. After feeding the livestock, Ji-hee exited the space. She still needed to find 2 more herbs and didn't want to waste too much time on lunch. She took out the prepared spicy stir-fried pork over rice, held the bowl, and within 5 minutes, she devoured it. After putting the bowl back in her space, Ji-hee sighed, feeling grateful for having a space. Earlier, she noticed that the forest didn't have the wild vegetables and other plants they usually recognize, and she couldn't find any water sources either. She wondered where these people would find food and water. Some might end up hungry for a couple of days. They probably wouldn't starve, but they would definitely suffer. Of course, with water element users around, she didn't need to worry about that. Ji-hee shook off the thought, realizing she couldn't share her food. Not only would she not give it away, but she also didn't want to sell it. Before she had enough strength, having more would only bring more danger. Who knew if these people would have bad intentions? If a few bad groups came after her, she would be asking for trouble. Helping others was better left to heroes. She was just an ordinary person. After finishing her meal, Ji-hee didn't linger and slipped out of her space to continue searching for herbs. She was very cautious, carefully avoiding detection, and managed not to be seen. By mid-afternoon, she still hadn't found the second herb, but she saw several people squatting on the ground digging up roots, unsure if they intended to eat them. The grass here grew strangely. Weren't they worried about poisoning? Ji-hee didn't dare to stay, just took a quick glance and turned to leave, continuing her search for herbs. Finally, in the evening, she found the second herb from her list. It was also quite large, looking even taller than the first herb. Each branch had a lantern emitting a red glow, gently swaying in the air. Ji-hee looked down at the paper's requirements, which stated that the plant needed red fuzz on its root.
Fuzz. Fuzz.
Ji-hee's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What a misleading advertisement. Do you really call this thick, half-meter-long hair fleece? Don't you know what fleece is? That thick, shiny red and black hair doesn't look like fleece at all. Even though she felt like screaming inside, Ji-hee kept a straight face, put away the paper, stood up, summoned a shovel, and slowly approached. At that moment, a few people were still fighting the plant. When the plant attacks, it opens its red lanterns hanging from the branches and drops them onto people's heads. Ji-hee wasn't sure what would happen if it landed on someone, but judging by how carefully others were acting, it probably wasn't good. When Ji-hee appeared, the others noticed her. Some quietly looked away, pretending they didn't see her. Others, however, brightened up and shouted, "Hey, come on. Let's team up. You distract the lantern while I grab the fleece." How shameless. You want someone else to take the hits while you go for the reward? The person with yellow hair turned around and yelled, "What's it to you? Mind your own business, or I'll deal with you. You think I'm afraid of you?" A middle-aged woman replied fearlessly, swinging her large tennis racket harder, hitting a lantern right in front of the yellow-haired guy. He screamed in fright. Ji-hee glanced at the two, but didn't say anything. She bent down to try to get closer to the base of the lantern. She carefully observed along the way, ready to back off if the branch reacted. At one point, a lantern on the branch tried to get close to her, but quickly pulled back. The whole plant seemed to ignore her entirely. The others also noticed that Ji-hee was different. They shouted at her. Ji-hee pretended not to hear and quickly squatted down, trying to grab the red and black fleece with her gloved hands. She couldn't pull it off on the first try. She tried again but used too much force on the second attempt and fell onto the ground. Startled, Ji-hee quickly got back up. The plant still ignored her, with the lanterns swaying above. Not only did it not attack Ji-hee, but it also targeted others who got close to her. Seeing this, Ji-hee felt a bit relieved. She placed the thick hair by her feet, preparing to bundle it up when she left. She squatted down again and continued to pull. She needed 50 strands of this thick hair. After pulling a few, she couldn't get any more, so she started using the shovel. At one point, it seemed like she hurt the plant, and a lantern suddenly reached out, knocking Ji-hee down. Startled, Ji-hee repeatedly promised to be lighter next time. Only after receiving this assurance did the branch slowly retract the lantern. From then on, Ji-hee dared not use the shovel and had to rely on sheer strength to pull. Despite the difficulty, without the branch's obstruction, she successfully gathered all the fluff before it got completely dark. She arrived the latest but left the fastest. Among the others, only a middle-aged man had gathered his share and left early. The rest were still struggling with the fluff. Ji-hee patted the herbs in gratitude and quickly turned to leave. Ji-hee walked quickly, ignoring the shouts behind her. She felt overwhelmed and couldn't take care of anyone else. After encountering these two herbs, she was confident they wouldn't harm her. The things she gathered were likely extra for the herbs, which even welcomed her help. However, the others were unfamiliar with the herbs and reacted with fear, leading to attacks. When the herbs were attacked, they naturally retaliated. It was unavoidable. After all, they weren't locals and didn't even know the names of the herbs. Seeing that it was completely dark, Ji-hee decided not to continue. There was still tomorrow, and her task wasn't urgent. She found a hollow in a tree and quickly squeezed inside, carefully blocking the entrance with the weeds on her back, leaving only a small hole the size of a bottle cap to observe the outside. The tree hollow was small, and Ji-hee curled up inside. That night, without any surprises, she spent her time there comfortably, completely unaware that the others were complaining. The difficulty of this task was incredibly high. Not only was the mission challenging, but there was also no food provided. Most people were exhausted from battling the plants all day. They wouldn't starve, but how could they ensure they would be in good shape the next day? Nian Nianbu Wang and Ima Ping Chuan were also struggling. They had used 3 substitutes throughout the day just to complete their task. Although they had collected 2 types of herbs, there was no sign of joy on their faces. Can this really be eaten? It won't be poisonous, will it? Nian Nianbu Wang held the grass root in her palm, her face filled with disgust. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. She never imagined she would end up in a situation where she had to eat grass roots. Ima Ping Chuan frowned deeply. I don't know either. I saw others digging it up. He tried to put the muddy grass roots in his mouth several times but couldn't bring himself to do it. Frustrated, he tossed the grass roots away about a meter. Forget it, I won't eat it. It's just 2 days of hunger. I won't die from it. Without hesitation, he quickly threw the grass roots away.
It was all dirt and he didn't want to eat that.
With no food left, the two of them fought through the day gathering herbs, exhausting their energy. Leaning against a tree root, he felt his stomach growl with hunger. After resting for a while, he stood up. I'll go look for more. If there's no food, at least I can find some water. Without waiting for her to say more, he turned and left. Once he was gone, she leaned against the big tree, feeling miserable. She was so hungry. This stupid game only allowed her to bring the clothes she was wearing. If she hadn't left her backpack outside, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. He was useless too, unable to even find her something to eat. Frustrated, she hit her thigh and suddenly felt something in her pocket. She pulled it out, and her eyes lit up. A piece of chocolate-covered nut? It was a small snack she had casually put in her pocket earlier. Finding it felt like of luck. Without a second thought, she quickly stuffed it in her mouth, savoring it instead of chewing. Her aching stomach finally felt some relief. As for him, She had already pushed him out of her mind. She crawled into a tree hollow and didn't rest. Instead, she organized the supplies in her storage space. This was her joy. Even though she had already sorted through it once, every time she looked at the supplies, she felt satisfied. It was crucial for her future meals. When she bought them, it seemed like a lot, but now it felt insufficient. Nothing was enough. The food she had, like rice and flour, was barely enough, while everything else was lacking. At the time, she didn't have enough money and meat was expensive, so she didn't buy much. What she thought would last 2 years now seemed far too little. She couldn't just live for 2 years. Other snacks, instant noodles, and frozen foods were pitifully few, only what she had stocked up from the supermarket. After reviewing everything, she pushed those thoughts aside. Worrying wouldn't solve anything. Once it was completely dark around her, she quickly entered her planting space. As usual, she fed the livestock and tended to the crops. After finishing her work in the field, he went to a small hill. The grass on the hill was very lush, and the soil looked great. She pulled out some and stored it in her space. She then took out the vegetable seeds she had bought earlier and soaked them in a bowl of water. Soaking the seeds helps them sprout better, which he learned from watching videos. She soaked all the vegetable seeds she had on hand. The seeds were not expensive, and she had bought a lot. If it were just for her, she would have enough to eat for a lifetime. She planned to plant more radishes and cabbages. Not only do pigs like them, but she does too. Dried radishes mixed with chili oil are incredibly delicious. Once she finished her tasks, he sat down at the table to eat the lunch she had prepared. As usual, to save time, she ate 3 large buns and a bowl of porridge. With limited space and time, she didn't want to waste any, so after finishing her meal, she quickly teleported out of her space. As soon as she entered the tree hole, she felt something was off. The quiet forest during the day suddenly had noises, and the sounds were very close to her. This made his heart race. She carefully leaned her eyes against the edge of the tree hole to look outside. The forest was pitch black, with the only light coming from the glow on the tree trunk. With a faint light, he saw a large shadow moving in the darkness, very close to her. It brushed against the tree trunk and the grass, making rustling sounds. She held her breath, not wanting to be discovered. What could it be? He blinked and continued to observe. From her angle, she could barely see a third of the creature. She had to tilt her head back to get a better view, which was uncomfortable. Plus, she couldn't see the whole creature. Just as he was trying to widen her eyes to observe, the shadow in front of her suddenly stopped moving. Vaguely, he thought she saw 2 long, thin things swaying in front of the creature's head. What were they? Were they antennae? He felt her heart racing uncontrollably as she watched the antennae move toward her in the darkness, growing larger in her view. She jumped in surprise and began to shrink back desperately. Even in her fear, she tried her best to remain silent, covering her mouth tightly and leaning back as much as she could. The tree hole was small, and there wasn't much room for her to hide. Then, in his ears, the antenna rubbed against the tree trunk, making a painful sound, and it precisely found the small hole she had left. Following that gap, something reached in. It stretched little by little. He widened her eyes, just as she was about to hide in her space. In the distance, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from the forest. Even from so far away, the fear in the voice was clear. Then came several loud crashing sounds. In the quiet forest, they were especially loud. The giant creature's antennae suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. He remained frozen until the sounds completely faded away, then she slumped down, gasping for breath. At that moment, she realized her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Wiping it with her hand, she leaned against the tree hole, not having time to feel grateful for her narrow escape. She only felt horror. With such long antennae, it must be an insect, right? Nothing else would have antennae. If the woman's scream hadn't come from afar, would she have hidden in her space? It was maddening. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, he had only one thought. She needed to save time in her space, gathering as much as possible for critical moments. She shrank back into the tree hole. That night, the forest was filled with human screams and the sounds of insects moving. He hardly got any rest. She didn't dare to go out to check, so she wrapped her cloak around herself as much as possible, half awake and half asleep. Just as she fell asleep, she was startled awake, unable to sleep soundly. Finally, dawn arrived. He quickly entered her space. Accumulating time in the space was not easy. Even though she was scared last night, she hadn't wanted to hide inside. But now, she had no choice. Feeding the livestock once a day was the minimum standard.
There was no way to cut down on time.
She couldn't enter a side quest and let all the animals starve, right? First, she fed them the grass she had cut yesterday. The cows, sheep, and pigs ate happily. Seeing them eat well, she went in to clean up their waste. They were relatively obedient, piling their waste in one spot, making it easy for He to shovel it away. Before long, it was all cleaned up. In the past, she had been short on money, buying only one male and one female of each animal. Now she felt it was too few, worried they wouldn't grow well and affect her future meat supply. After feeding the livestock, he exited the space to eat. Worried about the smell spreading, she chose to eat noodles. Noodles don't have a strong odor, and after eating, the smell would fade quickly, avoiding any other troubles. After scooping up 18 wontons, he added a big spoonful of chili and happily started eating. It was really delicious. Her wonton wrappers were thin, and the filling was generous, with a hint of garlic chives in the meat. Each bite was a delight. The food quickly calmed He's anxious heart, easing her earlier worries. After a night of tension and exhaustion, she felt satisfied only after finishing the wontons and drinking all the soup. Once full, he quickly entered her space. She wanted to plant vegetable seeds in the gaps of a small mound. She checked the fruit trees first. They were growing well. Even tropical fruits like durian and mango were thriving, having grown quite a bit. After inspecting the trees, he bent down to pull weeds. The grass seeds she had sown were thriving, perfect for feeding the pigs, cows, and sheep. After cutting the grass, she began planting vegetables. Choosing the faster sprouting seeds, he dug holes between two fruit trees and planted them, hoping the soil would be as fertile as black earth. After planting the vegetables, she also remembered to plant the cactus, aloe, and sugarcane she had bought earlier. She then planted some grapes and strawberries, selecting fruits that wouldn't take up much space. In less than half an hour, he exited the space. It was already getting light outside, and she cautiously peeked out of the tree hole to observe. The bugs from last night were nowhere to be seen. The forest had returned to its original calm. The trees stood tall and sturdy, each one too big for he to wrap her arms around. Even so, he was certain that the trees couldn't hide those bugs. Just yesterday, she had noticed that the bugs were twice as thick as the trees. With many questions in her mind and no answers, she decided not to dwell on it. The world is full of mysteries, and it's not necessary to understand everything. He waited in the tree hole for another 15 minutes to ensure there were no giant bugs before jumping out and starting her search for herbs again. Of course, she would never take off her cloak. It was her lifeline. The forest was quiet now, and he carefully moved slowly through the grass, remembering to dig up the pralines she found along the way. These were valuable. Her comfort at home depended on these pralines. He spent over an hour searching in the forest without encountering a single person, a stark contrast to the frequency of people she had met yesterday. He patiently searched for the third type of plant. After 2 hours, she finally spotted it. The third herb was a red plant with thick leaves. She needed the thin film on its leaves. The area was quiet, with no one around. He carefully touched the badge on her chest to make sure it was still there, then slowly approached the herb with her shovel. The herb, which had been still, suddenly seemed to wake up. The leaves in front quickly closed and then opened again, remaining still. He waited for a moment to confirm it wasn't moving before getting closer. As she approached, a few leaves slowly moved towards her. She could clearly see the bite marks on them. Were these from bugs yesterday? When she touched the leaf, it shrank back. The film on the leaves was very slippery, making it hard to grip. Ji used a small knife to cut the film before pulling it hard. It wasn't too difficult, but it kept slipping from her hands. After a while, she finally gathered the needed amount. Just as she was about to wipe the sweat from her forehead, she heard a sound coming from the bushes behind her. Was someone coming? She didn't want to meet anyone right now. Without looking back, he quickly dashed through the leaves and ran in the opposite direction. As the person pushed through the bushes, they saw a green figure disappearing in the distance.
Hey, wait.
Come back, don't run. Let's team up to complete the task. Come back. We're all players. We should help each other.
Don't be so selfish.
Hearing the shout, he didn't stop. In fact, she ran even faster. Who wants to team up with you? She had already gathered everything she needed, and now she just had to turn in the task items to complete the level. What was the point of teaming up? Nian was frustrated and stomped her foot, her face turning sour. What kind of person is she? Why is she so selfish? We all entered the game together. Is it wrong to help each other? A chubby guy nearby quickly comforted Nian, right? So rude. Nian, don't be mad at her. Next time I'll help you deal with her. Nian's expression remained troubled. There were only 3 of them, including her. Having a single bodyguard wouldn't be enough. A small chubby guy as a substitute was hardly sufficient. She glanced at the chubby guy beside her, feeling disgusted inside, but she forced a sweet smile on her face. He ignored the insults behind her and quickly disappeared into the woods. Now, she faced one last challenge, finding the small pharmaceutical factory deep in the forest. He wasn't very familiar with the path, as she had no prior experience surviving in the woods. She could only rely on her instincts and head toward the area where the jungle was most lush. That should be the right way, right? Wearing her cloak, he carefully made her way through the forest, hoping to encounter herbs rather than other people. By now, others must have been hungry for a day and a half, and she wanted to avoid running into these starving groups. Throughout her journey, he didn't forget to collect pulin. Without the pressure of a task, she was even more motivated to gather it. She made sure to pick every piece of pulin she came across. While moving through the forest, he also saw several people gnawing on tree bark and wild grass. In the entire forest, she couldn't find a single water source. If she didn't eat something soon, she wouldn't be able to fight, let alone reach the center of the forest. Seeing them digging for roots made her sigh in sympathy. How unfortunate, so very unfortunate. At least she wasn't the one eating tree roots. By noon, he found a bush to sit in and began to eat. As usual, she had something light, directly biting into a steamed bun. Thinking of those people gnawing on grass roots, she enjoyed her bun with pickles. After finishing her meal, he didn't linger and continued to work in the forest with her shovel. In the afternoon, she kept trying to test other plants, but it seemed her talent had failed her again, showing no response at all. With no other options, he focused on gathering pulin. It was more important to stick with what she had than to chase the unknown. That afternoon, he wandered around the forest and finally spotted the small pharmaceutical factory. She felt a rush of excitement, but didn't rush in immediately. First, she carefully tucked away her green cloak, then used vines she found in the woods to bundle the herbs she had collected and strap them to her back. Once she ensured she had enough, she carried her shovel and slowly approached the factory. The factory's entrance was made of steel and stood 3 meters tall, making he feel small in front of it. She cautiously approached the door, but it didn't budge and she couldn't find a way to open it. Did she have to wait for a specific time to enter? Just as he was wondering, a small door suddenly opened in the middle of the large door. If it hadn't opened unexpectedly, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. He carefully walked over. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded.
Beep.
Scanning in progress. Please wait. Congratulations on completing the task. Please place the herbs in the recycling basket. As the electronic voice finished, a mechanical arm holding a bamboo basket suddenly extended in front of her. The basket was large enough for Ji-hee to put all the herbs inside. After placing the herbs from her back into the basket, the mechanical arm scanned each herb with a laser. Qualified. Please proceed. You have a staff meal waiting for you in the cafeteria. After the mechanical arm took the herbs, Ji-hee carefully stepped through a small door. The door closed automatically behind her, sealing perfectly without a trace. How impressive! As Ji-hee looked around for the cafeteria, she recalled the electronic voice mentioning a staff meal. This pharmaceutical factory was quite different from a farm. It was very modern, with large mechanical buildings everywhere. If given a choice, Ji-hee would prefer to be at a farm where she could gather resources. Here, what could she gather? Could she gather herbs? Suddenly, Ji-hee thought that maybe she could check the waste disposal area later to see if there were any defective products with improper packaging. Others might discard them, but she wouldn't, as long as they were usable, even if they were a bit broken. With this plan in mind, Ji-hee quickened her pace. She wanted to eat quickly while there weren't many people around, then explore the factory afterward. The cafeteria was easy to find. It was a small building with an open door. Ji-hee lifted the curtain and walked in. A cold breeze greeted her, followed by a splash of cool mist on her face. The smell was strange and hard to describe. Ji-hee wiped her face with her hand, opened her eyes, and saw a few people scattered at tables, focused on their meals. 3 of them looked up at her for a moment before returning to their food. The others didn't even glance up, continuing to eat. Were these all people who completed their tasks early? They looked quite capable. Ji-hee glanced at them briefly before shifting her focus to the food station. On the counter, there was a bowl of food and a serving of soup. The food was a long, white, fuzzy item covered in a sticky sauce that looked unappetizing. The soup was dark green, resembling a witch's potion from a childhood movie. Ji-hee felt silent. In that moment, many thoughts crossed her mind, but she eventually grabbed a nearby plate and served herself half a plate of food and half a bowl of soup. Then she took her meal to a corner. This was her habit. She didn't like having someone behind her, as it made her feel insecure. Looking at the food in front of her, covered in a sticky yellow sauce and with white hair, Ji-hee felt her hands tremble. How much courage did she need to take a big bite? But everyone saw her come in, and it wouldn't be right to just turn around and leave without eating. Everyone had been hungry for 2 days. Why should she be the only one not to eat? Did she have food? Just then, someone who had come in earlier stood up, took an empty plate, went back to the table, filled a large plate for himself, and returned to eat heartily. Ji-hee thought. She gritted her teeth. If everyone else was eating, why couldn't she? With her eyes closed, she decided to just eat. She picked up her fork with trembling hands, closed her eyes, and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as she took the first bite, she opened her eyes. What was this flavor? It was incredibly delicious. Despite its strange appearance, the taste was amazing. She couldn't describe it, but it was really good. Even though it looked ugly, it was surprisingly delightful. Ji-hee chewed carefully. Yes, it was definitely tasty. Then she started eating more, becoming less resistant to the green soup, lifting it to take a big sip. Sweet and very tasty, like a drink. Upon closer taste, there was a hint of fragrance. Ji-hee quickly finished half of her plate and stood up to get a second serving. To be honest, the flavor was quite addictive. She approached the buffet with determination, thinking she wouldn't stop until she had eaten so much that she needed to lean against the wall to leave. In total, Ji-hee ate 4 plates and felt stuffed, finally putting down her fork and picking up the soup to drink. There was still a little room in her stomach, so she used the soup to fill it. While drinking, she observed the others. They had also finished eating. Some were resting on the table, others lay on the benches, and one person smiled and waved at Ji-hee. She nodded and quickly looked away, clearly not interested. The person got the hint and didn't approach her. After finishing the last sip of her soup, Ji-hee stood up, placed her dirty plate in the recycling area, and slowly walked outside. Time was limited. She wanted to explore the pharmaceutical factory and couldn't waste it. The buildings here were enormous, and the doors and windows were tightly shut. Even leaning against the door, she couldn't see inside. With her previous experiences in finding things, this time she aimed for the most remote areas of the factory. The medicine that is already made and ready for sale cannot be taken even if she finds Ji-hee. They won't just give it to her for free. She can only take what they don't want. Ji-hee knows this well and, with a clear purpose, soon finds her target. It is a very large red house. Although the front is still closed, it looks more worn down than the other houses. She follows the wall to find the back door. There is no one at the back door, just a small gap, and it is too dark inside to see anything. Ji-hee gathers her courage and gently pushes the door open. The door opens silently, and suddenly a metal cube rotates and quickly assembles into a 2-meter-tall robot. The robot's eyes emit a beam of light that scans Ji-hee up and down. With her previous experiences, Ji-hee remains calm and stands still. Soon, a gentle female voice speaks. "Garbage collector, safe." Ji-hee thinks that's rude. "I'm a resource recovery and reuse specialist." After saying this, the robot shrinks back into a cube and remains still. Ji-hee then notices it is charging against the wall. "Can I take things from the storage room?" she asks, not really expecting an answer, just seeking an opinion. To her surprise, there is a response. "Yes, this room is full of garbage and needs to be cleaned regularly." The cube remains still, but the voice comes through clearly. Hearing the first 2 words makes Ji-hee's eyes light up. Forgetting everything else, she quickly takes out her flashlight, turns it on, and uses the light to examine the room. What she sees is astonishing. The room is completely filled to the ceiling. "How much medicine is this?" Ji-hee hurries forward and finds a covered basket. She lifts the lid and sees it is full of broken green long pills. It's clear they are unwanted. Most of them are shattered into pieces, uneven and broken. Ji-hee picks up a small piece to examine it closely. Her talent, which had been unresponsive until now, finally works. Bug repellent incense. For external use, when lit, it can completely drive away insects within a certain range. Note: who would buy such small broken pieces?
Scraps.
Ji-hee chooses to ignore the last part. It's free, doesn't cost anything. What more could she ask for? Isn't this just an upgraded version of mosquito repellent? This is great, especially since she doesn't have enough mosquito repellent stocked up. She can take more of these. Ji-hee was not polite at all and directly put a large basket of insect repellent incense into her space. Then she opened each box to check, and as expected, they were all insect repellent incense. Without hesitation, she took them all. Although these were not food, which was a bit disappointing, she still had plenty of empty space, so she figured it was worth taking. After her hands became numb from the work, she finally spotted a basket of different items, which were not long strips but small round tablets. Most had tiny chips on the edges or were irregularly shaped. Ji-hee picked one up. Her talent reacted again. Insecticide effectively removes internal insect eggs and larvae, especially effective against parasitic insects. These are defective products from old machines. Their irregular shape cannot pass inspection, considered trash. Ji-hee chose to ignore the warning and quickly stored all the insecticides in her space. Who knows when they might be useful? In the next while, Ji-hee quickly filled her space with supplies. Besides the 2 types she found earlier, she also discovered a liquid in a soft pouch. Insect repellent. When applied to the skin, it emits a scent that insects dislike, causing them to instinctively stay away. A failed experiment that surprisingly smells like stinky feet. This is something customers hate. Unsellable old junk. Ji-hee instinctively brought it close to her nose to smell.
Yikes.
It smelled like stinky feet. No wonder it couldn't be sold. Who would want to apply that on themselves? Despite her disgust, Ji-hee obediently stored the entire box of insect repellent in her space. The smell was indeed unpleasant, but considering she survived under that giant insect last night, it was bearable. Even though Ji-hee was working hard to collect items, what she gathered was not much compared to the entire warehouse. It only slightly helped lighten the load. Among all the medicines Ji-hee collected, the insect repellent incense was the most abundant, with about 7 boxes out of 10 being that. The insecticide was less, with only 2 boxes, and there was just 1 box of insect repellent. If ranked by value, the insect repellent would be first since it could be sprayed for easy movement. The insecticide would come second because it was for internal use. The insect repellent would be third. While Ji-hee focused on collecting items in the warehouse, she had no idea that several arguments had already broken out outside. The reason was simple: food. Everyone was very hungry and wanted to eat. Food is limited, and once it's finished, there is no more to replenish it. Those who arrived early could eat as much as they wanted until they were full. However, those who rushed to complete their tasks at the last minute found the cafeteria empty and were understandably upset.
But what could they do about it?
This game's scenario lacked food, and they were just complaining to those who came before them, who couldn't magically produce more food for them. A group gathered to find the robot. Surprisingly, they actually found it. But the robot ignored them. It kept repeating one thing: according to reasonable calculations, there is enough food for everyone. If there is no waste, each of you can eat until full. If unexpected situations arise, please resolve them yourselves. No matter how they reacted, the robot only repeated this statement. Those who were full stayed in the cafeteria, while those who arrived late and missed their meal were the ones causing a fuss. After being hungry and thirsty for 2 days, they felt like they were about to collapse. Some even got aggressive, but the robot did not tolerate them. Anyone who dared to act against it was eliminated instantly, silencing everyone. Still, a few brave ones continued to protest against the robot. This time, the robot didn't retaliate but kept repeating its statement. After shouting for a while, they began to feel faint, fearing they would collapse just as the task was completed. Gradually, the number of troublemakers decreased. Everyone became too tired to talk and just found a place to sit and wait for the scenario to end while hungry. Time is up. All players who did not arrive at the Little Forest Pharmaceutical Factory within the time limit have failed and will lose their qualifications. You are now being teleported out of the scenario. Ji-hee took one last look at the large storage room that still had plenty of food left and sighed. She really wanted to take it all, but time was too tight. Next time, she needed to manage her time better for the tasks. Back home, Ji-hee felt a wave of heat hit her, as if she had gone from an air-conditioned room to a sauna. Sweat quickly formed on her forehead. She hurriedly began to take off her clothes while glancing at the clock. It was 1 a.m. It seemed that her time in the game this time was about an hour. Spending more time in the game than before, but the time outside hasn't changed. Confused, Ji-hee quickly pushed the thought aside. It was so hot. A game notification sounded in her ear. Borrowing 50 billion from the heavens. Congratulations on successfully completing the game. Now starting the game rewards. Task completion level A. Rewards are as follows: bread X1, bottled water X2, cookies X1, bok choy X1, 1 silver coin, and 10 copper coins. The marketplace is now open for free trading. Enjoy, players. The time for the next game is unknown, please stay tuned. As soon as the notification ended, several items appeared on the table in front of Ji-hee. She stood up to take a look. The bread was just a regular whole grain loaf, about the size of her fist, wrapped in paper. The bottled water had no brand, just a plain plastic bottle, looking very much like an unbranded product. The cookies were in a paper bag. Ji-hee carefully opened it and counted about 10 pieces. The bok choy was pitifully small, about the length of her palm. If she saved it, it could last for 2 meals. With these supplies, she could probably survive for 3 days, assuming she didn't do much. Adding the silver coin, she might last a week. Ji-hee waved her hand, placing the items into a storage box, then took out a protective item from her space and attached it to herself, finally feeling more alive. Just a few moments after returning, she felt so hot she could hardly breathe. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened the chat channel. The channel was lively. It seemed everyone had entered the game. Hibulika. I worked so hard, and my task completion is only C level. I got just a bottle of water and a dry loaf of bread.
Who can live on that?
10 years. Be grateful, I only got 1 pound of vegetables, enough for 2 meals for my family. I want some food. Nian Nian Buwang. Brother, you're amazing. I envy you. Vegetables are so precious. Misty Forest. I'm different from you all. The system gave me 5 packs of instant noodles. Ha ha ha, enough for 3 days. Spring Breeze with you. If anyone is in trouble, come to me. I'm not talented, but my company is among the top 500 in the world. As long as you protect my safety and help me complete tasks, we can discuss supplies. Maintaining life before the disaster isn't a problem. Moon Jiao, I'll guarantee it. What the boss said is true. He saw what the strength master said and guessed that this person must be the young man with strong arms she saved. He seems to have good abilities to complete tasks successfully. However, she decided not to reveal her identity, as her combat skills were lacking, and it was better to stay low-key. She continued to read, but didn't find any new messages. Everyone was sharing the rewards from completing the tasks. Most of the supplies were bread, biscuits, instant noodles, and bottled water. For now, she didn't know if there were any other items. He closed the chat channel and opened the marketplace. The system said that this time buying and selling in the marketplace was allowed. The marketplace page was divided into 2 main sections. On the left was the system store, with the same expensive items as before. He quickly glanced around and lost interest. On the right, there was a new trading interface with 2 options. Open a shop/sell items. He clicked on Open a Shop to take a look. Shop. Opening fee 10 gold coins, can list up to 100 items. Shop owner sets prices. Items cannot be priced lower than the system store, but can be traded in exchange, with half the tax reduced for each transaction. What a hassle. He quickly closed the page and opened the Sell Items interface. There were already many items displayed, including different bed sheets, blankets, clothes, pants, rice cookers, and more. All were new, and the prices matched the store, with some even higher. He noticed several luxury items priced at an outrageous 5 silver coins. They really dared to list that. Not interested in any of that, he skipped over and searched for food. She frowned. Was there really no one selling food? He cautiously clicked the top right corner, and a new interface popped up, showing listed items on the left and items for trade on the right. He took out a lamb head from her space and tentatively cut off a few pieces of meat to put up. The system quickly confirmed, reminding her that the price couldn't be lower than 1 silver coin, and that a transaction fee of 30 copper coins would be automatically deducted. Silent scream. What a scammer, a 30% fee. How dare they? And could she really sell it for 1 silver coin? At that moment, she realized that the shop prices weren't actually high. For just 10 gold coins, you could reduce half the tax, which was quite a deal. A fair price. Opening a shop sooner was better, otherwise, trading would just lead to more fees. Unfortunately, he had no money right now. 10 gold coins equals 1,000 silver coins. And her reward for completing this task was only 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. Great, she was 999 tasks away from opening a shop. Groundhog scream. He expressionlessly closed the interface in front of her and quietly put the lamb head back into her space. Right now, opening a shop wasn't the priority. She had other things to do. While it was still dark, he quietly left the house. Recently, the weather has been hot, and many people have piled up garbage outside their homes, creating a terrible smell on this hot night. He, wearing a mask and holding a flashlight, slowly walked outside. On the way, she saw many people driving out to buy things, and it seemed everyone was a bit panicked. As he walked, she noticed several bags of rice placed outside homes, with bugs flying around them. After thinking for a moment, she decided to pick up the rice bags and store them away. Since people couldn't eat all that rice, it could be used to feed chickens, and the chickens eating bugs would also be a good source of nutrition. While sneaking along, he suddenly spotted a white mass by the roadside and shone her flashlight on it. It turned out to be maggots. The decaying food was covered in wriggling white maggots, so numerous that they were impossible to count at a glance. He quickly walked away from that unpleasant place. She found a corner, took out her tricycle from storage, and rode towards the breeding center. She wasn't sure if the center was open or closed, but she wanted to give it a try. Fortunately, she saw the lights on from a distance. Is someone there? She thought. She parked her tricycle to the side and hurried to the door to knock. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice shouted from behind the door. Who is it? It's the owner. I want to see the poultry, he shouted back.
Creak.
The big iron door opened, and the middle-aged owner cautiously peeked out, relieved to see he alone. He remembered her from her recent visit to buy livestock. This girl was quite the bargainer. She didn't buy much, but insisted on getting a lower price, and when he couldn't lower it, she still left with a lot of feed. Seeing the owner smile and nod, he said, I want to take a look at the young livestock. The owner opened the door a little wider and said, Come in. Once inside, he was hit by an unpleasant smell. She quickly found her mask and put it on. The owner noticed he wearing a mask but didn't comment. He looked a bit troubled.
What do you want to buy?
Just so you know, with this heat, the livestock aren't doing well, and many have died. Don't blame me if you take some home, and they die. Also, prices have gone up, you know about the recent chaos, and prices have skyrocketed. If you come to buy now, it won't be at the old price. Even though she didn't have much money, he kept a calm face and replied, All right, let's take a look first. Seeing that he was determined to look around, the man led her inside. The young livestock have weak resistance, and with the hot weather and power outages, many have died recently. He no longer hopes to make a profit. Just avoiding losses would be a blessing. As he walked around checking on the livestock, she noticed they looked weak, lying on the ground without any energy. They didn't react much to her presence, as if they were nearing the end. The situation was completely different from when she last visited. The man observed his expression as they walked. Even someone with no experience could see that the young livestock were not doing well and might not survive. If the older livestock were in better shape, they could at least be sold for meat. But none of these young ones had buyers. He could guess the reason. The heat made it hard to keep poultry alive, and now with a lack of water and food, raising livestock was a losing business. Buying them now would only lead to losses. But he couldn't give up. All his savings were here. If the livestock at the farm died, he would go bankrupt. How could he support his wife and children? Yet holding on was not easy. Every day, he needed a lot of water and feed just to care for them. He even arranged for a generator to power fans for the animals, but despite his careful attention, many still died each day. Every day felt like a loss. There seemed to be no way out. When he visited last time, he realized she couldn't buy much, just a few animals. But even a few would help. If he could sell more now, he would lose less. After looking around, he had a good idea of the situation. Since the owner was present, she didn't plan to do anything illegal. She turned to him and smiled, saying, Uncle, we won't discuss the condition of the livestock. If the price is right, I want to buy more. I need 4 male pigs, 3 female pigs, 2 male dairy cows, 3 female dairy cows, and 2 male and 1 female beef cattle, plus 3 young female sheep. That's a total of 18 animals. What price can you offer? The uncle thought for a moment before responding, Girl, even if my livestock aren't doing well, you can still take them home to eat. Even the smaller pigs weigh around 10 to 20 pounds each. Seeing he nod, he felt a bit relieved and continued, You know the situation outside. Supermarkets are mostly taken over and there's a purchase limit. To buy more grain, you have to rely on connections, and the prices have skyrocketed. The uncle raised his hand to show a 10. He nodded, as this had been mentioned a lot in the morning market group. Food and meat prices have risen significantly. There are many smart people around. Seeing that he didn't strongly oppose, the uncle continued, Look, I won't cheat you. You give me 100,000 and you can take this livestock. He fell silent. Not to mention 100,000. She couldn't even come up with 500 right now. The uncle observed his expression, noticing she didn't react much, and felt a bit anxious. Was the price too high? Should he lower it? These cattle and sheep looked like they might not last long. If they didn't sell now, they might die soon. Should he lower the price a bit? Can I use grain instead? Jihi thought for a long time and didn't want to give up. There weren't many things she could buy through normal channels anymore, and if she missed this chance, she didn't know when she could buy again. Uncle, since you mentioned weight, let's not talk about beef and lamb prices. You know what condition these animals are in, and I'm not sure if I can keep them alive. If they die, I'll just lose money. If you're willing, I can give you 100 pounds of rice, and I'll take them all. That's not enough, the uncle frowned. You need to add more. This is too little, and these are live animals.
It's hard to find them outside right now.
Although the uncle didn't believe he could keep these half-dead animals alive, that didn't stop him from raising the price. That's not how it works. He shook her head, not backing down. Uncle, these animals are not in good condition. They might die as soon as I take them home, and I'm taking a risk here. Even if you take them home for meat, I need at least 200 pounds of meat. After skinning and boning, it would be at most 100 pounds. The two went back and forth, finally agreeing on 110 pounds of rice. The uncle's expression changed from gloomy to bright. Although 110 pounds of rice wasn't a lot, it was still an income, one of the few good news in recent days. All right, uncle, let's pick the livestock first. Once we choose, I'll go get the grain. Okay. The uncle was happy. He was making 110 pounds of rice. He could also save on feed and water, which was great. With the deal made, both were pleased. In a good mood, the uncle didn't try to cheat he did his best to select healthier animals from the half-dead livestock. He checked them as well and noticed they were warm and seemed fine, so she nodded. After leaving the breeding center, she took the tricycle, loaded it with 110 pounds of rice, and rode back home. The uncle was very happy to see the rice and quickly called someone to help carry it down, also assisting he in placing the livestock in the back of the tricycle. One trip wasn't enough, so he had to make several trips on the tricycle to bring the livestock home. In addition to a bunch of cows and sheep, the uncle also gave he some fluffy, weak chicks and ducklings in cardboard boxes. They all looked like they were about to faint. Young lady, come back after you've eaten, the uncle said. He felt a strange sensation but didn't say anything. After saying goodbye to the uncle, she rode off and soon found a dark corner to store the livestock in her space. The animals were a bit weak when they first arrived, lying still on the grass. He wasn't sure if she could take care of them, so she gave them some water and decided to leave them in the space for now. She stored the tricycle in her space and switched to her bicycle to ride home. She remembered that her space needed gasoline and diesel to upgrade, so she took a longer route to see if there were any opportunities. However, before she even reached the gas station, she saw several green trucks parked there from a distance. There were also many soldiers moving around, seemingly transporting something, with a fuel tanker parked nearby. It seemed that the area had already been taken over. Without hesitation, he turned her bike around and left. She didn't want to stay there, fearing she might be mistaken for a troublemaker. After passing 2 more gas stations, which were similarly busy, he realized this was a national arrangement and decided not to push her luck. She really couldn't steal fuel right under the soldiers' noses. Aside from the gas stations, she encountered many large trucks transporting supplies along the way, so she kept her distance to avoid any trouble. What usually took her half an hour to get home took her a full hour this time. Once she arrived home, he carefully closed the yard gate and finally felt relieved. Home was comfortable. After drawing the curtains, he entered her space. The climate in the space felt like spring, and the crops were thriving. He immediately spotted the livestock she had placed in the space. They had recovered and looked much better than when they were being raised, happily wandering on the grass. They didn't shy away when they saw Jihi. Instead, they focused on eating grass. Jihi patted the little calf and carefully observed its eyes and legs. It seemed to be in good condition and was eating well. The owner hadn't cheated her. There were no other issues, just that it wasn't used to the heat. Once in the space, it quickly perked up. Jihi herded the animals into a pen and sorted them into categories. She turned to look at the ducks and chickens the boss had sent. Jihi didn't count them at the time. The boss delivered a large cardboard box filled with sickly but still breathing chickens and ducks. Not long ago, These chickens and ducks seemed like they were about to faint, but now they were loudly calling from the box. A few were especially lively, running around constantly. Seeing their energetic behavior, Ji-hee couldn't help but admire the resilience of life. She carried the box to the chicken coop, counting as she placed the chicks inside. Initially, she had only bought 12 chickens, but this time the boss had given her 28 chicks, which was more than she had purchased. Ji-hee let the chicks roam freely on the grass and then moved on to the duck house, following the same process. A total of 21 ducks were sent, 3 times the number she originally had. After placing the ducks, she also noticed a few noticeably larger goslings. The goslings and ducklings looked similar, but the geese were much bigger. Ji-hee added 6 goslings to the goose house. So far, she had 40 chickens, 28 ducks, and 10 geese. Ji-hee felt very satisfied looking at the poultry on the lawn. Although she didn't lack meat for now, the sense of security from having food at home was something no one else could provide. After all, she wasn't sure if she could always find food in the game. It was only a 1-star level. Who knew what 2-star or 3-star levels would be like? After admiring them for just a minute, Ji-hee hurried to prepare food for the livestock. There were plenty of gas canisters in her space, but she wasn't planning to use them yet. She had a clay stove at home and some firewood, so she would use that for now and figure out more if needed. The little pigs she had raised had grown quite a bit, and with the 7 new ones she bought yesterday, she now had a total of 9 pigs. Each meal required a large pot. Currently, Ji-hee was mixing feed with grains for them. Before the vegetables in her space grew, she combined it with leftover vegetable scraps and hay from a few days ago, boiled it with the water she used for washing pots, and added a few pounds of cornmeal. This made for good pig food, pure, natural, and nutritious, with both oil and carbohydrates. Perfect. He had a special large pot for cooking pig food. Once it was ready, she would carry it directly to feed them. She continued chopping vegetables in the kitchen. The downside of having many livestock was that it took a lot of time to prepare their meals. The chickens, ducks, geese, and quails all had the same standard diet: grass mixed with cornmeal, which didn't need cooking, just chopped and mixed together for a meal. Rabbits and sheep are easier to care for. They only eat grass, so she doesn't need to cook for them. It's hard to tell if the grass is growing well or if there are just fewer animals, but it seems there is enough food. Ji-hee lets them eat on their own in the field and only adds some hay before bed. She quickly enters her space to feed the animals and watches the poultry eat, letting out a silent sigh. Why doesn't her space have an automatic cleaning feature? Every day, she spends a lot of time tidying up. After a brief thought, she pushes that idea aside. Having this space is already a blessing. Greedy people face consequences. After feeding the livestock, she hurries to feed the fish. The saltwater and freshwater fish have grown quite a bit during this time. Although they are not ready to eat yet, they are noticeably larger and eating more. Even though she didn't buy many of each type at first, she has a good variety. Once the sea fish grow up, there will be plenty for her. Ji-hee has already planned that after this harvest, she will plant some soybeans. The leftover soybean meal from oil extraction can be used as fish feed, so she won't have to search for it elsewhere. After checking her space again and confirming there was nothing to do, she left. Not feeling very tired, Ji-hee turned on the radio to see if there were any new updates. As soon as she turned it on, the latest government announcement came through. The weather is hot. Please stay home as much as possible to avoid heat stroke. Trust the government. Our country has sufficient supplies to meet the basic needs of the people and help everyone through this hot weather. We want to inform the public about the recent unrest. Investigations show that citizens aged 18 to 40 were recently pulled into another world by a game called the Support Game. Through 2 rounds of gameplay, players can become official players. Official players will awaken special abilities, and the recent disturbances were caused by some of these misguided players. Please remain calm and view these special abilities rationally. Adjust your mindset and avoid blindly believing or spreading rumors. The government is calling on all official players to register their information at their local government offices. Those with exceptional abilities will be promoted to public positions with generous benefits. Starting today, municipal supermarkets will be established in each city. Residents with no criminal record can use their ID for purchases. Specific details will be adjusted by each city. Please consult your local community office for more information. In times of national difficulty, everyone has a responsibility. We will recognize patriotic entrepreneurs who generously donate items. For example, one donor gave 100,000 bags of instant noodles, and another donated 100,000 small bread rolls. After the host finished reading, they started again from the beginning. He was confused and shocked. She didn't expect such surprising news from the government. They chose to announce it directly. She quickly took out her phone to check the community group. There was also a notification. Due to the hot weather, starting today, the community committee will change its working hours to 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. Please inform each other. A municipal supermarket will open at the original Manhwa supermarket, operating from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day. Citizens with no criminal record can line up to purchase supplies using their ID and face recognition, with a limit of 500 per person each day. Several free trade markets will also be established. Our local market will be near Manhwa Supermarket, open from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., with police on duty. Residents can buy and sell at the free trade market. Water, electricity, and gas supplies will be provided in shifts by area. Our region will receive supplies from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. for 2 hours each day. Please remember to stock up on water. Our city has eliminated organized crime, but a few members are still at large. Please report any information. Verified tips will receive a reward of 10 pounds of rice. For more details, contact your local police station. Due to the hot weather, the government has provided designated shelters. Specific locations are as follows. This information is an announcement to ensure everyone in the group can see it. Keek's mom. Only 2 hours of water each day? What can we do with that? We need 3 meals a day. Family with 2 kids. A limit of 500 per person? Are you kidding? Rice prices have gone up to 120 per pound. What can we do with 500? Foodie. Aren't you all concerned about the game for real players? They said it involves all young people. Aesthetician. What's the point? I couldn't even get past the first round of the game. I just sat in a corner for a long time. This game has nothing to do with me. Brother Sean, only 2 hours of water a day? Do you know you can't even buy bottled water at the supermarket? What are we supposed to drink? We'll die of thirst. Keek's mom, you can't buy vegetables or fruits at the supermarket now. We need to eat vegetables. Brother Sean, that underground shelter doesn't even have a toilet. How are we supposed to stay there? Once you leave your spot, there are crowds fighting over supplies. Is anyone in charge? Western ginseng. Here's a picture. I sprouted bean sprouts at home. If anyone wants to eat vegetables, you can sprout bean sprouts at home. Director Sue. Everyone should learn from Western ginseng. It's normal to face difficulties in life. We must learn to overcome them positively. If anyone has good life tips, feel free to share them in the group. Let's help each other and get through tough times together. Brother Sean. I'm willing to pay. Can I rent a spot? It's hard to manage with elderly and children at home. If I bring less, I'll be missing things. If I bring more, I need someone to watch over them. Director Sue. Let's work through this together. We are not offering rental services for now, so let's be considerate of each other. Director Sue. I encourage all talented individuals to sign up at the community office and actively respond to the national call. Western ginseng. If you really want to eat vegetables, there are some wild greens outside that we can pick. We can sign up together tomorrow to go gather them. Keek's mom. It's so sunny outside. Won't the wild greens be dried up? Are there any left? Foodie. I'm not sure. Let's go and check. If we find some, we'll eat them. If not, that's okay. Director Sue. The government has set up a collection point at Manhwa Supermarket for grains that have bugs. If anyone has infested grains, you can take them for recycling. Keek's mom. You should have mentioned that earlier. I already threw the grains away. Don't forget, it's too hot to stay at home. The elderly are suffering from heat stroke. We can only go to a shelter. There's no one at home, and the 2 hours of water and electricity you provide daily don't help. I still have to go back home to get water. With this heat, I must drive back and forth, and gas is limited now. The hassle isn't worth the gas money. Can someone do something about this? Brother Sean, have you considered the number 11 bus? The community group is full of problems. Every family is struggling. He turned off the community group and started browsing the internet. The internet is buzzing with information released by the government, and there are also many gamers revealing secrets online. Many posts have gone viral. In addition to the gamers, several bloggers are sharing life hacks, including making ice with saltpeter. This way, even without air conditioning, placing the ice in the room can help cool it down. He remembered that she had bought saltpeter before, but now she doesn't need it. She has a solar generator. Why would she need saltpeter? Later, she could sell some saltpeter to trade for useful supplies. As she continued browsing, she found the government spokesperson reading the list of donations from patriotic entrepreneurs. Many well-known companies are involved, and the host excitedly promotes these companies as patriotic supporters, encouraging everyone to donate money and goods. He knows that the government is stepping in to help. Normally, when everything is peaceful, these people can live comfortably in their own little worlds, enjoying luxury. Now that the country is in trouble, it's their turn to contribute. Each company probably has its own resources to spare, but they're well established and likely won't suffer too much. He continues to scroll through, noticing that many experts are predicting that this extreme heat disaster won't end soon, urging everyone to conserve water. He quickly swipes past this. Isn't that obvious? With only 2 hours of water supply each day, her household is small, and they can only manage to use 3 faucets at once to have enough water. For families with several members, the limited water they collect in 2 hours is barely enough for drinking and cooking. People are used to saving, and not having a little extra makes them uncomfortable. Instead of worrying about these individuals, it would be better to focus on the wealthy. As he continues watching, she suddenly sits up straight. This video is impressive. The government is introducing game players. There are both men and women in green military uniforms, wearing masks, and they look very imposing even while standing still. Everyone may not know much about game players, so let me introduce them to you. Game players are officially named Gifted Ones by the government, and each person will awaken a unique gift. For now, we categorize them into 2 types: physical mutants and mental mutants, with more classifications to be added as needed. Now, let me introduce our country's Gifted Ones. This one has the gift of foresight. She is also an outstanding official in the military. Thanks to her foresight, she has eliminated 22 criminal groups and rescued hostages. This one has lightning abilities. As the authoritative host finishes speaking, a burst of lightning suddenly appears in the man's hand, and he grabs a light bulb, which instantly lights up. The host's enthusiastic voice comes through the microphone. What an amazing power! With the awakening of the Gifted One's abilities, the future of humanity will surely reach a whole new height. This one is a physical mutant. After transforming, his strength, recovery, and defense will all be enhanced. After the host finishes the introduction, the man in the green military uniform takes off his shirt and instantly transforms. In the video, it was clear that his arms suddenly doubled in size, sprouting long black hair, and his nails became very sharp. He bent down and easily lifted a large steel bar, walking around the studio with ease. The host continued to introduce 5 more individuals, each impressive, but none had healing abilities. He frowned, wondering if this was something they hadn't mentioned, or if there were simply none at all. Unable to figure it out, she decided to set the thought aside for now. Her sources of information were too limited, and she didn't know enough about gifted individuals to draw any conclusions. After watching for a short while, her phone became too hot to hold. Worried about the battery life, he turned off her phone and put it away, lighting an insect-repellent incense instead. Even in that brief time, she could feel mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. Despite having screens, there were still doors, making it hard to keep them out. He reached into her space to grab the insect-repellent incense and lit it. The incense released an indescribable scent, and soon after lighting it, she noticed that all the insects flying around her had disappeared. He sighed. This place was truly a treasure. She liked the two scenarios she had entered so far. Even though they were a bit dangerous, the rewards were quite generous. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling sleepy. They say the unknown is the most frightening. The government made a bold move, putting game players in the spotlight and openly explaining the situation. Those who plan to take charge with their abilities would likely be shocked. With the government actively recruiting gifted individuals, many would probably join, working alongside the military, ensuring the government remained in control. Those who wanted to cause trouble amidst the chaos would likely not succeed. Thinking of this made Ji-hee feel reassured. She hoped society would stabilize, as only in a stable society could she live comfortably. Otherwise, constantly hiding and fearing that someone would break in was distressing. Of course, there would always be those who resisted authority and wanted to challenge it. Even during peaceful times, many would still resort to gang activities. As long as their numbers were small, it wouldn't be a big deal. If she stayed cautious, she could still manage her life. This feeling was much better than what she had read in apocalyptic stories. It's good to have someone strong to rely on when things go wrong. Despite thinking this, Ji-hee had no plans to register her identity as a game player with the government. Usually, if the people around her know, it's fine, but if she goes to the government, they will definitely investigate carefully. They will probably ask what her talent is. There will surely be special personnel to verify it. Her talent is different from others and is not easy to share. The main issue is that her combat ability is weak. Others awaken combat-related talents, while she has a support talent. As for the scavenger talent, it's not very useful unless it works with her space ability. Otherwise, it's pretty much useless. Even if she finds junk in the game, what can she do with it? She can't bring it back. So, why bother looking for junk in the game? To be useful, her space ability would have to be revealed. If people outside knew she could farm in her space, they might take advantage of her. And who knows what strange talents others might have, like possession or control. Ji-hee shivered at the thought. It's not necessary. She might as well live as an ordinary person. Only strong abilities can help others, and right now, she can barely take care of herself. However, Ji-hee wasn't too worried. There were definitely many people like her who didn't sign up. As long as she doesn't cause trouble and follows the country's requirements, the authorities won't pursue her. Didn't the government stop mentioning the recent supermarket robbery? The more she thought about it, the more relaxed she felt. Ji-hee had no intention of sleeping, so she opened the marketplace instead. She still remembered wanting to sell something before leaving. As usual, she searched for food. It didn't look as empty as before. There were still a dozen items, including buns, dumplings, and stir-fried dishes, but the prices were outrageous. 1 silver coin for 8 dumplings. Ji-hee thought, wow, they really dare to sell this. Is there really someone who would buy it? Spending 1 silver coin for just 8 dumplings? Actually, there were also food items in the marketplace, like instant noodles for 20 copper coins per bag. Although that's not cheap, it's much cheaper than the prepared food. With 1 silver coin, she could buy 5 bags of instant noodles, enough for 5 meals. If someone has money to buy dumplings, they might as well get instant noodles or bread, which is only 10 copper coins each. Just as Ji-hee finished her thought, the dumplings in front of her suddenly disappeared. Ji-hee. Without saying a word, she quietly opened the trading interface and listed a few cucumber slices, setting the price at 1 silver coin. The system approved it. If someone buys it, she'll buy. If no one does, she'll lower the price again. Of course, she didn't forget to choose anonymous transactions. She just wanted to live her life quietly without being noticed. Ji-hee put up 10 portions of cucumber salad for trade. When she was about to post the 11th portion, she hesitated and decided to trade for gasoline instead, writing 2 liters of gasoline on the right side. The system showed that the price was too low and did not approve the transaction. She kept adjusting the amount until it reached 5 liters, and only then did the system allow the trade. Ji-hee then posted another 10 portions of cucumber salad to trade for gasoline. She was not planning to give up her space. If she could upgrade it through this method, that would be great. After listing all her trades, Ji-hee felt a bit tired, so she closed the store and went to sleep. She set an alarm for 3 p.m. and quickly fell asleep. Little did she know that once people discovered they could trade gasoline for food, they went crazy trying to get it. Although gasoline was expensive, there were so many cars outside, and each one had a lot inside. Compared to vegetables, it was a much better deal. However, food was different. In just a few days, people had eaten enough biscuits and instant noodles. They craved a proper meal. The prices of meat and vegetables had skyrocketed, making them almost unaffordable. When they saw cucumber salad, how could they resist? Even those who usually focused on dieting were now willing to eat a big bowl of rice mixed with pickles. With 10 kilograms of rice, without meat, vegetables, or fruit, a family of 3 could barely last 3 days with just pickles. At that moment, who wouldn't be tempted by fresh vegetables? They feared they wouldn't be quick enough to get their share. With the Dragon Kingdom leading the way, many major countries also held press conferences to introduce the existence of gifted individuals to their citizens. At the same time, many gamers confessed to their families, suddenly becoming the other kids in the eyes of relatives and friends. The government's decision to go public was unavoidable. When the game was recruiting, it targeted everyone aged 18 to 40 worldwide. It could be said that as long as someone met that age requirement and agreed, even if they hadn't passed the first level, they would still have some understanding of the game. Hiding the truth would only make the situation worse. It was better to be open and honest about it. Deepening understanding can also reduce the fear of the unknown. The identity of gamers is gradually being accepted by more people. More and more individuals are learning about what real players are like and discovering their tasks, which brings mixed feelings. Some are happy because while others struggle to find supplies, these players can still buy food from the store. Others are worried because the tasks are dangerous, and failing to complete them could lead to life-threatening situations. In a villa area, at the home of Ji He's uncle, Ji Hua, Ji Een is lying on the sofa playing on her phone. Her family is well off, and her uncle got a diesel generator early on, so they have electricity, air conditioning, and life hasn't changed much since the disaster. However, their diet has become quite monotonous. They can't eat cake, drink milk tea, or go shopping, which makes her, who loves to show off, feel that life is a bit dull. Ji Een is currently chatting with friends about real players. The group she usually plays with thinks the game is a scam and has all refused to participate. Even those who were curious and tried to join found the first game unplayable, and not a single real player was present. Ji Een is typing furiously, regretting her decision. She wishes she hadn't refused. She is sure she could have become a real player. Social butterfly Een. If I hadn't fallen asleep back then, I would definitely have become a gifted player. Life is easy. I regret it too. I was singing at KTV at that time. I didn't take it seriously. I thought I just had tinnitus. Egg Hero. How frustrating. I got in, but I couldn't get past the start. Strawberry Cake. Hurry up and tell us what the game dungeons are like. Social butterfly Een. You missed such a great opportunity. Egg Hero. Ah, what opportunity? Do you know how crazy this game is? I was given 2 books to memorize right away, and I had an exam the next day. Each book was about an inch thick. I'm not good at memorizing things. How could I possibly remember all that? Life is easy in exam? I heard some say their game dungeons only last a day. Egg Hero. It was the next day for me. I don't know about others, but my first game dungeon lasted 2 days. I spent a whole day studying, feeling dizzy, exhausted, and hungry. I had to sneak into the cafeteria at night to steal food, and almost got caught by the patrolling guard. Social butterfly Een. Huh, that's hilarious. What did you steal? Egg Hero. I won't tell you. Strawberry Cake. Let me guess, you're not eating raw rice anymore, right? Egg Superhero. I won't tell you, but honestly, only G, he can pass such a crazy level. Everyone else is just wasting their time. Society's sister Een her? What a joke. If she passes, I'll do a live stream of washing my hair upside down. Life is easy. Of course, none of us passed, and that bookworm has no chance. Just as Ji Een was deeply engaged in the conversation, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She looked up to see her uncle Ji Hua had returned. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his thinning hair was sticking to his scalp. His designer t-shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging to him. He looked nothing like the successful person he usually was. As soon as he entered, he wiped his forehead and sighed in relief, grateful for the air conditioning. "Dad, you're back? You look hot. Hurry and take a shower," Ji-in said as she quickly stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. "No need. Where's your mom?" Ji-hwa wiped his face with his hand and turned to look for her. "A phone, come help me carry things outside." After calling for a while with no response, Ji-hwa frowned. Why was everyone running around instead of staying home on such a hot day? "She went to my grandma's house," Ji-in casually replied, not thinking much of it. She felt that the reaction was a bit excessive. It was just a hot day, after all. Why should everyone stay indoors? "Dad, since you're back, can you drive me to Qian's house?" Ji-in said, feeling a bit bored at home and wanting to hang out with her classmate. "Where do you think you're going? It's so hot outside. Aren't you afraid of getting heatstroke?" Ji-hwa frowned when he heard his wife went back to her parents' house. He waved Ji-in over. "Come help me carry things. I had someone bring back a truckload of supplies." "It's so hot. I'll just sweat if I move," Ji-in complained, reluctant to go. "Hurry up. There are chips and soda inside that you wanted. If you don't help carry them, you won't get any," Ji-hwa frowned, thinking Ji-in should really see what it's like outside. She was being too delicate about moving some things. Hearing about the soda made Ji-in feel a little happier. She had been on a diet and there weren't many drinks in the fridge. She had only been drinking water lately, and her mouth felt bland. Seeing Ji-in finally get up, Ji-hwa didn't say anything else and led the way outside. As soon as Ji-in stepped out of the air-conditioned room, she felt the heat and rolled her eyes. She was instantly covered in sweat, and her dress stuck to her, feeling very uncomfortable. But seeing her dad's clothes soaked with sweat while he was still working, she didn't dare to sneak away. She could only complain while moving things home. The two of them made about 10 trips to bring everything back home, and they were so tired that they sat at the door, panting heavily. Ji-in squatted down to look at the items. "Dad, why are there only instant noodles and biscuits? I want to eat meat and vegetables." "Having something to eat is good enough," Ji-hwa replied, not indulging her. "Do you know how expensive things are outside? I had to ask someone for help to get these. Make sure not to waste any food when you eat." Ji-in pulled out a bottle of cola, opened it, and took a big sip. "Dad, I also want beef jerky and duck snacks." "Okay," Ji-hwa said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I'll find a way. The government has taken most supplies, so it's tough to get anything right now." At 3 in the afternoon, Ji-hee was woken up by the alarm clock. Thanks to the air conditioning, she wasn't awakened by the heat and had a good sleep. Sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, brightening the room. Ji-hee lay in bed, listening to the quiet surroundings, which were different from the usual hustle and bustle, as if she were the only person left in the world. It was probably too hot outside. People were either hiding at home or in underground shelters. She had seen videos of the underground shelters recently. The environment there was decent, but it wasn't much cooler. If it wasn't 40 degrees, it was around 38, which wasn't very comfortable. However, compared to staying at home, if someone fainted from heat in the underground shelter, there would be doctors available to help. She opened her phone. As usual, she checked the news first. Many experts were analyzing the causes of the extreme heat disaster and how to get through it safely. They advised everyone to drink plenty of water, be cautious of heatstroke, and know the first aid measures for it. After listening for a while, she switched to another video. This one featured an agricultural expert encouraging citizens to actively plant crops that grow in desert areas, like wild onions and cacti. He said that if people in desert regions can survive, we can adapt to high temperatures and restore production and normal life. In addition to these plants, he introduced several vegetables that can be grown at home with just water, such as garlic sprouts, mung bean sprouts, and soybean sprouts. Ji-hee listened for a while and found it quite useful. She remembered she had bought a pot of cactus and a pot of aloe vera, so maybe she could grow those at home. If cacti can survive in the desert, they should do fine here. Once Ji-hee felt fully awake, she opened the shopping app to check how the items she had added to her cart were selling. This was surprising. All the food was sold out. He quickly perked up and collected the money. Originally, she had 10 silver coins, but after a 30% tax, she ended up with 7 silver coins. The gasoline was the same. She started with 50 liters, but only received 35 liters after tax. The taxes really hurt her. He decided to give all the gasoline to her storage space. She wasn't planning to buy more gasoline for now. The tax was too high and not worth it. She wanted to focus on opening her shop instead. This way, she could pay less tax. With this selling rate, if she saved for a while, opening a shop would definitely not be a dream. He took the prepared food out of her storage space. She made sure each portion wasn't too large. If there were too many, the system's pricing would increase, making it too expensive for others to buy. In the marketplace, she didn't need utensils. She just had to place the food, and buyers would bring their own. This saved her quite a bit of money. He carefully placed stir-fried bok choy on display. Although she was anonymous and no one could recognize her, she knew that with the recent disaster, food wasn't extremely scarce. If people saw the size of the alien duck heads, they might not buy them. Her main goal now was to save money to open a shop, not to exchange for supplies or free up space. Those items wouldn't spoil in storage, so she could sell them later or eat them if they didn't sell. She placed a total of 140 portions of bok choy. Even though each order wasn't too much, after setting everything up, she had lost more than half of the large bucket of bok choy. She stored the remaining food back in her space. Calculating her income, if everything sold well, she could earn 98 silver coins. Reaching 1,000 silver coins felt incredibly far away. Gritting her teeth, she took out the prawn. Yes, this cooling device was exactly what everyone needed right now. Outside, the temperature had already risen to 55 degrees. Going out would be unbearable. He wasn't sure how long this cooling effect would last, but it should have some time limit. She had applied it around 7 a.m., and it remained cool until about 3 p.m. She first placed the prawn in the system marketplace to see how the system would price it. Soon, it displayed a minimum price of 3 silver coins. Was that equivalent to 3 portions of dumplings? She thought for a moment. Rarity increases value. This device was undoubtedly the most effective solution for the hot weather. Having it was like carrying a personal air conditioner, which could save many people from heatstroke. It was definitely worth more than 3 silver coins. She decided to raise the price a bit, setting it at 5 silver coins for a piece the size of her palm. It wasn't that she didn't want to set a higher price, but silver coins were rare, and players didn't have much money. Completing an A-level task only earned her 1 silver coin, so 5 silver coins was already a fair price. He listed 10 pieces to test the waters. She noted below, cooling artifact, portable air conditioner. You'll know once you use it. After listing everything, he stretched and got up to prepare for a meal. It was around 3:30 p.m. and sunlight streamed through the curtains. As she opened the curtains, the bright light nearly blinded her. It was incredibly bright. She could vaguely see the air shimmering from the heat. The weeds on both sides of the street had all dried up and lay lifeless on the ground. After just a moment of looking, he closed the curtains again. No one could go outside in this heat, and staying out too long could lead to skin problems. Walking into the kitchen, she noticed several bugs flying around. She frowned. Even with the doors and windows closed, bugs still managed to get in from various corners. Quickly, she took out some insect-repellent incense and lit it. As it burned slowly, the bugs that had been flying around soon fell to the ground, motionless. He was very pleased and took out a broom to clean up the bug bodies. She could save them to feed the chickens and fish later. Once she finished, she sat down to eat. Although it was afternoon, it was her first meal of the day. She wanted to have some porridge. She took a plastic bag, placed it over a large bowl, and scooped some black rice porridge into it, adding plenty of sugar because she loved sweet porridge. The plastic bag was a great invention. With it, he didn't have to wash the bowl. Once she finished eating, she could just toss the bag away, saving a lot of water. Thinking about this made her feel clever. With the water, electricity, and gas cut off at home, he had nothing much to do, so she wasn't in a hurry to eat. She ate while playing on her phone. The government seemed to be busy too, having talked to many companies and caught several tax evaders. The information online had been running for over 2 minutes without stopping. It included details about companies donating money and goods, and at the bottom, there was a large contact number for donations. This didn't concern her. The little she had probably wouldn't interest the government. He drank a bowl of porridge, ate 2 big buns, and finished a plate of pickled cucumbers before putting down her bowl. She stored the leftover plastic bag and disposable chopsticks in her space to avoid attracting bugs, planning to throw them away later that evening. He sat on the sofa and opened the online store. She wanted to see how things were selling. As soon as she opened it, she noticed the interface had changed, and there were already dozens of shops at the top. They were named Dragon Country Store, Beautiful Country Store, Eagle Store, Daily Life Store. He thought. Just from the names, it was clear who had opened them. Can we say this shows the power of the country? It hasn't been long since they launched, and there are already shops? Their strength is indeed impressive. He clicked in to take a look. The items weren't anything special. They were all everyday products. Each store also had a promotional slogan encouraging gamers from different countries to register officially. He closed the store and turned to check what she was selling. She had only sold a few food items, but all of her plan had sold out. He felt happy and listed 50 more. It seemed that whether she could open a shop depended on the plan. After listing the items, he sat on a bench and took out food from her space to prepare meals for her livestock. Once the food was ready outside, she quickly entered her space to feed the animals. Seeing dozens of little chicks running around, he didn't immediately take out the prepared chicken feed. Instead, she pulled out some live insect feed she had found by the roadside. She wanted to see if the poultry would eat it. If not, she would exchange it at the country later. The chicks were excited to see her, clearly recognizing her, and they rushed over, calling out. Although there were many new ones, they were smaller and couldn't push through the bigger ones. He smiled and took out a large stainless steel plate, bending down to pour the insect feed into it. As soon as she poured it in, the first batch of chicks, taking advantage of their size, quickly gathered around and began eagerly pecking at the black insects. Their heads moved rapidly on the stainless steel plate, making noise, and he didn't mind at all. The second batch of chicks couldn't squeeze in and were anxiously calling from behind. He noticed and poured a good amount of prepared cornmeal mixed with grass into a separate feeding bowl. Eat up. The more you eat, the faster you'll grow. Compared to the chickens, the quails were much smaller in both sound and size, so they naturally ate less. He made a bit more food for the chickens, which was enough for the quails. After taking care of her livestock, he went to check on the vegetables she had planted on the small hillside a few days ago. The seeds have already sprouted and are growing well. It looks like they will be ready to eat soon. He feels more at ease seeing this. She is always anxious when there is consumption without replenishment. Now that she can sell things in the market for gasoline, she definitely cannot miss this opportunity. She wants to upgrade her space, but is unsure how much gasoline it will take. Even though she has plenty of supplies, she cannot guarantee a smooth upgrade. After all, she cannot take all her supplies out to upgrade and risk starving herself. That would be counterproductive, right? He bends down to pull out the weeds she planted some time ago and sets them aside. She finds seeds and continues to plant vegetables and fruits. To ensure her livestock grow happily, she must not have any issues with logistics. Once outside the space, he starts contacting the owner from whom she bought gasoline last time. She had bought a lot of saltpeter before and stored it in her space. Now that she has prawn, she doesn't need that much. She plans to sell some to exchange for a batch of gas canisters, which she will need sooner or later. After some back and forth, the owner agrees to trade 3 tails of saltpeter for 20 gas canisters. He could never have imagined such a price before. The owner is coming to the nearby free trade market in the evening, and he arranges to meet him at 7 p.m. She plans to store the 20 gas canisters in her space for future use. Cooking with gas is convenient. You just turn it on, which is much easier than other options. On the other side, the gasoline seller is also pleased. The hot weather has greatly affected his business. First, there were restrictions on grain purchases, and he had to plead with others to buy some. Then the government cracked down, and a large batch of gasoline and diesel he had was confiscated. He is grateful that he wasn't arrested, so he dares not complain. After all this trouble, he nearly ran out of money. With expenses piling up and no income, he can't help but worry. No matter if this deal is big or small, saltpeter is a valuable item. A good start is always a good sign, and he hopes to trade it for some grain later. However, the gas canister business is not as easy as he imagined. Most people are currently lacking meat and vegetables, so even if they buy gas canisters, they are only using them to boil water or cook noodles. The stock in their refrigerators was consumed and wasted during the power outage. A few days ago, it was fine. I could buy some vegetables. But recently, it's been especially hard to find them. There are long lines at the supermarket, and getting a small cabbage and 2 ounces of meat is considered lucky. Even if the government doesn't cut off the natural gas, people aren't using it as much every day. These days, very few families are cooking. He opened the morning market group chat. When she opened it, the usually busy group had turned into a discussion forum. Everyone was talking about the formal players in the game. Vegetable Prince, I asked someone, and as long as formal players register their information with the government, they have a chance to be promoted to civil servants. The government will arrange jobs and provide 2 free meals a day. Electronics specialist. Wow. Don't tell me you are? Spring blossoms, no vegetables, bro. Remember to not forget your friends when you get rich. Do you remember how I always saved you a spot when you arrived late? Vegetable Prince. I thought about it. I got eliminated in the first round. My wife was pregnant, so I didn't go. Strong Bun. Haha, my son is one of them. He usually keeps to himself, but I didn't expect him to be doing something big. I'll go with him to register tonight, and when he becomes a civil servant, I'll treat you all to a meal. Oldly selling grain. Hey, we agreed you have to treat us. Strong Bun. Of course. My family will rely on my eldest son to carry us forward. At Chicken King, remember to save me 5 chickens for the feast. Chicken King? Oh no. All the chickens died. Image. He looked and saw the chicken farm filled with dead chickens, an alarming number. Chicken King, it's over, I'm bankrupt. I went to sleep during the day, and when I woke up, all the chickens were dead. I've already called the relevant authorities. They said they would come to collect and destroy them to prevent an outbreak. Chicken King, it's not just me. I messaged many others in the industry, and their livestock, not just chickens but also pigs, cows, and sheep, have died in large numbers today. The government can't keep up. Don't say I didn't warn you. Stock up on food quickly. With vegetables and meat gone, what will we eat? As soon as this was said, the previously lively group fell silent. Startled, he quickly focused her mind on her space. She needed to check on the chickens and ducks to calm her nerves. The livestock, unaware of the mass deaths outside, were happily roaming around in the space, looking perfectly fine. He finally felt a bit relieved. She was so scared that her chickens and ducks wouldn't get infected. She found the Chicken King in the group and added him as a friend to ask if he knew anyone selling fish feed and wheat bran. The Chicken King was very friendly and quickly shared the contact information with her, mentioning that the seller was a good person and that fish feed prices had dropped significantly, with a big sale going on. After thanking the Chicken King, he quickly exchanged half a gene of saltpeter and 50 gene of rice for a warehouse full of fish feed and another full of wheat bran. The seller was very happy and asked he to come for the transaction that evening. Recently, not only had many poultry died, but a large number of fish had also perished due to rising water temperatures. With so many fish dying, no one was buying feed, and he was worried about the stock he had in storage, unable to throw it away, but also afraid it would spoil, which kept him up at night, adding several gray hairs. Now, finally, someone was buying, and he even got 50 gene of rice. He decided to cook a bag of instant noodles and add a sausage for lunch. After confirming the evening transaction, he checked the game store. She still had plenty of food listed, but sales were slow, likely because it was still considered expensive. However, 50 portions of prawn sold out quickly, and many people left messages for her. After thinking for a moment, he decided to respond. Borrowing 500 billion from the sky. Anonymous hello, how many do you want? Fitness handsome. 1 silver coin each. I'll buy 100 portions, how about that? Agree, and we can trade. He didn't bother to reply. This person seemed a bit foolish. She wanted to stay away from silly people. Quietly, she listed another 50 portions of prawn. During the time he was selling, many new shops opened in the game store. She glanced at them and closed the page. There was no point in rushing since she had no silver coins. With some time left before the evening transaction, he took out the prawn and entered her space. Although she had dug up quite a bit from the forest, she realized that if she kept selling like this, it wouldn't be long before she ran out. He wanted to try planting them. Since prawn was the most common plant in the Paklari continent, the growing conditions shouldn't be too strict, right? When she dug them up, they were from trees, so this time she planned to plant them back on the trees. However, standing in front of the fruit trees, he wasn't sure how to start. Prawn is somewhat like moss. A thin piece feels light in hand. He tried to stick it to a fruit tree, but as soon as she let go, a small piece of prawn floated down from the tree. He felt uneasy. Undeterred, she walked around the tree several times, but the prawn just wouldn't stick. In the end, she even tried dipping it in water, wondering if it might become sticky. It turned out to be a waste of effort. The plant simply wouldn't adhere. With no other options, he decided to place the prawn at the base of the tree. What if this plant had a way of spreading that she didn't know about? Let it do its thing. If it works, great. If not, no big deal. He turned and left the space, leaving the prawn quietly resting at the tree's roots, emitting a faint glow. When she exited the space, the sun had already set, and it was completely dark outside. Many households had started to stir. Even without electricity, there were plenty of lighting tools available. He checked the time. She still had half an hour before her appointment with the gas canister vendor. She put on her sun protection suit, donned her hat and mask, and packed her bag, preparing to head out. The nearest beautification supermarket was an hour's walk away. Hearing voices outside, she dressed quickly, grabbed her bag, and joined the crowd, slowly making her way out. As she walked, she noticed many others also heading out in groups. There were both men and women. Some wore sun protection suits while others were in t-shirts and shorts, but most were young, with few older people around. It seemed the older folks couldn't handle the heat and had gone to the underground shelters. He walked quietly among the crowd, feeling the scorching ground even through her shoes. No wonder no one was out during the day. Despite the heat, everyone seemed to be in good spirits. A few groups chatted animatedly, clearly excited and interested in the gifted individuals. Undoubtedly, the gifted would become the hottest topic for everyone in the near future. He walked quietly among the crowd, trying not to draw attention. Although everyone seemed fine, they looked a bit worn out. The heat made hair oilier, and many people had strands sticking to their scalps. The men with short hair were okay, but the women mostly had their hair and occasionally scratched their heads. Even though the water had only been off for a short time, the inconveniences of daily life were already becoming apparent. Not far ahead, there was a middle-aged man with his shirt off, excitedly talking to someone about kids. His voice was very loud, making it hard for Ji-hee to ignore him. I'm telling you, yesterday my son almost drove me crazy. He's a gifted one and didn't even tell me. If it weren't for the government announcement yesterday, I wouldn't have known. Usually, even the smallest things are widely known, but this was kept a secret. Why are you upset? Isn't it great that your son is talented? If my son were a gifted one, I'd be thrilled. Well, it's not all good news. I heard their tasks can be very dangerous. I just want my son to be safe. Come on, tell us more. What's his ability? Yeah, I heard gifted people have their own shops where they can buy anything they want. That's true. My son even showed me how he can buy things there.
Wow. Wow.
Even though the man said he wasn't happy, he couldn't stop smiling, his grin almost reaching his ears. So, are you going to let your son register? Of course. This is a big deal for our family. Since the country is encouraging it, we must respond. Look, I even brought our household registration book. I'll take my eldest son to register soon. This is great. I heard there's a chance to become a government employee, which means free meals and a good salary.
Haha, I'm not focused on that.
The man stood with his hands behind his back, sweating in the heat, but his expression was as bright as a flower. His eyes were nearly squinting from smiling. Many people gathered around him, asking questions and congratulating him. As they reached the corner, Ji-hee and her group headed to Manhwa supermarket, while the man and his group went to the street office to register. At this point, the crowd had thinned out a bit, and Ji-hee felt she could breathe a little easier. She occasionally lowered her head and sipped some water through a straw, trying to stay discreet. Even with her special gear, the environment was exhausting, making her very thirsty. After taking a sip of warm mineral water, Ji-hee thought to herself that she must make some ice cubes when she gets home. She really wanted a cold drink. She craved it. After finally arriving at the Manhwa supermarket, Ji-hee got out of the car and looked down at her shoes. The soles seemed to be damaged, and she realized that going out today would cost her a pair of shoes. The heat made the wear and tear happen faster than she expected. By this time, it was completely dark, but the streetlights around lit up the area almost like daytime. Ji-hee noticed several police officers with guns patrolling nearby. The Manhwa supermarket was brightly lit, and many people were lined up at the entrance. Some even brought water and small stools, clearly preparing for a long wait. Ji-hee glanced at the line, but quickly looked away. No matter how long the line was, it didn't matter to her. She had no money, not even enough for the minimum requirement. Ji-hee walked slowly through the crowd and soon found the man selling gas. He had gained quite a few gray hairs in just a few days, but he smiled brightly when he saw her. Ji-hee asked him to help carry the gas tank to the street next door, and he readily agreed. They exchanged money for the tank, and without any hesitation, he placed it down and rode off. Ji-hee wasn't the only one buying a gas tank today, but she was the earliest, and he still had deliveries to make for others. Standing in the dark, Ji-hee quickly stored the gas tank away when she saw no one around. Then she slowly walked toward the free trade market. The trade market used to be a large square, and there was a fountain in the middle, but due to the heat, the water was precious, so the fountain was no longer running. As Ji-hee approached the entrance, she noticed a crowd gathered in a circle, discussing something. She tiptoed to see what was happening and found a sign in front of her. It listed the rules of the free trade market. 1. Setting up a stall requires a fee of half a pound of rice each day. 2. Theft and robbery are strictly prohibited. Violators will be dealt with severely. 3. Transactions within the market are based on voluntary principles. The officials only ensure safety, so buyers should be cautious.
4.
It was just an explanation. Essentially, it stated that the officials only provided a space for people to buy and sell, ensuring safety, but not taking responsibility for quality issues. If anyone was concerned about quality, they could go to the nearby Manhwa supermarket, which was officially run and guaranteed quality. Since Ji-hee had no money, she only planned to look around. The free trade market didn't require waiting in line like the Manhwa supermarket. Ji-hee slowly walked into the market, blending in with the crowd. There are streetlights here, which aren't very bright, but they help you see the items on the ground. There are all kinds of things for sale, but no food. Some items are new, and some are used. The used items are secondhand things that people brought from home, hoping to trade them for something useful. The vendors have a variety of items, and the prices are not too high. Most of the time, they trade items instead of asking for money. The new items come from vendors who used to sell in malls, but since the weather is hot and the malls are closed, they brought their goods here to sell. This way, they can clear out some inventory, right? With so many items piled up, if they don't sell, they won't have money to buy food. Ji-hee saw many people pushing tricycles selling clothes, shoes, socks, underwear, pots, bowls, and portable stoves. There's a little bit of everything. People seem to be doing okay. Although they are short on vegetables and meat, they still have plenty of instant noodles and biscuits at home, so they aren't too worried for the next couple of months. Ji-hee spotted a few pairs of sports shoes, as the ones she was wearing were about to fall apart. How much for these shoes? Hey, sister, these are brand name shoes that used to sell for 1,000 yuan in the mall. You can take them for just 500. Without saying a word, Jihe stood up and turned to leave. Hey, sister, don't go. Come back. Business is about give and take. Why are you leaving? How much do you want to pay? The seller quickly grabbed her arm as she tried to walk away. Jihe squatted down again. How about 100? The shoe seller rolled her eyes. Sister, are you joking? That's too low. You can only buy half a kilogram of rice for 100 yuan these days.
Come on, just give me a fair price.
If it works, I'll buy it. If not, then forget it. After thinking for a moment, the seller said, all right, how about 300 yuan for the shoes? Jihe frowned. That would take all her money. 300? I want 3 pairs of shoes. If you can do that, great. If not, then forget it. The seller hesitated, realizing she would be losing a lot of money. But since clothes and shoes were hard to sell right now, with over 10 other vendors nearby, she worried that Jihe might buy from someone else if she hesitated. Still, the price was too low. Sister, I really can't do 300. That's too low. Can you offer a bit more? Then I'll add a bag of pickled vegetables, 80 grams.
All right, fine.
The shoe seller reluctantly agreed, thinking the price was ridiculous, especially compared to before the heat wave. It was almost laughable. Who would have thought pickled vegetables would become such a luxury now? Jihe squatted down, took out 300 yuan, and handed over a bag of pickled vegetables. I'll choose 3 pairs. Sure, go ahead, just let me know when you're done. The seller put the pickled vegetables in her pocket and went to assist other customers. Jihe nodded and focused on selecting 3 pairs of dark-colored shoes. After saying her goodbyes, she packed the shoes into her backpack and continued to browse the market. There were quite a few people in this part of the market. The air was hot and stuffy. Jihe caught a whiff of unpleasant odors from many people around her. With the heat and only 2 hours of water each day, just wiping down was a luxury. Taking a shower felt like a dream. It was surprising if anyone didn't smell. Jihe remained expressionless. While she could tolerate it, that didn't mean she wanted to smell it. She quickly bought the supplies she needed and retraced her steps, soon exiting the market. On this trip, she bought several bamboo items like baskets and some disposable food containers, food-grade plastic bags, and a portable stove. Once her space vegetables ripened, if she couldn't finish them, she could use the baskets to dry them, just in case she needed them later. Right now, food was the most expensive, and these baskets only cost her 3 taels of rice. The disposable containers were even simpler. With the heat, water had become precious. Washing dishes daily wasted too much water, so using disposable containers saved both water and the hassle of washing. The supermarket entrance was still crowded. The line was even longer than when Jihe first arrived. If it weren't for the heat during the day, she felt they would have set up tents. After all, the official supermarket was the only place to buy food now. Online orders were stuck, with no manufacturers shipping, and logistics were basically halted. All the small supermarkets around her home had closed, so if she didn't queue here, what would she do, starve? Jihe held the basket and slowly walked home. Recently, a crime gang had been caught, and there were still streetlights near the supermarket, making the area relatively safe. Of course, it might also be that carrying the basket discouraged any thoughts of robbery. As Jihe reached a dark corner, she stood still for a few minutes, ensuring no one was behind her before putting the basket away. Then she took out her tricycle to fetch some feed. The feed seller's storage wasn't too far away. It took about half an hour on the tricycle to make a few trips and move all the fish feed and bran. The owner happily sent off Jihe, telling her to come back if she needed anything. Jihe nodded. She figured she wouldn't return. Once this batch of feed was finished, she planned to research how to make fish feed herself. Jihe parked the tricycle a couple of streets away from home and decided to walk back to avoid drawing attention. As she walked, she used a flashlight to avoid stepping on anything dangerous. During this time, no one was working, and there was a lot of garbage piled up on the streets, which smelled terrible. On the way, she saw some plastic crates that had originally held fruit. They looked fairly clean, so she picked up a few, tied them together with a rope, and planned to take them home to see if she could grow something in them. After entering the house, he carefully closed the door. There were bugs buzzing around her ears, so she brought the plastic crates inside. Once inside, she lit an insect-repellent incense, and the buzzing bugs finally settled down. Not rushing to start working, he opened the shopping app. As expected, all 50 portions of Poolin had sold out, but only a few food items had been sold. It seemed people were still short on money. They were willing to buy instant noodles and snacks, but hesitated to spend on other items. She decided not to take the food down since it wouldn't spoil. She would just leave it up for now. Just as she was about to continue listing Poolin, the system notified her that someone was trying to contact her. He opened the message.
Wow.
There were quite a few messages, and she couldn't see the end of them. They were all inquiries about buying Poolin. It seemed that people were aware of the system's minimum pricing, as there were no messages offering just 1 silver coin for her Poolin. He casually browsed through a few messages, noticing some were from her own country while others were from abroad. She focused on the ones from her country. After all, if they weren't trying to take advantage of her, she preferred to sell to her fellow citizens. Having sold so many portions worldwide, she believed people already knew the benefits of Poolin. She skipped over messages that seemed to be trying to build connections or negotiate prices. Finally, she selected a familiar name and clicked on it. Respect. Hello, I want to buy Poolin in bulk. What's the price? Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. No negotiations. Respect. 5 silver coins is a bit expensive. The silver coin buying price has risen to tens of thousands. Can we do 4 silver coins? Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Coincidentally, business is booming, and I was just about to raise the price. It's now 8 silver coins each. All right, I won't haggle anymore. Is it 5 silver coins each, okay? He didn't respond but decided to test things out. If possible, she preferred to do business with her fellow countrymen. Borrow another 500 billion from the heavens. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Respect. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Borrow another 500 billion from the heavens. 28256. Respect. 28257. 282931. He was satisfied. It seemed they were from the same country. Indeed, the historical and social development here was similar to He's, and these were common knowledge for the locals. Borrow another 500 billion from the heavens. The child has a persistent cough. Respect. Respect. It's mostly an act. A good beating will fix it. On the other end of the screen, the person named Respect, who still had bandages on, instinctively typed and then twitched his mouth. He felt something was off. The person beside him was a bit anxious. What did she say? Is she willing to sell to us? Respect's real name was Su Jingyu, an officer in the military. After discovering the game, they had been trying to report it. Once they learned that the game no longer restricted information from leaking, they immediately reported the relevant details. The higher-ups quickly established a special agency for talent, with Su Jingyu as the second-in-command, overseeing talents within Manhwa. He promptly assigned staff to monitor the game discussion area and the game store 24/7. They had to stay updated on the game's dynamics. When Prolin appeared in the store, they were the first to notice and purchase it. There was no choice. Prolin was simply too special. In a marketplace filled with everyday goods, a plant with unique functions stood out. Not only were they talking about it, but the game chat area was also buzzing about Prolin. After Su Jingyu tested Prolin's effects, he reported back immediately. The higher-ups quickly decided to contact the seller, willing to pay any price to acquire all Prolin. It was tough to obtain silver coins. The market price had soared to 40,000. Even then, it wasn't guaranteed they could buy any. This surge happened right after Prolin was released. Before today, 1 silver coin could be bought for just 20,000. Now, spending 40,000 might not even secure 1 silver coin, making it hard to complete marketplace tasks. After finishing tasks, most people only earned a few dozen copper coins, with some getting as little as 30 copper coins, making it quite difficult to gather enough. After collecting 10 gold coins to access the store, Their remaining funds were quite limited. Save some for emergencies. Of course, we want to spend fewer silver coins. The man in front looked at Su Jingyu's expression and frowned. Can you tell which country he is from? Su Jingyu shook his head. The man felt uneasy. Did this mean he didn't want to sell? But unexpectedly, Su Jingyu took a deep breath and said, "He's from our country." The man glared at him, thinking, "Why did you shake your head then? How did you figure that out?" Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. 28256, 28257. The man instinctively understood after he said it. All right, discuss it with her. Don't put it up yet. Give us some time to gather silver coins. The middle-aged man in front made a firm decision. Many people in their unit entered the game, but not everyone passed. Some had poor physical fitness and needed help from soldiers to get through combat games, resulting in low scores. Those with good fitness often ended up in exam games. Once inside, it was all about memorizing and answering questions. No matter how strong your combat skills were, you could end up dizzy from the exams. Just passing the game was impressive. The man's name was Xie Cheng, and he worked at the talent agency, overseeing everyone. Although he hadn't become a talent due to his age, his years of experience were invaluable. With him in charge, everyone respected his decisions. When he made a decision, no one questioned it. There was no choice. Pralin was too precious. With it, many soldiers could function normally during the day. They were racing against time to gather supplies. It could also help those with weak bodies avoid heat stroke. After all, not everyone could stay in air conditioning for 24 hours. Even if the country had enough generators, their bodies might not handle it. Some people even had to work outdoors. Su Jingyu nodded and continued typing. Respect. Can we have 5 minutes to gather silver coins? Then we can list it in the marketplace. Gee, he calculated. She currently had 405 silver coins and 40 copper coins, needing 594 silver coins and 60 copper coins to reach her goal of 1,000 silver coins. Listing 170 items, after taxes, would yield 595 silver coins, just enough. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. All right, for the sake of our country, I won't raise the price. Gee, he had seen this person speak before. He seemed to be from the countryside. On the other side, Respect saw Ji He's response and felt relieved. As long as they agreed, that was good. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens, I will list 170 items shortly. Okay, notify everyone to find 180 people to join the rush. Xiecheng nodded. This amount wasn't too large, and they could manage to gather it together. 5 minutes later, Ji He successfully listed 170 pieces of Pulin. For every piece she listed, one disappeared from them all. When she finished listing the last piece, she finally gathered 10 gold coins. Without hesitation, she quickly clicked to open her shop. The 10 gold coins she just received vanished before she could even warm them up. What appeared next was the shop's back-end interface. Please name your shop. Satisfaction guaranteed, name approved. Congratulations on the opening of the 200 shop. Satisfaction guaranteed. Shop slots are full. Temporarily closed for new openings. The last message was broadcasted system-wide. Ji He felt relieved. She was so close to not being able to open her shop. It turned out there were only 200 slots, and the system didn't give any prior notice. Ji He exited the shop and returned to the homepage. All the shops were displayed in order of opening, from top to bottom. As she scrolled down, most of the shops belonged to the state. Only around the 170th position did private shops start appearing. The names had a very corporate feel. At a glance, you could tell which company they belonged to. Some were named after well-known brands. It seemed that no matter the time, the power of the wealthy was still strong. She scrolled to the last shop. Satisfaction guaranteed. Owner. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens. Ji He. This behavior seemed a bit like burying her head in the sand, making her earlier anonymous actions feel unnecessary. Out of sight, out of mind. He closed the interface and took down all the scattered food items, placing them back in her shop. The shop initially had only 100 slots for items. He placed 20 pieces of poulin, using the remaining 80 slots for stew dishes. However, the exchange items had changed. He selected gasoline for everything. Each portion of poulin required 200 liters of gasoline, while food required 5 liters. Now, she only had to pay a 15% tax on each transaction, which made he very satisfied. With this mall, her space upgrade was in sight. After listing the items, she didn't forget to check on her big client. Borrowing 500 billion from the heavens, poulin has been listed in the shop. Please place your order if needed. After a moment, he sent a smiling emoji. Great, her service attitude was perfect. She had worked well today. Acknowledged. Received. Meanwhile, Su Jingyu had just organized the team to count how many poulin pieces they had captured when he received the message. He quickly asked someone nearby to place an order at the store. The staff didn't hesitate at all and quickly found the last shop. It's a joke. Their daily work is just this, constantly refreshing. They know the names of each store by heart and are well aware of what each one sells. The only shop that could have just opened is likely the last one, and it will definitely satisfy you. She needs gasoline. Hurry and find 4,000 liters of it. As the staff shouted, someone quickly stood up and ran out of the office. In less than a minute, someone brought the gasoline. The person in front put down the gasoline and rushed out of the room to bring in more. Inside, people quickly used the gasoline to buy the poulin from the shelves. After several trips, the staff finally managed to purchase all 20 pieces of poulin. Actually, they preferred that the boss wanted gasoline. Gasoline is much better than silver coins. Su Jingyu also sighed in relief. He didn't expect this person to want exchange for gasoline and wasn't prepared at all, worried that they wouldn't make it in time, which made him sweat. Deputy Director, I think the shop owner might be a woman, someone reported to Su Jingyu. How did you figure that out? Su Jingyu was puzzled. How could the name indicate it was a woman? Guaranteed satisfaction and cure all ailments. Don't you think they sound similar? I think you should send her a bag next time. Su Jingyu. He felt it was nonsense but couldn't find any evidence. After he finished putting the items on the shelves, she didn't pay attention to the huge stir she had caused in the game chat channel. Spring breeze with you. The person who listed poulin, please contact me. I'm willing to offer you a luxury apartment in the center of City A, ready to move in. Worry-free. Although I haven't had it, according to inside information, this poulin is very effective. A piece the size of your palm can immediately bring a cool sensation, and it quickly envelopes your whole body, allowing you to walk outside during the day. It's a rare good item. If poulin can be mass-produced, our society can hope to return to normal production and life. Young master, is the owner selling poulin here? Can you contribute the item for research by the relevant departments? Don't be so selfish. If you have something good, you should share it. Watching snow in the wind, I finally gathered enough silver coins, but I didn't manage to grab any. What speed do these people have? They must be single for 100 years to be that fast. Taking you for hot pot. A wealthy person? Catch a wealthy person. Can you really gather 5 silver coins? Wow, I only earned 20 copper coins for my tasks. How do you have 5 silver coins? Xiao. 1 silver coin has already risen to nearly 40,000 or 50,000, faster than house prices. Can you believe someone is willing to spend 200,000 on a portable air conditioner? Poverty limits my imagination. Yu Jiao, 200,000 is enough for me to enjoy air conditioning for a lifetime. I would never buy it, even if you paid me. Wang Yuzha. Everyone, hurry to check the 200 shop. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The owner must be the one selling the plant. She just listed 20 more in the shop, and you can see it in the transaction records. This time, she doesn't want silver coins. She wants gasoline. Everyone, get ready. Each plant is 200 liters of gasoline. Li Xiaorun. Who is grabbing it? I transformed to get gasoline and still couldn't get it. This person must have lightning-fast hands. Siberian groundhog. I'm so frustrated. I saw it disappear right in front of me. It was just 0.00001 seconds away. From now on, I need to carry gasoline with me. Nian Nian Buwang. The owner asked to borrow 500 billion from the sky. Does anyone know who this person is?
Feng Zhong Kong Kshu. Ow.
Yu Jiao, I'm going downstairs to get gasoline right now. Dai and I Chi Huigua. Didn't you just say you would never buy it? Yu Jiao, if I'm not dead, I'm going to buy it. Nian Nian Buwang. I know about the plant. In this quest, we need to find herbs in the forest and the plant grows on trees. I was curious and even picked a piece, but I didn't realize it could cool things down. Wu Chi Sun Lin. I was in that quest too, and I saw that plant. But what does it matter? I didn't know what it was for and I couldn't take it with me. Shibo Li Ka. I missed out on 500 billion. Nian Nian Buwang. The shop owner's talent must be very special. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bring the plant back. Nian Nian Buwang lay at home, feeling several heat rashes on her skin. Seeing the chat made her envious, her eyes turning red. She recognized the plant. It looked exactly like the ones that used to grow all over the forest in her last game. She had even held it before but didn't think much of it and tossed it aside. Who would have thought it could cool things down? This plant covered an entire forest. Thinking about how she had missed out on so many silver coins, Nian Nian Buwang felt a bit breathless, getting angry and huffing. If only she had insisted on bringing back a piece, would she have been the one to strike it rich? Unfortunately, this is all just a fantasy. The game doesn't allow players to bring items from other continents back to Planet M. Ji He is an exception and not restricted by the game. At this moment, Ji He is taking several used feed bags from her storage and cutting them to the right size, laying them at the bottom and around the sides of plastic baskets. Next, she fills them with soil. Ji He doesn't go outside. Instead, she digs some soil in the yard with a shovel and puts it into 5 plastic baskets. She also takes some organic fertilizer made from livestock manure from her storage, adds a layer of soil, and then digs some wood ash from under the kitchen stove. Ji He isn't sure if she's doing it right, but she just follows what she saw in the video. After mixing everything, she feels it's about right. Ji He plants the cacti and aloe vera she bought earlier, specifically choosing edible varieties. These have been growing on a small in her storage for a while and have grown quite a bit. After planting them, she worries they might not adapt well, so she puts them back in storage, just in case someone comes to check later. For the remaining 3 empty baskets, Ji He plans to plant sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are great. The vines are edible, and the sweet potatoes themselves are valuable food. Ji He cuts a few healthy sweet potato sprouts from her planting space and plants them in the plastic baskets. She then moves the baskets into storage. That wraps it up. Of course, Ji He doesn't forget to water these 5 baskets of plants. Since they are in plastic baskets, they can't compare to the other plants in her storage. Ji He isn't expecting a high yield or fast growth. She just hopes they survive. After finishing her work, she checks the time and realizes it's almost time for the daily water and electricity supply. She quickly heads to the kitchen, turns on the faucet, and prepares to collect water as soon as it comes, not wanting to waste a second. She also remembers to wash the rice and put it in the rice cooker, ready to cook as soon as the electricity arrives. Ji He had prepared dozens of bowls of food, and if it were just for her, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to cook. However, since food can be exchanged for gasoline, her previously ample food supply is now a bit tight. After all, she can't just eat everything raw. The market has a base price, and if she wants to sell food, she can't price it lower than the market rate. It must be at least the same. With the same price, talent holders will definitely buy from the market instead of her shop, as the market guarantees quality. To sell her food, she can only offer items that the market doesn't have, such as cooked food or bartering without using silver coins. Of course, she doesn't know much about the mall yet, but once she figures it out, there might be other things to sell. She can try more things. But before that, she doesn't plan to waste a single second of the 2 hours of gas supply each day. Ji He still has plenty of sweet potatoes in her space. She washes them clean, puts them in a pot, and plans to steam a lot of sweet potatoes for her space. Besides sweet potatoes, she also pours oil into the pot to fry some frozen foods. She had been so focused on stir-frying that she hadn't made any fried food, which felt like a missed opportunity. This time, Ji-hee plans to fry a whole batch of spring rolls, pumpkin cakes, chicken strips, and other frozen foods all at once. As she was pouring the oil, she suddenly heard a sound from the faucet behind her, and a small stream of water began to flow out. Ji-hee paused, set down the oil container, and quickly walked to the faucet. The water flow was thin. Ji-hee sighed. At this rate, even if she left it running for 2 hours, it wouldn't produce much water. She thought a lot, but didn't waste any time adjusting the faucet to the maximum. No matter how thin the flow, having some water is better than none. Turning around, she went back to the stove, lit the fire, and prepared to start working. This time, it wasn't just Ji-hee cooking, the whole family was mobilized. Some were filling water, others were cooking, and everyone was busy. With morning approaching, they needed to prepare meals for the next day before heading to the basement to sleep. Fortunately, there were people on duty in the underground shelter ensuring safety so they could sleep soundly. When they lay down, they would fall asleep quickly, and when they woke up, it would already be dark, which wasn't too hard to bear. Ji-hee worked tirelessly in the kitchen for a full 2 hours, frying 2 large buckets of food, steaming a big pot of sweet potatoes, and making a large pot of egg stew. The egg stew was delicious, with eggs, sauce, and green onions, and it would taste amazing with freshly steamed buns. If she had the ingredients, she would have added some small chili peppers, but unfortunately, the vegetables in the garden hadn't grown yet, and they had run out of chili peppers at home, so Ji-hee had to give up that idea regretfully. Regardless of whether the vegetables in the garden have grown, Ji-hee is determined to make the most of these 2 hours of gas. At 4 a.m., right on time, the gas, water, and electricity stopped. Ji-hee sighed with relief. After working for 2 hours straight, she was a bit tired. But she couldn't rest yet. Even though the gas was off, there were still some tasks that didn't require gas. She took the mung beans out of storage and soaked them in water. She planned to cook mung bean soup the next day after it cooled down. On a hot summer day, a bowl of mung bean soup is so refreshing. Besides the mung bean soup, Ji-hee continued to make noodles. Making steamed buns is one of the easiest things to do. Of course, just eating buns can get boring, so Ji-hee also prepared to make a fried pancake with half hot water and half cold water for the next day. As soon as the pancakes came out of the pan, she brushed them with sauce, rolled them up with shredded potatoes and lettuce, and added a sausage and a fried egg. Taking a bite was simply delightful. She put 2 large bowls of dough into storage, planning to move them to the planting space to rise after she woke up the next day. Just as Ji-hee finished washing her hands and was about to cook some pig feed with the leftover water, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She quickly put the big bowl away and stood up. Changing into her sweaty, dirty clothes, she opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as she came out, she saw a crowd gathered, watching something. I heard they were found dead 2 days later. Sigh. The kids aren't around and no one checks on them, just the old couple. They passed away when it got too hot. See if you still want me to have kids. It won't matter after giving birth, being so far away. You still have to have kids. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not. If I had your mindset back then, would you even be here? All right. After listening for a while, Ji-hee understood that the old couple had fainted from heatstroke at home and passed away. It was the neighbors who noticed their lights hadn't been on for days and smelled something bad that called the police. They said the scene was terrible, with maggots all over their bodies, and they were in a really bad state. The police came in and out of the house, and soon they carried the 2 people out. With them came a strong, unpleasant smell. An elderly woman nearby covered her nose and turned to Ji-hee, her eyes lighting up. "Girl, do you remember me?" Ji-hee recognized the woman who had traded meat for instant noodles with her that day.
Yes, Grandma.
"Girl, you didn't finish the meat I gave you last time, did you? I have a pack of instant noodles. Can we trade back?" "You gave me so much last time. I couldn't finish it all." Ji-hee nodded, pointing with her chin at a pile of unknown objects buzzing with insects in the corner. "It's all over there, Grandma." Do you want to give me a few more packs of instant noodles? The old lady followed Ji-hee's gaze, and her mouth twitched. Who could tell what that dark mass was? The area was crawling with white maggots, looking extremely disgusting. Who wants this? I mean the meat from your house. This is the meat from my house. I don't have a fridge, and the meat you gave me last time spoiled by the next day. I've been eating in my uncle's house these past few days. Ji-hee looked sincerely at the elderly woman in front of her. Grandma, you have 30 bags of instant noodles that you probably can't finish. Can you give me 2 bags? As soon as she said this, everyone around understood what was happening. It turned out that the little girl didn't know how to manage her food, trading frozen meat that couldn't be stored for instant noodles. Now that she was out of meat, she wanted to trade noodles for meat again. How could things be that easy? To take away 30 bags of noodles at once? That was really unfair. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the elderly woman felt embarrassed and said she wouldn't trade anymore, covering her face and running home. Ji-hee looked innocent and shouted, "Grandma, remember to come back if you want to trade again." This drew laughter from those around her. The elderly woman said nothing and ran even faster. "Grandma, don't run. It's too hot. If you get heat stroke, don't blame me. I warned you." The more Ji-hee shouted, the faster the elderly woman ran. As the body was carried away by the staff, the crowd gradually dispersed. At that moment, a loudspeaker announcement from a distance caught many people's attention. Starting today, the water supply will be from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Please store water on time. Everyone is responsible for conserving water. Please do not waste water in daily life. The supermarket hours are from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. As the figure approached, it turned out to be Director Sue from the neighborhood committee, who had a loudspeaker hanging from her waist, playing the announcement automatically. Seeing Director Sue, the crowd that was about to disperse quickly gathered around her. "Director, the water flow is too weak. There isn't enough water. It's been so long since I had a shower." "What shower? We don't even have enough water to drink. Can you bring more water? The prices at the supermarket are rising too fast. Can you do something about it? Rice is almost 200 yuan a pound now. Who can afford that? Today I went to the supermarket and found there was no bottled water or drinks for sale. It's only been a few days. How can there be no bottled water? I can't find blood pressure medicine at the pharmacy. My mom is over 80. She can't run out of her medicine. When will we get back to normal work? I still have a mortgage to pay. If I don't go back to work, I'll be in trouble." When the mortgage was mentioned, Ji-hee fell silent. She remembered that she seemed to owe 6,800 coins. At that moment, Ji-hee felt a connection with the older brother who had been shouting about repaying loans. God knows, the temperature could reach 54 degrees now. How could she repay her debt? Ji-hee said nothing, quietly returned to her room, and took out her phone. Great, there are still 2 days until this month's automatic repayment date, and she has no money in her account. If she doesn't pay on time, her credit score will be affected, and in worse cases, she could be labeled a defaulter. The basic requirement for buying supplies at the government store is to have no criminal record. She wondered if not repaying a debt counts as a crime. He didn't want to take that risk for 6,800. It made her feel worthless. She put her phone away. Tomorrow, she needed to go to the market early and sell at least 6,800 worth of goods. He wasn't too worried. Although she had no money now, she had supplies. If she was willing to sell them, repaying 6,800 wouldn't be a problem. However, she hadn't seen anyone selling food at the market today, and if she didn't sell food tomorrow, what would she sell? Ji-hee sat in her chair and suddenly remembered that she had stocked up on a lot of mosquito repellent. Now that she had a better insect repellent, the mosquito coils were less useful. It would be better to sell them and make some money. Although mosquito coils were valuable, they weren't food, so they shouldn't attract too much attention. Determined, Ji-hee found the mosquito coils she had stored. There were more than half a box. Selling these should easily cover the 6,800, right? With so many flies and mosquitoes around, especially at night when they buzzed around her face, it was the perfect time for the coils to work. Ji-hee stored the mosquito coils in her space, placing them in a prominent spot. It was already 5 in the morning, and the sky was getting light. Ji-hee went to the kitchen to prepare food for the chicks and piglets. She started with the chickens, ducks, geese, and quails. Since the chicks had food with worms in it, she didn't need to prepare much. She just had to chop the grass. The ducks and geese needed their food mixed with cornmeal, and with their increasing numbers, she had to prepare a large bowl for each meal to keep them from getting hungry. The quails were the easiest. They were small, ate little, and didn't take up much space. She just needed to give them a little food. She finished preparing the ducks' food and stored it away. Ji-hee bent down to start the fire. Her home had a simple stove that didn't need gas. It only required firewood. For the past few days, she had been using firewood from home to prepare pig food. Before cooking, she just needed to place a large pot specifically for the pigs on the stove, which was quite convenient. Since it was hot, the firewood dried quickly, and soon it was lit. Ji-hee stood up and poured in some water mixed with flour. She felt like a genius for saving resources. After steaming buns, there was always leftover flour in the basin, and throwing it away seemed wasteful. So, she collected the leftover water and stored it in a large bucket, using it to cook for the piglets. After all, it was just water and flour. What was there to complain about? The pigs always seemed happy to eat. However, eating grass and cornmeal every day didn't provide much nutrition. Ji-hee hoped the vegetables in her space would mature quickly so she could cook for the piglets. After cooking a pot of grass mixed with cornmeal and bran, Ji-hee carried it into her space. The animals were very excited to see her. Seeing how much they had grown made her happy too. She quickly fed them. After finishing her tasks, Ji-hee turned to the black soil. The plants were thriving, and the sunflowers and roses around the black soil were blooming. Busy bees buzzed around, collecting nectar, so it seemed she didn't need to feed them sugar water anymore. Ji-hee checked her precious crops in the field, and they were growing well. This was still an experiment, and she wasn't sure how long it would take for them to mature, but they seemed to be maturing faster than those outside. With daily food consumption being significant, if she didn't replenish it in time, even if Ji-hee was optimistic, she would feel anxious. After inspecting the black soil, Ji-hee went to the small hillside to check on her vegetables. There were still some empty spaces which bothered her, so she decided to fill them all. This time, she planted radishes, cabbages, pumpkins, and winter melons. There were several types of radishes: carrots, white radishes, green radishes, and water radishes, and she planted some of each. These vegetables had high yields and were suitable for planting. After finishing the planting, Ji-hee carefully checked the nearby field. The vegetables were growing quickly, and many leafy greens had grown taller, looking like they would be ready to harvest soon. Several vegetables needed support now. Ji-hee realized she had been late in providing it. This couldn't be delayed, so she made a note of it and then checked around the water to feed the fish fry. Only then did she leave the space. It was already 6:30, and the sunlight outside was blinding.
There were hardly any people around.
Knowing it was too late to buy bamboo today, Ji-hee decided not to struggle anymore. She took out the freezer she had collected from the supermarket last time and connected it to the solar generator. This machine not only charged her phone daily but also produced a good amount of extra electricity, so she planned to freeze some ice cubes. In the hot weather, having a cup of ice smoothie would be pure happiness. There weren't many bottles of mineral water in her space, so Ji-hee decided to freeze the boiled water instead. Without a special ice cube mold, she simply placed the water in a pot to freeze. She put the pot into the freezer, ensuring it wouldn't spill, and closed the glass door, leaving it alone. She lit an insect repellent incense, comfortably lay on her bed, and opened her shop. To her surprise, everything in the shop was sold out, not just the fuel but also the food. It seemed gasoline was much more valuable than silver coins. From the transaction records, it looked like the fuel sold out quickly and could be priced higher. The vegetables didn't sell out instantly. They had been available for a while. It appeared that everyone knew how precious gasoline was, and there was still some surplus food, so they weren't in urgent need. Ji-hee took the remaining half barrel of bok choy from her space, divided it into 100 portions, and listed it for sale. Stir-fried bok choy was one of the dishes that required the least seasoning from her space. Given the difficulty in obtaining food and seasonings, she wanted to use them sparingly. After listing the bok choy, she still had cucumber slices to put up for sale. She returned the empty bok choy barrel to her space, planned to check it again after waking up, closed her shop, and fell asleep. Unbeknownst to her, the bok choy was discovered shortly after being listed. There were hardly any officials or corporate people around. It was all ordinary citizens. For them, since their cars were parked at home and couldn't be driven, it made more sense to trade gasoline for food. After all, even after taking some, there were still many cars belonging to others nearby. In broad daylight, who would notice if someone took some fuel? A portion of stir-fried bok choy, which might usually be worth half a plate in normal times, was a valuable item now. Vegetables were wilting and no longer growing, and the first to suffer were the lower-class citizens. With supermarkets out of supply and markets closed, they had no channels to buy vegetables, even if they had money. Meanwhile, the government officials, though facing some difficulties, had vegetable planting bases and used various energy sources to create the best growing conditions for vegetables, ensuring a steady supply of greens without needing to trade gasoline for food. The 100 small bok choy looked like a lot, but when thrown into the vast sea of people, it barely made a splash and quickly fell silent. However, there were many oil thieves at night. Ji-hee woke up from her nap at 3 in the afternoon. She didn't set an alarm today, but she had developed a habit of waking up naturally at this time. As usual, she went to check her shop. All 100 portions of small bok choy were sold out, so Ji-hee took out a large bucket of cucumber salad and put up another 100 portions for sale. All the gasoline she collected was sent to her space. The sign remained unchanged. Ji-hee put half a bucket of cucumber salad back into her space and opened her phone to check the news. Experts say, once the human body adapts to high temperatures, normal life may resume. Is being gifted a form of evolution? What will happen to ordinary people? Plant experts comment on the phenomenon of vegetable wilting. The main issues are high temperatures and lack of water. We can lower the temperature and water the plants more. Plant drought-resistant crops to prevent soil erosion. Beast City Agricultural Institute successfully grows cacti. There will be an extra dish on citizens' tables. Ji-hee scrolled through the news and saw many wealthy people sharing their meals and lifestyles, enjoying air conditioning and red wine, with several dishes at each meal. Life seemed unchanged, except there were more meat dishes and only a small plate of vegetables. A bunch of people commented below, some envious, some jealous, sharing various life experiences. Ji-hee casually scrolled through a few comments before exiting. She opened the community notification group to see if there were any announcements. She happened to see a message from Director Sue. Director Sue, mosquitoes are rampant these days. Everyone remember to buy some mosquito repellent, incense and oil, and take precautions. Some people have been hospitalized due to mosquito bites. Also, don't let flies land on food, as they can spread diseases. The high temperatures are good for their breeding. If you find them at home, remember to eliminate them promptly. Confidential agent. Wow, I woke up this morning to find my bed covered in bugs. It almost scared me to death. Confidential agent. Pictures, pictures. When Ji-hee looked, she saw some yellowed sheets covered in tiny bugs, both black and white, which was quite disgusting. Director Sue, hurry and get rid of the mosquitoes, or they will eat through your belongings when they grow up. Confidential agent. Wow. They're jumping onto me, help. Confidential agent. Wow. The rice I just opened is ruined. I can't eat it now. It's filled with bugs. Confidential agent. Is this how we are supposed to live? Sean Go. Picture Sean Go. I slept so deeply in the shelter yesterday that mosquitoes bit me. Now my arm is red and swollen, and it hurts to touch. I have a high fever and diarrhea. I finally made it to the hospital under the sun, but they have no medicine. I'm really frustrated. Sean Go. Does anyone have medicine? I will pay a high price. I'm close to dehydration. Please show some kindness. Keek's mom. I'm begging everyone. My child got bitten by bugs and has several big welts on their face and arms. They have a high fever that won't go down. If anyone has medicine, I will pay a high price. Please help us. No one in the group responded for a while. Keek's mom got anxious seeing no replies. She called out directly. Keek's mom at family with 2 kids at Dodo's mom, are you there? We usually go out together with the kids, and I often spend more money. Now that my family is in trouble, it's not right to pretend you're not here. Family with 2 kids. Why do you have to speak so harshly? What do you mean pretending? Disasters come suddenly, and we don't have much medicine at home. My child also got bitten by bugs. How can I always be looking at my phone? We barely have any fever medicine left, and I have 2 kids. I really can't give any. Instead of lying at home sending messages, I should be running to more pharmacies. Keek's mom, you really know how to act. You often enjoy meals at my place, but now when it's a critical moment, you disappear completely. I see what kind of person you are.
At Dodo's mom, what do you say?
Dodo's mom. Here's the address, Keek's mom. Hurry over. This pharmacy has fever and diarrhea medicine. I'm in line now. There's a limit of 100 per person. If you come now, you can still get some. Hurry. Keek's mom. Got it, I'm going now. Sean, go. I'm going too. I want to eat a smoothie. I'm going too. I want to fly forever. I'm going too. Director Sue. In times of disaster, everyone has their hardships. We should help each other more. Director Sue. Medicines also have expiration dates. Hoarding too much medicine past its time is a waste. If anyone has extra fever medicine, diarrhea medicine, mosquito repellent, or essential oils, it would be good to trade for something useful for your family. Western ginseng. Director Sue is right. In times of crisis, we should help each other. I have 2 bottles of mosquito repellent for 100 each. If anyone needs it, please contact me. Shuli-san. Just a while ago, it was only about 10 yuan a bottle. Now you've marked it up several times. That's really taking advantage of the situation. Sean, go. Where are the foolish people? Doesn't anyone at home care? Brother Sean, you said that was before, but what about now? What hasn't gone up in price? If you can buy a bottle for 100 yuan, be thankful. The pharmacies are all out of stock. At Western Ginseng, can you spare me a bottle? I really can't stand these mosquitoes anymore. Western Ginseng. Sure. He thought for a moment and sent a message in the group. He Family Joy. Picture, He Family Joy. Mosquito coils. 5 pieces for 200 yuan. If you need them, contact me. Beautifully delicious. You're even greedier than Western Ginseng. Those mosquito coils used to be just 1 yuan. You want to sell them for 200? Anyone who buys them is a fool. He didn't reply to that, pretending she didn't see it. However, many people privately contacted he to buy the mosquito coils, and she set up a time for the transactions. Whether it was fair or not depended on how they saw it. At least he felt she wasn't taking advantage of anyone. With prices soaring, she couldn't sell them at the original price. Those who wanted to buy could contact her, and those who didn't could just pass. She wasn't forcing anyone. She opened the morning market trading group. The group was still lively, with people selling items and discussing bugs. Most sellers offered daily necessities, clothes, socks, brooms, plastic basins, and there were no food sellers. There used to be sellers for chickens and ducks, but now they were quiet. One seller of window screens was doing great business. A few days ago it was quiet, but today many people were looking for him, and prices had skyrocketed, with orders lined up for a week ahead. People were willing to wait. There was no choice. With more bugs around and their tempers flaring, they had to replace the screens that the bugs had damaged. Now they needed stainless steel window screens. He watched for a while and found a seller of bamboo baskets. He Family Joy. Boss, do you have any bamboo left? Little Way bamboo baskets. Yes, yes. What do you need the bamboo for? I have bamboo baskets. Do you want some? He Family Joy. I want to make a clay stove, so I need some bamboo for firewood. Unprocessed bamboo will do. Can you give me a discount? Little Way felt a bit disappointed. Unprocessed bamboo doesn't sell well, and wood is better for burning, but he wouldn't mention that. Little Way bamboo baskets. Sure, how much do you need? Don't you want some bamboo baskets? He Family Joy. Let's say 300 pieces. This bamboo doesn't burn well, but if you have some bamboo baskets too, let me know the price. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Little Way bamboo baskets. If you give me 2 jean of rice, I'll throw in 15 big bamboo baskets.
How about that?
Ji-hee thought for a moment. Although it was a bit more expensive than the market, it wasn't too much. He-jia's joy. All right, how do we trade? Xiao Wei's bamboo basket. You tell me the location, and I'll bring it to you. Ji-hee suggested a place not far from her home, and they agreed to meet at dusk for the exchange. She then put down her phone. Her old username was Xiao Hyongza, but it didn't suit her anymore. If someone came looking for her to buy sheep offal, she wouldn't be able to sell any. So, she decided to change it. When she left her bedroom, Ji-hee saw what everyone in the group had been talking about, the insects. A large swarm of black bugs was crawling on the table. In the sky, more bugs were buzzing around. It was dizzying to watch. Her bedroom had insect-repellent incense burning, so there were no bugs inside. However, outside, even with the screens installed, bugs still managed to sneak in from various corners. Without hesitation, Ji-hee quickly retrieved some insect-repellent incense from her space and lit it in several rooms she frequented. She also took out a few larger chickens. Raising chickens for a while meant they could be useful now. To keep them cool, Ji-hee made an exception and turned on the air conditioning. While it wasn't exactly cool, it kept the room at over 30 degrees. She wouldn't be in there long, so it should be fine. The chicks were a bit uncomfortable at first, but when they saw the bugs, they quickly jumped into action. As the chicks worked hard, Ji-hee opened the freezer door. The ice cubes she had put in yesterday were frozen solid. She collected them into her space, planning to continue freezing more ice cubes after turning off the air conditioning. Yes, the solar generator she bought couldn't supply power to both the air conditioner and the freezer at the same time. She had bought a cheap one, so she had to choose one to supply. The chicks were happily eating, but Ji-hee lost her appetite seeing the room full of bugs. After thinking for a moment, she took out a large basin from her space to get to work. She might not eat, but the pigs, cows, and sheep still needed to be fed. Half an hour later, Ji-hee had prepared all the animal feed, and the chicks had eaten most of the bugs in the house. She called out a few times, and the chicks obediently ran to her side, circling around her. With a wave of her hand, she collected them all into her space and followed them in. First, she fed the chicks. They were the heroes and deserved to be treated well. After feeding the chickens, she moved on to the ducks, geese, and quails, and finally fed the pigs. Once all the feeding was done, Ji-hee went to the chicken coop and duck pen, bending down to start weeding. Yes, she was weeding. The grass on the lawn is growing very well, and the chickens, ducks, and quails can't eat it all. It's so tall that it's hard for Ji-hee to find them inside. If they lay eggs in there, she might step on them when she comes in. It's better to cut it regularly. The grass can be saved to feed the cows, sheep, and rabbits, so nothing goes to waste. The cows and sheep eat a lot. Even though the grass grows quickly, they are always munching, so she needs to save some for peace of mind. Ji-hee worked quickly and finished cutting the grass in less than 20 minutes. Looking at the lawn with only the roots showing, she felt very satisfied. Now she wouldn't have trouble finding the chickens and ducks. After clearing the grass, Ji-hee took out a shovel to clean up the manure. She didn't know how the space worked, but the air was fresh and didn't smell bad, even with no ventilation. However, the fact that the manure doesn't decompose automatically deserves a low rating. The cacti, aloe vera, and sweet potato sprouts she planted yesterday were also doing well. Ji-hee checked them and saw no signs of wilting, so she watered them a bit and left them alone. By the time Ji-hee finished all her tasks, she was hungry. But she didn't forget to check on Plalin on the hillside. Unfortunately, Plalin was still under the tree roots and showed no signs of growth. Ji-hee felt a bit disappointed. Wasn't it supposed to be resilient? Why wasn't it thriving? Something must be missing, but she couldn't figure out what it was. After thinking for a long time and trying a few planting methods without success, she decided to leave it under the tree roots to grow freely and gave it some water. She hoped it would perk up. After leaving the space, Ji-hee took out some rice and paired it with a serving of pork ribs stewed with green beans, plus some braised beef ribs. It was delicious. She made everything herself and saved the restaurant food for when she craved it later. After finishing her meal, she put the plastic bags away to throw out later when she went out at night. She took the freezer out of the space and continued to make ice cubes. There was still time before the agreed trading time in the evening, so Ji-hee poured out some mung bean soup, added plenty of ice cubes, and lay back on her bed to check her shop. The shop was doing well. Half of the cucumber salad she just listed had sold. Ji-hee took out the remaining half bucket of cucumbers to make a total of 90 servings. She thought for a moment and also took out some sweet potato leaves to add, making a total of 10 servings, all raw. She wanted to see if raw ones would sell well. If they do, she would sell them raw in the future. As usual, she would take all the payment in gasoline. Ji-hee submitted the gasoline she earned from the back end to the space and closed the shop. At that moment, her phone kept buzzing with notifications. Ji-hee glanced at the group in the community chat, anxious to buy mosquito repellent. She peeked outside at the sunlight. If they weren't afraid of the heat, it didn't matter to her. She moved the meeting time earlier, changed into a sweaty outfit, applied sunscreen, sprayed on insect repellent, put on a sun hat, and grabbed an umbrella. She placed the mosquito repellent in her backpack. Ji-hee opened the door, locked it, and slowly walked to the meeting place. By the time she arrived, a few people from the community were already waiting there, all holding sun umbrellas. When they saw Ji-hee approaching, they eagerly asked, "Is this his family selling?" Ji-hee nodded, "Yes, let's trade by the wall. At least there's some shade there." After saying this, the sweaty people waiting quickly followed her to the wall. "You want 10 pieces, right?" "Yes, yes." "Please scan the code. It's 400, thank you." "It's done, it's done." "Okay, here are your 10 pieces. There's no bag, so be careful not to break them." "I want 20 pieces." 800, thank you." Ji-hee focused on selling the mosquito repellent, but some people were curious. "Girl, don't you have any bugs at home? Why are you selling this mosquito repellent?" "Grandma, I need to eat. Food is so expensive now. Can this mosquito repellent cost more than food?" "That makes sense," the old lady nodded, standing nearby, as if she wasn't hot. "Girl, where did you get so much mosquito repellent? Do you have a special source?" "What source do I have?" "Grandma, didn't you see that the mosquito repellent is almost expired? This is all from home, bought before and piled up in storage. If you look at home, you might find a bunch of unused things too." While Ji-hee counted the mosquito repellent for others, she casually chatted. But she wasn't wrong. The mosquito repellent was indeed close to the expiration date, though it wasn't from her home. She had specifically bought it as a clearance item. She took advantage of her storage space to keep everything fresh, buying mostly near-expiration products that were much cheaper than normal prices. This way, she could stock up on more items for less money. "Why don't you sell it cheaper if it's near expiration?" The old lady continued, not buying anything and standing there endlessly. "What's wrong with near expiration? It still has half a month left. It's not expired yet. You can't keep it forever. Just give me the leftover mosquito repellent. I'll help you use it. Otherwise, if it expires, it'll be such a waste." Ji-hee sold the last mosquito coil to a customer, carefully adjusted her bag, and turned to the elderly lady. "Grandma, I'm really hungry. Could you share some steamed buns with me? It's such a waste if you have extra food at home." Hearing this, the elderly lady didn't want to linger and quickly turned away, afraid of being bothered. She knew this girl had been mooching meals at her uncle's house after being tricked a few days ago. Seeing the old lady's back, Ji-hee shrugged and headed home. Borrowing money is great, but borrowing food is just as good. From now on, whenever someone says something she doesn't like, she'll just pretend to be poor and ask others for food. Let's see if they run away. Back home, with some time before dark, Ji-hee didn't rush. Instead, she returned the money she earned to Mbae. This time, she made a total of 2,800 yuan by selling 70 pieces, but she still owed 4,000 yuan. It looked like she would have to visit the night market again tonight. Indeed, that's what everyone in the group called the free market, and Ji-hee followed suit. With some time left, she swept away the bug remains. Noticing it was almost time, Ji-hee put on her small bag, locked the door, and went to the agreed meeting place. After a short wait, a tricycle arrived, filled with bamboo. The young owner was sweating, and even before getting close, the smell reached her. Ji-hee showed no reaction, as if she hadn't noticed it. The two completed the transaction smoothly. The man unloaded the items Ji-hee wanted and quickly rode off to the night market. Ji-hee waited a bit longer, stored the items away, and then headed to the supermarket in the dark. On her way, there were quite a few people heading to the supermarket, maintaining a distance of half a meter to a meter from each other. At first, Ji-hee found the smell unpleasant, but after a while, she felt like her nose had stopped working and she couldn't smell it anymore. When she arrived at Manhwa supermarket, the line outside was even longer than yesterday, with many people sitting on benches waiting. The line formed an S shape, and there were several people managing the crowd. A loudspeaker repeatedly announced not to rush for supplies and to shop rationally, but it seemed ineffective as everyone was buying to the limit. Today, a new counter was set up a few meters from the regular supermarket entrance, surrounded by many people. Ji-hee went over to take a look. Next to the counter, there was a huge poster with handwritten notices. Starting today, there will be a window for exchanging items. Citizens can bring gasoline, steel products, rare metals, cement, glass, and more to the counter to exchange for credit points. These points can be used to buy supplies. For specific standards, please consult the counter. Ji-hee understood that this was an effort to collect scattered resources in society. Even though the military has many people, can they compare to the number of civilians? They are busy every day, but they can only manage large-scale resources from factories and can't handle the small bits. Many resources are still in the hands of big business owners. Who doesn't know that times are tough? These big bosses are unlikely to hand over all their resources. They just want to unify the collection of scattered resources in society through credit points. When people are hungry, they can't just watch civilians starve. They will have to provide relief food. It's better to give the people points so they can support themselves. This way, resources are collected and people have food to eat. It's a win-win situation. Having figured this out, Ji-hee turned to leave. She wanted to exchange for some credit points, but what could she offer? The most she had stored was food, and she couldn't dare to take that out. It would be hard to explain. Instead of watching others earn credit points with envy, she should find a way to earn 4,000 yuan. If she didn't pay back the money tomorrow, she would have a credit blemish. Ji-hee walked to the night market and found the person in charge, ready to exchange food. When she looked up, she saw Uncle Yen. He was the serious-faced uncle who had helped her at the morning market, named Yen Jun. She was a bit surprised. Uncle Yen, what are you doing here? I was a retired soldier, and since they needed people here, I came. Uncle Yan's face was still serious, and he showed no change in expression upon seeing Ji-hee. What are you doing here? I guess your previous business isn't going well anymore? Uncle Yen didn't say directly what Ji-hee was doing, fearing someone might overhear. Even though people had only been hungry for a few days, the mention of food could easily excite them. This market, while officially managed, was still new and chaotic, and he didn't want her to get involved. I ran out of money and wanted to sell mosquito repellent to make some cash, Ji-hee replied obediently. Even if she didn't say it now, once she set up her stall, others would know what she was selling. Mosquito repellent? Yen Jun's eyes lit up, and his steel-like face softened immediately. He glanced around to see if anyone was watching, then signaled to Ji-hee to step aside and said, "Girl, do you really have mosquito repellent?" "Yes, but it's close to expiration." "What's the worry about it being close to expiration? Having it now is good enough. Don't sell it all. How much do you have left?" "Just sell it all to me." Yen Jun rubbed his hands together happily. This mosquito repellent was a great thing. His home was almost overrun by bugs since he woke up today. It was driving him crazy. Although the repellent only worked on mosquitoes and not flies, it was better to have something than nothing. Mosquitoes were biting everywhere, and they were even more frightening than flies. Ji-hee thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, I have more than 2 buckets of mosquito repellent, about 40 pieces in a bucket. Altogether, that's over 100 pieces. How about 4,000 yuan? Yen Jun frowned. "No way. Mosquito repellent is selling for over 60 yuan a piece now. You're losing out at that price. Let's go by the market rate. I won't take advantage of you." "No need, uncle. This price is fine. If I sell it to you, I'll still have to give up half a gene of grain." Ji-hee shook her head. It wasn't fair to calculate it that way. She sold it to the community for 40 yuan apiece, so there was no reason for the price to go up here. Just as Jun was about to say something, someone called him from behind, so he nodded. All right, girl, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Ji-hee stood in the corner and waited for 5 more minutes before Jun came over, looking sweaty. It was clear he was really busy with people coming and going. If he weren't worried about Ji-hee waiting too long, he might not have found the time to come over. Come on, girl. Follow me to the office, Jun said as he walked ahead, signaling for Ji-hee to follow him. On the way, they passed several hurried people, and someone curiously asked, Old Yen, who is this? My niece. She brought me something. Oh, okay. Jun brought Ji-hee to the office, didn't lock the door, just gently closed it, and then turned on the lights. They had electricity. Ji-hee thought to herself how strong the country was. Without wasting any time, she quickly unzipped her backpack, took out 3 boxes of mosquito repellent, and placed them on the table. 2 boxes were unopened, and 1 was just opened. She had only sold a few pieces. Jun didn't hesitate, quickly transferred 4,000 yuan to Ji-hee, and at the same time pulled out 2 large bags of chocolate and 5 large bags of beef jerky from the desk drawer, stuffing them into her arms. Take these to eat. You kids love snacks. No, uncle, I can't take this. Ji-hee quickly refused the chocolate and beef jerky in front of her and put them back on the table. Although she had never been to a supermarket, she had heard people talking about how expensive chocolate and beef jerky were these days. They not only provided energy but also tasted good, selling for more than rice, and if you went late, you might not get any. Just take it, hurry up. Don't hesitate. Once we're done, get home quickly. It's not safe for a young girl to be out alone after dark. Uncle Yan's serious face was quite intimidating. I was already doing you a favor by giving you the mosquito repellent today. If you refuse it, I won't buy it anymore. Saying this, he quickly locked the mosquito repellent in the cabinet and tossed the chocolate and beef jerky into Ji-hee's arms, urging her to leave. With no choice, Ji-hee had to walk out holding the 2 bags of chocolate beans. Since she was already there, she thought for a moment and decided to head into the night market. She wanted to buy some molds for making ice cubes. Although she could freeze them in a pot, it was too big and inconvenient to chop up when eating. The night market was still crowded. Besides food vendors, there were all sorts of stalls. Ji-hee bought over 10 silicone molds, which were food grade. They used to sell for dozens of dollars each, but now they were only worth 2 pounds of rice, so she could choose freely. In addition to that, she also bought a second-hand laptop and an empty external hard drive, spending a total of half a pound of rice. Although it was second-hand, the laptop owner had just bought it and hadn't used it much, so it was still quite new. Ji-hee tested it and found no issues before handing over her food. When she paid, she opened her backpack wide, allowing those around her to see that she only had this 1 pound of rice and some inexpensive silicone molds. Some people with bad intentions, seeing her situation, quickly looked away, searching for another target. Right now, food was the most valuable thing. Everyone had laptops at home, and they would worry they couldn't sell it if they stole one. In other words, Ji-hee had nothing worth stealing. The owner, a young man, saw Ji-hee and gave her a thumbs up. Ji-hee smiled modestly. She placed the laptop in her bag and confidently left the market. Indeed, no one followed her. Just as she stepped out of the market, she noticed a man in black snatching a backpack from a girl behind her and running away. The little girl was thin and wearing a pink dress. She was pushed to the ground and didn't react at first. The woman next to her also fell down with her. As soon as they hit the ground, they cried out from the heat. Wow, that's hot. Wait, catch the thief. Quick, catch the thief. Even though they shouted, no one came to help. Everyone just stood and watched. Even the police only glanced over, but didn't approach. They were only responsible for the safety of the supermarket and the nearby market. Anything beyond that was not their concern. They didn't have enough staff and were worried about drawing attention to themselves. If everyone chased after the thief, who would protect the supermarket and the people? The rules from above specified that they should mainly focus on the supermarket safety, and anything beyond that could be handled at their discretion. This discretion was quite interesting. Although people couldn't help catch the thief, they could assist in helping the two women up. The mother and daughter were crying together, surrounded by onlookers who were expressing their disapproval of the thief's actions. Ji-hee decided to go home, since the police weren't taking action. What could she do by rushing in? Plus, the girl was wearing a dress, and in this situation, she didn't want to risk getting bitten by mosquitoes. Just as Ji-hee was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice behind her.
Ji-hee?
Ji-in felt incredibly unlucky. Since the weather had gotten warmer, nothing had gone her way. Her dad had recently moved a lot of things home, filling an entire room. She told him it was enough and didn't want to wait in line at the supermarket, but he insisted that the whole family come every evening to queue. It was frustrating that they couldn't send someone else to buy for them. She had no choice but to go. So, she let her dad wait in line first while she and her mom arrived at the last minute to enjoy more time in the air conditioning at home. Things had been fine until today when she got robbed. And, to make matters worse, she ran into the person she disliked the most. When Ji-hee turned around, she saw Ji-in looking distressed with her aunt. She bit her lip, trying to keep her expression neutral. "Did you need something?" Ji-yin's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected to see Ji-hee. She quickly wiped her tears, lifted her chin, and put on her usual expression. "What are you doing here?" While her expression usually looked fine, right now, it just felt off. At this moment, Ji-yin's pink dress was covered in black dirt, making her look particularly messy. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she had 2 huge mosquito bites on her cheeks that were getting bigger. Ji-hee, considering Ji-yin's temper, was worried that she might faint upon hearing bad news, so she kindly didn't mention it. "I just came to take a look." This made Ji-in feel a long-lost sense of superiority, and she lifted her chin high.
Poor thing.
After labeling Ji-hee, she continued, "I bet you can't afford it. Do you know how high prices are now? With your previous poor habits, you probably can't even meet the minimum standard." Ji-hee had no interest in listening to Ji-in brag and nodded nonchalantly. "All right, rich girl, you keep spending. I'm leaving now." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. If it were before the disaster, she could have gotten a meal from this person, but now it seemed impossible. What a pity. However, Ji-in wasn't having it. She rushed over and grabbed Ji-hee. "Where do you think you're going?" "I haven't finished talking." At this point, the mosquito bites on her face were getting bigger and redder, and she unconsciously scratched them. "You know how good my life is now. I'm living almost the same as before the disaster. I have air conditioning, I eat ice cream." It was clear she was doing well. Her temper was the same as before, always wanting to show off when she saw Ji-hee. But Ji-hee, being patient and willing to listen before, had no interest now. In this hot weather, surrounded by sweat, what was there to stay for? It was better to go home and eat ice cream. "I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me?" Pan Li-feng, following behind, rolled her eyes in frustration. This silly girl had to get closer. What if she got caught up in something? She hadn't forgotten that Ji-hee still owed a lot of money. With the extreme heat coming, who knew how tough it would be? I heard you. Ji-hee nodded dismissively, her pace quickening. "You can't leave. You need to clarify what you mean." Ji-in insisted, clearly not letting her go without an explanation. "What do you want me to say?" The crowd was long, and Ji-hee wanted to leave, so she had to take a longer route. Otherwise, she would have run away already and wouldn't be standing there listening to Ji-in ramble. "Don't you believe me?" Ji-in looked at Ji-ha, who seemed indifferent, and felt her eyes redden with anger. She tightly grabbed Ji-ha's arm and said, "I'm telling you, I not only have chips, but I also have chocolate and beef jerky, and I won't share them with you. I'll make you crave them." Ji-ha felt a bit helpless with Ji-in's persistence and stopped moving. In her opinion, this girl had a big mouth and a bit of a strong vanity. Turning around, she glanced at her aunt before looking back at Ji-in and said, "Your face looks like a mosquito bit you twice." After saying that, she quickly took out her phone and snapped a picture of Ji-in's current look, then put her phone back in her pocket. Jean was a bit stunned and didn't react right away. Then Jiha repeated what she had just said, and Jean finally got angry. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I get bitten by mosquitoes if I have mosquito repellent? Jiha looked at the silly girl with pity and said, all right. After that, she turned to leave. Jean felt a bad premonition from Jiha's attitude, but her stubbornness reminded her not to give up. Out of Jiha's sight, she secretly touched her face, and her heart sank. Something felt off about her face. At that moment, Jiha suddenly turned around and said, a mosquito coil and half a bottle of mosquito repellent for 10,000.
Do you want it?
Are you robbing me? Jean immediately shifted her focus, looking angrily at Jiha. This was too much. How could she ask for 10,000? Uh-huh. Jiha nodded dismissively. It didn't matter to her whether Jean bought it or not. She just wanted to go home. Forget it, goodbye. Jean. I want it. Jean felt a bit humiliated but gritted her teeth and accepted it. At worst, she would just grab the mosquito coil and run without paying Jiha. Jiha was quite satisfied. This silly girl should really be kept at home. She was bound to lose money outside. Seeing Jean standing still, she asked in surprise, are you going to transfer the money? What are you dreaming about? Jean. She was just about to skip out on the payment. With no choice, she reluctantly took out her phone and transferred 10,000 to Jiha. Although her bag was lost, her phone was still with her. When the phone notification sounded, Jiha checked carefully to confirm everything was correct. Then she opened her backpack, took out 20 mosquito coils and half a bottle of mosquito repellent, stuffed them into Jean's arms, and quickly turned to leave, saying bye as she went. Jean held the mosquito coils and repellent, instinctively wanting to chase after her, but was stopped by her mom pulling her arm. Hurry up and switch places with your dad, so he can stand up straight. They've already lost 10,000. If they chase after it, they might lose another 10,000. Although Jean was a bit reluctant, she glanced at the mosquito repellent in her arms, worried it might be taken away, so she pouted and went to find her dad. When Uncle Ji turned around, he was startled to see 2 big mosquito bites on Ji Yin's face. Young lady, when did you get bitten by mosquitoes?
Yin.
What Ji He had just said suddenly came to her mind, making her realize the size of the bumps on her face. Go look in the mirror. Those bumps are quite big. Ji Hua had a complicated expression. The bumps on her face were so big that her eyes were almost closed. I heard these mosquitoes are pretty fierce. Many of them are poisonous and spread malaria. They leave big welts after biting. Jean felt anxious from her dad's serious tone and quickly shoved the mosquito repellent and floral water into Uncle Ji's arms, then walked to the supermarket's glass window to check her reflection. She was shocked. Her face was so swollen it was hard to look at. The bright red bumps on her cheeks looked terrible. Tears filled her eyes. She loved being pretty, and now it felt like she was disfigured. She immediately ran back to her dad.
Dad.
I want to go to the hospital right now. Daughter, let's finish shopping first. Otherwise, Dad will have waited in line for nothing. Ji Hua quickly reassured her. They had already waited so long. Why is there only half a bottle of floral water left? Wasn't it full when we left? Where did this mosquito repellent come from? Talking about this made Ji-in want to cry even more. Her dad really didn't understand her feelings. Ji Hua suddenly noticed that his daughter's new backpack was missing and exclaimed, "Where's your bag? Didn't you just buy it? Why aren't you carrying it?"
Yin.
You just noticed my bag is gone? Maybe because she had just been bitten, Ji-in was feeling okay. She wasn't running a fever or had an upset stomach. Besides the itching bumps on her face, she felt fine, so she sat down on the bench Ji Hua had brought. It was her dad's turn to go for a walk. Her mom had disappeared to chat with acquaintances, leaving Ji-in alone to deal with the mosquitoes. Bored, she looked at the floral water in her hand. It was the cheapest kind from the supermarket. She frowned at it. Thinking of Ji He's stingy ways, she wouldn't even take it if it were given to her for free. Suddenly, she noticed something was off. After checking closely, she realized, wait, it was only a week away from expiring? Ji He, you really are the worst. After walking for an hour, Ji-hee finally returned home. As soon as she entered the yard, she looked down and lifted her foot.
Huh?
When she lifted her foot, she realized the sole of her shoe was stuck to the ground. With no other choice, Ji-hee hopped back to the house on one foot. Once inside, her other shoe also fell apart. It was unfortunate that the original owner had spent over 60 yuan on them, and they only lasted a year. Why did they break so soon? Shaking her head, Ji-hee put the shoes into a trash bag, planning to throw them away tomorrow. Entering the kitchen, she first washed the silicone mold she bought with clean water and then placed them in the freezer to make ice cubes. She also took the ice cubes that were already frozen in the freezer and put them back into her storage space to refreeze them. She discovered a great way to take out ice cubes. By opening the store and selecting the ice cubes to display, they would disappear from her view. When she clicked to retrieve them, the ice cubes would reappear, and she could easily collect them into her space. With this method, collecting ice cubes became very convenient for Ji-hee. After refilling the molds with water, she sat on the sofa and paid off her debt to the bank. Feeling lighter without debt, Ji-hee felt a sense of relief. Looking at her store, she noticed that all the food was sold out, and even the sweet potato leaves were gone. Ji-hee continued to take sweet potato leaves from her storage space to restock. The price remained the same, but fresh vegetables were priced slightly higher than cooked ones. The system would not let her take advantage, possibly even calculating the cost of seasonings. Despite this, Ji-hee preferred selling fresh produce, as cooking required seasonings, gas, and time, making fresh produce much more convenient. She had only enough sweet potato leaves for 80 servings, so she had to use garlic broccoli to make up the remaining 20 servings. With the vegetables maturing in the field, she wouldn't run out of greens in a week at most. After resting enough, Ji-hee stood up and glanced at the clock. It was already past 11 at night. She placed the dough she had kneaded yesterday into her storage space to let it rise. Heading to the bathroom, she decided to cut her hair. The weather was hot and water was limited. Today, she noticed many people with greasy hair, and in this heat, long hair not only wasted water during washing but also drew attention. Although she had stored up water in advance, she didn't know when the extreme heat would end. The amount of water she collected was less than what she used, leaving her feeling insecure. It would be better to cut her hair short. It would save water when washing and wouldn't be so noticeable when she went out. Thinking of doing it, Ji-hee took scissors and, looking in the mirror, quickly cut her long hair into a very short style. After finishing, she looked in the mirror and felt quite satisfied. Not bad, it has a wild beauty. At this time, it was still before noon, so Ji-hee decided to enter her space and set up supports for the vegetables. In just one day, the vegetables had grown taller. Ji-hee felt happy and energized, and soon finished setting up all the supports. To help the plants grow in the right direction, she tied their vines to the supports with string. With this, they won't get lost in the dark anymore humming a tune. Ji-hee worked diligently on the farm like a little bee. Maybe it wouldn't take a whole week. In a few days, she would be able to harvest the greens from her garden, which made her very happy. Timing herself, Ji-hee left the space. At 2 in the morning, it was time for water and gas, and she couldn't miss it. Before the gas arrived, Ji-hee prepared everything. She took out the soaked mung beans and placed them on the stove. This was simple. She would just boil them when the gas came, adding some sugar near the end. Next, she got a mixing bowl and started kneading the dough. Making steamed buns was easy. She just needed to cut the dough into the right size and shape them into balls. Her hands moved quickly, and soon she had kneaded 50 large buns. She planned to steam them in a big iron pot on the stove, steaming 10 at a time, finishing with 5 batches. The stove needed firewood, which she could light right away without waiting for the gas. This used 2 sources, one for natural gas and one for the earthen stove. Ji-hee also prepared an electric stove for making pancakes. Making pancakes required constant attention, unlike boiling mung bean soup or steaming buns, so she had to keep working. In addition to these 3 dishes, Ji-hee also planned to stew some large pork knuckles. After cooking, she would store them in her space to enjoy later with some garlic sauce, which would surely tempt the neighbors' kids. He had bought 20 large pork knuckles in total and planned to stew them all today. If one pot wasn't enough, she would use multiple pots. Once the buns and mung bean soup were ready, she could place them directly, saving time. Just then, she had 2 large stainless steel buckets ready to fill. Otherwise, she would feel uneasy. He also remembered to throw in a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the stove. Baked sweet potatoes were delicious and sweet, a real treat. Just as he finished her preparations, she heard the sound of water flowing from the faucet, and the lights in the room automatically turned on. She hurried over to turn the faucet to the maximum, but unfortunately, the water flow today was even lower than yesterday. Even with all 3 faucets in the house open, it would take 2 hours to collect only a little water. He had a bad feeling, but there was nothing she could do except try to store as much as possible. Back in the kitchen, he remembered to press the cook button on all 3 rice cookers at the same time before turning to make pancakes. She needed to finish all the pancakes within 2 hours. Not just her family, but all the neighbors were also starting to make noise, a stark contrast to the daytime silence. When the gas arrived, it seemed like a signal. Everyone turned their lights to the maximum and got up to cook. Even though food was scarce at this time, if one was willing to spend money and wait in line, it could still be bought. The supermarket didn't offer fresh vegetables, but dried goods like dried mushrooms and seaweed were always available. That's how the people were. Even if they complained, as long as there was food to eat, they wouldn't cause trouble. The delicious smell coming from He's home didn't attract any unwanted attention from the neighbors. After 2 hours, the water, electricity, and gas stopped on time, and the house fell into darkness again. He finally had time to sit down and rest. After 2 hours of hard work, she had steamed 50 large buns, cooked 12 pots of rice, made over 100 pancakes, and prepared a bucket of mung bean smoothie. The large pork knuckle on the stove still needed a few more minutes, and once it was done, her work for the day would be complete. However, there wasn't much firewood left at home, so he planned to collect some tomorrow. Although they had a traditional stove, it wasn't used very often. Most of the time, they relied on gas and electric stoves, so they hadn't stored much firewood. He thought about gathering some firewood when she had the chance. As for the coal she bought, she didn't want to use it just yet. She wanted to save it in case it became difficult to find firewood later. In the villa, at Yin's home, Yin's mother returned, complaining all the way. They're all relatives, and he wants us to pay 10,000 for some mosquito repellent. At such a young age, she's already so money-minded. It's only 10,000. Is it really that big of a deal?
Uncle frowned.
Was this small amount worth mentioning? It's good to have some mosquito repellent now, otherwise don't use it. Pan Lifeng, Yin's mother, rolled her eyes after being interrupted by Uncle Ji, huffed, and turned to go back inside. Why should I? Get me 6 pieces, I want to visit my family. Uncle Ji frowned, but didn't say anything. He turned to Yin, whose face was swollen, and said, You don't need that much. Share some with us. Yin was a bit reluctant, but didn't argue. She took out 6 pieces and divided the rest in half, saying, 1 for each of us. After that, she stopped eating and went back to her room. Seeing the mosquito coils, Uncle Ji felt relieved. There had been so many mosquitoes lately that one slap could send several flying. He hadn't expected there to be so many. The supplies he prepared were mainly food and medicine, and he hadn't thought to get mosquito coils. Today, he had tried to find some but couldn't get any. In the end, he had to pay a high price for a few bottles of floral spray, and Yin had even lost one. Now that he lit the mosquito coils, he felt there were fewer mosquitoes in the house. Before, they had been so numerous it felt like they were all over his face. Yin lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The medicine on her face was uncomfortable, and she felt uneasy, as if something was scratching at her heart. She was angry at He for selling her the expired floral spray. After holding it in for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and took out her phone to message He. Social you Injia. Heartless seller. You actually sold me expired floral spray? After sending the message, Yin waited, but after 2 minutes, He still hadn't replied. So she sent another message. Social you Injia. What's wrong? Are you silent because you know you're in the wrong? I'll make sure everyone knows about this. Let your classmates laugh at you. Social you Injia. Reply to me. I know you're not asleep. After waiting 5 minutes with no response, Ji-in got anxious. Social you Injia. Why aren't you replying? Social you Injia. I knew I was right about you. You always act so indifferent. Ji-in vented her frustration but felt even angrier. She tightened her grip on her phone and waited a bit longer, but still no notification. Furious, she sent several more messages to Ji-hee. In the end, she didn't even realize when she fell asleep. This mosquito coil may look small, but it burns slowly once lit. A tiny piece, not even the size of a fingernail, burned all night until it turned to powder. Since using the floral spray with the mosquito coils, Ji-hee felt like he had returned to the days before the heat wave. He slept so comfortably every night. He woke up naturally and found it was already 3 in the afternoon. Ji-hee first reached for her phone on the bedside and opened it, immediately seeing a pile of unread messages, most of which were from Ji-in. Not only were there messages, but also voice notes, dozens of them, several lasting over 60 seconds. Ji-hee ignored Ji-yin's long complaints. The floral water wasn't even expired yet. Knowing Ji-yin's dramatic nature, that half bottle would definitely be used up before it went bad. Since it would be used, it wasn't a waste. She really didn't understand what was bothering Ji-in this time. Maybe she just had too much money to spend. After thinking for a moment, Ji-hee turned one of Ji-yin's unflattering photos from yesterday into a meme and sent it over. She added a caption, "Today is a good day. Everything you wish for can come true." Then, she closed the chat and opened the news. Mosquitoes spreading diseases, hospitals overcrowded, medicine in short supply. Are these signs of the apocalypse? Experts suggest eating only 1 meal a day for better health. Due to the heat, many poultry and fish have died, polluting water sources and causing a large amount of diseased meat to enter the market. Please do not buy uninspected raw meat. He clicked to read more, seeing images of countless dead chickens and ducks lying on the ground, with workers in protective gear collecting the bodies. The owner nearby was crying, clearly heartbroken. Ji shook her head. Just a few days ago, someone in the chat group had reported on the poultry deaths. Why was this news only coming out now? Vegetables were already hard to find, and with this news, prices would likely rise even more. She continued scrolling down and found photos of dead fish, with countless fish floating in the river, covered in black flies, looking very disgusting. With so many fish dead, water sources would surely become more precious. She wondered if this would affect daily water usage. Though she thought about many things, Ji felt powerless to do anything. She exited the webpage and continued reading the news. The government has announced the identities of criminals and issued a reward for information. Details are as follows. Ji raised an eyebrow and clicked to read more. The images showed previously captured criminals, all with shaved heads, wearing heavy handcuffs and shackles, sweating under the sun while working. That was harsh. Working under the blazing sun? Even those with special abilities couldn't last long in such conditions. Ji shook her head at the people in the pictures. People really shouldn't make mistakes. Just look at their situation now. What seemed like a thrill at first had led them to hard labor. TSK. The temperature has risen quite a bit these days, reaching about 54 degrees. I wonder what it feels like to work in this heat? Ji pretended to sigh dramatically and continued scrolling through the bounty list. She needed to remember these names in case she ran into them. Reporting them could earn her a good amount of food. The person at the top of the list was named Sun Chong, and he was worth 100 pounds of rice. After carefully noting down a few names, Ji exited the list. The news that followed was mostly the same as before, either urging gifted individuals to register or experts sharing good news. She skimmed through it and closed the app, then opened the community group where many people were asking her to sell mosquito coils. Ji declined them all. She had already sold quite a few mosquito coils yesterday, and she noticed an elderly woman standing off to the side, likely calculating things in her mind. If he continued selling today, it might raise some suspicions. Mosquito coils were so precious. Where did she get them? Not only did she have enough for herself, but she also had extras to sell. This didn't match her image of being poor, so she decided against it. Besides, she didn't have any real need for money. As for the extra mosquito coils she planned to keep only 40 and sell the rest in her shop, using gasoline as payment. Before long, all of them sold out. Now, mosquito coils were selling much faster than food. Just then, a message from Ji-in came in. Social you in jia. Aw. I'm going to kill you. He family joy. The picture is already in the class group, just 50% away from being uploaded successfully. Social you in jia. Transfer 10,000. Social you in jia. Don't send it. Immediately take the photo back. He family joy. Please mind your tone. I'm not in a good mood right now and my hands are shaking. Social you in jia. I'm begging you. From now on, you're my sister. Please don't send the photo. He teased Ji-in for a while, sensing she was about to break down, before finally accepting the transfer, signaling a temporary end to their little battle. Putting down her phone, he continued stocking her shop. As for food, most families still had plenty of rice and flour, so it wasn't a desperate situation yet. People hesitated a bit when buying, but mosquito coils were a necessity. Once the shelves were empty, he picked some pure green vegetables from her space, stir-frying oil wheat and zucchini to restock. Today, she aimed to sell 2 buckets. After finishing with the vegetables, he entered her space to check on the sweet potatoes, cacti, and aloe vera in the plastic basket. She looks pretty good overall. Although she can't compare to the growth speed of plants in the black soil, he is still quite satisfied. In the black soil, the plants grew a lot overnight, and the corn has already produced ears. He estimates that in a little over a month, it should be ready for harvest. She is pleased with this growth rate. Otherwise, she would really worry about not being able to keep the livestock alive. She has no choice. Every day, she needs to use over 10 pounds of cornmeal. Even though she has a lot of stock, she still feels a bit anxious.
They eat so much.
If they aren't full, they keep making noise. After leaving the black soil, he went to the mountain to check on the vegetables she planted earlier. The trellis she built yesterday is now covered with vines, showing strong vitality. After taking a look around, she left the space. She still needs to cook for the livestock. Today it will be grass mixed with cornmeal and bran. She can't think about vegetables. She will switch to greens when the vegetables on the hillside are ready to eat. At this moment, she is somewhat relieved that she doesn't have too many livestock. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to afford it. Now, she not only has to use a lot of food every day, but also uses a lot of water. The water flow from the faucet is getting thinner every day. Not to mention saving some, even collecting enough for the livestock is a challenge. She is currently drinking water stored in her space. Although it seems that there shouldn't be a water shortage in the coming years, no one knows what the future holds, so he instinctively saves water. After all, if possible, she prefers not to drink the water from the fish pond. After finishing her daily chores, he went to the window to look outside. Even though her yard has a 2-story building, there are several tall buildings less than 50 meters away. If they want to, people living in those high-rises can see her yard without any obstruction. So, she usually pays attention and rarely stays in the yard. While she was lost in thought, her phone buzzed with a notification. It was from the morning market trading group. When she opened it, someone had sent a picture and tagged everyone. Spring blossoms. Image spring blossoms. I'm in big trouble. I spent a lot of money on gasoline and water, but even though the temperature and humidity are right, the seeds just won't sprout. Does anyone know why? Oldly with no grain. Why aren't they sprouting? Aren't there a few? When are you planning to sell them? Oldly even highlighted the few sprouts in the picture. Spring blossoms. Nonsense. The germination rate didn't even exceed 30%. How can you say that? It's not even enough to cover the cost of my seeds. I'm losing big. And did you see the small sprouts that grew? It feels like malnutrition. It's uncertain whether I can grow up. Oldly without grain. If you're afraid you won't grow, why not sell yourself to me? I don't mind. Spring blooms. Sure, trade me your grain for something. Oldly without grain. They've taken all the grain away. I still have to queue at the supermarket to buy some. There's no grain left. Bankrupt Chicken King. Oldly, that's not fair. When I want to buy grain from you, why do you act poor? He ignored the others chatting and opened Spring Bloom's photo, which showed a large greenhouse. But the plants growing on the ground are pitifully few compared to the overall area. It shouldn't be like this. The humidity and temperature are right, so plants should grow. Why aren't they? Could it be too hot? He wasn't an expert in agriculture, and after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out, so she decided to put it aside. Someone in the group was already asking Spring Blooms to sell water. Bankrupt rich kid. Spring Blooms. Since the plants aren't sprouting, are you selling water? Spring Blooms. This water can only be used for irrigation. It doesn't meet drinking standards. I can't bear to use drinking water for that. I haven't showered in days. Appliance specialist. I have water. Want to chat privately? Bankrupt rich kid. Tell me how much for a bottle. Appliance specialist. 500. Bankrupt rich kid. Forget it. I can't afford that. Appliance specialist. 500 is too expensive? Do you have any idea how much water costs outside now? Bankrupt rich kid. I saw someone swimming in an indoor pool today. How come here it's 500 a bottle? Appliance specialist. Buy it or not. You should see how rich they are. They wouldn't blink at using bottled water for flushing the toilet. Oldly without grain. If he won't buy it, I will. Let's chat privately. He had also seen many people posting videos of their wealthy lifestyles online. Some showed off their vegetables and meat, others shared pool parties, and some even displayed mountains of grain at home. Even Ji-in often posted about the snacks she was eating, complaining about the lack of fruit. It seemed everyone had forgotten the recent chaos. Thinking of this, Ji-hee suddenly felt a bit hungry. She hadn't eaten since getting up. Ji-hee suddenly craved meat, so she took out a large pork knuckle she had stewed yesterday from her space, carefully cut off half, and put the other half back. The knuckle was big. She couldn't finish it in one meal, so she planned to eat it in 2 servings. Ji-hee poured the broth from the braised pork over her rice. With each bite of meat and rice, she felt something was missing, so she took out a small plate of cold salad. With a mix of meat and vegetables, she felt particularly satisfied. Maybe because she had been working hard lately, Ji-hee's appetite had increased a lot. She could never finish half a pork knuckle before. After finishing her meal, she took out a large bowl of strawberries from her storage. She still had some fruit left from her previous shopping, enough to last her 2 months if she was careful. Holding the strawberries, she sat on the sofa and started scrolling through her phone. In between, she remembered to put the frozen ice cubes back into storage. By 6 in the evening, as the sun was setting, Ji-hee got dressed and prepared to go out. Originally, she planned to go collect firewood on the mountain, but since Ji-in had given her 20,000, she decided to spend it first. She had never been to the newly opened supermarket, so she wanted to check it out. Each person could only spend 500 a day, so that 20,000 would last her over a month. Before leaving, Ji-hee looked around the room and decided to put away the unused bed and wardrobe into storage. The furniture in the house was quite a lot, and if she didn't dust it regularly, it would gather dust in just a few days. With the current water shortage and many bugs around, it was unnecessary to keep the furniture in the house. It was better to store it away. Thinking of this, Ji-hee quickly gathered all the furniture from upstairs and downstairs, as well as the clutter from the storage room. She left only a bed and wardrobe in her bedroom. This way, she only had to clean one room every day, which was quite clever of her. Time was running short, so Ji-hee carefully locked the door, put on her old clothes for going out, and hurried to the supermarket. It was not completely dark yet, and there were many people walking, mostly heading to the supermarket to queue. Those living farther away had to leave earlier to avoid delays in getting water for cooking. Everyone was focused on walking, with a few chatting together, but they didn't seem as lively as a few days ago. The heat and water shortage, along with a batch of infested food at home, made many people anxious. Ji-hee kept quiet and focused on her path. Thanks to the cool weather, it had been pleasant despite the heat, proving to be quite resilient. Even though Ji-hee walked quickly, it took her over 50 minutes to reach the supermarket, where there was already a long line that seemed never-ending. Many people were sitting on small stools under umbrellas, and Ji-hee didn't want to waste any time, so she quickly walked to the end of a line. As soon as she stood there, several people lined up behind her. Ji-hee let out a sigh of relief, opened her backpack, took out a folding stool, set it up, and sat down to wait in line. The line moved slowly, and while Ji-hee sat there daydreaming, she organized her belongings in her mind. She was very careful not to touch anything in the game world while outside. Not wanting to waste time, she decided to reorganize her items, freeing up quite a bit of space. She set aside old furniture and worn cardboard boxes that she didn't need for now. If she needed to store something valuable later, these would be the first things to go. The line moved at a steady pace. Although there were many people, it still advanced little by little. After more than 2 hours, it was finally Ji-hee's turn. She stood up, patted her numb bottom, and followed the person in front of her into the supermarket. As she entered, she was stopped by a police officer at the door. "Please store your bag in the lockers over there. Bags are not allowed inside the supermarket." Ji-hee nodded and looked in the direction the officer pointed. It turned out that a storage area had been set up at the entrance, filled with lockers. Some lockers had keys in them, while others did not. A few people were putting things into their bags, while others were placing their backpacks into the lockers. Due to recent regulations, supermarkets no longer sold plastic bags, so everyone had to carry their own bags. Ji-hee walked over, found an empty locker with a key, and placed her backpack inside. Her bag was dirty, and it only contained the folding stool she had just sat on, so she wasn't worried about theft. After locking it, she gave the lock a tug to test its quality. It didn't budge at all, which seemed to indicate it was reliable. Ji-hee put the key away and turned to walk into the supermarket. A loudspeaker overhead was repeatedly announcing, "Stealing is prohibited in the supermarket. Minor offenses will result in loss of shopping privileges, while serious offenses will lead to reform. Please keep an eye on your belongings. We are not responsible for any theft. Each person is limited to 500 items. Please calculate wisely. Exceeding this limit will result in a return. Not even a dime over." As if afraid people wouldn't understand, the loudspeaker continued to repeat the message. The first floor of the supermarket wasn't very large, just the size of an ordinary supermarket. It was brightly lit, and the shelves were stocked full, giving a sense of returning to the time before the regulations. This supermarket has 2 floors. The first floor sells food, but I'm not sure what is on the second floor. There are many shoppers in the supermarket, and there are also quite a few staff members. They walk around and restock the shelves whenever they see something empty. Ji-hee didn't rush to the second floor. Instead, she started browsing on the first floor. What the people said was true. There are many food items for sale, but there are no drinks or bottled water. She didn't even see any milk or yogurt. Of course, it's possible that those items were sold out. The only liquids available were soy sauce and vinegar. Before the heat wave, when Ji-hee entered the supermarket, there were several shelves of drinks and bottled water, and even yogurt and fresh milk would have taken up a whole wall. Now it was all gone. After browsing the supermarket, she had a good idea of what was available. Although there were many items, most had a short shelf life of half a month to a month, with many items nearing expiration. There were hardly any long-lasting products like beef jerky or canned meat. With this in mind, she headed to the largest grain section. From a distance, she saw a huge sign that said each person could only buy half a pound per day. Ji-hee thought, half a pound? It would be tough to have rice for 3 meals a day. Despite her complaints, she still wanted to take a closer look. The shelves had a decent amount of food, including rice, flour, millet, brown rice, cornmeal, red beans, and green beans. It seemed to have a wide variety, even more than what was available before the heat wave. However, when she looked at the prices, she was almost shocked. Rice was 300 yuan per pound. Not only was there a purchase limit, but it was also so expensive. With 500 yuan, she wouldn't even be able to buy 2 pounds. Despite this, the area in front of the shelves was still the busiest. Even with a half-pound limit, if someone was careful, they could make porridge and eat for 2 days with some pickled vegetables. People in the country are used to being frugal. He glanced at the line and then turned to leave. The food she had stored in her space was enough for now, so she didn't want to join the crowd. Besides the grain section, there were also quite a few people in the snack area. Since she had been eating porridge every day, she was craving snacks, which would be a nice change. Perhaps due to the recent natural disaster, there is still a wide variety of snacks available. Most of the foods that used to be found in stores can still be found here. However, the prices have skyrocketed, with some items increasing by 20 or 30 times. For example, candy that used to cost 2 yuan a bag is now over 50 yuan. Instant dried fish, which used to be sold by weight, is now sold individually for 40 yuan each. Even a small spicy dried fish, not longer than a finger, is being sold at such a high price. Most importantly, all of these items are nearing their expiration dates. If it weren't for the extreme heat, he wouldn't have realized there were so many near-expiration products available, piled high and sold at exorbitant prices. Many people are rushing to buy them. He watched in silence. Well, she had stocked up quite a bit at the supermarket and trendy warehouses, so she usually hesitated to eat them, and she still had plenty left. In fact, she didn't really need to buy anything. As she looked around, she noticed that meat and vegetables were already sold out. Other items were being restocked as soon as they ran out, so there was no rush for goods at the moment. Can you restock the cabbage? My elderly family member has high blood pressure and I can't handle salty food every day, a middle-aged man pleaded with a staff member. I'm really not able to restock. There's no inventory in the warehouse. Only a few are released each day, and even we can't buy them, the staff member replied, looking troubled. If it's urgent, you can buy some dried mushrooms over there. He glanced at the vegetable and meat counter, which was sadly empty. She then went to the dried goods section, where prices had also risen significantly. Although they hadn't increased as rapidly as food prices and there were no purchase limits, they were still high. 500 yuan wouldn't buy much. Not giving up, he continued to browse the supermarket. Finally, she found a section with a smaller price increase and a decent shelf life: spices. Although the prices had also increased 5-fold, it didn't seem as bad compared to other foods. She wasn't in a hurry to grab them, so she wandered around the first floor of the supermarket, comparing prices but still couldn't find anything cheaper. Deciding to go ahead, she filled her basket with various spices while calculating the total on her phone to ensure the final price was just right. An older lady noticed he buying so many spices and commented, "Why are you buying so many spices? They can spoil if you don't use them quickly." "There are many people in my family," he replied with a smile, briefly explaining before focusing on her calculations again. Soy sauce, vinegar, steamed fish soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, sesame oil, salt, chicken essence, MSG, debanjiang, yellow soybean paste, and chili sauce. Get a few bottles of each. Recently, soy sauce has been used the most, so buy a little extra. She can't afford sugar now since the price has gone up a lot, but luckily she had saved enough before. By the time she runs out, the sugar cane in her space should be ready for juicing. After packing all the seasonings, he remembered to check upstairs. The upstairs sells daily necessities, and there weren't many people, just a few. The prices haven't increased much, about the same as before the disaster. He picked up a few lighters and candles to meet the minimum purchase requirement, which came to 499.5. Feeling satisfied, she went to the checkout line. After paying, she stepped outside and put all the seasonings into her backpack before walking slowly away. Next to her was the recycling counter. There were a few people there, but not many, likely because it wasn't a desperate time yet. He glanced over but quickly looked away, focusing on walking. She remembered what happened to Ji-in yesterday and didn't want her freshly bought seasonings to be stolen right after spending money. People coming out of the supermarket seemed to share her concern, mostly walking in groups, with women and children in the middle and men on the outside, holding sticks and kitchen knives to deter thieves. Without anyone with her, Ji-hee had to be extra careful. She actually noticed someone following her, which scared her into hiding in a corner of the house and slipping into her space. These thieves often worked in groups, and with her small stature, she didn't dare to chase them. If something went wrong, it could end badly for her. Ji-hee hid in her space for 5 minutes, feeling it was safe enough before coming out. Stepping from the bright area into the dark outside, her eyes took a moment to adjust. She stood still until her vision cleared, then began walking home. This time, no one followed her, and Ji-hee returned home safely. Even with the heat, she worked up a sweat, and instead of wasting water on a shower, she filled a basin to wipe herself down, which felt much better. After wiping off, Ji-hee didn't throw the water away. She saved it to water the plants in her plastic basket. Previously, she would flush the toilet with it, but now she felt it was a waste. In a few days, she planned to find some sand at the construction site to see if she could bury it, which would help save water. After feeling refreshed and changing into her work clothes, Ji-hee entered her space to start working. She worked until 1 a.m. and then came out, having finished taking care of the livestock for the day. She just needed to feed them once more before bed. Lying in bed, Ji-hee checked her shop and saw that all the vegetables were sold out. She handed over the gasoline to the market and continued to stock up on greens. With the new supply, she felt less worried. Once this batch of greens was fully stocked, the vegetables in her space should be ready to sell as well. After stocking the greens, Ji-hee began to look at messages. Since opening her shop, she received countless messages daily. Some were about financial struggles, others were moral pleas, some wanted to partner with her, and a few even inquired about her vegetable sources. In short, there were all kinds of messages, and she decided not to respond, pretending she didn't see them. The more she talked, the more trouble she could attract. With so many types of talents available now, including combat and many unusual ones, she didn't want to stir up trouble. Ignoring them seemed best for now. For the time being, she didn't need help from anyone in the game, and she would take things one step at a time. After scrolling through the news, she received a lot of bad updates. Due to high temperatures and water shortages, the outdoor farmlands were mostly dried up, ruining today's harvest. The grains bought for home, if not vacuum-sealed, would attract pests within a day in such conditions. Experts urged people to buy smaller packages of rice or share meals among families. Trash also needed to be cleared promptly, otherwise it would create a breeding ground for flies, leading to food contamination and a vicious cycle. Ji-hee thought this suggestion was good, but felt it was impractical. Not to mention the reliability of sharing meals. Who would collect the trash? Young people might be lazy, but how many elderly people would carry their trash to designated places? There used to be people assigned to collect it, but now just a few days without management had left her neighborhood smelling terrible and filled with garbage. Every time she returned home, she had to hold her breath, and even inside, there was still a faint odor. For the past few days, she hadn't thrown trash at her doorstep. She had gone to the trash station instead. Yet, even if she didn't throw it, others did, and no one seemed to care. Ji-hee shook her head and continued reading the news. Mosquitoes breed rapidly, are more toxic, and spread various diseases. Recently, a heat wave caused the deaths of many elderly people, and now mosquitoes are targeting children. Hospitals are overcrowded, and reports say there is a shortage of medicine. Everyone is urged to take precautions and stop the problem at its source. I heard the government is working on a way to sterilize mosquitoes to ease people's worries. Once successful, it will be available in the market. A large number of poultry have died, and infected meat is reaching the market. Some people have ended up in the hospital after eating it, and sadly, their families have not even had time to grieve before they also fell ill and were taken to the emergency room. The government is urging everyone not to buy unknown meat, no matter how tempting it may be. They also recommend reducing daytime activities and getting more sleep to conserve energy and not feel hungry quickly. There has been a lot of criticism about the situation. The mosquito problem has worsened, and now there is also an outbreak of avian flu. Ji-hee watched for a while and realized not all news was bad. There were some positive updates, such as several entrepreneurs donating supplies enough to feed many people for a year. There were also innovations like solar-powered cars, which could run on both solar energy and gasoline, offering hope for a return to life before the extreme heat. After observing the situation, he checked her shop. The vegetables were not selling quickly, so she decided to put some insect-repellent incense on the shelves in exchange for 300 liters of gasoline to see how the market would react. With so many mosquitoes around, the incense should sell well. She had collected a lot of it in her storage, enough for her lifetime, so selling some for gasoline seemed like a good idea. With the upgrade of her space still far off and limited land for planting, she needed gasoline more than she needed to store the incense. Once the incense was listed, he didn't rush to close the back end. Instead, she waited. She was pleased to see that within minutes, all the incense sold out. She quickly listed more. Although the incense was leftover stock, it was still of good quality, just broken into smaller pieces, making it less visually appealing. She used the same kind herself, and a small piece could burn for a long time. He felt no guilt in trading these items for gasoline. It was all voluntary. Besides, this incense was much more effective than regular mosquito coils, repelling not only mosquitoes but also flies and cockroaches. Her home was now incredibly clean, with no insects at all. Shortly after listing the incense, a buyer contacted her through the back end, wanting to purchase all of it. He thought for a moment and agreed. As usual, the items would be listed 5 minutes later, allowing him to grab them himself. As for whether he would get them, she couldn't guarantee that. After all, the game didn't have a private trading option. Everyone had to list items in the marketplace to trade, so she couldn't ensure they would sell to him. She could only set a time for convenience. He had a decent impression of this person, even though he was a bit stingy and loved to pry into things. At least he was a good person, not part of any gang, which was enough for her. Ultimately, even though selling to anyone was still selling, she secretly hoped to sell her items to good people. With the government in power and society stable, she could live comfortably. When the agreed time arrived, he opened the marketplace to list her items. She was unsure who had bought all the vegetables she had left hanging, but now there were 100 empty spots on her shelf. He thought. Thank you, generous buyer. Immediately, he sent all the gasoline to her space and returned to the shop to list the insect repellent. The repellent worked quickly. Once lit, the visible bugs would disappear, so there was no need for a testing period. Anyone who had bought it wanted more. Soon, he couldn't keep up with how fast people were buying. She quickly listed items, but they vanished just as fast, making her hands sore. However, the thrill of seeing the money come in was exhilarating. It wasn't until the alarm rang that she finally paused. Looking at her storage space, the sold insect repellent had barely made a dent in her stock. She loved the feeling of having a full inventory. She decided to cook first, and would deal with everything else afterward. To prevent others from guessing her location based on her pause, he didn't leave her shelf empty. Instead, she put up vegetables. This would at least cause some confusion for others, which was better than nothing. While he happily cooked, she had no idea that the game chat was exploding because of her. This heat wave was not just affecting their country, but was being experienced worldwide. It wasn't just their mosquitoes. Countries in Africa had even more pests, which bred quickly and were particularly large. After the effectiveness of the insect repellent was tested in the 200 shop, the entire game went wild. Everyone was frantically clicking on his empty stalls to quickly grab the insect repellent for themselves. Unfortunately, aside from the few that the lucky ones managed to grab at the beginning, all the later batches of deworming medicine were taken up by various powerful groups. The Dragon Country noticed this early on and quickly stocked up while others were still reacting. Other forces had plenty of resources and manpower, making it impossible for individual buyers to compete. Some groups even contacted their allies to form an alliance to monopolize the deworming medicine, but no matter how they tried to reach the shop owner, a person named Xiang Tian, who was rumored to have a lot of money, was extremely unresponsive and did not reply to messages. Even when many people in the background urged her to raise the price, she ignored them and focused solely on listing the products. Everyone eventually gave up and concentrated on purchasing from the shop. They reassured themselves that at least the owner was fair and didn't give anyone special treatment. Otherwise, it would have been even harder to get the medicine. They had no idea that Ji-hee was not being aloof or unwilling to raise prices. She was simply busy listing items and hadn't even seen the messages. If she had seen someone offering a higher price, she might not have been able to resist the temptation. At that moment, with 20 minutes left until the water arrived, Ji-hee went to the kitchen to start her preparations. She had already decided what to make for dinner. Previously, she had received a lot of chicken wings from the game farm, and tonight she planned to coat them in flour and make fried wings, which would be delicious to snack on. She had cleaned the ingredients before the water stopped, so now she took them out to marinate in a large bowl. Without green onions, she simply added and other seasonings. While the wings were marinating, she whisked a lot of eggs, using all the large eggs she had gotten from the farm. Soon, she would dip the wings in egg wash, coat them with a special batter she learned about online, and fry them directly. Even the oil was left over from previous frying, and Ji-hee didn't want to waste it, so she just added some new oil to it. After preparing the oil for frying, she quickly grabbed 2 clay pots. She had bought 50 chickens, and aside from using a few for stir-frying, she still had plenty left. Today, she planned to use 6 chickens, cooking 4 of them into chicken soup so the meat could be eaten separately and the soup could be used for noodles. The other 2 chickens would be roasted, and she couldn't leave them empty. Although there were no vegetables left, she had plenty of potatoes, so Ji-hee cut a few pieces and stuffed them into the chickens. This way, the potatoes would cook together with the chicken, making it even tastier. It's not that she doesn't want to cook more, but making chicken soup takes a lot of time. With only 2 hours available, she can't cook many. It also requires the oven, rice cooker, and induction stove to work together. Chicken soup is easier since the chicken is already cleaned and can go straight into the pot. Roasting chicken is a bit more complicated, but since she marinated it beforehand, it's manageable. She just wraps it in foil and puts it in the oven, ready to start cooking as soon as the power comes on. As soon as Ji-hee finished her preparations, the faucet started giving her a signal, and the lights in the house that had been left on automatically turned on. She quickly ran to open the oven and then turned on the gas and induction stove. There wasn't much firewood left at home, so Ji-hee decided not to use the traditional stove today. She could use it any time, so there was no rush. The water from the faucet was running even thinner than yesterday, and at this rate, she wondered how many more days it would last. Ji-hee sighed a bit, and as the oil in the pan heated up, she hurried over to start frying chicken wings. There were quite a few, and she was worried about finishing them in time. In between frying the wings, Ji-hee also had to take the roasted chicken out occasionally to brush it with honey. For 2 hours, she was so busy that she barely sat down. Once the 2 hours were up, Ji-hee collapsed into a chair, feeling like she was running a restaurant during peak hours. She was so busy, she wished she could split herself in 2. But this wasn't the end. She still had to prepare ingredients for the next day. However, she wasn't in a hurry. First, she needed to eat. It had been a long time since her last meal, and Ji-hee was already hungry. She thought that after dinner it would be time for bed, so she decided not to eat too much, aiming for about 70% full. She took out a large steamed bun, split it open, and added some pork. Feeling like it needed something, she added a spoonful of chili sauce and finally felt satisfied. Wasn't this just a bun version of a meat sandwich? Perfect. Taking a big bite, the flavor of the meat filled her mouth, combined with the aroma of the bun. Ji-hee felt so content. Indeed, eating meat is what life is all about. Her buns were perfectly steamed, each one slightly larger than her fist. After finishing one, she felt about 70% full, not starving, but she could still eat half of another. Although she wasn't very full, Ji-hee didn't continue eating. Instead, she poured herself a bowl of dumpling soup and drank it slowly. This bowl of soup should be enough. Ji-hee planned to eat 2 meals a day, each time aiming to be about 70% full. This way, it suited her surroundings better. Otherwise, if everyone else gets thin and she looks healthy, something must be wrong. Ji-hee finished eating and felt energized, so she started making dough. She used the last potatoes from her storage, and now there were no side dishes left, just dry goods. She wasn't planning to cook meat dishes for a while, but she couldn't leave the next 2 hours empty, so she decided to make steamed buns and flour rolls. These would be easy to steam. After preparing the dough, he took out the jar of pickled vegetables she had made last time from her planting space. After looking at it for a while, she felt the time was still a bit short, so she put the jar back. She took out some grass and started chopping it with a knife. She wanted to prepare more feed for the chickens at once, so she could store it without worrying about it going bad. This way, when it was inconvenient to make more later, she could just take it out to feed them. The chicks ate a lot, and the rice with bugs she had collected was almost gone. She needed to prepare more chicken food. Previously, she could find plenty of bug-infested grains on the road, but ever since the government opened a recycling program, she couldn't find any more. Everyone was taking their finds to the government for recycling. Although the rewards were small, it was better than throwing them away. Chickens only eating vegetables weren't getting enough nutrition and weren't growing quickly. Once this batch of bug-infested food was gone, Jihi planned to go outside to catch some bugs to feed them. She wouldn't have to go far. There were plenty nearby, and no one was competing for them. With the warm weather and decaying food, flies were breeding quickly, and their larvae could be seen wriggling in the corners every day. They were pure white. Experts had even held lectures explaining how nutritious they were, high in protein, encouraging people to give them a try. She could scoop some up to feed the chickens, which would also help control the fly population, 2 benefits in one. The more Jihi thought about it, the better it sounded. She decided that instead of waiting for a better day, she would go tomorrow. After finishing her work, she took out an apple and lay on her bed playing on her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw a news alert. A woman was robbed on her way home after buying groceries. Not only was her stuff taken, but she was also stabbed multiple times and was found dead. Jihi thought this big data is a bit scary. She scrolled through and opened a group chat to see what people were trading. The hottest items right now were food, generators, mosquito repellent, medicine, and water. Food and medicine were being collected by the authorities, and even if people had some left, it was no longer circulating in the market. Water is available for 2 hours every day, which is not enough for a bath but fine for drinking. Generators can be bought, but they are extremely expensive, far beyond what Jihi can afford. The best-selling item in the trading group is mosquito repellent, which has risen to 100 yuan per piece. People inside are both cursing those profiting from the crisis and quickly grabbing items. Jihi has a good amount of money, but if she only relies on spending 500 at the supermarket each day, it will take a long time to use it all. As money becomes less valuable, Jihi plans to keep 10,000 for herself and spend the rest. If she doesn't buy food, other items haven't increased in price and have actually dropped quite a bit. Jihi contacts sellers in the group and buys many daily necessities. She gets glass bowls, glass jars, fishing nets, clothes, disposable containers, bed sheets, blankets, plastic sheets, ropes, hardware parts, lighters, matches, candles, and more. While she is buying, the sellers are even more anxious than she is. They decide not to wait until the next day and agree to complete the transaction at a nearby location before dawn. So, Jihi goes out again before sunrise and brings back a lot of supplies to store. By the time she returns, it is getting light and the temperature is rising. Jihi feels the heat of the sun and adjusts her sun protection clothing to keep her skin covered. There are few people on the road, just a few hurrying home. With a bag on her back, she stays alert and keeps her distance from others, quickly making her way home. Before bed, she checks her shop. Sales are decent, and all the vegetables have sold out. Jihi restocks, but today she didn't meet her target, selling only 1.5 buckets of vegetables. She yawns, closes the interface, sets her alarm, and falls into a deep sleep. Life is calm and uneventful, and 4 more days pass. The situation has not improved at all. In fact, the temperature has risen again. It is now 59 degrees outside, and more people are suffering from heat stroke and heat-related illnesses. The underground shelters are overcrowded, and the environment is very poor. With people close together, tensions are rising. Government workers are busy calming the anxious public, overwhelmed with their tasks. A group of talented individuals who were selected earlier has successfully started working as public officials to help manage the population. The country officially released a notice, recognizing the gifted individuals and allowing them to coexist with the public. With the addition of these gifted individuals, public safety issues have greatly improved, and Ji-hee enjoyed a few peaceful days. However, as life became more difficult, this situation felt more like the calm before a storm. Everyone could sense the turmoil beneath the calm surface, but there was nothing they could do. News reports daily featured stories about unscrupulous manufacturers being investigated. One day, it was a company with unsanitary conditions that failed to meet production standards and was shut down. Another day, it was a company with excessive preservatives harmful to health that faced strict government action. There were also reports of individuals caught hoarding goods to profit from the crisis, leading to their arrest and confiscation of all their supplies. Additionally, a celebrity was caught evading taxes, resulting in the seizure of all their assets. Confiscation was the theme of the day, with people being arrested left and right, creating a busy atmosphere. Occasionally, chaotic videos from abroad were shown, featuring scenes of lawlessness, like free-for-all shopping and armed confrontations. The situation abroad was very different. Guns were banned domestically, so even during disturbances, most people only wielded kitchen knives or iron rods, which were much less dangerous than firearms. In contrast, abroad, the appearance of gifted individuals created a sense of chaos, as armed individuals transformed farmers into kings, leading to a potential battle of gods. While people felt anxious, seeing the chaos abroad eased their worry somewhat. They feared comparisons. Even though their situation was tough, seeing greater disorder elsewhere made them feel a bit better. The high temperatures had turned into a paradise for mosquitoes. Despite the heat, they seemed unaffected and continued to reproduce rapidly. Swarms of insects darkened the sky, leading to more people being bitten and hospitalized. The government's promised solutions had yet to materialize. Ji-hee had enough food in her space to last over 6 months, but she sold most of it. She sold all her vegetables, trading them for gasoline to upgrade her space. Even the livestock organs she had obtained from the farm were mostly sold off, leaving very little behind. However, despite pouring so much gasoline into her space, there was no visible reaction. Surprisingly, the Purulin had finally become completely ineffective after all these days, which was unexpected for Ji-hee. Ultimately, Purulin was just a plant, and it had shown remarkable resilience by lasting so long without proper nutrients. At the moment it expired, Ji-hee was still asleep. She felt like she had been placed in a steamer, struggling to breathe. Even in her dreams, she sensed a strong discomfort. She gasped for air, struggled on the bed, and soon was drenched in sweat, soaking the sheets. Finally, Ji-hee opened her eyes. She quickly took out a piece of pralin from her space to help herself. Only then did she feel alive again. It was too hot, unbearably hot. With such high temperatures and no air conditioning, it was torturous. Even at night, the temperature reached 48 degrees. It was unbearable for everyone, even healthy young people. To spend her daily allowance of 500 yuan, Ji-hee had been waiting in line for several days, watching the number of people gradually decrease. Some couldn't come due to the heat, while others had their own reasons. At night, outside the supermarket, Ji-hee had just scanned her ID to enter when she heard a loud alert behind her. "You have a bad record. You are not allowed to make purchases." Ji-hee instinctively turned to see a balding middle-aged man trying to get in, but he was being escorted out by a police officer. "Please, let me in. I have 2 kids at home. If I don't buy food, what will they eat tonight? I have money. I can pay the 500 yuan at checkout. I promise I won't owe anything. I didn't mean to fall behind on payments. As soon as my workplace opens and I get my salary, I will pay it back immediately. Food is so expensive now, and with so many people in my family, I spend thousands just on food every day. The pressure is huge. Please let me in. It's too hot for the elderly. If I don't bring food home today, my kids will go hungry. I have to pay 9,000 yuan in loans every month, and my workplace is closed. I really have no way out. I didn't mean to fall behind. The man's hoarse and incoherent cries echoed far away. The people around silently watched, not a single person spoke. This situation happened several times a day, and people had become numb to it. Who didn't know things were expensive? Who didn't feel their money running out?
But they had no choice but to buy.
Without meat, eggs, or snacks, everyone's appetite increased. Even if they only ate until they were half full, they couldn't save much food.
What could they do if they didn't buy?
As the sound faded away, people began to turn and walk into the supermarket. During this hot weather, many people have lost a lot of weight. Ji-hee, who is already thin, looked just right in the crowd. She had no choice in that situation. Was it wrong for a man to use his money to buy food for his family instead of paying the mortgage? No, it wasn't. Was it wrong for the government to not collect mortgage payments, turning you into a bad debtor? That wasn't wrong either. After all, no one forced him to buy the house in the first place. The agreement was signed, and it had to be followed. No one expected things to turn out this way. Life can be unpredictable. During a disaster, when the whole world stops working, you still have to pay your mortgage, which is truly tragic. In the supermarket, besides grains, pickled vegetables have become a must-have for everyone. They can be stored for a long time and eaten right away. They also provide salt and vitamins, making them very suitable. At this point, no one is worried about the nitrite levels in the pickled vegetables. Compared to pickled vegetables, dried goods are selling well too, but not as much, since dried goods need water to rehydrate. With the water flow from the tap getting weaker, no one knows when it will stop. Buying dried goods without water to soak them is less convenient than just getting pickled vegetables. Today, Ji-hee bought a few bottles of her favorite chili sauce, even though the price had risen to 45 yuan per bottle, which she could accept. In addition to the chili sauce, she also bought some white fungus, small dried fish, and dried shrimp. Everything was expensive, and she only got 3 packs of each to fill her share for the day. She paid, pretended to put the items in her backpack, and quickly left the supermarket. As expected, several people followed her. There were even more than the initial group, and they were not the same people each day. It seemed like it was someone else's turn to follow her. Ji-hee, sticking to her usual style, suddenly quickened her pace as she reached a dark area, hiding in a corner and slipping into a safe space. 5 minutes later, she came out, and the people who were following her had all left. With so many people coming out of the supermarket every day, as long as she didn't seem like a big target, they wouldn't waste too much time following her. After all, in this heat, walking and exercising require energy, and it's not practical to follow someone for too long. Now, even robbery requires some planning. Once she shook off the would-be robbers behind her, Ji-hee felt safe walking down the road. After all, it was dark all around, and it was hard to tell if someone was a man or a woman. Who knew if the person across from me even had any food? If they didn't, it would be a waste of effort. As for money, forget it. Nowadays, money can only be spent at government stores. Many shop owners outside prefer bartering. They want goods, not cash. What's the use of money? There's a limit of 500 per day, and anything more can't be spent. Money has become just numbers on a phone, less useful than toilet paper. Instead of robbing for money, it's better to rob for food. It's more straightforward. It was still early, and Ji-hee wasn't in a hurry to go home and cook. Halfway there, she took out a shovel and started scooping up maggots into a black plastic bag, storing them away. The chickens at home had eaten all the bugs, and to ensure they got enough nutrition, Ji-hee was really letting herself go. She was used to rough living since childhood and wasn't picky about cleanliness. Even when the flashlight showed the wriggling maggots, she didn't feel disgusted. A delicate girl might have struggled with it. Surprisingly, since Ji-hee started scooping up maggots, many people around her began to avoid her. No one came within 2 meters of her, which made her feel very safe. It was nice to have people keep their distance. Ji-hee didn't mind at all. She kept walking and scooping, especially in areas with lots of maggots. She should have raised some mealworms to feed the chickens, but she hadn't thought of it at first. Now, she didn't even know where to buy them, so she decided to make use of what was available. After all, Whatever she fed them would eventually be digested anyway, and it saved her the trouble of raising them. As she got within a few hundred meters of home, a woman from the group behind her approached. She covered her nose and quickly walked up to Ji-hee. She had expected a lot of mosquitoes in this area, but strangely, there were no flies or mosquitoes around the little girl. Just as her thoughts began to form, Ji-hee interrupted her. "Auntie, what do you need?" The woman was caught off guard and quickly forgot her thoughts. She instinctively smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing important. I just wanted to chat. We've met before, haven't we? I live right behind your house." He had a good memory. With the weak light from her flashlight, she recognized the woman as her neighbor. "I remember, Auntie." While talking, she didn't stop scooping up maggots. This was a place where others had thrown garbage, and a lot of maggots had grown, crawling everywhere. Many people passed by without noticing and would accidentally step on several. The aunt covered her nose with one hand while shining a flashlight on the ground with the other, feeling anxious and afraid of stepping on a bomb. "Girl, I want to ask you, why are you digging up these maggots? Is the government collecting them?" The aunt's eyes lit up at this question. If the government was collecting them, they would join in too. There were plenty of them everywhere, and they could probably gather hundreds of pounds in one night. He cruelly shattered the aunt's fantasy. She shook her head. "The government isn't collecting them. I'm digging these maggots to take home and eat." The aunt was momentarily stunned by this response.
Eat?
Eat what? Once she processed it, she instinctively gagged. She tightly covered her nose and took a big step back, forcing a stiff smile. "Girl, don't joke around."
How can you eat that?
"Why can't you eat it? It's not toxic, it's high in protein, nutritious, and it's meat," he said casually, making it sound believable, which disgusted the aunt greatly. "Well, I have some things to do at home, so I'll be leaving now," the aunt said quickly before running away, as if she feared the maggots would chase her. He watched her retreating figure and shook her head. She couldn't accept that. If the government really ran out of food, they might have to eat maggots. What a fantasy. He said this wasn't just a baseless claim. First, the daily expense of 500 yuan was becoming increasingly hard for many people to bear. Now, in supermarkets, many people were being kicked out for failing to pay their mortgages and car loans. These people couldn't buy food, and with their supplies running out, what could they do? They couldn't just starve to death, right? They would have to resort to stealing and robbing. At that point, society would definitely be in turmoil, which was the last thing the government wanted to see. They would surely find a way to provide relief food. But with the land unable to produce crops, how much food could the government provide for the people? With so many people, the amount of food consumed daily was astronomical. Even if the government wanted to support them, how long could they sustain it? Moreover, the temperature was rising and more people were moving to underground shelters, constantly complaining that cooking was inconvenient. Plus, the water flow from the taps was getting thinner every day. One day, they might suddenly cut off water, electricity, and gas. Who could predict what would happen then? It might be worse than it is now. He pushed these thoughts aside and focused on her work. Once she got home and closed the door, she sighed in relief. Home felt safe. Just as she sat down to drink some water, her phone buzzed with a notification. She picked up her phone and saw it was Uncle Yen. "A robbery happened in the city. Take some food and hide out first." He frowned, replied to the message, and then put down her phone. She wasn't surprised by this news. Lately, every time she went out, she could feel the growing tension in the air. Sitting in her room, she thought it over and decided she couldn't just sit and wait. She needed to come up with a plan. Looking at the clock, it was only 12 o'clock. The water would come at 2 a.m., so if she hurried, she still had time. She stood up, grabbed her keys, and was about to lock the door when she suddenly stopped. She couldn't leave like this. What if those criminals really came to steal from their area? Wouldn't everything she left behind be taken? He turned around and quickly started packing things into her storage space. The spices and food were already there, so she just packed the bowls, utensils, and appliances that were outside. She had already moved things from other rooms, so there wasn't much left outside. As she passed the solar generator, she remembered to take it and the nearby freezer. Those were the two most valuable items in her home. After packing everything, Ji-hee looked around the empty room with satisfaction. In the kitchen, there was only a large iron pot, a disposable food box, chopsticks, and some old furniture. She even took the firewood and water tank. In the bedroom, she left the sheets and some clothes. After all, if she took everything, it would look suspicious. Those clothes and sheets had been used for years and weren't worth much. If someone wanted to take them, they could. Ensuring the room was empty so that any thief would be disappointed, Ji-hee locked the door and stepped outside. She needed to get some cement and sand to dig a basement. If those foolish robbers came to this poor area, she would have a place to hide. Not far from her home, there was a construction site for a new building. Before the extreme heat arrived, the site was being promoted, and Ji-hee had seen piles of sand and cement through the fence several times. After the heat, these materials wouldn't be in high demand, and no one would be taking them for a while. But over time, that could change. After all, recycling centers accept all kinds of materials. If someone got desperate, they might come to take some cement to trade for points. Ji-hee walked quickly, avoiding any people she saw, and soon arrived at the construction site. The half-built building had a messy ground, and the fence was haphazardly placed, looking eerie under the flashlight. Ji-hee tucked the flashlight into her waist and carefully squeezed through a gap in the fence. Upon entering, she didn't rush to leave. Instead, she first used her flashlight to look around and quickly spotted piles of unattended cement and sand on the ground. Finding what she needed, Ji-hee moved carefully, avoiding obstacles while shining her light on the path ahead. She soon reached the sand pile. She shone her flashlight around. The area was empty and silent. Then, she bent down and began to move the cement. Even at night, she didn't consider using her spatial abilities outside. That was her foundation, and if she got caught being lazy, it would be a big loss. Ji-hee carefully watched her steps, making several trips to carry cement to the gaps. Luckily, she was strong. Although each bag was heavy, she could still manage. After a few trips, Ji-hee decided to carry more at once to avoid having to return for more cement later. In this desolate place, she worked hard, unaware that chaos was unfolding outside that night. Since the government opened the supermarket every night, many citizens lined up outside, leaving their homes empty. At first, things were manageable. Even though temperatures rose, people still trusted the government and followed the rules. But as disasters worsened and food supplies dwindled, the government failed to provide effective solutions. More and more people, either desperate or eager for chaos, began to form groups. They hid in the shadows like mice, ready to spring out at any moment.